just need to keep my space. You just need to find your way. All the tears you throw my way, I don't wanna see your face. No more, 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 gotta get what you want, gotta get what you need. Wanna take all you get, my love, 'cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing
attention. Shine a light through a prism full spectrum. Pull the curtains back, you're my dimension. Lay back and just forget the people never make it out. I'm a 5-star brain in a 2-star town, and I'ma give it back when I have enough money in my hands, enough for the friends and the fam, and I owe it all to Yahweh. Lord knows that I couldn't do it my way. Almost bought a ticket for the fast lane. Now I'm hopping on a flight to the Everglades to forget the pressure. Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright. It's lightning in my mind, it's alright.
Walking tightrope, say the lightning, like how you move. I would swim across the ocean to hold on to you. I don't know where you've been, fell right out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity. Half of me was always missing, wishing to be yours. Hit me like some kind of vision, never been so sure. I don't know where you've been, fell right out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity. Feel the energy. Give me
feel like yourself when you finally let someone in and give you some help. Hey, yeah, gotta get what you want, gotta get what you need. Better take all you get, my love, 'cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause I really don't matter to me. I know you're wrong, I feel the pain. You think I'm just some simple guy. I know the truth, I see your heart. You only have selfish desires. Every little thing that you ask, I will give to you. You know you never ask me twice. I've been keeping tabs on the things that I give for you. I think it's time you paid the price. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me. I just need to keep my space. You just need to find your way. All your things is at my place. I'm gonna throw them out today. I just need to keep my space. You just need to find your way. All the tears you throw my way, I don't wanna see your face. No more, 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 no yeah. Gotta get what you want, gotta get what you need. Better take all you get, my love, 'cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me.
attention. Shine a light through a prism full spectrum. Pull the curtains back, you're my dimension. Lay back and just forget the from. People never make it out. I'm a 5-star brain in a 2-star town, and I'ma give it back when I have enough money in my hands, enough for the friends and the fam, and I owe it all to Yahweh. Lord knows that I couldn't do it my way. Almost bought a ticket for the fast lane. Now I'm hopping on a flight to the Everglades to forget the pressure. Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, but it's alright. Lightning in my mind, it's alright.
Walking tightrope, say the lightning, like how you move. I would swim across the ocean.
We kindly thank the President of the Republic of Poland for honorary patronage over the European Games Esports Championships. For organizing them, let us thank the Global Esports Federation. For hosting us, let us express our gratitude to the host city of the championships, the hospitable Katowice, to the host region of the championships, the Silesian Voivodeship in Silesia, and to the host region, the metropolis GZM. For media patronage, we thank Rzeczpospolita RP.pl. For medical partnership, we extend our thanks to LuxMed. And for the sponsorship, we acknowledge the support of Toyota and the Polish Post. The European Games Esports Championships is not yet open, but already attracts much attention. We have received plenty of addresses, best wishes, and recognition. Let us now watch the welcome speech from Ms. Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General, Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO.
Hello everybody, I'm very happy to join you at the European Games Esports Championship 2023. At UNESCO we know that sport and esports can bring people together, regardless of who they are and where they come from. Sports and esports have the power to foster inclusive, respectful, and equal communities. When targeted at value-based, sports can be life-changing, particularly for those in vulnerable situations, such as persons with disabilities, refugees, or internally displaced persons. We will also collaborate with GEF to develop a Fit for Life app to engage people in physical activity challenges in exchange for rewards. So a combination of and sports in the real life. This is only a snapshot of the ambitious work we are trying to achieve, and we are excited and proud to count with GEF as a member of the newly launched Fit for Life Alliance to help us get there. Everybody has a role to play. We need all of you to engage and help us drive our common vision. We look forward to working with you, and I wish you all the best for these esports championships. Go for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Poland, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's remember standing for the Polish national anthem. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the European Games Esports Championships, known as #EGE23, gathering sports athletes and teams from all around Europe. Thanks to the Global Esports Federation and the European Olympic Committees, Katowice is even now, precisely now, becoming the epicenter of digital competition as the European Games Esports Championships is set to become a landmark event in esport. Time for the most important moment of our ceremony. It starts with a parade of the national teams participating in the European Games Esports Championships. It is quite possible that some of them may be missing because they're playing at the moment. Let us give them a royal welcome. Gentlemen, the three gentlemen you can see are the representatives of the athletes, coaches, and the judges or referees. Time to pledge. Can everybody please rise?
My, zawodnicy, sędziowie i trenerzy biorący udział w mistrzostwach, grach sportowych w ramach Igrzysk Europejskich przysięgamy trzymać się zasad Światowej Federacji Sportu i postępować zgodnie z jej kodeksem etyki.
Time to present the trophies for the athletes, because the athletes will be competing for just those prizes in the open and women's categories. Lo and behold, here they are.
Wielce szanowny panie prezydencie, panie ministrze sportu i turystyki, szanowny panie prezydencie Stowarzyszenia Europejskich Komitetów Olimpijskich, szanowny prezydencie
Excellency, Mr. President, Mr. Minister, distinguished President of EOC, Presidents and Directors General of GEF.
drodzy przyjaciele e-sportu, drodzy
It
zawodnicy.
is really this moment when I should be addressing the dear friends of esport, that is all of you, and athletes, and all the distinguished guests, territorial authorities included. We all have esport in our hearts, and we welcome you to Katowice, which is the capital city of all esports in Poland.
Wszystkim zawodnikom, trenerom,
To all, the athletes, the coaches, the referees and the organizers, I wish success, plenty of healthy emotions and a magic time in this unique and of course magic place.
A wszystkim uczestnikom
I wish all the best to all the athletes, those who are already playing and those for whom the games are ahead. I believe your majority. May you all succeed, may you all have your successes in fair play. Let fair play rule everything here, as it has been said. Thank you very much.
Today is a historic day for esports and sport and our world-connected global esports community. It signals the gathering together of the people from across Europe and around the world, bridging tradition and innovation while looking ahead to the dynamic opportunities of a brighter future together.
Today, we gather here at the prestigious European Games Esports Championships, an event that celebrates the power of technology, skill, and the spirit of competition. It is an honor to have distinguished presence of the President of Poland, His Excellency Mr. Duda, among us, demonstrating his support of European Games and for the growing world of esports.
Today is a very exciting day. It's an exciting day for European Olympic committees. It's an exciting game for you, the athletes. It's an exciting game for sport, for Katowice, for Poland. This is the first time that the European Olympic Committees has hosted an event like this. So we're very curious. We're curious and interested to see how esport works in a social context. We're curious and interested to see how esport works in the context of multi-sport games. And curiosity is what drives us to learn.
Ladies and gentlemen, the honorary patron of European Games Esports Championships, the President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda.
to wydarzenie.
This particular event, the esports event, is taking place particularly, especially here, the first European Games ever. This is a kind of a reward, a big praise, and also the crowning of that huge development and huge ambition that has accompanied people living on this soil since ever.
I niech dodatkowym symbolem tego będzie właśnie...
And a symbolic expression of that is the fact that the esports, that gaming, is a sports discipline today. The sports discipline accompanied by all the Olympic ideals.
Życzę, aby stąd właśnie, z Katowic...
It is also my wish that precisely from this place, from Katowice, from the esports European Championships, through the IT network, a message is sent all over the world. A message that the games, the esport, is open, it is lasting, and it is going to last, hopefully, as long as the sports itself lasts. I wish you wonderful success and also good entertainment to all the participants and all the athletes.
Mr. President, please press the start button as requested. Thank you very much. It started. Dziękujemy serdecznie, panie prezydencie.
Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment, unity, equality, innovation, not division. Let the world unite. Come together forever, we fight.
A very, very warm welcome to everybody that is joining us here today, live from the European Games Esports Championships. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity amongst the gaming community. Before we get things started, I want to give a very, very big shout out to the European Games Committee, the Olympic Committee, and also the Global Esports Federation as well for supporting this fantastic venue, amazing studio, and incredible initiative as well. But I'm not going to be the only face here on your screens today. I'm also joined by the wonderful Mike, former professional coach of Rocket League, as well as Mr. Stephen, yourself, former professional player. Gents, how's it going? Greg, and how's it feel to be in this beautiful studio?
Oh, I love the idea of international esports. It's one of the most amazing opportunities for these players to come out here, represent their nation, and compete on the highest level, and it's something that we would have loved to have done back when we were competing.
It is. It's an honor and such a pleasure to see this as well, having esports at the European Games and in Katowice of all places, which feels like a true home of esports in a sense in Europe.
Well, I know I mentioned the fact that you two gents are masters of your craft, as it were, in the wonderful world of Rocket League, but that's not the only game we have on offer here as well. Of course, we have 11 teams across our Rocket League tournament that have been grinding away, as it were, competing across yesterday, but also are going to be taking part today as well. But for eFootball, we have 36 teams across our two eFootball tournaments. Obviously, we have the women's tournament for eFootball, but also the eFootball Open as well. It's been a long day for a lot of our teams, a lot of our players, and what better way to kick things off? I know Rocket League is definitely our jam, as it were. Incredibly exciting stuff. But one thing that I find fascinating is all of these teams, all of these players across all of the different nations coming together now. In terms of Rocket League, how different is playstyle regionally? I know across some different disciplines, other games, it's very much a real thing. Rocket League, would you say that's an element that factors in?
You certainly do see that, given especially the different nations in Europe. They often do play and naturally team and break through with players in their local communities, and that's why it's so interesting to see the passion brought out on that stage. And obviously we're down to just 4 teams now in the playoffs, but the 11 nations in groups, even about here being at the arena, the blend of cultures and the talking of players who have only seen and talked to each other online, it's so nice to see them interact.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of the nations here. Some of them have some amazing top players in the pro leagues, and some of them less so. And so an opportunity like this is a great place for players who don't get a chance to compete at the top level to experience competing for their nation. And for a lot of them, they compete in their local leagues where they become the strongest team within their country. And then coming onto a tournament like this allows them to compete internationally and prove themselves against stronger opponents.
Well, obviously, as we go ahead and take a look at the group stage results that I mentioned a little bit earlier on from yesterday, we had our 11 teams butting heads just a little bit during our group stages. That was a best of 5. Now, today's games, though, is going to be the upper bracket as well as the lower bracket as well. And then we're going to be leading in quite nicely to a best of 7 grand final as well. Fellas, how do you feel like the group stages ended up panning out?
Well, group stages, I think they spread out quite nicely. So a lot of the top teams came out on top frequently, and that's something that's really good about Rocket League is the higher skilled teams tend to win more often.
Yeah.
And then when you saw there were some closer games in Group A, where they went to Game 5 in a best of 5.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Group A was such a close 3-horse race between Hungary, Sweden, and of course the home nation, Poland. And while perhaps a little sad to see them lose 2 critical Game 5s.
So close as well.
Important point of the series, and a Game 5 overtime as well. Had Lithuania have done them a favor, and nearly they did beat Sweden, then Poland would have sneaked through, but I'm afraid they miss out on the top 4.
Well, don't worry, I'm going to be picking your brains a little bit more in just a moment. For the folks that might be a little bit new to the wonderful world of Rocket League, let me give you a little bit of a graphic to help break things down even further, especially when it comes to yesterday's games. As I did mention at the very start, 11 teams. We had 2 groups competing off against one another. The best 2 teams from those groups progress on through into the play-ins. Once again, best of 5 matches. And then we lead in quite nicely to best of 5 once again for our upper and lower brackets, and our best of 7 grand final as well. Fellas, the 1 game advantage is what I really want to focus on here. Having a 1 game advantage after having prior record of best of five, best of five, best of five. How much of an impact is that going to end up having?
Oh, it's huge. I think with the double elimination bracket, it's something we commonly see in esports where you have 2 opportunities to lose in a tournament before you're out. So if you go through that upper bracket, sometimes tournaments will do a thing called a bracket reset, where because you haven't lost yet, you get a chance to lose twice in the final.
That sounds like a very positive
it takes a long time to complete one of those finals. So in order to keep the tournament flowing, what we like to do is have this 1 game advantage. So it makes the final have the advantage of the team that hasn't lost yet, but also keeps it within that sort of time frame that makes sense. Because if you do a long final like that, it can be quite grueling.
Less likely that we see fatigue come into play, which for me I'm happy with, because it makes us more likely to see the highest standard of play, especially in the final.
Well, speaking of the highest standard of play, let's go ahead and see all of the talent that we had on offer here with our groups to break down some of the incredible teams that have been taking part. As you can see there, Hungary and Sweden.
So close.
On Go on, talk to me, fellas. How are we feeling about this?
Poland just narrowly missing out. And Lithuania looked really good as well. I think it's fair to say it could have gone very differently depending on how those 5-game series went all the way down to the wire could have gone. Maybe we'd have seen Poland sneak in. Even Lithuania on a different day could have snuck their way in.
Certainly so. Hungary and Sweden, though, the 2 teams I think perhaps with that little bit more professional pedigree within their roster, sure, compared to their Group B opposition, far less so, but they have experience playing on location and together. They're both national champions, respectively, and having that experience playing on location rather than just online from home makes a huge difference here on the biggest stage.
A little bit of a fun fact for the folks at home as well. I know we caught up with Ryu, the coach for the side of Lithuania, yesterday. It seems he has now transitioned into the coaching role once again for Team Hungary. So I'm curious to see how the coaching style is going to pan out, especially considering the fact that, you know, he is the coach of Budapest 5, the professional team representing that country. But as we go ahead and take a look at our Group B results, fellas, GB on top. How are we feeling?
Not quite.
Soon, Tia.
Netherlands just dominated them in their game, but the advantage they've got is at the group stage, they knew the likelihood was Great Britain, Netherlands would make it through with the best professional record outside of the international stage. It made sense those 2 teams would come out on top. So the result between them was only for seeding going into today's bracket.
Yeah, so I wonder how many mind games will have come into play there. How many strategies may have been saved? I can't say too many, given that these are players very familiar with each other. You know, the duo of Flame and Breezy, the duo of Tho and Mike Boy have played each other countless times on the professional stage, but it really adds that little bit of extra spice when you're representing your nation.
Well, I think on that note, fellas, we should go ahead and take a look at our bracket as to, you know, which games are being played and when, who is facing off against who. I'm super excited personally for the very first game of the day, and that is going to be Team Hungary taking on Great Britain. Tylacto, I'm going to come straight on over to you. How do you think this one's going to end up panning out, especially considering the fact that you have previously played with Flame representing Team GB?
Of course, the Team GB team, a familiar one for those who follow the Rocket League scene. They've been playing together for over a year now, I believe, with this exact roster, and the duo of Flame and Breezy 2 years now. Now, back in 2017, I did spot a particular talented player called Flame. He has gone on to do far greater things than I did, as you can probably see. But make no mistake, Great Britain are the favourites in this matchup. And if Hungary are going to be able to take him down, they've got to disrupt Noah Saki. He is such a star on the field. His play smoother than peanut butter. If he is allowed to rotate freely, Hungary are going to have problems.
One thing I've got to credit Flame for as well, he's one of those players who, when he first started playing in the professional scene, he wasn't that in shape. And then he went away and he started getting in shape, taking his health more seriously. And I really think it's helped his consistency. Even that it might just be confidence. You know, playing on stage while being in good shape will help him. But he's a great example of a player who's gone away and looked after his health and has stayed and had a longer career in esports.
True. And the best teams in Rocket League right now, they don't just have psychologists, they have nutritionists as well. And it's about having that healthy diet as you would in normal sports.
Well, Gregan, you yourself have also coached one of the players that we have taking part as well. What can you kind of tell me about that?
So Netherlands, though, used to coach him back in the day, and that was an amazing experience over at David Beckham's organization. We had a great time working together. He's a very hard-working individual. He puts in more hours than a lot of other players, a lot of pros. But one thing about Tho is that he's a very passionate player for Netherlands. They did so well in the Intel World Open back in the Tokyo Olympics, and that was one of those amazing experiences to see him get a newfound passion to play at the top level. He did that alongside Mike Boy there as well, and this time they got Temper instead.
Indeed.
Well, I'm mega excited to get the show on the road and get things started. Of course, as we did mention, the very first game of the day is going to be Team Hungary taking on Great Britain. Dare I ask you both for a prediction as we kind of cycle through the rosters and the players for each of these teams?
I mean, there's a simple prediction, but I'd like to see an upset. It would be amazing to see an upset. I think the prediction is Great Britain, Netherlands likely to win, face each other multiple times, once in the upper bracket and then in that grand final at the end. Which way round it goes, that's the interesting thing. Getting the game advantage in the grand final. I think it's going to be Netherlands getting that game advantage in the grand final.
They did manage to take down GB in the group stage. So I think that's a fair take if things were to continue, but I know things are likely to be different and change playing on the big stage. And immediately those nerves come through, not just in front of the crowd, but the fact that this is, in a sense, a medal match. One of the 3 trophies. You qualify yourself into minimum top 3 should you take this opening series for all 4 teams playing today. There's a lot of nerves on that, and Hungary, they haven't lost here yet. They are motivated and they want this badly.
Hungary are indeed a little bit hungry. To take away, I had to do it. I had to slip in a dad joke somewhere.
We don't get to do that very often in esports. I'm sure it happens all the time in national sport.
Don't lie, Greg. We do it all the time. Well, for the side of Hungary, having won loads of regional tournaments, they've got 6 first-place finishes this year alone amongst themselves. So I think that's definitely an incredible achievement. But how is that placement going to fare up going against all of these other teams?
Indeed, particularly the scene is buzzing around Budapest with these 3 players, Negsy, Master and Meshin. And it always has been, Gregan, with Negsy, who was playing the game back when sort of we started 2015, 2016, and he stayed relevant this whole time. He's turning 25 this month, and in esports terms, that's ancient.
Yeah, speaking of ancient, there's Flame, your old teammate on the left there. He's been around a while. Noah, the new young talent coming through for this team, just turned 18 fairly recently. And Breezy, one of those players who's been known for his amazing mechanical ability in the game, but he's matured as the years have gone on and learned how to play a more balanced play style, less reliant on his flashier plays and more reliant on a team strategy.
Well, for the side of Team Great Britain as well, having frequently achieved top 16 finishes in the wonderful world that is esports as well, I'm expecting great things out of them. Definitely no bias here, Greg. Definitely no bias whatsoever.
They're great guys as well. And when you see people who work hard and they love the game, and they come out to events like this and they try their absolute best. I think they look amazing in all of the national kits. That's something that we haven't seen a lot in esports, and I think they look amazing. So seeing them on that stage performing for Great Britain is going to be a wonderful experience.
And on that note, what better way to kick things off than with our fantastic stage, by the way, with our wonderful stage host, Darren.
Hello, one and all, and welcome to the European Games Esports Championship. I am, of course, Darren, but you can call me KP, and it's my pleasure to open the show as we're almost ready to get underway. Now, we have seen teams playing off stream the last 2 days, prepping themselves well, and some of them have come out looking pretty sharp. In fact, this first team that I get to welcome to the stage, well, I don't think you'd expect them to be hungry beasts. In fact, they have gobbled up every opponent in their way, but they will not stop until they've slain all and taken that top spot, because in less than 48 hours, we need to crown a champion. So we should get this underway. It's my pleasure to welcome to the stage the one, the only, the undefeated in the group stage. It is Team Hungary. Well, they had to shuffle the flag around a little bit, but they've been amazing with the way they've shuffled the ball around the pitch. Their opponents, on the other hand, They haven't had as clean of a run, but they are gunning hard and they are confident, expected to make the finals by a lot of our analysts, in fact. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the stage Great Britain. Well, our players are set and ready to go. Now, this is an upper bracket, so no farewells whoever loses here, but surely you want to make a quick run to that finals. You want to be on the right course. Either way, though, I think we're in for one hell of a series. It's my pleasure to throw it across to our casters as we kick off the day.
Thank you very much, Darren. Incredibly appreciated. I am Stumpy, joined by Cole.
Hello.
We are here absolutely excited to be casting that best of 5 between Hungary and Great Britain. The desk, well, they were quite happy to be pushing for Great Britain here. Are we joining them on that vibe?
I think so, yeah. I think that if you look at the relative experience of both teams, Great Britain just have a little bit more. Those players have been in the RLCS pretty much consistently in the last couple of seasons, whereas Hungary, they've been in and out of there. They've looked to threaten to make it there, but never quite done so. However, you look at recent history, Stumpy, 5-0 for Hungary.
Big.
What a performance from them in the groups.
Literally losing a couple of games in that Group A as well. It was the slightly easier group, the two big titans of Netherlands and Great Britain. They were butting heads over in Group B. Hungary, the fact that they could go through and still smash a weak group, but still go 5-0. And as I said, dropping a couple of games as well. A huge, huge standard for them. Great Britain, though, potentially a big hurdle for them to overcome, as they are also not just here representing their country, they are a professional Rocket League team in their own right. They represent Williams Resolve in the top flight of European Rocket League in the RLCS. Hungary, we said, they've been there a couple of times, not quite as much of a mainstay as the GB boys.
Yeah, regularly this would be Williams Resolve versus the Budapest 5, but of course for this amazing event, representing their country is a huge honor, a huge responsibility. Everyone here is going to want to perform as well as they possibly can, and they will have people watching on at home, they'll have family and friends, and there'll be fans as well from these countries hoping that they can do the business. This is, of course, Stumpy, an upper bracket match. Whoever loses does not go out just yet, but it's such an advantage to stay in that upper bracket.
Yeah, and to be honest, I want to talk about the kits that they're wearing. Because I like seeing, you know, you have like the esports jerseys that are always the ones like for your team. These national kits are so lovely. We're walking around seeing everybody wearing their individual kits. The coach as well, their coach Tadpole, who is also the coach of their usual team, Williams Resolve. He's wearing that fantastic jacket. They've got their names on them. Hungary look great. Yes, they had a bit of a mishap with their flag. They had it upside down. We've all been there. The GB flag's a lot harder to try and get right as well, the Union Jack. But we're going to be kicking off into the first game, best of 5, first of 3. Who's going to be taking it? Moving on to the upper bracket final.
This is where, especially from Hungary, you need to see a fast start. Against Team GB, they'll know they're the favourites, so they're not expected to win right now. But if they can just take it to them in the opening moments, the opening bouts, that's when maybe Great Britain could just start to get a little bit spooked by what Hungary can offer. It's going to start from Breezy, though, taking a couple of touches. He's a man who has a move in the game named after him, so very mechanical, as are all of Team GB. They're already putting Hungary on the back foot, but Hungary, they defend well.
They defend well. Somewhat messy, though. A couple of double commits as Breezy then goes up for one into that bottom corner instead. Saved away by Negsy, and that defense has to be staying strong for Hungary as well. The fact that you've seen double commits early, not particularly worrying. 2 players going for 1 isn't the worst thing in the world. You're just going to have to make sure that you don't make a habit of that.
Well, we remain goalless in the first minute or so, and for anybody new to Rocket League, goals are regular. You can have some games that will be 7-5 or 5-4. It's not unheard of. Normally, you'll hover around 3 or 4 per game. Every goal matters so much, and when they have that much mechanical skill, you cannot look away.
Straight for the midfield too. It drops down slowly for Flame. He speeds it right up. A demo from Breezy on the back. Gets that reset back from the 4 wheels, making the contact on the ball. Over that final defender, GB take the early lead.
Flip reset as well, a move that people didn't think would be too competitively viable until a few years back, and then suddenly one season came along, everybody was doing it. The evolution of Rocket League, where something that was once seen as almost a party trick has to be done just to compete at this level, and there's the early equalizer.
Negsy manages to fake out that final defender as well, as again, we talk about the double commit. It did not go too badly for Hungary earlier, but Noah Saki is left on the back, gets caught out short by Negsy, who slow plays it slightly. Noah thought he could get there a little bit quicker and then end up shooting the ball straight behind him. Minute 20 gone, a goal aside, looking incredibly even. Both these teams, as we're seeing, Hungary, they topped their group. They win that 5-0. Great Britain so far have only lost to another one of the favourites in the Netherlands. So huge titans coming through. Bear in mind, this is 4 teams coming through from groups of 11 in total.
The attempt at the pass from Flame wasn't quite on target, but Nowazaki, very mechanical player, tries to do something with it. Get around the corner. Of course, in the opening minute and a half, we've already seen 2 different types of goals. One very solo mechanical play, one all about the individual skill. The other one about teamwork, about progression, about rotation, showcasing all the different styles of play that are on offer within this beautiful game that we call Rocket League. It's Great Britain, as expected, knocking on the door, but Negsy might be able to make a counter-attack. Breezy comes in. Can't quite get the second touch from his flip reset. Now Izaki, what's he cooking up? He takes one touch. There's the flip reset into the corner. But Master, he's been watching and knew what Nowazaki was cooking.
Noah's been a player that I've said for a little while now is somebody to watch. Since Williams Resolve and now this GB team picking him up, he has just gone from strength to strength. He's a wonderful mechanical young player as well. As we approach halfway in this game, so far that 1 goal going to definitely the veteran of this team in Flame. On shot long, then finds that back corner, a fake out, nothing coming from it. One pass up, Nowazaki then faking it out or just about missing. Flame, one flick over to the backboard, the double tap chance coming in, there it is! Breezy erupting the net with the second for GB.
Clean finish, but all the hard work was done by Flame, just taking that touch, buying that little bit of time before flicking the ball high above the goal. Using the wall so important in Rocket League, you have to be able to get those reads, and in the moment, Breezy was more than capable.
Over halfway in the game, and Breezy picks it up from that kickoff, the only set piece in Rocket League, and Noah's going to be able to follow it up to the save. It's incredibly close. Meshing can't quite keep that out. It was a good push up from Breezy as well. Goes to that low 50, keeps the control, makes sure that it pops out towards Noah. He can tap it in. The 2-goal lead now established for the GB boys.
And now the question marks start to appear above those Hungary players. Are they able to turn this one around? Hopefully they can get themselves on the ball, but for now, Flame is just dancing through them. Every time Flame gets the ball, Hungary seem almost incapable of dealing with it, unknowing whether he's going to go for a solo play or a dribble or what. It seems to be the 50-50 game that's working best, the challenge where 2 players go in for the ball at the same time. Every time it seems to be falling for a Team GB player, and that's not down to luck.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being able to see that when you go for one of those challenges and your teammate's on the right-hand side, you're going to want to try and pop it out to the right, but look at this attempt coming in from Hungary. Great defense from Great Britain, but instead now it falls back down towards that counter-attack. The shot just wide on that chance. Hungary, they are still fighting and pushing as hard as they can. As soon as they get a goal, they're then only 1 away, and that can be as lucky as you like, a little P-roller or some mechanical wondrousness. They all count for 1.
Well, let's see what we've got. Into the center towards Master. Nexy's behind, just trying to rotate in, taking his moment. Nexy was beat into the ball there. All ends up. Nowazaki to the ceiling. He's got no boost, but he still has his flip, I think. He gets it from the floor.
Beautiful.
It's a beauty from Nowazaki.
He runs out of boost so early through this play, gets the reset back on the ceiling. He's got none here, bear in mind. Jumps back down to the ground with the accelerated momentum. As soon as he lands, pings it netward. 3-goal lead in favour of GB. This first one, they were a look close to start with in the early equaliser. They have run away with it. And the final minute is going to be seeing Hungary chasing for a semblance of a closer series as we go through the rest of the maps.
Ashin tries to get that one going, but Nowazaki, he just closed them down as well. The mechanical difference between these 2 teams is starting to be made more and more clear. Flame to the ceiling. Nexy's doing his best just to beat these Team GB players away. Desperate to send the ball as far away from their goal as they possibly can, but it's so difficult when they're warming up as well, the Team GB players. Breezy to the left. There's Flame in the center, but opts to go solo. And solo plays really seems to be the difference right now between these 2 teams.
We're seeing a lot more coming out from, I think, GB when we see them go for maybe more confident plays, knowing, you know what, I can 1v2 this. I can work my way through that defense a bit more confidently. Whereas Hungary, they want to be passing through. They want to make sure that these come in, and you see Master, he lines up with Meshin. And the fact that you see that ball from Flame just sends it out the way isn't going to be quite good enough, and Nowazaki manages to just about have the ball dunked away.
You can have all the mechanical skill in the world, but at some point, just charging down your opponent is just as good at getting you a goal. They all count as 1. There's a fake kickoff as well. Master gets to the side. Oh, but the next touch was missed by Negsy. He does charge it down, though. Does turn it into an opportunity. Can't quite get the double. That could have been interesting had he made connection. Unfortunately for Hungary, fortunately for Great Britain, It's a miss, but just warning signs that Hungary are more than capable of getting themselves on the scoreboard.
And turning around quickly as well. You know, you saw those chances come in, and then Hungary, they were taking them. They weren't just seeing one and thinking, oh, I can't quite reach it. They were going for every ball as often as they could. Great Britain, though, they look confident, they look clean, and you see them on the camera, they look quite happy to, firstly, sit about 3 centimeters from the monitor.
Oh, I don't know how these young esports pros do that. I'm certainly further back when I play.
Oh, yeah, but you see some of them, like, I mean, Breezy at the end there is just so, it feels like he's almost VR in the game, but it works. You know, you do what you need to do to make sure that you're going to be one of the best in the game at the moment. And Great Britain taking it 4-2 in that first one. If they win 2 more games, then that's going to be them going through to the upper bracket final. But signs of life from Hungary towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, they showed that they're a decent team. They reminded us all why they went 5-0 in the group stage towards the end there. And that's a difficult skill. You know, when the game's gone, when it's seeming like your opponent is, quote unquote, better, how do you deal with that? How do you rally? And I mean, this is the perfect moment to be able to do something like that. When you are representing your country, you know, every single country will have history, will have moments where all odds are against them and they came through. That's the sort of the fire they're trying to build upon.
Do you think as well that because we're seeing teams here in the European Games play for their country, it almost feels more of like a point of pride where they're thinking, this is for Great Britain. This isn't just for me and my teammates and my org and the people back at home who are part of the org and that organization. They're thinking, no, this is for Great Britain. This is for the entire country and anybody who's watching any of these games go forward.
I certainly think that will help if you find yourself 2 or 3 goals behind and stopping you giving up. Often in Rocket League, when representing an org or representing yourself, it's like, okay, this game's gone. We can lose this one 6 or 7-0 and start building to the next. I think when you are representing your country, you don't want that blot on the landscape. You don't want a 7-0 against you. You'll fight for every single second and just do as well as you can in each individual game. If we start game 2 well, look at the control they've already got. This is what we want to see from them. I think where I just want to see them improve is where they have those solo opportunities. Just there from Negsy. He could have gone to the ceiling, could have taken a leaf out of Team GB's book, but just hit the ball a little bit weakly. So certainly room for improvement there.
It's a naughty pass going central from Flame, and Breezy managing to dribble it around 1 or 2 players and then getting the lovely 50. Nowasaki can't quite capitalize on one of those chances as it goes to the bottom corner again, and you see Great Britain, they are pushing with every opportunity that they have got. They're making this incredibly hard, stretching the Hungarian defense, unable so far to get anything from it too convincingly. Now it falls to Negsy to be backflipping it all the way up the pitch. That's near target, but caught wonderfully by Breezy as he finds the ground again.
Hungary are defending deep, but what they are doing now is they're closing down the Team GB players in the air. No doubt that was recommended to them by their coach Ryu. Do not let these players have time on the ball. Even if you're only forcing them, you're not actually able to touch it, just being there in the sky alongside them may well be enough to put them off. You might get a bump like we saw earlier, I think it was against Breezy when he was in the sky. So much better defending here, much better positive defense from Hungary. As Breezy goes to the sky, but look where Master already is. Great touch from him. Then his teammate Meshin comes in as well. A little bit of pressure coming in from Hungary now. Team GB got some questions to answer.
The back ball then sees Breezy try and work it out. Does get one touch with one of his flips. Then the reset over the second. 50s is central, caught on by Flame. And you see Flame just waiting for that ball to pop out into a better position for him. Passes it. It's a little bit too far forward, too far back rather, for any of his teammates who are too far forward. Breezy, more 50s, that defense. The demolition. Master removes Flame. Nowasaki removes Master. And the midfield stays where the ball lurks.
That's something we didn't see too much in game number 1, as Nowasaki comes over the top, but Master saves. Demolitions. If you go into an opponent's car at full speed, you remove them from the pitch for 2 or 3 seconds. Completely opens up space, allows you to make plays like these ones. But still,
the demo
defender from Hungary, a fake comes in, but it's read in the end by Master. Nowasaki to the corner. Master's coming in. Can he get this touch? Not quite again. It's a story of not quite for Hungary. Maybe it could be forced in. Again, not quite there. So near yet so far, but they're coming forwards again.
The demos over and over again too. So in that Hungary really were not chasing that first game. Certainly seeing a bit more of a gameplay change as we move through, and that's what happens with these teams as well. They become so adaptive and think, okay, you know what, they had too much time on the ball. They had too much time on this pitch. Let's make sure that they are in the graveyard more often than they would like to be. 2 minutes remain. Negsy challenging on that right wing with one high and then falls back down towards the GB player. but no huge chance to either team so far. We've had great defense on a couple of plays from each side, and those have been the only real notable moments where the score could have changed.
Yeah, and Hungary will be more than happy about that. They want this one to stay tight. They just want that one chance. Meshin has it! Meshin takes it! Hungary take their first lead of the series.
That is extremely strong as well, with Noah again just getting a really awkward touch on the backboard. Completely misjudged his aerial. Meshin can come in, sends it right low because he sees a player on the backboard too. If you send it high, it's much closer to him. Then towards the floor, he has to try and dive down, try and predict where it's going a lot harder. 1 minute 45, Hungary with that lead.
He just wants to slow this one down as much as possible. Now, every second will seem to take an age for Hungary, especially when these misses come in. There is a demo to open things up. Masters out the game for a second or two, but Meshin comes in heroically, just sending Team GB back. How can they play under pressure? Nowazaki has some boost. Flame tries to take out Nexi and does. Breezy's arriving again. It's closed down early by Meshin. Nexi in the sky as well. Team GB can't get a clean touch. Meshin into the center. That's a weird touch. His teammate helps him out. The support network was there. That one to the backboard. Anyone following it up, it's just going to be a Hungry player. Team GB, are they running out of ideas?
It's a brilliant couple of chances. Nowazaki with what a catch from that pinch onto the ceiling too. Flame to get this one central, actually fakes it out. Nowazaki to shoot, a block yet again from Nexi. The final minute, 1 minute remaining, throws up on the screen. Low boost across the board so far for Hungary as well. A chance to go high with it. Master on the side, Nowazaki there to read with 40 boost, but a defender on Meshin trying to block it out the way is going to be keeping Hungary with this lead.
His air dribbles for Team GB just aren't as effective anymore. Hungary dealing with them pretty much every time, and a great pass from Meshin back to Master. The boost regeneration as well. Works out well for Hungary. 30 seconds left. A second Hungary goal could kill it. What looks more likely is it's going to be Team GB just barreling down upon their door for the last 20, but first they have to get the ball. There it is. Stage 1 complete. The infield pass a little bit heavy. Meshin gets it to the side. Breezy's arriving, wants to go to the ceiling again, has 22 boosts from Flame in the center, but once more, Master is completely and utterly equal to it. Nexi just gets anything on the ball, Flame into the center, but it's sent back by Nexi. Beautiful rotations here from Hungary. One more chance maybe for Team GB, but it's not there. 1-1.
The pre-jumps flying in. Hungary, they are up before the big touch from GB is even coming in. They're predicting where they're going to be hitting it. They are up in the sky, blocking out GB at every single turn. And a 1-0 win counts the exact same as the previous 4-2 win. They're equal in games now. And you see the player on the end close to the GB player as well, just thinking, boys, we've got this, come on. We pushed them hard. And my word, did GB look frustrated.
It did. That is such a frustrating moment. You know that individually you're better players, but Hungary was just everywhere, zipping about, chucking themselves at the ball. Heroics, pretty much, from the team. And maybe that does link back to what we were saying, you know, that national pride of giving everything for the cause, essentially. And Hungary played it beautifully. Not even too many saves, really. 5 saves, which isn't a particularly high number. But that's because they were defending so far forward in the midfield. They didn't allow Team GB any midfield presence at all.
Great Britain, chance then to try and, if they can, go for more fakey plays, because right now we're seeing Hungary try and pre-jump and get in the way before the touch even comes in. If you can look like you're sending it high, force a Hungarian player to then shoot up to the ceiling and try and block you out, and then end up taking it low, they've wasted boost, and there's a higher chance they're either going to get a bad touch or no touch at all. GB have got an incredibly intelligent coach behind them in Tadpole. He will have been saying, I assume, quite similar things to me. I consider myself to be also remarkably intelligent at Rocket League.
I'm glad you do.
Thank you. And it just means that there's a lot more game plans and a lot more game styles that can come out and that can be beneficial to GB. But 1-1 in this brilliant best of 5 so far. 2 more wins for either team, and they are going to be our upper bracket final team.
You have to remember as well, Hungary unbeaten in this tournament so far. That winning habit, it counts in real sports, it counts in esports as well.
They've also just lost 2 games out of those, bear in mind. They've gone 15-2 so far.
We were in the same game. It was the Game 5 overtime, the one that you and I were watching. Couldn't take our eyes off yesterday, so they've been pretty comfortable up to now. Certainly won't be comfortable if they do win this series, but they're taking goals out of nothing.
The demo on the back as well. Flame decides to slow it down, see what Master ends up doing, and bang! Nexi comes in, removes him from the pitch, so it's 3 seconds, which is more than enough time for Master to be able to just speed it towards the net. In 40 seconds, Hungary continue their goal-scoring streak.
This was such an important game. They've got their first one in the last one. Now it's can they build upon it? Can they continue to frustrate Team GB? Or would the reset, the hard reset of a brand new kickoff and a 0-0 score at the top of your screen give Team GB the oomph that they need to go on and take this Hungary team down? So far in game 3, it's not looking like that's going to be the case. They have to push back themselves, have to earn this one, going for a bump instead in the air. There's a teammate coming in, it's to the backboard. Breezy, does he have enough angle to get it on target? I didn't think he did, and he didn't. They just can't score at the moment.
There's a great air dribble as well from Noah. Gets it far enough and then completely forgoes the ball and aims the man instead. An awkward touchdown central, and GB can't quite capitalise from that one either, and that seems to be the tale so far. One touch central, one shot on target. Noah Saki levelling up the game after about 6.5 minutes of no scoring from GB.
They call him Noah's Ark, and that's why, because he's carrying his teammates, getting them back in this one. That was so desperately needed by Team GB. The infield pass, we haven't seen too many of those. It's all been solo plays. Finally, a GB changing their approach. Could be a solo play from kickoff. The challenge goes to the side. Master cleans up well.
GB definitely looking a little bit more alive in this game too. Yeah, they were frustrated in that second one, but coming out and being even more aggressive even, just thinking, well, you can save away a load of our shots, but you can't save away this many, especially when we draw your defenders into challenging for one. With one commit on that ball, you then see Master completely out, just go in such an awkward position, joins up with Nexi, the double commit. We said in game 1, don't let them become a habit, and that is the exact reason why.
Yeah, that's what starts to happen. When you're playing above yourself and playing at a speed and a pace that you're not used to, double commits can come in, mechanical misplays can happen as well. Team GB have been patient. Maybe now it's starting to pay off. I wondered if they'd left it a little bit too long with the way the series was starting to drift away from them somewhat, but now it seems to be paying those dividends finally. Breezy charges down another meshing clearance. Flame into the center. It's a clean touch for Nowazaki. Way too many hits are going uncontested now in favor of Team GB. Hungary have to set their game right back up. They know they can, but it would have taken it out of their energy to play this well for this long.
On that backboard has to be a good touch from Master, and it is. Finds Meshin, who in the corner with 80 boost, gets a great pinch central too, and a stretching block from Breezy is vital to keep this GB lead going. Nexi, it works way back, Meshin with a shot, a lovely redirect in fact off the pass, and Breezy can dive in front, get that save. We approach halftime and we just about pass it as well, and the patience from Hungary is becoming even more prevalent. They're letting GB almost tuck themselves out at times. Master to that backboard, cleared away, and look at the demos top right. It is flooded with these graveyard sendings.
Master just charged it down. He gets a couple of touches. What went wrong there for Team GB? The inquest must begin now.
One touch and then an awkward touch down, and the complete just whiff off the ball. So when you see a new player play the game and they're dead on track for it, they drive with the ball, then they just do a sudden veer left, a sudden veer right, they just miss it. Flame, a complete misread. I'd be intrigued to see why that happened, but a freebie completely for Hungary.
Yeah, I mean, generously, we'd say that Flame got faked, which is something that you would do in a game of Rocket League. Purposely miss the ball so your opponent also misses, because they assume that you'll hit. But I don't know, I think that one was just a mistake from Flame, it has to be said. Can he make up for it? He's chasing the ball down now. You can tell when a player makes an error, they're desperate to get back on it. The question is, will he overdo it? So far, it's been done well. Gets a couple of touches into the corner. Breezy comes in. Eshin sweeps up. Now his Nexi has Nowazaki charging him down, which is a scary position to be in. But what a 50-50 he's managed to conjure up from nothing. 2-all, the best game of the series so far.
I mean, Nexi's done a great job in defense too. The fact that he was able to backwards block out a shot that realistically would have been in for a lot of teams. With Breezy one touch up, the second from the pre-jump isn't able to find its way in. 80 seconds remain, and Noah, he begins that demolition derby on the Hungarians.
They're going for a double pre-play. Shows how much Team GB are having to work until Breezy says that's enough.
I mean, that was only Meshin just respawning then. Apart from that, it was in a 2v3 for Hungary, and GB taking the full advantage of it. 72 seconds, that one goal is being... we've now got that lead for GB as well, and Flame must be feeling quite happy about it, thinking, my error, it may not lose us this game yet, but they need to continue locking in.
Master puts it to the side. Nowazaki around the corner. Meshin's already there. How's his first touch? It's pretty good. He follows it up well as well. Takes Breezy out the game. Now Flame up against Meshin. Have a player in the center. Can he utilize him? Not quite there because Breezy managed to get himself between car and ball. Just beat it away. Flame should be able to slow this one down. No, instead he just prods it straight towards the Hungary goal. And it's been missed by Meshin. Flame gets one back.
Wonder how much boost Meshin had here then, because it looked like he was going up for it quite confidently. To see get out of the way. He potentially had enough. It's because he rotated to go towards the play and then sees a long shot come in, has to then quickly whip his way back round and then goes up.
It shows the seasoned instincts from Flame as well. Normally in that situation, you take a touch, go to the side, slow it down. Flame maybe sensed his opponent was slightly out of position, or maybe he realized that he didn't have any boost, because amazingly, they track that as well. They
saw the keeper off the line, really.
The equivalent of that in Rocket League, yeah. And he's taken the halfway line shot, and fair play to him, he's nailed it. David Beckham, eat your heart out.
2 goals now that Hungary needs to bring back. The top corner missed, unfortunately, with the reset from Master. Final 15 ticks down. Hungary, they lack by 2, and GB, they feel themselves a lot more in this game. Another potential 4-2 victory. Flames go central with it. Breezes wants to make sure that they maintain that control. Hungary do not have enough time to be scoring anymore. Great Britain, they go 2-1 up in this best-of-5 series. One more win, they'll be going through to that finals, and that is a return to the GB team that we know exists.
You can see from the reactions as well, it's a sigh of relief after winning that one, as opposed to anything, you know, too loud, not much bravado. It's going to be a minute of cooling down, resetting. They'll know they're not playing their best, and that wasn't their best performance.
And Noah's literally taken his headset off, and he's listening to Tadpole, his coach, and thinking, boys, you know what? We can do this. And I think that's something that they need to do so often, is any of these teams. Hungary need to do the same as well. They must be thinking, they need to think, we can do this. Like, this is a beatable team. We are able to do it. Let's not go crazy. After this game, we've still got either one in the lower bracket semis and then one in the lower final, or you've then got another one in the upper final. You've got 1 or 2 more series after this to win before you even look at that grand final.
And 1 or 2 more lives as well. And of course, if you do get to the grand final, you start 1 game up in a best of 7, and that's a huge... in your mind, that feels completely massive, right? Yeah. The fact that you only have to get 3 games when your opponent has to get 4. It's like, oh, literally a quarter of the job is already done.
Yeah.
So stay in that upper bracket, and hopefully you'll be laughing in the big, bad best of 7 at the end.
But Great Britain definitely looking more revitalized in that game. Yes, the error from Flame, and to be honest, for his mentality, I am very happy that they managed to win that one out with a couple of goals as well. It wasn't just they didn't squeak it by, it wasn't overtime where it becomes golden goal. It was very much a GB win. And in this 4th, it is absolutely vital that Hungary bring themselves back into it, because otherwise they'll be going into that lower bracket semis and playing the loser of Netherlands versus Sweden.
I've got to say, in the first 15 seconds here, this already looks like a repeat of game number 1. Breezy going for a pretty naughty double flip reset, and then Team GB having complete control of the ball even after that, because Hungary was so boost-starved, chasing down Breezy and not quite getting him. But to Hungary's credit, once again, managed to break through, at least for now, until the perfect redirect tip comes in to break Hungry hearts.
Noah Saki, the man to receive from Flame. The speed, the expeditiousness from him to tip it past a couple of defenders. Hungary, they were caught thinking, this is a normal player. It was not a normal player. That is Noah at his absolute best, picking up the cherries from the halfway line.
You're right back, adding expeditiousness to my personal dictionary. Look forward to using that one. As next, he sends that one to the left. Oh, it's a fake by Breezy. The demo comes in as well. All players involved. Unfortunately for Team GB, the net didn't quite bulge.
Flame with an orc touch towards the ceiling. Breezy's called into action to get one blocker away. Flame, the backboard, goes up high. Breezy fancies a redirect for himself. That's up for 1. That's Noah for the 2nd, but the 3rd touch from the sidewall isn't able to find its way in.
Master should take his time there. He had the ball completely at his whim and his mercy. Players in front of him, but didn't do enough with it. That's been my main critique of Hungary, its mechanics. You know, they're doing so well defensively and they're fighting for each other, but when they get the ball, are they able to do enough with it? That was a good play there, though. The save from Mesh and also putting it to the side. Master's got boost to play with, just has to wait to see what this ball is going to do. He's on the backboard, ready to defend. This is his teammate Meshin. He gets in there first.
Double commit.
Double commit from Team GB. Unforced error as well. Allows Master in, who gets a double fake. Now up against Breezy. The demo's coming in. Breezy, does he escape? Yes, he does. That didn't look like that much, but it was brilliance from Breezy.
That is, you stop, you wait, and you just hold your breath, seeing how Breezy can deal with that. The double fake was gorgeous as well. And I love seeing his teammate come in and fly and just be like, I will remove that final man for you. I will make this an open goal, so we see that on a highlight reel. Instead, Breezy, his save is strong and firm. He remains stoic in net. 2 minutes gone, Noah to the ceiling, one fake, no shot from Breezy, but again, a good chance to try and deliver the, you can fake, we can fake even better.
I think there's a bit of ego going on right now. They're all desperate to fake each other out. They want that highlight reel play. They want to look at each other after and say, I totally faked you, bro.
I did get you, pal. It's devastating when you get faked and you just feel like, oh, he's just done me. They've just completely done me on that play and you have nothing that you can do about it. With one pass central and another shot on target. That's Flame to be getting a goal after his assist earlier from Noah. And look at the three-man passing play. Noah going almost completely laterally towards Breezy, sees Flame lurking. And Hungary, they were running around on the ground like ants. They did not know where that shot was coming from.
At 2-0 up, it's not quite a victory lap yet for Team GB, but they're blowing up the balloons. The procession potentially is starting. There's still half this game left, and Hungary, we know, can score 2 games and a goal against Team GB. They have to do it now when it matters. 3 might be one step too far for them. Defend first, score later. As he slows down, well done him. Can he get a decent challenge as well? It's towards Nowasaki, who gets past both.
Open.
That should be 3, and that may well be the series for Team GB. Nowasaki potentially sinks them.
I liked seeing the fact that Negsy tries to go for that ball, and then all of a sudden, Breezy comes in being like, oh, you're uncertain here. Tries to go for the ball, force him to jump, completely relinquishes control, and then Noah, up for a nice, easy chip it over the 2 grounded defenders, double tap it in, no problemo. That's 3 for GB, but it's 3v3. There is more than enough time for 3 goals to come back, and Hungary, they have got opportunities. Just this game, they need to be returning to how they were in the second.
At the start of the series as well, we said in situations like this, there's no chance that any of these teams are going to give up. You do not want a 7-0 loss representing Hungary permanently on the world stage. So they'll keep fighting and scrapping all the way to the end. And if they can get themselves a goal or 2, it does become interesting. We saw it in game 1 as well, where they were so near to making it 4-3. But that's 4-0. It's going to get tough for Hungary now.
When you look at Professional Rocket League, I think the percentage win for when you go 4-0 up in a series is somewhere around 98%. It is incredibly high. It's at least 95% win rate. You're talking a 1 in 20 chance for Hungary to be bringing this back.
There was a close one earlier on in the North American Spring Invitational where Optic were 4-0 up against FaZe Clan. FaZe came back to 4-all, and then FaZe lost the overtime. It's like, no, what a waste of time that was. Battling back, you know, from all that, and then only to lose. Oh well, it happens. But yeah, I think this one is pretty much done, and you have to credit the way Team GB have played, because maybe Hungary have put up more of a fight than they anticipated. Master almost got that one there. Nowazaki, oh, he's faked out though. Meshjin tries to get past Flame. They're trying everything they can, Hungary, to unlock the door. Not quite working just yet. They'll keep on going. It'll be nice to see them get a goal. They deserve one more goal in this series, the way they've played, the way they've put the fight forward to Team GB. Meshjin, go on, get Breezy this time. Go for the air dribble bump. Master follows it up. If that had have happened a minute or so ago, would have been 2-1, and maybe Hungary would have been in business. Fine lines in sport, fine lines in esport, fine lines in beautiful competition that we see before us today. However, as I say that, 51 seconds left. A kickoff goal here for Hungary could make things just a little bit tantalizing. They've lost the kickoff though. It goes towards Breezy. Negsy up against Breezy. Negsy has to win this one and does. Meshjin almost there. Hungary have continued fighting to the end, Stumpy. It won't be enough, but they've really put up a scrap.
It's yet another one as well. Flame manages to get a bit of a cheeky one towards the end. It was a nice little goal from Master earlier too. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. The 4-goal lead established yet again. But what a performance we've seen from Hungary through that group stage. Going 15-2 in an incredibly competitive European Games Esports Championship. And the fact that, you know, we're seeing GB, they've not necessarily torn through them, but they have had a very, very strong showing, especially in this final game too. There's a very fated score in this game called a Brazil, whereas the Brazil versus Germany,
we don't want that.
Germany went 7-1 against them. There's 15 seconds for that to come true. A bit ashamed to see that in our opening game, but it also shows the absolute strength of Great Britain. The final 10 seconds counts down. Congratulations to GB and Nowasaki, Breezy and Flame and their coach Tabol for working their way through into our upper bracket final.
That's top 3 guaranteed for Team GB. With a bit of a flourish at the end. There they are, the winners. Muted reactions. They've done the job that needed to be done. Oh, the sparks fly, though. Love that. This is a thing of beauty, isn't it?
I love that stage.
Yeah, it's
when I
great.
saw it the other day and just sitting down, the arena is great. AJ there, their psychologist and their mental coach as well. There's a lot of parallels with sports that you see that I think a lot of people who'll be watching this may not understand. There are dietitians to everybody. There are nutritionists. There are sports psychologists. You've got coaches. If people who tell you, okay, get to bed at this time, wake up at this time, like make sure what you can do. But apart from that, although Hungary put up a great fight, it is a 3-1 victory in favour of Great Britain. Jasmine and the wonderful desk, how did you feel how that series went?
Thank you very much for that, fellas. Beautiful commentating and casting as always. 13 goals across our 4 games there for Team GB. How are we feeling about that, Talacto?
I feel there was a very important 2 within them goals. As you watch that entire series, rather than just tune in at the end, you'll know that was a real scare for Team GB, who were down in Game 3 of the series. The score's 1-1. They go 1-0 down to a Hungary team who just took their eye off the ball, and really it was Breezy who forced that. 2 critical plays from Breezy, the infield pass, and then finds his space, turns the scoreline on its head, and then Britain never looked back.
Something we see in esports all the time is when you go onto a stage like that, it's a different environment. There's a lot of pressure on GB to win that game because everyone is expecting them to win, so they're going to feel a bit nervous at the start, and that reflects in Rocket League by playing a bit too safe. You don't take those risky options, and those 2 goals you mentioned with Breezy, that's him using his creativity and mechanics to play in a way that is slightly risky, something that's a little bit outside the box, and then will consequently lead to goals. But you have to take risks in Rocket League, and that's when the nerves start to come through.
Now yourself, Gregan, as a former professional coach, talk to me about that Game 2, because it wasn't looking too great for Team GB, not managing to score themselves a single goal there. How do you kind of come back from that?
So I think what was happening in that game is they were saying to themselves, we are better at Rocket League. That was their mindset. We are better, so therefore if we just play safe, solid Rocket League, we'll come through and win. But Hungary showed that they are capable of defending anything that the Great Britain team were doing in that mindset. So when they had to reset that and go, let's start taking a few more risks, that's when goal scoring opportunities were coming through, because that was a 1-0 game. Hungary broke down an overcommit, turned it into a goal, and for the rest of that game, it never looked like Great Britain were going to score.
Indeed, and of course, Great Britain, they are a fantastic team, but we see it on the professional level as well. They're not without their imperfections, and Hungary strove so hard to find them, and we saw it in the group stage. Britain did drop a game to Turkey as well. They can be vulnerable, but it's that such high ceiling of level of play they've got that makes them also capable of beating anyone.
Now, Steve, I'm going to need you to talk to me from a player's perspective now. Hungary dropping into that lower bracket. It is very much a make or break situation for the entire team. How do you bounce back from that? Are you going to be watching the upcoming games, trying to analyze the playstyle of your opponent?
It's tough because they want the medal, they want the trophy. They will be expecting, I think, to be playing Sweden, a team they did beat in the group stage, but we don't know that for sure because Sweden are yet to play the Netherlands. They will have some time, they'll have some time off, but that is time away from the stage, and they're going to have to make sure they're mentally ready for the bright lights because you can't recreate that, and they'll have to hit the ground running in the lower bracket if they don't want to go home swiftly.
So let's say that you are playing for Team Hungary, okay?
Cool.
Any key mistakes that you've kind of picked up on that you think they could really benefit from changing up heading into their next game? As you did mention, they want that medal.
There was a lot of emotive play, which is great for a viewer to watch in the sense that they stretched so much to make Williams and, of course, Great Britain, as they are, uncomfortable. And it left a lot of space in the midfield. And because of those deep running rotations, looking for bumps and demos that are a double-edged sword, it got them a couple goals in that series. When Williams were able to collect the ball under control and sponge up that pressure, they had so much space to make their plays happen.
There's a lot of similarities in Rocket League to a lot of sports where when you're playing against someone who you know is better than you, you're forced to try and do stuff that you're uncomfortable with, and sometimes that will, in the sporting sense, that will fatigue you. In Rocket League, that will mean you'll run out of boost, that will run out of resources, get out of position, and that's where you overcommit and the opponents can take advantage of it.
I think that was definitely an intense game. Was it an expected result, though? Did you think it would be as close as it was, or did you think it would be a little bit...
I would say it was an unexpected result. It was that close.
Yeah, I think
the outcome at the end that GB won is what we expected.
All right, well, I'm curious to hear from Darren and the players themselves over on the stage. So let's go ahead and find out some more.
Thank you, Jasmine, and congratulations to Great Britain. I'm joined by one of the members, the one and the only Breezy. Round of applause for Breezy. Yes. All right, Breezy, we've got to break this down a little bit. We're going to start off early in the series. You guys looked on form in game one. Looked like you were playing maybe a little bit safe but calculated. Did you feel like things changed a bit after game two?
Yeah, I think the first two games, sometimes you can go in a bit rusty. You need to like warm up into the series a little bit, figure out the other team. And I think game two was a big wake-up call. And when we saw how they were playing, you know, they're playing a quite aggressive style, we just kind of just adapted to that and then kind of just like demolished them for the rest of the games.
Ooh, I think demolishing sounds about right. I mean, we especially got to talk about that game three. You look like you're on fire. Was there kind of like a little bit of comms going like, guys, let's just pedal to the metal here, right? Let's not play this safe at all. Let's just slam them.
Yeah, it's kind of where the whole team adapted to the way they were playing. They were shutting us down very well, but they did leave a lot of gaps. And when we figured that out, it was just very easy to slip into them gaps. So that's why we looked very that word, yeah.
yeah, domination. And so usually in the team, you kind of have that mental fortitude type person, that cheer you on type person. It's not always the IGL. Is it the same person in your team? Is there someone that you look to for like morale support if your back's up against the wall?
Kind of. I think Tadpole's definitely like the main guy in the comms. He's definitely the leader and the big character in the team. But we're all kind of equal with the way we support each other. So it's a very nice environment.
Final question I've got is obviously you guys, you know, you're cozy, you're in the upper bracket still. You've got a little bit of pattern, but no doubt you want to go all the way. If you can choose who you're going to match up against, is it going to be Sweden or Netherlands?
I'd hope for Sweden, but we'll give both of them a good game.
I'm sure you will. All right, well, we've spent plenty of time with you, Breezy. Congratulations again. I'll let you get back to your team, but thank you for the interview. All right, that's all we've got time for the second. We're going to hop to a short break, but when we're going to the studio. When we return, we should be ready for Netherlands versus Sweden. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much for that, Darren. I had a little bit of a giggle when he's like, dominate.
Yes,
that word there. But you know what? The adrenaline, see, now I'm going. I can't say the word adrenaline. The adrenaline after having won a series like that, as close as it was as well, on that beautiful stage, does that add another level of pressure as well?
I was going to say with the adrenaline, I don't think they would have expected to get a big adrenaline rush from that. But I think after those first two games, as Breezy mentioned, it was like a wake-up call for them. So they did get that spark of like, oh, let's step it up and play our best.
Certainly. It was that little scare, really, of being so close to the series tipping out of control will sort of get them to scrub up and make sure they are fine, razor sharp going into the upper final. And that sort of kick is sometimes what they need. And yeah, Breezy, a man of many words, maybe not that word, as he couldn't quite find it. But it was interesting how the stage sort of played out like that. I mean, even Hungary walking out, pulling their flag and somewhat getting it a bit upside down on first time. It was kind of an omen for the series. It looked great, but they just couldn't quite put the right formation together on the field, and Great Britain were able to punish.
Well, we heard it there from Team GB themselves. They're ready to take on any opponent it might be. The real question is, who do you think they have the best fighting chance to go up against and win?
I think it's likely going to be Netherlands they'll have to play. If it's Sweden, that's amazing for Sweden. And that's almost scary because they're the team that if they beat Netherlands, you don't know what you're up against then, because that's an overachievement similar to how Hungary could beat Great Britain. And that's when you start worrying, are these guys just amazing in this environment? Are they going to step up on the big stage? What are we up against now?
Certainly. Great Britain will have prepped for the Netherlands, especially having played them in the group stage as well. Sweden to win would be a huge upset, Jasmine.
Do you feel like Hungary is going to be ready to take on any of these teams, or do you think they're going to be a little bit rattled now, a little bit out of their depth, a little bit uncomfortable with the result that they've gained there?
I think certainly, given that they're going to have a little bit more time as well. The teams playing this series, while we watch the upper final after our next series, they'll be playing in the lowers straight away. So the loser of this series will have less time. That can be nice. Some players prefer to roll straight into the next series and stay warm. But from a mental perspective, it can often be helpful to have that reset.
It's less pressure as well because it won't be on the stage. It'll be back where they did the group stages. So that'll feel more familiar to them with the group stage. I think it's fair to say with these teams, that the double elimination bracket helps them settle in. We heard from Great Britain, it took them that series to settle in. By having 2 chances in this format, it gives them a chance to go out on stage, experience it, go away, work out what they need to do better on that stage. Were they overexcited? Were they nervous? Did they overcommit too much? Let's reel it in, or vice versa, as we saw with Great Britain, step up the risk-taking, start playing a more confident game plan. And that's where that first opportunity on stage is great and allows any team to make it through to the grand final.
Well, Team GB have walked away with the very first victory of the day, but we will be back with our second one. We're going to be diving into Sweden, taking on the Netherlands in yet another best of 5 of Rocket League. We'll see you soon.
Don't tell me what I gotta do. Understand that I'm the truth. I ain't really got a lot to lose. That's why I fuck with you.
Now I'm not really one for attention. Shine a light through a prism full spectrum. Pull the curtains back, you in my dimension. Lay back and just forget the See where I come from, people never make it out. I'm a 5-star brain in a 2-star town. And I'ma give it back when I have enough money in my hands. Enough for the friends and the fam, and I owe it all to Yahweh. Lord knows that I couldn't do it my way. On the spot, ticket for the fast lane. Now I'm hopping on a flight to the Everglades to forget the pressure.
Don't tell me what I gotta do. Understand that I'm the truth. I ain't really got a lot to lose.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the European Games Esports Championships featuring Rocket League. We've just had our very first game of the day. Team G managed to walk away with a victory, 3-1 versus none other than Hungary. But gents, we're going to be heading into our game number 2. It's going to be Netherlands taking on Sweden. Talk to me, how do we feel about this one? Do we think it's going to be another close series?
Oh, I certainly hope it's going to be close indeed. Netherlands have the capability to run away with this, and Sweden are going to do everything they've got to stop them. Can the Netherlands stay calm is the main thing, because they have been faultless away from the big stage, but this is going to be the sort of birth onto that here at the European Games.
Well, as we go ahead and revisit the groups that we had to kind of tie in a little bit nicely about the teams that have made it through to today's games, we've got Netherlands and Great Britain. And then for our next slide, our next graphic, as it were, we've also got Hungary and also Sweden. So
yeah, I mean, just looking at
lot of
Netherlands
teams
there, you can see the goals scored 46 for Netherlands, goals conceded 13. Massive difference compared to a lot of other teams. They don't concede many whilst also scoring lots, which is the dream in Rocket League. If you can find a game plan that doesn't cause you to overcommit to score your goals, then it works very well. And that's where that's going to match up very well into all of these chaotic teams from Group A.
Yeah, and it's all about how they built up their confidence. And I imagine Hungary and Sweden probably got a lot of confidence against poor Moldova, who you can see there at the bottom of Group B. Unfortunately, Hungary, all of that unbeaten record in the group still wasn't enough for them against Great Britain. And you've got to remember, they swept Sweden as well. Sweden have had to make a lot of adjustments, but they're a tight community. They talk so much. They've got Lemonaz as their coach, who really, for me, represents Sweden as a whole in Rocket League. And they're going to need him, I feel like, because the Netherlands have so much talent.
Now, you think as a result of that, they'd come into this looking a little bit more confident, a little bit stronger, but unfortunately they weren't able to do it versus Team GB. So as such, let's go ahead and have a look at our graphic to give a little bit of a lowdown for the folks that might have only just been joining us as well. As I did mention, it's going to be Netherlands versus Sweden for our upcoming matchup. It is going to be a best of 5 as well. Lots of talented players between both of these rosters, most definitely. And I'm curious to take a look at the previous results of the teams as well, especially throughout that group stage as well. What can you tell me, Greg?
Well, the thing about Netherlands is they've had a great history on the international stage, and it's mostly due to Mike Boy and Tho, who've been a part of pretty much all of their international rosters. Recently, though, Temper got a chance to compete in the Baku 2022 championship, where he went on to win that against Sweden in the final. So all 3 of these players have represented Netherlands to great success on the international stage.
Yeah, indeed. That Mike Boy and Tho duo, though, I am glad you brought that up. Over the past 5 years, I can't think of many duos of players who have been together and playing alongside each other for more of those past half decade, really. It's such a combination, and it's such a complementary one as well in terms of Mike Boy's off the ball play and Tho's raw speed and ability. Literally challenging him for any ball, he'll make your train of thought look like a replacement bus service. He's crazy, Tho, and if he's allowed to play the game how he wants, Sweden aren't going to be able to get him off the ball.
And speaking of duos, on the other side, is it
Gylfen and Molten?
Gylfen, so these names are amazing on all of these teams, but Tho, Mike Boyd they're the two on the right. You can see that duo. Temper, a more mechanical player, one that definitely one to look out for when he's got a bit of space. But Mike Boy is really disruptive, doing things off the ball that catches teams off guard.
Indeed. I have to say this, truthfully, Mike Boy has probably been one of the most annoying players I have ever had the pleasure of playing against. I wouldn't call it a pleasure. He is so good at throwing opponents off their game, and that's going to be difficult for Sweden, the lesser experienced team in this environment, to get themselves comfortable because of that.
Yeah.
Now, taking a look at Sweden as well, I know you briefly mentioned some outstanding players on that front, that roster as well. National champs, I believe you mentioned, Steve, as well. Try and name the tournament for me.
It's the Svenska Racketligan, if I believe that's correct. So Gylfen, Molten, and Kevskog. Now, Kevskog is probably, he's stood in the middle there, and he is confident. We've been hearing him around the arena as well. He'll be loud on the stage too, I imagine, which honestly takes confidence, and I respect that, given that of our top 4 teams here at the European Games, he is probably the player with the least experience at this level, but he hasn't looked out of place thus far.
Yeah, with Gylfen and Molten have played together previously in tournaments with a different third. Here they had to bring in Kevskog as the substitute player. They seem to be working well together. I mean, Molten as a player, someone a lot of people might recognize through the rank leaderboards. He's been #1 in rank 3s in the past, typically dominated by pro players, but he is a player with less experience in the pro scene who has managed to make his way to the top in the rank leaderboards.
Well, I think without further ado, let's get this show on the road. It's going to be Netherlands taking on Sweden. I'm super excited to get this one started, so over to Darren.
Thank you, Jasmine. Yes, an exciting one ahead of us. We've got one upper bracket already played out, but another one to decide that upper bracket finals. Well, this should be an interesting clash because the first team to come to the stage are undefeated in the group stage. Not only that, but we're hearing constant high praise from all the analysts. Could they be the dragon waiting in the wings? Please, one and all, join me in welcoming the stage, Team Netherlands. Now, our second team had a little bit more of a mixed performance in the group stage, but definitely on a morale high and probably made a few enemies here because this team, the difference between qualifying and not, and the people they knocked out were Poland. In fact, that was the closest series for them, but they managed to slay that beast and they find themselves here on the main stage. Welcome to the stage, Team Sweden. A lot of energy here, and for good reason, because this is going to be a fun one, folks. Now, whoever wins here, they're going to be fine. Whoever loses, they're not out either. But whoever wins will face up against the team we saw earlier, Great Britain, who are already in the crowd taking notes. So, boys, I would suggest making a quick one. Let's get started. For kickoff, let's throw over to Cole and Stumpy as we're ready to get underway.
Unbeaten Netherlands look to do the job against Sweden. They're the big favourites. We've already seen one favourite win out earlier on in Team GB, but can it happen again, Stumpy? Because it wasn't easy for GB earlier.
No, it was a stretched series. GB managed to run away with a little bit of a romp towards the end in that big old game that managed to secure. Netherlands, they are the unbeaten team in Group B. They went 4-0, slightly smaller group. It was just 5 teams in that bad boy. They went 4-0 against that GB team. That is a very, very big mantle for Sweden to be overcoming. But we love seeing that confidence from Sweden as well. Walking out, these players, a little bit sheepish. A little bit sheepish, sort of walking out, kind of like, and they're doing the classic thing, like, hello, getting a few claps, and then they come.
We're so nervous the lights went down.
Can I say hello to the lights to get them back on?
Oh, Oh, no, it's all right. We'll cast in the dark. It's fine. We're gamers.
They managed to make sure that, they come out and they're thinking, right, let's do this. You have that fourth player, that fourth sub we were told earlier. Tall fella in there, just like, come on, boys, we can do this. Imagine that's what he's saying in Swedish.
Come on, fellas. What's the Swedish equivalent for come on, fellas, we can do this?
Come on, fellas, we can do this.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. But yeah, I mean, the bravado, I feel like they built up their own bravado. It wasn't there naturally. They sort of walked out the same sheepish way, the same nervous gait, and then they were like, wait a minute.
We can do this.
We're Sweden, fellas. Come on, fellas. We are the Swedes. We can do this against the Netherlands.
A stronger Netherlands team. And for any Rocket League player who knows anything about what the RLC's been doing for the last few years, you know Mike Boy, you know Tho. They have been a duo for I don't even know how long. Currently find themselves on a team called SUHH, S-U-H-H-H. It's always fun to say. And yeah, they are an incredibly strong team, along with Tempo, who is on, if anyone knows F1, Lando Norris's team called Quadrum. Recently picked up, fantastic young player. An interesting team on Netherlands.
Yeah, exactly. It's a unique composition right now. Tempo, who's trying to make his name, versus Mike Boy and Tho, who've been in and among the scene for many, many years. They are certainly the more experienced players, but Tempo's the one who's signed to an org. So between them, they have pretty much all bases covered. Yeah. As for Sweden, it was mentioned on the desk that Molten has been #1 in 3v3 in ranked. That's no small feat. That's very difficult to do, to come up against these pro players, come up against these insane mechanical masterminds that you come across in any ranked game mode, but certainly in Rocket League, and play among them and beat them all is a huge achievement, so well done to him.
I like seeing these boys as well on Sweden. They've got that camera confidence. They're thinking, let's go, let's do this. And, we saw as well that when they were playing here and we were watching one of their series against one of their teams in their group stage, Sweden, my word, they were loud. They're against Lithuania, I believe, shouters at the time. And they were standing up. They were like shouting. They're going, "Go on!" whenever they got a goal. It is very unnerving if you can hear your opponent doing that, because then you're thinking, right, we either go try to beat them with their noise, or we try and just be a little bit quieter and try and frustrate them into thinking they're not even touching us.
If someone is being toxic against me online, and they're spamming what a save or whatever in the in-game quick chat, as Molten starts off huge. Oh, is it the crossbar though from the resultant play? And then Jilfen can't get the double tap, so save. Surely someone's going to turn this one in. Is it the post again? Oh, Sweden! The opening 15 seconds of their dreams, but they couldn't quite put it away.
How many shots have we already seen Sweden rack up? Because that first shot was absolutely shanked into the ceiling. It was a proper god botherer where it just goes far too high, doesn't manage to get anything from it. Sweden, that initial push from them is that's both a sign of brilliant stuff to come and also horrific stuff going if they can't put them away, because Temper down the other end repping his usual org scores for Netherlands.
That is so disappointing for the poor old Swedes. About 4 times they were probably preparing their screams, their shouts, and we should probably sit down again. And down the other end, Temper just puts Netherlands 1-0 up. But I'm gonna take the positive option, Stumpy, and say that's a really good sign that Sweden have rotations that good, that they're capable of bothering the Dutch defense that well. They're 2-0 down. That doesn't really give me the same good sign. I'm
personally going to do literally the complete opposite. Because how do you not score from all of those shots that you had? The first one, and then the Netherlands, it's 40 seconds in, and I'm not going to use one of the favourite caster words, capitulated, because they've not capitulated in the first place. They can't capitulate at all. It's a shame that Sweden
I don't think that's the etymology of that word, but you carry on.
Yeah, I'm going to go with it. It's a shame that Sweden didn't get that early goal and really force Netherlands into thinking, gosh, these guys really are quite good. But Netherlands, they are proving that, you get a 1 goal early, you can then push it onto the second from an early goal from the kickoff as well. 1 minute in, that 2-goal lead going to be proving important for the Netherlands.
Yeah, Sweden need to get themselves on the scoreboard as soon as possible now, because that's a bit of a tilter. And going 2 goals down so fast as well, they'll be starting to get a little bit spooked out. You can't, hold that against them, against the unbeaten Netherlands team. Might be over the top of Kevzgog is Jilfen. And the corner for him. It's decent from Sweden. They're just wanting to get their car on the ball, wanting to slow things down, get themselves into the series. It's a new experience for them up on this stage. They've been playing behind the scenes these last few days on computers near us now, but when you're up there, the lights are on you, the cameras are on you, you know that not just your car, your face is shown. It's a brand new experience and it's tough.
It's completely different. It's much more nerve-wracking too, which is why the Netherlands, they have got some of that stage experience. We have seen, you know, two of these players, Mike Boy and Tho, they've competed at LANs prior. We've seen them at DreamHack events, a very Swedish event, in fact. So seeing them compete at those events is going to be giving them a lot more safety in knowing, okay, we know what to expect. Whereas you don't get that quite as often when you're playing down in the university leagues or at the sort of like the more bubble side of the RL Esports ecosphere.
Temper has some boost in the tank and wants to get things going. Already 2 goals up. Good start for them. Tho into the corner. Gilfin saves it out wide to Molten. And this is where we want to see Sweden just being able to pass this ball away. Do they have the mechanics? It was mechanics that was the difference earlier on between Hungary and Great Britain. Now we'll see what Sweden can conjure. The #1 player in the ranked 3v3 leaderboard. You are capable of some amazing things if you are that, but pro play is just so different, even to the best ranked match. There's a save there from Tho. Sweden having more chances.
And I love the slow half flip too. Not committed to it straight away, just jumping, has a 1.5 seconds to make his mind up. When does he want to flip? Waits in for the shot to come in, knows he's in the good position for it, and then can generate more of that power. Mike Boy, again, forgoing the ball and then going for the play instead. Temper up high towards Tho. Backboard found, and backboard defense is not there from Gilfin. Mike Boy now with an opportunity, sees Kevskog on the backboard. No touch coming in. Temper with the second one. That backboard being extremely peppered so far. Though with a big mistouch, one long shot can come in. Instead, Molten attempts that pass.
Mike Boy comes it forward again. Is Gilfin on the backboard. It goes to the side. Kevskog's there. Into the middle. It's more good play here from the Netherlands.
Oh!
Desperate save. It's going to come back, and it's going to be 3-0 from Tho.
The save coming in from Molten on that first chance too. Tho is putting in these devastating touches in the center. Gilfin not able to work his way back around just yet, and Kevskog, he touches it in. It's finding its way in regardless. It's not a big problem. But the 3-0 Netherlands. I'm gonna save my criticism of Sweden till after this game. After their first 15 seconds.
This is the freebie, is it?
I really, really do want to talk about those first 15 seconds. But Netherlands, they have had the caliber to push it back from there. Their defense needs to be praised as much as the offense of Sweden needs to be criticized, I feel. Temper shooting top left corner. And the trap card played. 4-0. Outstanding play from Netherlands in this first one.
The big difference between these two teams right now is the superior rotation of the Netherlands. They always seem to get the ball to one of their teammates. They're coming in aggressively. They're not overcommitting. And when Sweden do break free, the recoveries from the Netherlands players are so fast that you think, oh, Sweden are through. They'll score an easy goal. But never the case. There's always someone back. And they're so speedy as well. The pace, incredibly impressive right now from Netherlands. Kevskog wants to take a couple of touches. Those coming in, actually gets a little nibble on Mike Boy. Not ideal there for Netherlands, but Mike Boy's going to come forward anyway. Gilfin just... They're so desperate to get some time on the ball, Sweden, but they're not really being allowed to right now by this superior Netherlands team. There's a bit of a chasm in game one. It can change between games, but this certainly belongs to Netherlands.
Final 30 seconds is going to tick down. Sweden, they did have that awful start, quite frankly, to this game. And another slow shot coming in, a great save from Molten's going to not make it 5 just yet. But Netherlands, how are they beatable? Because they beat the GB team that is, again, incredibly strong. They are better than that GB team, at least.
The best thing that Sweden can do is try to disrupt the Netherlands right now, because Netherlands, their rotations are far too clean for Sweden to deal with. Bumps and demos are always the first thing I look towards, but Netherlands are doing so well to starve the boost because they're naturally faster players that even going for bumps and demos, Sweden are finding it difficult to do that because Netherlands are just speedier. To answer your question, I don't know. I don't know how Sweden can win this series based on this first game. Thankfully, you know, I'm not the coach. I'm not the one getting involved and speaking to them. I definitely feel like
did earlier. Do you think where Hungary wanted like
fend for dear life?
Sorry, when Hungary got their cheeky 1-0.
Yep.
Where they were just pre-jumping. They were making sure that they're shutting down and removing any space that they've got.
The problem with that though is that Netherlands are playing a more ground-based game than Team GB were. It's not aerial capabilities that's winning this one for Netherlands. It's infield passes, backboard plays. Maybe you could say Sweden's backboard wasn't defended enough. There was a huge chasm above their goal. A ball can just ping off over and over again, and then Netherlands will follow it home. So I think that would be my first little fix, just making sure you cover that backboard, sit back a little bit deeper when you need to, be prepared for the infield pass, because Netherlands will then focus on that, but at least you're then controlling that narrative a bit more. At the moment, Netherlands can do whatever they please in the Swedish half.
I mean, that's a 4-0 win as well. I love that. Yeah, I like seeing on these team cams They see smiling, they're laughing. Even Temper, he's having a laugh too, and enjoying playing with these new teammates representing his country too, because what a call-up this is. Temper, a pretty new player up to this level of the RLCS caliber that we are seeing, and he is immediately called in to represent his team alongside two of the most successful players from the Netherlands that we have seen. That is an opening chance there for Kevskog, and he just takes to the corner instead of shooting. Very slow. A couple of players start to potentially be having a pause coming in. But yeah, I like seeing that, you know, Temper, he's not having this pressure get to him too much. He's thinking, look, I'm on quadrant. I'm on a sick team. I know what I can do. I know that I'm decent at the game. And alongside Mike Boy and Tho, two great mentors.
Quadrant, a team who made the opening major in the RLCS season, which is no mean feat. Only 5 teams from each region, at least from Europe and North America, are able to do that. And to be in that top 5 is so incredibly competitive. As you've probably been able to tell, there are some technical issues going on. This happens. It's in esport, you know. The same happens.
Game stuff goes wrong.
Exactly. It also happens in real sports, you know, where there are false starts. You know, VAR. Whoa,
oh, don't even get me started.
Don't get him started on VAR, mate.
But
yeah, one of those things that that can occur occasionally, but the game is being restarted. So when we're all ready, we'll start from scratch in this one. I want to see, I can see, and I think I will see an improved Sweden.
I mean, there's Sweden in the group stage, but everyone they've got through in the top 2 of their groups as well. Hungary, of course, they were the ones that ended up going 5-0, but Sweden, they went 4-1. And out of those, you know, they had some incredibly decent wins. They managed to only lose that single game to, guess who? Hungary. That was it. They got 3-0 by, and they got pretty much smashed by them realistically. You know, it was a... not too much of a smash. I just looked at the scores. It was 2-0, 2-1, 2-1 overtime.
Yeah, we haven't seen an overtime yet today.
We haven't. We've only had one series, though.
Yeah, I know, and in that series, there's
You're right, so I'm not saying you're not
overtime,
right, but...
yeah. We haven't seen a 9-0 either. There's lots we haven't seen. So much more that Rocket League can offer.
Scorigami? Very frequent that we're going to be getting a Scorigami, I feel.
Yeah, here we go. Things just being reset. For anyone who is maybe new to the world of Rocket League, overtime works, I believe, similarly to ice hockey, I think. But I've never seen an ice hockey match in full, so I could be
reference it to
wrong. No. Well, maybe, because it's not really a thing. Yeah, golden goal wasn't very popular because it just made players play really defensive in football.
Yeah.
You'd be like, I ain't going forward. I'm the striker. I'm just going to sit on the goal line. We don't want to concede. We don't want to lose that. So
they just boot it to each other from their own half.
Yeah, just sort of tippy-tapping it all over the place. Very Man City of them.
Oh, don't get me started on VAR.
Don't get you started on VAR, mate. Oh, unbelievable. But yeah, basically in Rocket League, when the score is equal after the 5 minutes, next goal wins.
Yep.
And there's been some long old overtimes in Rocket League history. You and I casted an 18-minuter between BDS and Galaxy Racer.
Oh, my word. What, was it 18 or was that 16 or something?
Something like that. A lot of minutes.
It was like quarter an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like, who's going to score?
Is there any difference between 18 and 16? When you get that high, the numbers are pretty much the same, right?
Shouldn't ask that question. So you've got the Netherlands coming through in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, they look really good. They look like the team that are the favourites. And that's what you want to see from teams that have this star quality that Netherlands have. Hopefully things are being sorted out now. You know, the admin's doing a great job. Everyone here working as a team to make sure that things can go on as smoothly as they possibly can. And it's always lovely as well. One critique that I think that esports gets and Rocket League gets is that you buy into a team, you sort of think, oh, I really hope these guys do well. I love this team dynamic between these players. And then they split up at the end of the season. There's a lot of changes between players. Whereas Tho and Mike Boy have been playing together for such a very long time. And they're still excelling. They're still sort of finding new opportunities, seeing new places to play. And you can see it when you're looking at their cams like we are at the moment. It's just a team dynamic that is there. There's a comfort between these guys that is exactly what you want to see.
I mean, I feel like also with Mike Boy and Tho, they've had a couple of thirds in their time as well. Like, they've cycled through a good few players.
It's not always been smooth, right? But they've stuck together through it.
But the fact that, you know, they've managed to have players like, if anyone knows Rocket League again, Scrub Killer has gone through alongside with Mike Boy and Tho. They have been on huge orgs. They've represented Guild in their time. They're currently looking for an org. If anybody is currently, you know, you've got quite a bit of money and you reckon they could be making it through into the regional RLCS events. But right now, They are playing for Netherlands. And what an honor this is. I was talking a little bit earlier about Temper being called up to play for the Netherlands. So am I, boy. The fact that they are also here as well, playing for the Netherlands. It's a lot of fun to see when these players are normally on these orgs. I said earlier about GB. They are all an org, but then the fact that you see them playing for their country.
What would it mean for you to play for the Netherlands?
I look at my passport so thoroughly and think, I have been lied to. All 28 years of my life, I thought I was a great Brit. Instead, I'm an average Netherlander.
You're a Netherlander.
Yeah.
0-0. 5 seconds in, we go again, this best of 5. We are back, we are ready, and I'll tell you what, Stumpy, that break may well have done the Swedish team some good, because there was some tilt after the opening there. That's the hard reset potentially they needed.
Yeah, the reset is going to be massive for them, and theoretically, we're going to be seeing this be a little bit more even, and Sweden, they've held on nicely. Kevskog getting a nice pinch towards that back corner as well. Tempo there to pick up. Jilfin with no boost isn't able to get anything from that too far. Kevskog, a lovely dunk. That is what I want to see. I want to see the ambition. I want to see him flying towards these challenges. Tho goes for low 50. Nothing too special realistically, and carries it from his own half.
Yeah, Jilfin was not left in a good position there. 2 versus 1, all by himself at a horrible angle. And Tho is a former 1v1. I don't know if he's ever been a main, but he's certainly been pretty handy.
Been up there.
He's been pretty handy in the 1v1 game. So when he's up in that situation, he's not too upset. He's able to do it. That could finally be the breakthrough for Sweden from the kickoff. It's saved. Molten took the shot. Netherlands were just darting back as quickly as they could. Sweden continue to have opportunities. Can they take one? Still yet to score, as we are a minute or so into game number 2.
Temper now chance to go up high, but again, a great interception by Kevskog, a player who repeatedly has been getting these fantastic saves. He's looked like the standout player so far on the Swedish side, until he makes a big old error in that back line and then gets bumped out of the way. 1 up for that double. And Temple looks like he's got a lot of ambition coming into this game as well. He's tried to go for a few double taps and wanting to out-mechanic and outplay the entirety of the Swedish team if possible.
Yeah, you can't blame him. He is the player who wants to be making this statement. He is up-and-comer in the RLCS world. You know, since joining for Quadrant, understandably, they haven't done too much great stuff in the RLCS, just because it takes a little time for a new team to work together. Doesn't take Tho too long to sink that one into the bottom right corner, though. Oh, poor old Jilfin.
Poor old Jilfin, but a bum from Mike Boy. He just sees him on the floor and thinks, well, you're easy tapping this one away. I will just remove you from the play entirely. No demo needed, just get in the way of the ball. Those touches midfield have been ridiculous. He's had 2 passes out of them. He's then had that shot as well, which is, that was a sort of pass, but it was still just a nice touch with the tip of his car into the midfield. I've really enjoyed seeing just how selfless Tho ends up playing a lot of these times. That's the double tap as well from the sidewall. Nothing to come from it, unfortunately, on that chance. 2 minutes in, 2 goals down.
Oh, well played.
Sweden, they are wanting to try and chase this a little bit more than they have been. Molten, though, completely out of position on that chance and not looking like the player that we were almost promised by Talacto that he could be.
Yeah, I just think that Sweden are starting to play a little bit too far forward again. The ball's going over their heads. They're having to turn back around, restart. They're not attacking the ball with any momentum.
That's brilliant.
The 1v1, though. Molten had his chance and Molten took it.
He 2v1s, 2 of the best players on this team as well. Goes up for 1. Sees then Temper fly in. No chance on it. Just stays with that low challenge. If he needs to jump, he'll jump. And then again, fakes out Tho, goes low again. Tho did that to one of the defenders previously.
It's poor Jilfin.
Yeah, and that's the first goal for Sweden.
Hey, could be a second one, Molten. Can he double down, build up on that momentum? Once you have the first goal, you suddenly start to believe that you can get more and more. Netherlands have to make sure that they slow down this Swedish charge. Mike Boy, he sends it high. Follows it up himself. Molten's coming in. He's got his teammate rotating back. Much better distribution around the pitch right now for the Swedish team. Tempo, though, we can still break their hearts. Kevskog gets in the way. Tho up against Jilfin. Molten just pushes it to the side. This is decent from Sweden. You know, not really overextending, not doing anything too crazy. Clean Rocket League to hopefully break the Netherlands down.
And Tho completely shutting down that entire play from Sweden. They were starting to work out of their own back line. Couldn't do it though, as Tho just dives his way in and removes any chance of that pass. A lovely air dribble over the top. Molten calls Tho into action, and Molten, he is getting hotter by the second.
Those make it look pretty easy though to dance around the Swedish defense to get the ball, all the way back to them. Molten though, he's going to put this one on target. A demo comes in and it's suddenly 2-2.
That is every single player on Sweden playing their role. Kevskog, gorgeous touch there. Then you see Jilfin going for Temper, opens up the net entirely. Molten to shoot on the open. 2-2 What a team play from the Swedes.
Great turnaround, and it's been nothing fancy. It's not been too mechanical. Bumps and demos and clean passes. A bit of a challenge there at the end of it. Smooth stuff from Sweden. Though, up against Gylfin. Gylfin's looking a lot more comfortable in defense right now because he has teammates around him. He has people supporting him. No more Molten and Kevskog charging forward, leaving him back. And it's a team dynamic. Sweden are looking so much stronger. Temper gets that one forwards as far as he can, but Gylfin is there. It's Sweden that are getting all these second touches until Tho comes in. He's challenged down by Kevskog. There's a shot from Mike Boy. It's going to fall to Temper, is it? It's over the top of Kevskog. He's got no boost at all. Gylfin needs to help him. Gylfin does help him. It's still 2-2.
How close is that to finding its way in? 5% of the ball stays over the line, doesn't squeak it. But look at the push from the Netherlands. The final minute is an important time for them. They do not want to be losing this game. And Temper, the nail goes through the center of the Swedish net.
A lovely finish from Temper as well. There were 2 players back. He had to pick his spot, and he did so with a plum. 3-2 to Netherlands. Have not been spooked.
The issue for Sweden, they both stayed grounded. Nobody went up to shut off his angles. Nobody tried to close down the chances that he had to score from that play. And Temper, he's got a smorgasbord of space. A flip reset pass, Mike Boy finds Temper, and in 10 seconds, 2 for the Netherlands.
The Swedish revolution is very quickly suppressed right there by the Netherlands. Mike Boy flip resetting it to Temper, who has the easiest job of his career in teeing up that quadrant logo in the goal as he scores. He's been playing well, Temper. I think he's been my pick of the Netherlands bunch right now, which is what I want to see.
What a showing for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, brand new, coming through. A lot of people not knowing who he is, being picked up by a quadrant. And what an org for him to be representing. Gylfin, though, wanted to try and shut down a little bit of this talk about Temper. Kevskog going central, 1-2, but the third does not end up in a goal. The final 30 seconds, it begins. And Temper, he is going to want to try and get one more, get more for his resume.
Yeah, exactly, because you want to build up that momentum, that confidence as well. They'll know that, assuming they can get through Sweden, which is looking likely at this point, but, you know, things can change. Unlikely reverse sweeps occur all the time in Rocket League. They'll be just starting to think about Great Britain. Just the miniest, tiniest bit, but...
Flick.
Oh, yeah, because there's still 8 seconds left. There's only 1 goal difference.
Lovely flip from Molten here as well. He's absolutely turned it on in this second game as well. Good catch, goes up, good fakes going low for that as well. Mike Boy, who wants to try and flick it nicely, try and just get 1 block away into the opposite corner. Final 8 seconds now, trying to tick its way down. Are we going to be getting an overtime if Sweden get a goal, then the ball to hit the floor? That's a pass central from Kevskog to Gylfin. Shut down, no opportunity, Temper to shoot, it goes just wide of the target. Netherlands, despite the pauses, they take game number 2.
They did well to deal with the Swedish rally as well. Suddenly, when your opponent scored 2 goals against you, you start to think, wait, what? I didn't know they have this explosivity in them. A huge game from Tho, 711 points scored by him. So the goals, you get the saves, you get the shots, even the touches, they all add to your overall score. But on the other side, Molten with 654, both extremely high numbers compared to their teammates, a few hundred higher, almost double in some cases. Shows how dominant these 2 players have been. But I think with regards to actually putting the ball away, it's been Temper, who had 10 shots. 10-shot Temper, that's his nickname, mate. Now I see why.
10-shot Temper is something that he has never been called, and don't ever lie to me again. What a... I think you can look at that 2 ways. This is where stats are a little bit funky-wonky.
Go on.
Because you can say, oh, he had 10 shots. Wow, he was dominant. It was really going for it. It was pushing them really hard. Or and you're thinking, well, he only had 2 goals out of it. He's shooting 20%, which I believe is like 5% lower than the average in the RLCS at the moment. Whereas then you look at Tho, 2 shots, 3 shots, 2 goals. That's like 66% or something.
Yeah, but Mike Boy, 2 shots, 0 goals. That's like minus infinity. That's rubbish.
Just 0.
Yeah, exactly. Minus infinity. Nope. Unlucky Mike Boy. Step up, mate. Maybe you can push towards the big round 0 in this game. But no, it's been, apart from, you know, a minute or 2 where Sweden suddenly stepped up their game and suddenly broke through Netherlands, fairly comfortable up to now.
I think took more risks, and not in like silly ways where then you said earlier they're pushing up, then being out of position, the ball just gets lost over their heads, which Netherlands will abuse every single day of the week.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. Seeing the fact that you can actually have those opportunities where Sweden will dive in a lot more. Molten, just bull chase, man. Like, he was bull chasing so efficiently and did a brilliant job of it. Mike Boy getting beautiful passes, the 1-2-3 going around. Temper can't quite shoot that one from the shot from Tho either. But you see just how much, I think ambition is the word that we're seeing from Netherlands at the moment. They see every ball and they think, that's mine. I know that's mine. I know that I can get to it.
Tho takes a couple of lovely touches, still has 16 boosts as well. He only used 7 boosts throughout all of that, so he still had 9 to play with. Boost management is such an important skill that these players have, because even when you pick up one of those big ones in the corner, the 100 boost goes quickly, faster than you'd expect. Tho, he's dancing through the skies, he's got the clean touch, he's got the goal, it's 1-0 Netherlands.
Beautiful goal from Tho as well. A lot of work coming in from Mike Boy on the backboard, and then punted as hard as he can, collects it midfield, threads the needle between the Swedes. 1 goal in the first minute. Netherlands, they start as they mean to go on in a dominant fashion.
Tho wins the kickoff as well and follows it through. Molten is in trouble. Temper's coming in, couldn't quite get the connection. Wanted just the most deft little touch to send the ball into the corner of that net, but couldn't quite manage to connect. Kevskog up against Temper. Gylfin is waiting for this one. Again, the problem there for Sweden is that Tho, he was starting further back. He was moving forwards onto the ball. Could see it all the time in his camera. Whereas for the Swedish player, it was just above him. That means you're pretty much guessing where your opponents are coming in because all you see is directly upwards. Difficult stuff right now for Sweden. They have to keep rotating well. They have to try and avoid getting frustrated and rushing things.
I think it comes down to, you don't want to rush things sillily, but you do want to rush things intelligently. And I think when you have the chances to go for the ball frequently and trying to block down what the Netherlands are attempting, then you should be going for them. Just don't take huge risks. Netherlands, though, they had a little bit of a wobbly on that back line with a 1-2 pass coming in, and then the demo not quite open as Mike Boy takes the place of Tho. Removed from the pitch, Temper to save away off the crossbar. Molten gets a tap in. Tho punts it home.
I was getting game 1 5 seconds in vibes there, where there was a shot, there was a post, there was a save from across the goal line, and Molten, I'm thinking, you better put that one away, young man. Fair play to him, he did, and it's 1-1.
And like that push from Sweden too, they saw that a demo came in and then they descended like a pack of wolves. They knew that they could push it as hard as they wanted to, because then you have about 3 seconds or so of a 2v3. Make sure that you go for it, use those opportunities. Kevskog with no boost, can't quite get the dunk that he was definitely dreaming of. Temper with 0 as well, has continued pushing and does so. I love just seeing these players move on with no boost and continuing that play. They don't just run out and then think, I'm done. And now then the other player on their team then takes their turn. They're thinking, no, I can keep going. I've got this momentum. I may as well use it for some good.
It is something that's impressed me about Sweden, the fact that they are moving forward as a team. They're certainly confident when they have the ball in attack. They want to push men forward, sometimes overly so, and Netherlands have been, punishing that over and over again. But they have the bravery. They've also got the mechanical skill as well. Decent save there from Sweden. Gylfin up against Temper. Temper around the side. Molten comes in. Tho, is he going to get bumped out the way by Gylfin? He is. Tho had to hold his nerve in a big style there. But of course, he caught the ball, dribbled it round beautifully, and bought his teammates some time.
Temper now on that backboard, wants to get it out as quick as he can, because the sooner Netherlands get a goal here, the less ambition I think we're going to be seeing from Sweden coming through, because they can try and shut them down and think, we're not going to be getting this one, boys. An error from Temper. Ooh. It's a rare one, and Molten, with that push, gains the lead for Sweden.
Yeah, good stuff from Temper. From Molten. He waited for Temper's mistake. Yeah, really bad stuff from Temper. Bad Temper. But Molten, he gambled on the fact that there may have been a miss coming in. He was in position for it, and he got his just reward. Sweden, their first lead in the series.
Now, how do they hold this? How do they play differently? Because they shouldn't. They shouldn't play differently is the answer. They should be thinking, cool, we can get another one. We can keep going. There will be more mistakes that are going to be coming out. Just make sure that you attack more intelligently as you go. Don't be silly. Because my boy making an error there, sending it central. Kevskog does actually give the ball straight back towards the Dutchies. Now Tho and Temper. Temper then going for that bump, takes it low.
Well played.
Tho wants to dribble. Kevskog also removes Mike Boy. It's a complete counter-attack on the other side.
No.
One wave dash, no boost, no goal.
He tried so hard. He was like a buccaneering horse, desperate to get going. The floor was dusty. He couldn't quite get his grip. Mike Boy now comes forward, but he's taken out the game by Kevskog. Great defense there. Optimistic defending. Not letting the ball in too deep. Molten's touch is a little bit risky. Kevskog tries to do some stuff with it. I don't think he really wanted to do anything with that ball, just wanted to get rid of it, but didn't have any momentum to attack it, really. Temper misses, so too does the Swedish player. Everyone's missing the ball, and it might be a counter-attack now for the Netherlands. Temper, he gets the redirect. You knew he was going to sink it. It's 2-2.
That's a confidence getter. That is where Temper thinks, okay, I'm back, boys. And what a rocket of a pass from my boy. Temper ballerinas his way skyward, absolutely punts it home. A late goal for the Netherlands sees the final 45 seconds heading dead set towards a draw.
Kevskog, he comes forward, though. Punches it. My boy's there. Molten's to his side. He has to still get past Molten, and he does. Netherlands show their quality. Maybe they're stealing this series.
And my boy, he was pretty low on boost here as well after going for that kickoff. Has to pick up a couple of pads, gets that 12, and can then go for the touch. Great play from him. Splash out on there, and what a splash that Netherlands are making on the scene at the moment. 37 seconds left, 8 seconds after they got that equalizer. No overtime potentially going our way, but strong 50s coming in that midfield. Final 30 ticking down.
Yeah, for Temper, it's not just been those big shots and big strikes and highlight plays. It's also been the, you know, the uglier parts of the game, the challenges, the 50-50s, the dogged defending. The demo comes in from My Boy on Molten. Tho pushes it forward. He goes to the ceiling as well. He's got his reset. He doesn't need it. My Boy puts it away. My Boy puts Sweden away. Netherlands make it to the upper bracket finals against Great Britain, the big rematch, Stumpy.
The two that we wanted to see, the ones that I think anybody looking at this event, anyone who's gandering at the European Games Esports Championships is thinking, Netherlands, they are one of the best teams in Rocket League in this competition. The next one, GB. They, in the upper bracket final, are going to have a phenomenal match. Very, very excited to see that. But Sweden, they pushed the Netherlands, and they made it a hard-earned win for the Dutch.
Well played, Netherlands, once again.
Oh my
goodness, look at that! Oh, that was sick! Smoke effects and everything. We've got it all going on here in the European Games. That was majestic. Cool, sorry, I just was not expecting that at all.
Great. I enjoyed that.
That's thrown me somewhat. And Netherlands haven't thrown this series. It was one they were meant to win, and it's one they ended up winning. It's fist bumps all round. Good sportsmanship as always seen in the Rocket League world. But the upper bracket final is going to be spicy as anything, Stumpy.
Yeah, GB versus Netherlands, the upper bracket final. I'm excited to see just how that one goes. But before that, it's going to be all about Hungary versus Sweden. Because my word, they are two great teams. We saw Hungary, they pushed GB. We saw Sweden, they made Netherlands sweat. And they're now going to be fighting for their lives. Enough of us here in the caster booth. That desk is too pretty to ignore. What's going on?
Thank you very much for that, gentlemen. Always keeping us smiling, always keeping us incredibly happy here on the desk, as were Netherlands, I'm sure. Incredible goals throughout. One player I definitely want to focus on, though, is Tho.
That's what you did there. Very good. It has been
it's contagious. It really is.
Who was it? 3-0 for Tho. It was a very nice moment there. But yeah, Tho played amazingly. I think all three of the Netherlands players really stepped up and showed their class. I do want to shout out Molten on the other side. Looked at a similar level to them from Sweden. Showed those mechanics that we see typical of the top players in Rocket League. But yeah, Netherlands, amazing.
So talking a little bit more about Tho in particular, 5 goals across the 3 games, loads and loads of shots on his part as well. Is he typically the dominant kind of player that really steps up to the plate for himself and for his team?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we mentioned him briefly before the series. It was hard to do it justice, but you see some of his highlights here. He's across all of them, just hammering away at the Swedish defense like an angry sewing machine. Time and time again, they struggled to deal with him, and while they fierily fought back in game 2, it still wasn't enough.
I think with Tho, having coached him in the past, one of his greatest assets is his speed. He moves around the pitch so fast, gets up to the ball so fast. If you can control that whippet as it's zooming around the pitch, you will get value out of him, and you could see that coming in those vital moments to fill the gaps. There's a few last-ditch effort saves that he managed to get just through his efficiency of movement around the pitch. Speaking of saves, what a save that was from Sweden. Incredible work. So be interested to see how they match up against Hungary now.
Yeah, I think another player you mentioned briefly was Molten, performing for the side of Sweden. I know Cole was flaming you a little bit there, Steve. He was saying, you know what, this isn't the Molten that we were promised from Steve. He did have a little bit of a slower start, but gradually came into his own and performed exceptionally well for his team.
Indeed, I think he must have clearly been listening to Cole, because the second Cole mentioned that, Molten suddenly getting 3 goals on the bounce for Sweden, and it was the bounce back they needed after a long pause following the first game, but unfortunately he didn't really have the company he not so much wanted but needed a lot of the time on defense, really. And whilst he had impact down the field, the problems they were having at home, Netherlands gave him too many of them.
Well, that was a little bit of a dominant performance, showing dominant performance showing. There we go. That's a new one for you as well. Dominant showing from the side of the Netherlands. How do we think Hungary is going to be feeling about their new opponents now? Do we think they're going to be feeling confident?
I think it's an interesting one, because I think in the Hungary versus Sweden matchup, they have Molten, who is probably the strongest player within that lobby. But I think Hungary had a better game plan as a whole. Their team strategy was more consistent. You can see on the scoreboard exactly what we're talking about there. Molten at the bottom with the 5 goals is the firepower of the team. And so there is that element of a star player. But when you've got team synergy like Hungary have, I think if they play consistently throughout, they'll have the edge.
Yeah, you got to remember, for that Swedish team building up chemistry, whilst Gilfin and Molten have played together for over a year now, Kevskul is coming in relatively recently, and he's got to try and mesh quickly when really, well, Meshin and the boys at Hungary, they are so experienced playing together. They swept them in the group stage, but that 3-0 was all 1-goal games. It was really close.
Well, fellas, we're going to be having Team GB taking on the Netherlands. I'm super excited for the matchup that we have coming up in just a moment. But you know what? How do we think that one's going to go? Real quick. Do you think it's going to be dominant?
The thing is, this is the sort of warm-up game. With this format, you get 2 chances, so we'll see them again in the grand final most likely, and that'll be the real big one. So this is find out where we think they're both matching up at the moment.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out how Darren is feeling over at the stage.
I am feeling intimidated because I am next to a foe that no one can deal with. It is, of course, the one and only foe himself. Foe, first of all, congratulations on a pretty convincing victory. How are the confidence levels right now?
We're feeling pretty good. I mean, we haven't practiced before, and to see that we go like 4-0 in groups feels pretty good, because we've never played together before.
But like never at all, not in a previous team or anything like that?
I mean, me and Mike are teaming together, but with Tempo we've never played yet, so still getting used to each other a little bit.
And now, you all had great performances, but talk to me a little bit about Tempo, because I think he had quite a few standout moments in that series, I'd say. Like, you know, does he feel like the star player right now, or do you feel it's a balance between the 3?
I definitely feel like it's a balance between the 3. Like, we can all do everything, so yeah, it's just all of us.
And let's talk a little bit about your playstyle, because it felt like you guys come out really aggressive, especially after ball resets, I'm noticing here. Yeah. Did you kind of feel like when you have a 2-0 lead, maybe you get a bit more defensive and Sweden were potentially catching you off guard, especially in that game too?
I mean, I would say it kind of depends on the team. Like with this team, we felt like we can just keep going. But with other teams, we can also try to keep the lead down and defend a bit more.
Now, speaking of other teams, there's a team in the audience that you've already, I don't want to do it as a Brit, but a little bit of a fraction. You had a good score there. Confidence levels have to be high. Can we expect a repeat of what we saw in the group stage in this upper bracket against Great Britain? Or do you think they're going to be a bit harder this time?
I feel like they're going to be a bit harder, but I definitely feel like we're still going to win.
I want to hear that confidence. I love that confidence. Well, Fo, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. But with that information, I think it's time for a little bit more dissection. We're going to head back across the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Darren. See, one thing that I absolutely love is the fact that whilst it might have been the Tho show, don't worry, there's still lots more still to come. Whilst it might have been the Tho show, he did give props in way of his teammates as well. And I think this is definitely one element that applies to both traditional sports, but also team sports as well. You know, in esports in particular, so incredible performance throughout, but what kind of impact do you think his teammates would have contributed to the performance they had?
It's all about mirroring their rotation around him, as Tho is so often that first man, allowing Mike Boy to create space in behind. It's why we sort of saw him set up the dominoes for Temper to cascade on down, and it's why he was the one finishing the plays, and frankly, Tho, the author, starting them.
Yeah, Tho likes to be aggressive and then clear out and sit nice and deep for his teammates to do stuff in front of him, which is why we often saw him alone at the back. Very good in 1v1 situations, a very strong 1v1 player, done well in lots of show matches in the past. So he's good on his own, which is why we saw him scoring goals and saving a lot of goals too.
I think that was definitely a great performance from him, from his team as well. As we did mention, it was a little bit of a dominant showing for them, but GB versus Netherlands is going to be our upcoming game. Do we think that they're going to come into this looking a little bit hot? What do we think Team GB are going to come out?
They've got to step up. Surely GB are going to step up.
There's a little bit more expectation now on the Netherlands, who have set themselves in as potential favourites in this matchup, given the group stage series, the comfortable 3-1 win. But I think it's fair to say GB were more tested on the day today, and I think that's going to help them staying sharp and getting a fast start when we see them get onto the stage.
Yeah, I mean, the experience on both sides is very similar. You know, they've got that younger players coming through a bit more mechanical, Noah and Temper on either side. So I think so much of it lies on the inexperienced players of Noah and Temper stepping up and bringing out their value. I think Noah didn't show his full strength in the group stages in that previous match we saw against Hungary. So he can step up to that next level and take a lot of the stress off of Breezy and Flame to try and bring out the best in the team. That will step them up to the next level.
Well, I'm going to be quizzing you guys a little bit further about that next matchup, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back very shortly after this break.
Walking tight, say the lightning like how you move. I would swim across the ocean to hold on to you. I don't know where you've been, so right out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity. Feel the energy. Give me vibrations. Been a long time without you. Don't be blue without you. Nah, nah.
give you some help. It's funny how you finally feel like yourself when you finally let someone in and give you some help. Hey, yeah. Gotta get what you want, gotta get what you need. Better take all you get, my love, 'cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause I really don't love me. I know you're wrong, I feel the pain. You think I'm just some simple guy. I know the truth, I see
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the European Games Esports Championships featuring Rocket League live from Katowice. My name is Jasmine, and this time around we are joined with none other than the man with the beautiful voice, Stumpy. How's it going?
Thank you, mate. That's the loveliest intro I think I've literally ever got in my life.
No worries. No, it was my absolute pleasure. Stumpy, obviously you've been commentating the games throughout thus far. Talk to me about how they've been going. Have you been enjoying the experience?
I loved it. It's been so good because also after every series that we have seen so far, as we then go out or grab a little bit of water or something, I then see the players come back. I have a little chat with them. Had a chat with the Swedish guys earlier, and they were like, God, Netherlands are good, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like, they were just literally the entire time they were just thinking, oh, we did try. And it's like, but it's nice to be able to like talk to the players like after that immediate reaction, and also they're not on camera; they're just being them.
It's such a different vibe as well, given that we're so used personally to seeing them represent their professional teams, clubs of sorts. But there's a real different vibe when it's national pride on the line. But there's also a more community feeling about it. It's great to see, and thanks for making me feel like a normal height as well.
So. I don't worry about it.
Meanwhile, I'm over. I definitely
on a box.
Why have
on
you?
a box.
Why have
you?
You
have to mention the box.
Nobody can see it. Just pretend it doesn't exist. Anyways, let's throw up the graphic and see how all of our games have panned out thus far. I can't believe you've done that to me. Yeah. Thus far, we have had some exciting games. Team GB taking away the victory versus Hungary. Netherlands, of course, just a moment ago, we saw them win 3-0 versus Sweden. Our next game on broadcast is going to be the Great Britain taking on Netherlands. And then we've got Sweden and Hungary going on as well. I know we're going to be talking a little bit more about Great Britain versus Netherlands, so I want to focus more on Sweden versus Hungary. How do we think that one's going to go?
I was more impressed with what I saw from Hungary, personally. I think Sweden, they had moments where I was like, oh, they're doing like really good plays, where Moulton especially, he was charging up, he had no fear. I loved seeing that. But then you'd see they push up too far, and suddenly have to half flip and kind of like hurry back into like defense. There's those inconsistencies that take them like 5-10% below Hungary, as far as I think.
Yeah, I mean, Hungary, they do have the head-to-head, of course, but I do feel optimistic for Sweden in the sense that it was a really slow start on stage. That game one, they really didn't show up.
You were
to be
frustrated
fair
about those shots, by the way, at the start.
Yeah, right at the start of the game, triple crossbar. They were collecting them like trading cards. I feel like they have a lot more chance now playing again, also off stage, but there is more pressure on this matchup. It is a medal matchup, effectively. You get into the trophies if you win that series down their lower bracket, and if you don't, you go home thinking about what could have been.
Now, I've got to ask you guys as well. Obviously, Netherlands have only recently finished playing as well. Do we think that's going to be an added benefit to them? They're still pretty warmed up. They're not being kind of waiting around, sat watching the games. What do we think?
I think some teams take it differently. Some teams are like, okay, we've just been on this stage. Like, they've probably not had to move sides either. They can just sit there, play, get a water, whatever it ends up being, right? They have a bit more time to relax and kind of stay in that mindset. Whereas GB, they've played, then they've gone off, they've done something else, they've sat at their PCs around here, then, okay, right, back up to the stage again, and they're a little bit more displaced, but that can also act as a bit of like a mental reset of like, cool, new opponents, we now face them a lot differently.
Yeah, it gives time for them to make that adaptations, which I think Team GB, after, at times, a rocky series against Hungary, they will be wanting to make those adaptations, whereas on the contrary, Netherlands, it was all smooth sailing, and they'll hope that continues.
Now, taking a look at the results throughout the group stages for both of these teams, we've got Great Britain and the Netherlands, of course. I've got a little tidbit of information, not from the group stages, but from the games that we've seen here today. Great Britain had 13 goals across the 4 games that they played. Meanwhile, we've got the Netherlands with 12 goals across the 3 games that we've played there. Is that a sight for sore eyes? Is that going to be a sign of things to come?
I think I'm normally more impressed with what I see offensively by the Netherlands, especially Temper. He was pogging off hard in that series.
Yeah.
Receiving the ball at some point, random, normally from Mike Boy, or Tho's getting a couple of like midfield passes, and then he just absolutely slam it home. Like, offensively, Netherlands look more impressive to me. And they have the head-to-head versus Great Britain. Like, it was a close series, sure, but like, Netherlands just looked that smidge bit stronger.
Yeah, no, Temper was that cutting edge. And in terms of the goals, like you were saying, Jasmine, there's the capability for an explosion of them in this series, but the defenses will both be of a higher level as well. This is the premier matchup, the one we were expecting to see, and I'm so excited to see it too.
What did we think of their group stage results? Did you get the results you kind of anticipated, expected from both of our teams that we have here?
Yeah, I think we all expected it to be GB on top along with Netherlands. Whichever order it was came down to who beat the other one. That was the only thing that was going to be changing it. I'm impressed by the fact that, you know, Turkey, they put themselves, they had a decent little running, but not quite having that upset potential that when we were talking, you were saying, look out for Turkey. Like, Turkey are the ones that might do something, but they just didn't quite have that edge.
It was like so exciting watching the group draw back on Wednesday as well, and every team, they had their eyes on the Netherlands and GB wanting to dodge them. There was a lot of happy teams in Group A, and Turkey was sat there like, yeah, it's not our day.
Well, I think without further ado, thank you so much for joining me on the desk here, Stumpy. Without further ado, let's go ahead and throw it to the stage.
Welcome back to the European Games. 2 upper bracket games already complete, but 1 more to go. That's right, whoever wins here will have already locked themselves in a seat for the grand finals. And, well, all I can say so far is it's a pleasure that it's not maybe going to be just one Brit on this stage, because the first team we've got coming out, of course, you saw them a little bit earlier. They were looking on fire, a lot better maybe than the group stage. In fact, their confidence levels are surging, they tell me. Please join me in welcoming to the stage, Great Britain. And their opponents are a familiar one, folks. See, these guys, they matched up in the group stage, and that result didn't go GB's way. But they've reassessed. They're confident they have the solution. But the Netherlands, as we heard earlier, they're not sleeping. They're taking this threat seriously. Join me in welcoming to the stage, Team Netherlands. Now, we've heard a decent amount of analysis on this, a few thoughts that even if one of these teams has to go down, we expect this to maybe still be the grand finals. Maybe it's just a grand finals twice over, rather. Either way, I think we're in for one hell of a series, which is why it's good that our castings pair, if you put their names together, it spells gold, which I'm expecting a lot of in this series.
I was really wondering where Darren was going with that. He was saying, put their names together. I was thinking Kogan, but no, we are the goal. We are the goal team. Hopefully our casting shall be on target. I'm Cole with Mike, otherwise known as Gregan, in our online little world. But we'll go with Mike for today. How are you doing, Mr. Mike?
I'm doing very well, Mr. Emil. How are you doing?
Excellent. I'm looking forward to this one. The 2 best teams here, the teams that we wanted to see make it to this stage. They have made it to this stage. You're a coach yourself, you know, you've been in the heads of maybe many of these players individually. There you go, exactly. Yeah, of course you have, exactly. So what would these coaches be saying to these players right now when the pressure is starting to ramp up?
Well, I think a lot of them will be thinking this is a chance for them to try out on the stage against each other, experience it. They do know that they have a second chance if they do lose. And the grand finals, where it's all going to be to play for tomorrow. At this stage, they have to focus on getting their experience in, downloading their opponents, working out what their opponents are doing, and then taking that forward to the next day. But if they can get that win now, they get a game advantage in the final, so they'll be wanting to take that victory in this upper final.
An interesting difference in styles as well from what we've seen today. Obviously, at this level, all these players can play any way they choose to. But on the day, it seems to be that Team GB focusing on the aerial game, whereas Netherlands a little bit more ground-based. Will they change that up against each other?
We'll see. I think the aerial gameplay of the GB team is very much akin to how they play in the pro circuit. They like to play very high flying, but here I think it's a lot about being solid, playing consistent Rocket League, taking those risks, but not over pushing yourself into the opponent's half. And I think that's going to be the key here, as you'll get punished by the Netherlands play style. Very hard to score on.
I love this. Look at this. The split screen effect of the 2 champions from these 2 great nations. Team GB versus the Netherlands. They've played once before and Netherlands took it, but that was the group stage. It's always a different feeling in a knockout round, even if there is a second life. Team GB, can they make up for previous
what a
mistakes?
play!
Or the Netherlands step all over them all over again?
Straight away, Mike Boy showing his unorthodox touches. Very hard to read at the highest level. Does things that most players don't try and do, where Tho, the opposite end of the spectrum, very orthodox with his touches, very direct and efficient.
So clean with his dribbles as well. Though earlier on, when it seemed that Sweden would have them just a little bit of trouble, Tho would always catch that ball, dribble it away, and just buy all the time in the world for his teammates. Team GB, a mechanical play style. Will they be able to step up against Netherlands? When you're up against Temper, that man's popping off, and it's 1-0 Netherlands already.
Starts straight away there with Mike Boy, looking like he's going to go high, takes it low, fakes him out, gives the space to Temper, gets that final little touch, disrupting the defense. And that's where we've seen Temper really excel. In space, he looks deadly.
Yeah, I mean, it's the space that he bought for himself with his first touch as well. It wasn't weak towards himself. It was far away enough to drag the Team GB defense in, and still follow it up all by himself. There's a bit of a double commit that's been forced by Team GB, them showing Netherlands what they can do as well on attack. As Flames coming in, had a couple of wobbly moments, but might have just fluked himself an equalizing goal. Breezy charges at home, it's saved by Temper. Defensively, Temper's been great. Team GB, though, knocking on the door for the first time this game.
You see there, they had to overcommit to try and force that goal there, which did open up opportunity for Netherlands to break away. Look at that little boost meter in the bottom right corner. Whenever we see GB finish their plays, they run out of boost, so very susceptible to the counter-attack.
It's just sent towards Flame. It's all Team GB pressure at the moment. Close touch wasn't ideal, especially as you were saying earlier, Greg, and he's normally so aware in those situations to get the touch to himself.
Oh,
Breezy gets the second hit and gets the equalizer.
Passes to himself off the floor, goes ceiling to create a nice angle for himself. And that miss there just beforehand left Tho in an awkward position on the backboard. Breezy touching it down, securing the goal.
His goal explosion said FC. I was thinking that was more like FK, first killer known for those little double tap hits from the ceiling, but a bit of a calamity from the kickoff, and all that hard work's undone.
Quick kickoff goal here. Temper just pushing that past the kickoff. Noah cheating very close, and that allows Tho to break through and create the goal instantly. The close cheat with the back corner attempt, not a good strategy, very risky, and can lead to those kickoff goals.
Missed the bump as well. Tho was able to just divert his way around.
Same thing again.
Again, the kickoff, Tho up against Breezy. Could be 3.
There we go.
Tho is just so adept in those challenge situations.
Tho in the 1v1, very scary. We see the same thing again, the close cheat, very aggressive. And when that ball gets past the kickoff, it opens up the space for the 1v1 on the opposing cheater. Tho, again in that position, able to punish.
A nice situation for Breezy to be in either. Wherever he goes, Tho has complete control of the ball. Just dominate his way, push himself past Team GB defense. They've got going again. They built themselves this momentum. They had a lovely goal earlier on from Breezy, but it's been completely scrubbed out. More than. And now 2 goals behind as Tho goes high.
Get in the air.
Such Flame is boostless. Tho slows things down. Breezy up against them. I mean, yeah, Greg, I said that Team GB were focusing more on the aerial game. Netherlands ain't bad in the air either.
Yeah, Tho, one of the highest aerial players in Rocket League history, averaging about 8% in the air, which means that he's not particularly grounded, but when he's high up in the air, because he keeps his boost, he's efficient to get up there, he gets the ball fast, sends it towards the net. Tho showing off that aerial speed, gets that ball quickly, sends it bottom corner.
So far, the decision-making from Netherlands seems to be vastly superior. Played together for such a long time, but Team GB, they are a team in their own right, you know? They've not had to bring anybody in. You'd expect the team play from them would be at least as good as the Netherlands, but Netherlands showing that's really not the case and reminding us why they won that group stage game.
I mean, Temper coming in, replacing the typical third of Tho and Mike Boy, meaning they're getting used to him, which is an exciting prospect for this team as they improve throughout this tournament. But it's also a bit of excitement for them because they get to play with someone new, as we see a shot just missed there by Breezy off the backboard double tap. And the pressure is still on. Here is GB, sneak it home, Noah, top corner.
What an opening game this is. 6 goals coming in. We're barely halfway through it as Flame puts it round. Nowazaki just steams in, had to beat Temper. That's why he couldn't get that one cleanly into the net, had to go in off the post. But it's a high quality finish there. We can also hear, I'm not sure if that's being picked up by you guys, I believe it is the Sweden versus Hungary match. Huge cheers going on around us. That one's being played off stream, so the loser of this will face either Hungary or Sweden. And based on the cheers we just heard, I'm gonna guess that Sweden just scored a goal.
They have been loud in that room, in the group stage room. And fair play to them. They have stepped up and shown quality. We saw that in the earlier rounds. But I do think at this stage, this is where the light is shining in this tournament.
Yeah.
To have such quality players here at the European Games, showing what Rocket League is really capable of. We are seeing high-quality, top-level Rocket League on the biggest international stage.
I mean, these guys are guaranteed some form of medal, some form of reward at least, you know, like a theoretical medal for 3rd place. Whereas Hungary and Sweden going on off-stream at the moment, they're battling for 3rd, they're battling for bronze. That's what I mean so much to those guys. Every player here, every nation here, huge pressure upon their shoulders, especially in this late stage in the tournament. these two will both have nothing but a gold medal on their minds. And so far, it's Netherlands proving that they are the better claim to be able to reach out and take it. Here's Nowazaki, wants to put the one on target, not quite able to. Mike Boy sends it out wide. Team GB have improved. They've stepped up massively, but Netherlands holding firm.
We see 1 minute coming close here at the end of the game. That 2-goal lead, hard to come back with, especially when a team like the Netherlands, who are hard to score on at the best of times, are aware of that scoreline. They're going to try and hold it steady, but that's a goal score opportunity. Breezy misses. Flame comes in and cleans it up, but that was almost a terrible mistake there for Breezy, rushing the shot when he had all the time in the world.
Yeah, I don't think he realized a demo was going on in the far corner, so thought he had to rush it, didn't have to rush it. Thankfully for him, Flame was able to clean up, and Breezy will be like, yeah, I was just clearing your path, Flame bro. You know, I wasn't planned, I wasn't trying to score.
And that demo plus double commit took all 3 players out of the game for the Netherlands. They have to be careful with the double get. Another bump coming through there. The block, all 3 players taken out of the game. A shot from Flame here. Quick recoveries here from Netherlands as we enter the final moments. Increased aggression from GB, opening up opportunities.
We're still yet to see an overtime on this main stream today. In 35 seconds, Team GB may force a goal and change that. Breezy shoots, but it's weak. It has to be so much more accurate, more confident. Temper, he gets it away. It's all Team GB in the last 30 seconds, but maybe there's a counter on for Netherlands. Breezy's high. He's following it. Tho's up against him. Tho wins it cleanly, sends it into the corner. All of these seconds will be huge, wasted off the clock as far as Team GB are concerned. Flame can't get past Mike Boy. Now Nowazaki to the side. Breezy's there. Nowazaki, they're getting each other's way, tripping over each other's toes. 4 seconds now. Netherlands are doing so well. You must love this game management as a coach, Gregan. This must be the stuff of your dreams, but it's the stuff of Team GB's nightmares. They can't get their 4th, but my goodness, they set up one heck of a series.
Maturity at the end there from Netherlands to stop trying to force a goal. There was a few moments they could have gone up and shot. Instead, took the pace down, backed off, and let the Great Britain rush give away the ball. And at the end there, took possession and took away the final 10 seconds. You can see on the scoreboard there, way more shots for Great Britain. Normally, that implies that they are in favour in that game. Netherlands only getting 7 shots, where Great Britain managing to get 11. So Great Britain definitely more firepower, but not quite scoring complete.
Yeah, I mean, it's great defending as well from the Netherlands too. It's not just the saves that they get. If you get a save in Rocket League and just push it forward into the center, your opponents are waiting for that. They're reading that. They're expecting and hoping that that will happen. It's not just getting a save, pushing it to the side, pushing it to a teammate, combining to be able to truly get the ball away. The quality of goals, though, that we've seen in this first game has been really high. Exactly what we want to see as a spectacle.
It was just the 2 kickoff goals that were the difference there.
Yes.
Take those away and GB take that game. So improvement on the kickoff for GB needed here. Try and keep it a little bit safer, not so risky on the cheat. The cheat being the player getting as close to the play. It's a terminology I think was taken from ice hockey.
Lots from ice hockey in Rocket.
Yeah, because it's that sort of momentum that you see in ice hockey where you're sliding around the pitch. You often have to push yourself into an uncomfortable position, which is known as a cheat, to try and gain an advantage. And that's what happens on those kickoffs. On this occasion, that advantage was put in favour of Netherlands, winning game 1.
All these players playing with their controller under the desk. I'm an on-desk kind of guy. How about you, Gregan?
Yeah, I'm under the desk. I took it on board from Tho, actually, as we are in the game here. First 5 seconds here was just a kickoff going in favour of the Netherlands. They pushed it into the GB half, and they're going to get early pressure. Crossbar away. Not quite able to score, and GB going to send it away for the clear.
Congrats to GB, though, who have survived the kickoff. That's Operation 1 complete. Proud of those guys. Tap holes in their ear, saying, just defend for 5 seconds, all right? Don't overcommit. It's not worth it, lads. We can score in regular play. They scored 3 times in the last game. What a musty flick there from Mike Boy. Tho wants to just prod this one in. It's really awkward defending there from Team GB. They had all the angles covered in Netherlands, and they got the goal.
Despite being able to defend that Mike Boy touch, it did create confusion in defense, put Nowazaki out of position, then he miscleared it to the middle, and Temper was prowling, waiting to send that one home. So Netherlands pressure there, all initiated by the Mike Boy Musty.
Once again, they get the first goal in the game. They're able to dictate the play. Flame, he's following that one up, but it's a kickoff once again that goes the Netherlands' way. A little flip reset almost is enough for Mike Boy just to force that ball above the Team GB defense. Flame now coming in. Breezy's there. He has a chance to shoot this one. It's high. Nowazaki following up. Now Temper can get the redirect going. Sorry, the counter-attack going with that redirect. Flame around the corner, and we'll have some midfield play. So it's a dangerous game from both these teams, playing on the front foot, playing aggressively, wanting to really take the fight to their opponents.
We can see moments of overcommitment, which I think is a good sign. It shows they're playing with confidence, taking those risks, looking to try and go ahead, but it could bite them if they do too many of them in a row and give away that counter-attack, especially for Netherlands, as we saw in that last game. Less shot opportunities, relying on some mistakes from GB to end the game, as we see that 50 taken from Noah just in front of the net, putting it back to 1-1.
Look at the speed here, though. Noazaki's up, Breezy up almost instantly. Now, would you say that was an intentional fake from Breezy, or has he just missed the ball and it's worked out?
I think Breezy's gone early, knowing that he's only going to have value if he goes early, and then once he's on that journey, he recognises it's probably better for him not to go for the ball. And on Temper's side, he can't tell what's going to happen. Calls that in comms, gives Noah the confidence to wait, ready for the miss.
Breezy also charges down Tho again. Noazaki was a little bit far forward there. Has to turn around, get a half flip, which changes your car from facing forwards to facing backwards, but just take a little bit of time and momentum out of your play. You don't ever really want to be doing that. It's something that you do when you have to. Temper pushes it towards Flame, to the side. Now Temper up against Noah. Who's coming in next? Breezy again. He's showing all that pace. Breezy is desperate to get himself on the ball when it's in the air.
Yeah, very confident, being disruptive. It doesn't matter if he misses, because the miss is as disruptive as some of the touches he might be going for. Keeping the defense guessing. But what it does mean, it leaves Flame alone here. Has to try and defend against Temper. Does just go off the post there, but it's going to bounce into the middle. Tho fast up. Going to send it back in. And we're seeing a much more even game 2.
My boy has all the boost in the world, and he has the talent to do something with it as well. Gets a couple of touches. Is well saved by Breezy. Temper now has it clean up against Noazaki. The ball wouldn't quite fall for Mike Boy. These challenges, these 50-50s, tend to be going the way of Netherlands, I'd say they're just about edging it in that regard. Unfortunately for them, they needed that last little bit of luck. It wasn't to be. Looking more likely for the second goal, though.
Oh, there's space there for Tho. Sends it to Temper. Post and out. Flame's going to be clearing this one away, trying to keep it close to play for the 50-50. But you can just see the midfield control from Netherlands. Whenever it pops out, they're able to send it straight back in every single time. And you see that control taken back, and then they can start that offense again.
Flame, though, does manage to get the breakthrough. He has some boost as well. How's his mechanics looking today? He's one of the older players here in this tournament, is Flame. One of the old guard of the RLCS, really. He's been at all. He's been to RLCS lands. He's been to pretty much every event you can imagine. And now he's here representing Team GB. Breezy, the Welshman, puts that one high. He's passing the center, not quite able to get there. Tho closed him down quickly, but then Tho is deleted for his troubles. Flame wants to get this ball so desperately. Again, the ball just wouldn't quite fall. That last touch not there for either team, but that's a decent first one from Breezy, purposely getting it wide of the goal to take the goalkeeper out of the equation. Didn't work out there, but good decision-making from Breezy.
You see the players all trying to keep the ball a little bit closer, save their dodge for the final moment, allow them to get an extra touch that's unexpected. And if not, look to just block the ball, go for a challenge with their opponent. That would be safer. And you can see everyone on the play, not giving much space to anyone at this moment.
Oh, almost for a second, Breezy looked like he was in, but the ball, again, wasn't quite there. But Temper couldn't wrap his car around it. He gets the pinch into the center. I'm not sure how that one didn't lead to a true goal-scoring chance. And to be honest, I'm not sure how that one did.
Yeah, Temper had the open net opportunity, couldn't quite get around the ball, but it caused chaos in the GB defense. They scrambled back, and that opened up the lob shot opportunity for Tho, sending it to that back corner. Just going ahead here in the final minute. Netherlands now up 2-1.
Team GB have to push. They must change things. Breezy playing in front of the ball again, the chaos factor for Team GB, but it's backfired completely. He's hit the ball back towards his own half. And Team GB desperately need it there on the Netherlands part of the pitch. My boy up against Noazaki. Are there any more avenues that GB can try? It's not quite working for them. And it's frustrating. I want to see them mix up their approach right now. It's all too faux mechanical. It's trying to be too clever. Go for some bumps, go for some demos. Follow Breezy's lead. 20 seconds left.
They got the bump goal towards the end of the last game, which got them an almost equalizer. But on this occasion, they're not quite able to find those bumps. There's one from Breezy in front of the net. Just too slow from the follow-up. No boost in the tank for Flame.
Yeah, there's just a lack of understanding between these players at the moment. And Netherlands, to their credit, you know, they're stretching that. They're preying upon that. They're making it worse. This has been a good Netherlands performance. It's been fairly poor in that game from Team GB, but Netherlands made that the case. Truly professional from the 3 Dutch players.
The Dutch showing the efficiency coming through there. Their boost management was just on another level. Able to keep boosting the tank the whole time, which means when they're in that space, they can do something with the ball. But so many times we saw a GB player coming onto that ball with no resources. And where I mentioned the shots in that last game, where it was in favor of GB just by 11-7, on this occasion, we are seeing, can you do the maths on that? It's a big old number. 13 shots for the Netherlands and only 2 for Great Britain. So massively in favor of the Netherlands. And I'm going to be honest, a shocking performance from Flame. Zeros across the board, no stats to show for it, and only 80 total points for him. So not getting involved with the on-the-ball plays, really lacking that execution there.
They just couldn't get into the flow of things. Even the goal that Team GB got came from a miss. Was it a fake? Was it a miss? It was something. It was a tad scrappy from Team GB there. I want to see them maybe go back to basics in game number 3. Just focus on their fundamentals, get some neat and tidy rotations in. The way Breezy's playing is absolutely fine if his teammates are expecting it. But he'd cause this chaos and then the ball would just trickle and there'd be a Netherlands player. Where's the follow-up?
I mean, that's credit to Netherlands. They are covering the pitch so well, spreading out, keeping fast, keeping boost high, and it means they're able to cut those plays off early. And when they cut those plays off, it turns the GB strategy into overcommitment, where otherwise it would be a chance to break down. So GB have to make sure they balance that overcommitment from Breezy upfield with a little bit of protection in the midfield from Flame and Noasaki.
They're walking on a tightrope right now, Team GB, and they're in real danger of falling off all over again. The last time these teams played, as a reminder, it was 3-1 to the Netherlands. This has got real 3-0 energy on it so far, as you may be about to see a server restart.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a pause. So in esports, we have this situation where if there's a technical problem, if any player has got a problem early on, you carry on playing, and for those who have the problem, they'll put their hand up and someone will come over and sort it out. So what you're seeing right now is going to be restarted, and that's just part of technology, right? Sometimes things go wrong. It happens in sport. We have false starts, we have technical faults, and the same thing is true of esports. So these guys will be able to set back up, and we like to keep it fair here.
Let's do a little bit of role play, Gregan. You are the GB coach. You're Tadpole.
I have done that in the past. Intel World Open 2021.
Second.
We came third. We actually lost to the Netherlands.
Really?
Yes.
How similar were the compositions of each team?
That was a Archie, Nolly, Devo GB.
Totally different.
Where Tho, Mike Boy were on the Netherlands team, I believe, with Oli.
Oli, okay.
I can't remember exactly. It might have been Ocelot.
The old Foley combo.
But yeah, Tho and Mike Boy always together. Anyway, role play.
What do you say? And don't do the Welsh accent.
What do I say? If I'm Tadpole right here, just say reset. It's 0-0. Go into a new game. And let's just play with confidence. We get another chance later on. We still are in the upper bracket. So let's just try and learn what we got to do against this team and find a solution as we go into game 3 here. Netherlands 2-0 up. Can they get the sweep? Or will GB find a new way through?
It would be lovely to see a big old Game 5 series. We're desperate for that. As a viewing spectacle, you want these matches to go the distance. That's where the best Rocket League has played. Talacto actually said something on Desk that I disagree with earlier on. He said, do you know what, I'm going to finish my point. He said that he doesn't want to see fatigue play a factor. I do, I love that. I love when these players have to battle through tiredness to still show their skills.
Yeah, that is quality, though, from the Netherlands. Just Mike Boy causing chaos in the corner, not looking to outplay, but just to bring players in, draw them in, gets that 50-50, pops out in the middle where Temper has so much space to work with, hits it on the volley very powerfully towards the net, into that bottom corner. And that's what Mike Boy does so well. One of the unsung heroes of every team he's been on. Disruptive, unorthodox, hard to read.
Basically Mike Boy versus Breezy in that regard. Look at Breezy turning away, just shepherding Temper away, giving the space to Noazaki, who almost makes the most of it. Tho steamed in from the side to change that. Then Temper wins the race. It's Tho up against Noazaki. It will go just about wide, but Noazaki's so boost starved. So it's really well with it though, considering gets the ball a long way on 0 boost. That is impressive. Close control from him right there. Good improv as well, knowing where his opponents were at all times. But once again, Gregan, Britain are chasing.
Britain are too static in big moments. They need to be coming in from space. We saw that earlier on for Temper on that shot. He had all the space in the world. He was positioned with momentum, could come in and get an unexpected shot on target. But we're seeing a lot of static touches from GB, which are hard to execute, easy to read for the defender.
Breezy has Flame beneath him. Is he going to try and find him? He does, via the ceiling. Nawasaki's there, but Tho is going to be able to get as far as he needs. It's all a little bit boost-starved again for Team GB. Netherlands will be loving the way this third game is going, even though they're only 1 goal to the good. That can change, though. If Breezy gets this redirect, he does. Tho gets the save, and Temper pushes it away. Team GB going to have to come again, but look how quickly Netherlands recover back into their defensive shape, and they're blocking everything from every avenue again.
And it's because of how much boost they have. I keep mentioning the boost, but it's such an important resource in this game. And it's due to this overcommitment from GB. They're forcing themselves forward so much, aggressively rotating back into the play over and over again. And they're running out of juice. And you see right here, the Netherlands player are just covering so much space, and it's cutting off all these opportunities.
That's why Team GB are trying to force these passes. It wasn't really on. There were 2 Netherlands players just waiting to intercept that pass, and yet he still went for it. A frustrating game right now for Team GB. Breezy tries to just get in the way of Tho. 2 of them committing. It might even work out if Temper can get some sort of redirect here. It's a little bit below him. How's the recovery? Temper's already up. He's already blocked off Flame, and he's won it cleanly as well. Team GB sent back home, over and over again against a Netherlands team that is looking like clear favourites to take this entire championship.
Yeah, you saw that recovery speed from Temper just there. Kept 30 boost, 20 boost in the tank. Meant that they could rotate back and intercept the ball. It's so much more value as an individual that you commit and still have value on the way back. And that's where these players really showing their efficiency here. And it can be one of the biggest factors when you're inexperienced as a team on the big stage, inexperienced going down. Your inefficiency can go down, but one thing that's for sure is Breezy in the middle there had all the room to take that shot.
Team GB kept on plodding along until the ball fell to Breezy. It was a great decision from Flame, who then followed up after getting the backboard pass to get the bump to open the door for Breezy, who stepped in and gets Team GB back in this one.
Value for Flame right there. Coming in after his touch, getting the bump, taking out 2 players with 1 touch. That's good maths right there, 2 for 1. Always a good option as we see that ball safely in the corner for the GB defense, but Mike Boy just disrupting, getting it through. And this is where we start to see where the Netherlands have another gear. When they've been ahead, they're very comfortable with playing smart and defensive. Now that the scores are level, what are they capable of to try and go ahead?
We're also getting to the business end of game number 3 too. So it's going to be pressure increasing. It's going to be every touch meaning so much more. Flame to the backboard. Tho's already there. He sends it out wide, swats the ball away, then gets the second touch. But GB closing now. They're faster. They've upped their own pace. Huge step up from last game to this one. The goal seems to have reinvigorated Team GB. Here's Flame. He goes to the backboard. It's met by Temper. But all Netherlands can do at the moment is send the ball back to a Team GB player. They can't clear their lines. This is no longer comfortable defense. This is scrappy. This is desperate from Netherlands. They get away with boost, though. They've still got the chance to counter. Tho can't quite get the air dribble dunk. And Naozaki will get the next touch.
There's back and forth here. Good patience from Netherlands in defense, waiting for the opportunity to break away. The same thing needs to be true for GB here. Bit of a mistouch from Flame. Breezy cleans it up. 45 seconds remaining. Can Netherlands sneak through on this high-pressure moment? Or will they overcommit, opening up a chance for GB as that bump comes through from Noah? Defense scrambling for Netherlands. No boost in the tank for anyone.
Team GB pushing all the way up to the end of game 3. Tempo, though, sends it long. Flame and Naozaki way too close to each other. Have to try and clear some space. Still together, the 2 of them. Breezy's left all alone. Just wants to slow it down, let Netherlands attack it themselves, but it's backfired with 16 seconds left. Tho may have just sunk the winner.
Breezy thought he had way more time than that. Mike Boy got bumped towards the play, able to intercept quickly. Tho cleans up in the middle. And at that moment, GB thought they had room to breathe, but there was nothing. Netherlands came in, pounced on it. 2-1.
You asked for that extra gear, Gregan, and they've just shown it to you right there. If they can survive this kickoff in the next few seconds, Netherlands make the grand final from the upper bracket, guaranteeing themselves at least 1 game in that best of 7 that we'll play tomorrow. Flame, he just sends it high. Last chance saloon now for Team GB. Here's Breezy. He's not going to get a chance. Netherlands win it. They go through to the grand finals. Deserved victors.
Tidy game plan from Netherlands comes through once again. These teams played each other in groups, and it was similar there. 3-1 in favor of Netherlands, but this time even more dominant fashion. So maybe that relaxation with Temper in the squad that Tho was alluding to in the last interview has finally come true. They're looking better and better as every game goes on. GB have work if they want to try and beat that, should they make the grand final.
It's tough to even name a man of the match for Netherlands because they were such a dynamic trio, all players involved, everyone doing their job brilliantly. I'd maybe say Tho. Every time it seemed like they were on the back foot, Tho would just get that perfect touch to bring them a bit of space. But I know Mike Boy impressed you.
Oh yeah, Mike Boy is always undervalued as a player. The amount of disruption he was causing, and that's why he works so well with Tho. Tho, a fast-moving player, cleans up a lot of loose balls in the midfield, and Mike Boy creates those loose balls through his disruptive game plan. We saw bumps, we saw unorthodox touches, and we saw clean striking from Tho and temper. And I think overall, Tho on defense was one of the strongest defending players I've seen in a long time. The way he was diving across the net, denying a lot of those GB goals. So fair play, Netherlands coming through and showing the class.
They looked incredibly strong. Clear favourites to win this tournament, especially with the one-game advantage in the best of 7. How helpful will that be?
I mean, it's one out of the
I mean the emotion of it, the emotion as opposed to the game. Like, does that give you a great feeling when you're going into it?
I think the fact that they've beaten them twice will be the biggest confidence boost. I think they've got to be careful not to get complacent. I've seen this many times in tournaments where teams play each other multiple times before the final, and then the result flips in the final because the lower bracket team has come through, they've had a chance to work out what their opposition is doing, and they come in with a new game plan. But I think the gap between these two teams, it's going to take a lot of work for GB to suss out that Netherlands squad.
You're always getting information as well, though. Team GB have got so much data they can look back through and try and take upon to finally, if they do make the finals, because there's still Sweden and Hungary playing on right now as well off stream, which is going to be a big deal as well. But all of this is for the future. For now, we have KP on the desk with one of the winners.
I am indeed joined by one of the winners, the one and only Mike from Team Netherlands. First of all, congrats, Mike. First thing I've got to ask you is, how the hell did you go from 4-1 to an even more dominant display like this? What did you change up?
Yeah, nothing that much, to be honest. Just started playing our normal way, so yeah, feels natural and feels good.
Do you feel like it was more you were kind of in that game flow today, right? Maybe compared to the group stage where there's more games to play through and it can kind of be an up and down affair?
Well, we just had to play like here and backstage as well. This is my first LAN as well, so I have to get used to setups. So yeah, it's pretty hard because I'm like used to home, but yeah, it's fun, and I like to play at LAN as well.
And so this is your first time, so we've got to talk about that a little bit, like how you handling the nerves, right? Because I know the first time could be a bit stressful maybe. How's the team supporting you through that so it's a smooth experience?
Yeah, I'm not really nervous, to be honest. I've played a lot of like online tournaments and qualified for some things as well. Yeah, so I'm not nervous, so I don't need help. So
that's fantastic. Well, we've had a rematch here with GB. The expectation is still, for a lot of people, Netherlands versus GB in the finals. Is that your feeling as well, that you're going to match up against these guys for a third time in this tournament?
Yeah, I think so. And I want to beat them again, so.
I mean, what's even the point of playing, right? You just go, yeah, we got 2, mate. It's like a best of 3. Can we just get our medals?
Yeah, hopefully we get some medals.
Either way, you're getting a medal. It's just a case of whether it's silver or gold. Congratulations to you on the win. I'm going to let you celebrate your team and get ready. And we are going to head it back across to the desk.
Thank you very much for that, KP. Can we just point out the fact that first LAN appearance in itself, huge accomplishment, huge achievement. I'm noticing that, yes, I am significantly taller.
A lot taller right now.
If you missed the get up and what happened.
Seriously, guys, doctors hate this simple trick.
It's not a simple trick. It's that bigger box that she's now standing.
Okay, right, if you missed it earlier, basically you outed me for having a box to stand on, so I thought, you know what, I'd just do one better. Now that everybody knows anyway, I might as well reach the vibe check, the height check that we've got going on here. But anyways, back to Rocket League, fellas. How do we feel about how that one panned out? Not the greatest coming out from Team GB, but Netherlands pulling out all the stops.
Netherlands just better? Like they just better. I think I agree with Sweden now. Sweden, when they came out, they were like, they're just better. They're just really good. I think GB might be saying similar.
Left him in their wake, like confetti, really. And Mike Boy, that calm interview, Mike Verkalen, they should have been always watching him, but they certainly weren't. They couldn't keep tabs on the Netherlands players, and really it was just their defense that impressed me more than anything. It was so opaque for the vast majority of that series, and even in the third game that really had to be the one for GB. there was a shaky moment on the Netherlands defense, and still Temper got back on the goal line to pinch the ball with the post. And at that point, as GB, you just sort of think it's nothing going to work. And frankly, it didn't.
I mean, I think the issue with GB as well is we were talking earlier in the green room that they were very confident. And you were saying that Breezy was like, well, we're going to beat them. Like, we can play our game and we will beat them playing their game. And yet it's a 3-0. They beat them in the group stage as well. Like, Netherlands have just got the edge on GB at the moment. None of us really thought it was going to be a 3-0 though. I was thinking like a game 5. I thought it would go like the distance, make it like a couple of overtimes in there. There wasn't even an overtime. That was a stomping from Netherlands.
That was convincing.
Why do you think it might have been, though? Do you think it was that Netherlands were pulling out all the stops, or GB were just looking a little bit lackluster?
I think Mike Boy was somewhat peaking. Mike Boy looked phenomenal. He looked really very good. And I think also when GB, because they are currently also a team, they are still Williams Resolve, boy, do they have a dud series in them. Every now and then they'll be playing, you think, oh, they look so good. Like in the RLCS, they're doing a really good job. And then they just go...
Very entertaining team.
Oh.
You're going to be a big fan of them, but it's a very stressful job for their coach, of course, the Welshman, Tadpole, who will be talking lots with them over them games, because they may have lost to Netherlands in groups. They may have lost to Netherlands in that series, the upper finals, but frankly, it won't matter if they come back, make it to tomorrow and beat them in the gold medal match. That's the series that matters.
Now, another player that I really want to focus on is Tho, pulling out all the stops in the prior series that we had seen. However, in this game, I feel like he was playing a little bit more defensive, weren't necessarily seeing the most goals coming out from him. I think it really highlights the adaptability and the capability of playing a little bit flex in a team. Was that what you had kind of expected to see from him?
I mean, it's kind of interesting on Tho in terms of the two things you can see out of him as a player with such stretched rotations around the field is what I would say, like from his third to the opponent's final third. Little time in the midfield. He's often sat back deep like we saw in that series, just keeping the defense tied up so that Williams couldn't get their play going for Team GB. And downfield, he can often disrupt, but he wasn't needed a lot of the time on the offense to create them goals because Temper and Mike Boy in particular were solving and giving so many problems over.
I mean, I felt also, Tho, he had the chances to have some shots, but instead would hand it off to Mike Boy. And also, a lot of the time, hand it off to Temper and just think, look, they're going to think that I might shoot this, and he'll instead go backboard, or he does lovely passes in field, just with a nice little tap with the nose of his car, sends it in. Temper's always there to just slam it home as well. It's a lot of fun to watch. I'm really enjoying seeing how those two players have played together. It's a shame they're not fully on a squad together in like an actual team.
Hey.
But the fact that maybe
you never know.
Yeah, but you know, Temper, his stock is rising with this competition as well, and that's also what part of this is about, right? Is making sure that these players represent their countries, and then they are even better at the end of it.
I think it was really telling as well, the interview we saw with Tho earlier on. He was being given props, but he was like, you know what, it is a team game. I've got to give props to my team as well. And I think it speaks a lot to a player's character, but also the vibes that they have amongst the team as well. What I want to focus on now, we've got Team GB going up versus Hungary. Gents, how do we think this one's going to go?
I mean, is it confirmed as Hungary? I guess they must have literally
confirmed.
just...
I mean, there is a lot of cheering.
A lot of shouting.
We were hearing a lot of shouting and cheering here in the studio as, of course, Sweden and Hungary played each other just now off stream at the same time as our prior series. It may indeed have gone the distance, but just like in the group stage, then Hungary having the upper hand. Indeed, they will have so much momentum going for, well, a rematch against Great Britain. And that series could have gone to 5. We haven't.
Hungary are scary.
They do.
Yeah, Hungary, they push GB more than I thought they were going to. They're the scarier team out of Hungary and Sweden as well. GB coming off a loss, Hungary coming off that win. It's a very scary matchup, especially when GB will have been so confident, as we saw Breezy was saying earlier, that like we're going to win this whole thing realistically. And now they're thinking, oh, we're not even in the final, and we're playing for our lives. Like, it's a very, very scary spot to find yourselves in. But Great Britain, as we said, they're a pro team. They've got their mental coach behind them, EGE. He is absolutely fantastic. This is his time to shine. This is where he can do, you know, what Temper's been doing and be like, look, hey, I'm the psychologist here. I'm going to make sure that you guys go into this series fresh, you're ready, you're willing to be able to beat a team, and then we can get our revenge versus Netherlands.
Well, I think it's about time we give all of our players and our teams a little bit of an opportunity to have a reset, prep, primed, and ready ahead of our next matchup. It's going to be Team GB taking on Hungary. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon.
Don't tell me what I gotta do. Understand that I'm the truth. I ain't really got a lot to lose. That's why I fuck with you.
Now I'm not really one for attention. Shine a light through a prism full spectrum. Pull the curtains back, you're my dimension. Lay back and just forget the pressure. See where I come from, people never make it out. I'm a 5-star brain in a 2-star town. And I'ma give it back when I have enough money in my hands. Enough for the friends and the fam, and I owe it all to Yahweh. Lord knows that I couldn't do it my way. Almost bought a ticket for the fast lane. Now I'm hopping on a flight to the Everglades to forget the pressure.
Don't tell me what I gotta do. Understand that I'm the truth. I ain't really got a lot to lose. That's why I fuck with you. Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, but it's alright. So lightning in my mind, it's alright.
Walking tightrope, say the lightning, like how you move. I would swim across the ocean to hold on to you. I don't know where you've been, so right out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity. Feel the energy. Give me vibrations. Been a long time without you. Don't be blue without you. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations. Heaven is all around you. Happy now that I found you. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations. Give me vibrations. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations. Give me vibrations. Half of me was always missing, wishing to be yours. Hit me like some kind of vision, never been so sure. I don't know where you've been, so right out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity. Feel the energy. Give me vibrations. Been a long
what you want, what you need. Let it take all you get, my love, 'cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me. I fell for you, I took the fall, I gave my heart every single time. I know the truth, I see your heart. You know I'm just some simple guy. It's funny how you finally feel like yourself when you finally let someone in and give you some help. It's funny how you finally feel like yourself when you finally let someone in and give you some help. Hey, yeah, gotta get what you want, gotta get what you need. Better take all you get, my love, 'cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me. I know you're wrong, I feel the pain. You think I'm just some
Welcome back, everybody, once again to the European Games Esports Championships featuring Rocket League, where we have just seen Team GB take a little bit of a tough hit, a tough loss, losing 0-3 to none other than Netherlands. This time around, we've shaken it up once again. We've got Gregan back, and we've got Cole joining us. Oh, he's left him hanging. Oh.
Yes! I feel really bad. That's why we don't play together that often, isn't that right?
Because you always rotate out right when I pass you.
Yeah.
Well, hey guys, your commentating together was spot on.
Oh, thank you. Your hosting's been amazing too.
Oh,
You said, oh, thank you. in
stop
sync.
it,
We're back
you.
together. There we go.
Synergy is back once again, but talk to me about that game that we saw, fellas. Team GB not looking too hot right now.
Interestingly, they should have a lot of synergy as they play together on their pro club, but on this occasion, they just looked like they couldn't deal with the Netherlands' speed and consistency of pressure. They were just constantly there, zooming around the pitch, and GB just got overcommitted over and over and over again.
Well, the man who's coming in for Netherlands, Temper, he looks fantastic. He's able to slot right in so easily. A young player, up and coming, recently signed by Quadrant, doing no bad word for his name as well. It's going to be ringing out from all the pros.
Fun little fact about the Dutch team is they don't actually communicate in Dutch. They communicate in English just because it's quicker to communicate with the words that we use in English. They've got experience communicating with English-speaking players. And so they chose to communicate in English every single time they've played as the Dutch team.
Now, talking a little bit about the upcoming matchup we're going to end up having. Hungary having won 3-0 versus Sweden. Great Britain, however, having lost 0-3. What kind of mental impact is this going to have to the team morale heading into this match?
I mean, speaking of Sweden and Hungary, it wasn't on broadcast, but we actually managed to go back and watch that match. It was loud. They were in each other's faces in a respectful way, of course, but they were one-upping each other volume-wise every time a goal went in, which was great entertainment. And now they're back. Hungary, I think that they will be pretty proud of their matchup earlier on against Great Britain. Great Britain were the huge favourites in that one. Getting themselves a game and also pushing Team GB for the games that they did get was a sort of above par performance from them, I would say.
And that was when they were on level pegging for the mentality, whereas now Hungary are coming in off of a nice win.
Yeah.
GB coming off of a loss. It could even
loss.
bring them closer together as well.
I think it's going to be insightful, interesting. Do you think Team GB have it in themselves to bring it back? Reset. Not flip reset.
My biggest worry for Team GB is they've already got one eye on the grand final. They're going up against Hungary and they're thinking, right, as soon as we beat these guys, what do we do against the Dutch? Because they were really better than us last time. They have to avoid falling into that trap, and they have the right coach behind them in Tadpole who's going to make sure that's not the case. But even with someone telling you not to do something, part of you still does it, right? So that complacency, Gregan, that could kill them.
And I think the way they were playing, there were some concerning signs around their management of boost. They're running out of resources a lot, and Hungary will be able to punish that. They have the mechanical ability. When they're given space, when they're given the ball, will be able to punish that. So GB have some weaknesses in their system. They did say they sussed them out towards the end of the last series before, but whether they're, with the frustration they've just faced after losing to the Netherlands, whether they can hone in on that game plan, that's going to be a big question, and a lot on Tadpole's shoulders.
Another advantage Hungary will have compared to earlier as well is their coach Rio will be behind them this time. We've seen coaches for other teams. They will now have him speaking to their ear as they go. So they will have that fourth voice, which, if nothing else, just brings you down, just levels you out, and that could help them.
Now, talk to me about differences in coaching styles. Obviously, you've mentioned we've got Ryu on the Hungary
Definitely
side.
one for Gregan, I think.
Yeah. Come on, Gregan. Talk to me about the differences in coaching styles here.
So Tadpole is a big personality on that side, where Rio on the other side is going to be coaching these three players, and he's got experience with them playing for the club team with Budapest 5. And a lot of what Rio does is he's quite a tactician-heavy coach, looking to kind of logically work a team's strategy out. And that works really well. And then sometimes when you get into those high-pressure situations, it puts a lot of pressure on Ryu to be able to communicate and get that energy out of the team. And I think maybe some of the personalities within this team will be in control of that. Where on the other side, we heard with Breezy in his interview, he said how important it was for Tadpole to be part of that motivation for the team, the personality they needed when things started going down. Where I think with Hungary, that might even be coming from the players after what we saw in their their game off stream, they have a lot of energy that they fuel into the team. So that's less pressure on Rio as a coach to think about the vibes.
Now, I think given the fact that this is going to be a best of 5, of course, do we think it's going to go the full distance? Do we think it's... Go on, Carl. Go on.
So far, we've not had any Game 5s on the main broadcast. We've not had any overtimes to my memory either as well, which is always the most exciting part of Rocket League. When it's next goal wins, the counter goes up instead of down. You can go forever in an overtime, theoretically.
Almost. We did in that off-stream game. It was over 4-minute overtime. So for 4 minutes, neither team was able to score to take that win. So an overtime or a Game 5 is what we want to be seeing in this next one.
Yes, please.
I think especially given the fact that for Team GB, the very first game of the day, the second game in the series, as it were, they weren't looking too great, but they still managed to bounce back from that as well. So I love the fact that they're able to adapt on the fly, change things up, and not get too in their own heads as well. Do we think that's going to factor into this one? Do we think it's going to be dominant for them?
I think realistically, it probably will be a dominant performance from Team GB. But I mean, the pressure's there. The gauntlet's been thrown down by Netherlands, and that ultimately will have affected Team GB's confidence, especially as they are not a pickup team. They are a team. They're trying to compete, you know, in the RLCS, the highest echelon of Rocket League esports. They've just been pretty much put to the sword. That surely will be playing on their heads.
I mean, with sport and esports, there's a lot of similarities, and the biggest similarity is around the psychology of the teams. And it's even bigger a factor in esports because there's less of that physical aspect. So you're relying so much more on your thoughts and your emotions to make you play at your best. So if after that loss, they do lean into that frustration, then it could come through in their gameplay, and it will take a lot for the coach and for the team to bounce back early on in the series and try and lean back on their strategy that worked so well in the earlier match they played.
I think especially when you factor in elements, we've heard it before from some of the players, this being your very first LAN appearance in itself is a huge accomplishment, huge achievement, but an awful lot of pressure weighing in on your shoulders as well. Do we think the caliber of these players should be used to that level of pressure, or do we still think being in an environment like this is going to be a little bit too much to handle?
For sure, for Team GB, they've played at LANs, some of them played at RLCS LANs as well. You know, they used to this. Hungary, not so much, but now they are a little bit used to this. They've already had their first series out there on the stage earlier on against this same team. In theory, nothing they're about to face is new. What I would add to that, though, is this is their first elimination. No, yeah, this is their first elimination match on that stage. So that is another factor that's against Hungary.
Yeah, that is a big thing. I mean, Breezy played for Wales at the Commonwealth Games and managed to get the upset over England, where throughout the rest of the tournament, England were dominant over them. So the fact that the ability of Breezy to pump himself up in these backs against the wall situation could factor in there, and Tadpole was playing on that Wales team with him, who is the coach there. So they've got that energy to bounce back, so I do back them to do it.
You back in Team GB all the way?
Oh, I mean, not all the way.
All the way?
I mean, tomorrow's a different day, so maybe when they wake up, it will feel a bit different.
Do we think that there is a world in which, maybe, just maybe?
I think we have to see a strong first game from Hungary. You know, if Team GB come out and obliterate them, then it's going to be really tough for Hungary to dig deep again after an emotional performance earlier on against Sweden. They start off game 1 and who knows, but big favourites Team GB. I'd say 85% of the time they win this one very comfortably.
Okay, let's say Team GB, coming off the back of a loss, don't make it to the grand finals tomorrow to face off versus Netherlands. Do we think Hungary have a shot at taking down Netherlands?
Ooh.
I like theorizing.
All right, let's put this into perspective. Before coming into this tournament, I think Netherlands and GB, the only thing they cared about was that gold medal. They were expecting to be fighting for that, and the silver medal would be the worst case scenario for them. So to not make it to the final would be unbelievable for them. So for Hungary, they would be going into that final with this massive boost of confidence of like, we've made it further than we could have expected. For them, they're looking to get a medal, and that's a big achievement for them. And I'm sure they'd also agree with that. Same thing for Sweden, for Poland, for Turkey, who are all teams in running for that third spot.
The fact they've locked in a bronze is already absolutely massive for Hungary as well. You know, that's a huge achievement. It was basically the battle for the best of the rest behind GB and the Netherlands, and Hungary have already proven themselves to be that. I backed them against Sweden, and they beat Sweden as well. I think with their respective matchups they had earlier, they looked the better team, so I'm glad that they won through. It's been a top performance from Hungary. I'm hoping they can go into this one and play it pressure-free. they can just enjoy themselves here. And you know, there's jokes in Rocket League about the have fun meta, you know, which it really can make a team improve if they do take that pressure off and just chuck themselves at the ball, do what they enjoy doing, which is playing Rocket League.
I mean, all the prep comes beforehand. The have fun is that final bit of magic that brings the best Rocket
Final
League
sprinkle on top as well. Now, one common theme that we kind of continue to talk about within esports is the aspect of being the underdog team and not necessarily having too many expectations of yourself as a player and of your team as well. People often go into their games feeling like, well, you know what, we are the underdogs. There's not crazy amounts of expectations on our shoulders. And as a result of that, they end up performing even better as well. Greg, I see you
Let me
smiling.
tell you a story of
Go
when me
on,
and Cole
story
played against
time.
each other in an RLCS qualifier. Going into it... I don't
know where he's going with this.
Do you remember when I was with Speed? I had Speed on my team who
I beat you, didn't I?
They
I
beat
forgot
us.
about that.
Right? And honestly, going into it, we were expected to win. Everything was like, oh yeah, it'll be fun to play against you. You know, you guys are great. And you guys just went in so relaxed. Whereas we came in and Speed was uptight. He was like, oh, we've got to win this.
Yeah.
And that made me feel frustrated. And then the whole team got frustrated and we were all like very tense.
Yeah.
And then it's the same thing in sport. When you're tense, you don't flow as well in the game, and so consequently you mess up a lot of touches, you get more frustrated when things go wrong, and consequently the significantly worse team ended up winning.
All right, well, I think we're going to have a 1 versus 1 taking place here very shortly. But before we do that, gents, it is over to the stage, and I know Darren is eager and ready to get things started.
It's time. It's finally arrived. The final series of the day, and mistakes are not welcome here, folks. An elimination series for us, two formidable teams. In fact, this first team, they've already got a taste for it. Fight and Flight has been activated. They've already survived once, but the question is, can they knock a second team out? Join me in welcoming the stage, Team Hungary. And their opponents are a familiar one. In fact, we have a potential revenge story on our hands if they can pull it off, because someone they matched up to early today, someone that has been favored to reach the finals time and time again, but they're going to have to beat this opponent if they want to get there. It is, of course, Great Britain. Now, so far in this tournament, a pattern has emerged. However you fare against your opponent the first time around, history is repeating itself. We saw it in the past between the Netherlands and Great Britain. Are we going to see it here again? Or can Hungary surprise everyone? Can they make that finals? And can they make GB taste bitter defeat?
A second date between Hungary and Great Britain, Stumpy, but it's a showdown for that spot in the grand finals. And Hungary, underdogs as alluded to by the desk, but they've got the ability. We've seen them make Great Britain uncomfortable, and I want to see them do it again.
And underdogs, they have great bite. That's what we have seen from Hungary so far. Yes, you know, they ended up losing earlier on to Great Britain. It was a 3-1. Bear in mind, the only one that we have seen out of any series so far today. The others have all been 3-0s. They made GB sweat. It was not easy for the boys that are normally on Williams Resolve. I think this is a really good matchup for Hungary as well, because they've already taken down Sweden. That was a 3-0 short. They get through them. GB are shaken. They are worried. We said on the desk earlier. They are coming from a loss. Hungary from that win.
Exactly, and what a loud win it was. We were still working on the panel and we could barely hear each other talk over the shouting of that Sweden-Hungary series. They were playing off stream and there was so much passion and energy that they'd be bringing to the main stage. Probably not too much as they're settling down and familiarizing with the setups, or else they might break something. Of course. But the experience, they've got it. Sure, you know, Master, he's only 18, but Negsy, I've been playing against that guy forever. He's turning 25 this month, which I'm pretty sure that's old. You need to make like statues of him in Rocket League history.
That's old.
That is probably quite potentially the oldest player playing here. I'd have to check the teams from the group stage. He's older than me. It feels weird.
He's younger than me.
Yeah, well,
I like 4 years.
We knew.
But it's fine.
We may have.
He's younger than Cole by 10 years. You wouldn't believe it.
Wow. I believe it, and I believe that Great Britain and Hungary are near ready to face off. Who will win the matchup on this occasion? They are familiar opposition after playing earlier, but this is the series that matters the most for them right now.
I think Cole also made an excellent point where all these players are now on the podium. We're now trying to figure out where each of them slots. Netherlands, they're either 1 or 2. GB Hungary, they're fighting between any of those spots that we're currently seeing. This is the first hurdle on there. And Cole was saying, GB can't just look forward to the Netherlands and think, right, how do we beat them? Oh, Hungary, okay, we'll deal with them in our own time. We'll do whatever. But Netherlands, how do we defeat them? No. Take this series, breathe it in. I think that's also what Tadpole and EGE are going to be saying to them. Like, guys, don't even think of the final. Just think Hungary. These are the guys to beat right now. How can they do exactly what they did against them earlier, and even more dominantly as well? Because GB, they are the stronger team out of the two. I don't think that's any secret whatsoever. But the fact that Hungary held them to that single goal loss that they had in that second game as well, that's me saying that Hungary are going to be holding on to. I'm excited to see just how well they can go. If this goes to 5, Hungary have done a fantastic job, but clearly the underdogs in this matchup.
Previous series earlier, I allude to it one more time as we settle into this, could have gone the distance if not for a fantastic showing by that man Breezy in the Fennec car, showing up big with an assist and goal to spin Game 3 on its head. Hungary never bounced back from there, but they have got a second chance here, but it's their last chance if they want to go all the way.
I think it's also something that I'd like to see from GB is let's see what Noah Saki can do. Because I have bigged him up massively time and time again, and I believe he is one of the best players that is in this competition. I think alongside obviously the rest of GB, great shot there from Breezy. But Noah, I feel like he had a couple of shining moments where I thought, wow, like that's what he can do. Yep. He's had those fantastic mechanics that are able to surprise the opposition. But then every now and then it just goes wrong. It doesn't quite click. Those 5%, they're just missing every now and then, and he hits crossbars, he hits posts, or he'll just miss a pass. That pass central though from Breezy finds Noah, opening goal GB.
Yeah, there was no missing that on this occasion. It's a Breezy infield, and we saw that be the thorn in Hungary's side earlier. This isn't, of course, not after Great Britain have already hammered away and chipped away at the Hungarian woodwork. They've been struggling to get out of the blue half, and they'll be hoping for a change sooner rather than later.
That was a really big push as well from GB, making sure that they are making their point known, that every single chance that they're going to have, they're going to at least make it hard for Hungary to save. But Hungary's defense was great early on. As I said, they got a 1-0 victory versus GB, and it was a frustrating victory, or rather a frustrating loss for GB to be suffering as well, because they were trying everything, but Hungarian defense just managed to hold strong. 90 seconds is gone, haven't been able to work their way out of that blue half just yet, but suddenly Hungary find themselves on a bit of a push, and Bumps starting to play a big game.
Whoa!
Shot straight in, Flame falls on the goal line, but can't quite get enough save.
He's not going to want to see that one again, falling out of the wrong side of bed. It's a nice dunk from Meshin. Flame couldn't quite angle his Octane upon landing, and really the first time Hungary have got possession in the orange half, and it's ended up spilling into the British net. They won't be happy about that.
That's a chance for Hungary to then run with that momentum too. As we've been saying, that 1-0 was huge for them. Flame, though, with a brilliant punt over towards the other side, and falling off the ceiling but can't make second contact. Now it's just Breezy to defend against the 3 Hungarians. One shot towards that right-hand wing, then leaves Flame with 100 boost, goes in the corner. Nice and high is Noah Saki. Up for that double. Passes it central. Not enough for shot, not enough for pass to an invisible teammate either.
Yeah. Every time you just pause your breath when Noah is up, going for one of them double touches. A player so capable of the explosions of exceptional with the breakaway. Master taking the quick shot, forces a save out of Breezy as we approach half-time. GB really needs to watch that counter-attack, because if Hungary are able to sponge up the pressure well and collect possession like this through Meshin on the backboard, it's those important early challenges, as you see Breezy contest there, that don't allow Hungary to get comfortable.
I think something earlier as well is the fact that Hungary were so comfortable with their 1-0 lead is GB weren't actually focusing too much on boost, and so they had enough where they could just rotate around the pads, they could rotate around the corners and just sort of be fine and continue that hunkering down. It's like trying to siege a castle, but sending in like cans of soup. And it's like, you're fine, you can survive off the soup for as long as you like. No, cut off their soup supply, and then you'll manage to be getting a goal towards the end.
Stumpy Goblin, esteemed historian, as Nexi flicks the ball up ceiling bound. No tin opener for them to break through the defense thus far. Hungary have been able to keep it sturdy, as I say, Master. Just a slight whiff of the ball. Meshin is there to cover, though. Breezy doesn't need no help, takes control on the backboard, tries to catch one defender out and forces two to commit. As Master has to simply float one backboard bound for Great Britain to return. There's a lot more spacing, less close quarter play, although as I say that, it now spills centrally for a shot. Meshin rifle, but saved in the top corner by Breezy, who is heavily involved at the moment.
I like the idea from the grounded attacker as well to just try and go for Breezy, make him feel uncomfortable on his own goal line. Doesn't manage to get anything from it, but Negsy, I like the idea that he was making sure that he is not just letting GB have their own pace and their own defense as well. Push and stretch them thin. Negsy now up to the ceiling, caught out by Breezy with enough boost to get a little bit of danger on the cards of the blue side. Breezy going central with that one again. Meshin calls Negsy off the ball and instead goes to the ball himself. Bumps Flame away from that double tap from the ceiling. Noah with a pre-jump. That is ill-timed. He does not get contact on the ball, but he at least forces him to be tackled then in by Breezy. 1 minute remaining. A dish attempt from Meshin going from up high. A few miscommunications I'm seeing from GB's defense.
Yeah, it was a little bit of bedlam on the back line. As a nice little slow play from Meshin, gets all three orange players in the corner. They both go for the ball and float it over the bar. It will spill for Negsy, but it's a trap laid by Noah Saki to squeeze the ball and pinch it over to Breezy, who can't quite return the favour on this occasion into the final 30. As GB continue to probe the Hungarian defence, but the backboard response is there, only for it to spill down. It's a little bit messy. It feels like a coil sprung right now, waiting to go into action. The entire game on a knife edge into towards the final 10 seconds now as Master trying to air dribble downfield, but GB could launch a final attack.
Good chance here from Flame. One reset, goes low with the ball, ends up faking it. One bump as well. Breezy should leave that ball for Noah. Instead goes for it on his own. Oh! Never mind. He squeezes it in. Ignore what I'm saying. Breezy is brutal.
Brutal indeed as he gets the flip reset and squeezes it past two defenders into the top corner, giving the defense more issues than a magazine stand. Stumpy, what a finish to game one.
I was convinced Breezy should have left that, fake it out, because all defenders were looking at him. And again, he's going literally for the shot that he went for in the end with the reset on into the backboard. Noah was open on his own, could have had a nice easy shot with all defenders up. Instead, Breezy goes, nah. No. I back myself to get that 0-second goal. Secures it with the reset. That is gorgeous.
It was absolutely beautiful as we see the replays from just the first game of this best of 5 in the lower finals. Hungary getting a little physical. They earned themselves a response and got themselves another quick flurry of shots, but in the end there was only one shot that ended up mattering. GB getting the ball to the backboard and Breezy taking on 2.
That's nuts. The fact fair play. Honestly, Breezy.
He's not even fussed. He's just...
Yeah, did you see the cameras when it went back to them? All of them just stoic, like Easter Island heads. Just doesn't matter. Like, that's what they should do. But my word, Hungary. They made GB really panic, I feel, because they were getting some goals, they were going for the bumps. They're making GB look so uneasy and forcing double commits on defense. And if you can do that a few times and just send the ball long, that then has efforts to then shut down your attack. If you're thinking, right, we need somebody back, because they're going for these long shots, these awkward ones, these bumps, you think, okay, maybe let's commit somebody more to the halfway line to block them out. And then suddenly, your offense is stunted. You don't have the full firepower that you'd like to commit.
Not a myriad of chances in that first game for Hungary as GB with twice the number of shots, but not without threat at all. As you were saying, Stumpy, Hungary, as they immediately score of a bizarre touch in the midfield. I want to see the replay of this. I didn't quite catch it. It spills sidebound, and Master just gets the touch, and it was an own
backflip.
Catastrophe for GB.
I think, was that like part of a half flip? He was trying to head back, make sure he can get back for the defense. Ill-timed, completely unfortunate. Like, I can't even really blame the defender for that. That was just an unfortunate touch that he managed to get. But in the end, they all count as one.
Indeed. Flame and Breezy, hang on a minute, not the fine moment. Breezy is going to be able to correct it. I was going to say Flame and Breezy, Stumpy, playing together for over 2 years now, I believe, and that chemistry still going to have its hiccups on occasion. And well, that was won single-handedly by the Hungarian defense to immediately give up that advantage. And whilst it's a very forgivable error that, you know, me or you and anyone could easily make defending the backboard in Rocket League, on this stage, those are the goals that can cost you.
I really appreciate you putting me and you on the same level there. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the can of soup comment. I think
I needed that, and that's huge. Thank you. But yeah, you're just giving that one goal back, and then brings it completely level until Flame. What a sling slang top left.
Blazes it into the net as it's just mishandled by the Hungarian defense. Ball out center at the top of the box, and is this nerves? The cracks beginning to show. Flame always going to be there to punish.
Already the same amount of goals that we saw in game number 1 in just 40 seconds as well. So thank you guys, making sure that we get a rip-roar in game number 2. But Meshin, I think he was the player that went for the backboard defense as well, right? And then messed up, I think. I couldn't quite see, but...
We wouldn't say messed up. We would say creatively put the ball in front of the goal that happened to be undefended.
An atrocious touch that led to a goal.
That's what I would say if you did it.
Yeah, that's very fair. A minute has now passed, and with that GB lead, the confidence from that early error absolutely has gone. Nearly a bit of a cheeky touch on that as Noasaki goes for a fake out, but then he gets dunked. Breezy to the ceiling. 100 boost for Noah. One musty central, one miss. Nearly got the touch in with his butt. Instead, the Fennec is not quite thick enough to score them from the corner.
Spinning it like a bottle top. Breezy in the corner will have another try at it, and not to be. It's contested in the midfield by Hungary, who cannot fall onto their back lines too easily. They know they need to be able to break out as it's flicked over towards Master from Meshin, who will get the ball back and boost in the corner too, but he cannot wrestle the ball past Flame, who has not been losing any individual battles. He pinches the ball centre bound, where Master is indeed awaiting, but Hungary cannot sit back. They cannot rest back. They trail in this second game, and they could be trailing by a second game if things don't change.
I'm enjoying watching any of these passes that come in from GB. What a dunk in the end. Sorry, Negsy with a beautiful dunk. One touch that was about to be devastating towards Hungary's side. Breezy goes for it long. Negsy's already up. Master, instant turn, tap it towards the net. You're going to get a goal. What vision from Hungary on that play.
Silencing GB in the midfield. Negsy, a fantastic dunk, with all the precision required to recalibrate an easy teach whiteboard. It's now Master trying to find a dunk of his own, but Flame there comes on through. Demo is there in the net, but they need to get the ball off Meshin first. They do eventually a bump, but Master recovers, and the turnaround. Flame with an important touch in the midfield as Hungary again threaten a rapid counter-attack.
Actual perfect positioning there from Flame. That was quick. That was going to be a rapid counter-attack that was going to lead to a goal, and as Flame was sitting in that 5x5 box, essentially. Brilliant positioning from him to get the block away.
He was playing Minesweeper, and he had to get the right one.
Was. But yeah, I was saying earlier that I like seeing that whenever these passes come in from GB, we're seeing a defender back. So even if they do get intercepted, apart from obviously on that Negsy play, we're seeing that somebody is there, ready to make sure that they can get those, they can get any of these long shots that might find their way over towards the GB net. A couple of more infield passes coming in, but definitely looking like they want to go slower with them because they've been stung from the previous interception from Negsy, who is now on the ball, yet again being a pest for the defense.
Critical game. It's a lovely musty from Breezy. Clears the ball from defense for GB. Another chance to, though, loose from Flame. He does find himself again in the right spot, absorbs the ball so much as he controls it to buy time for GB to get the numbers back as it gets now forward, does the ball, pinching down the left-hand side at a wall dash from Breezy, who's given the time to miss it completely. He'll be glad about that as Flame comes over to try and bundle the ball goal-bound, but Hungary understandably prepped and ready on that occasion.
Incredibly level game as we enter the final 90 seconds. Breezy to the ceiling, over the top of Master. Touchdown, but it goes wide of the goal instead. Now Negsy can continue with this ball with 20 boosts. He can't get that second touch. Flame now versus Master yet again. The man that's been on defense over and over again. Flame removes Master. One Musty. He's going for them over and over. Nearly pinches it in the side of the post. Minute 10 ticks down. Noasaki continuing this devastating GB offense.
And it could be there. It is Flame as he just simply finds the ball again. Right place at the right time. They let Noah cook and he punished them.
Brilliant, brilliant touches from Noah. Such deft, little, just awkward touches where you don't know, is this going to be the one? Is that going to be the one? Is that going to be the one where he passes it down eventually? Instead, he's juggling it just above the goal, takes out a player with him, and then it falls straight down. Final minute is going to be C. GB lead. Breezy is there, and then he finds himself back in the graveyard. One shot on from one fake and a pinch away. GB keep themselves clear as we enter the final 45.
See, trying to go fetch at speed in the corner. But GB have got Hungary where they want them as a pass back towards centre. It's floated up by Meshin. A loose touch, though. A great dunk from Negsy, but they're not going to be able to wrestle the possession off Great Britain. Noah Saki taking the ball high to keep this valuable time coming off the clock. It's just kept out by Negsy, who has to get back down the other end of the field, but a loose one here. Such a lack of control from Hungary. The panic is setting in the final 20 seconds, but it is so hard and difficult to stay calm and collected as Master can't quite find the flick he was looking for, and Noah will take over.
Final 10 as Breezy attempts to find Flame. One goal would absolutely secure this, but the seconds ticking down is going to do that regardless. Remember, game does not end until the ball hits the floor on 0 seconds. Now Negsy has to keep this up. One flick round one. The second going around the back of the defender. Great Britain take game number 2 in what was yet again another close game, but became a lot more clinical towards the end. A lot better game control from GB, and you set a point right towards the end there, Tylacto. Hungary, whenever they were getting a chance to hit the ball, that's all they thought about. All they thought was, okay, I need to get the ball away now.
Yeah.
They're not thinking, okay, I'm going to do this to get it to my teammate who has more boost, and then they can then continue with it. They're just thinking, ball's going towards the net, hit away.
Yeah.
There's no follow-up on their plans when they get stressed.
It is so difficult with so much emotion, understandably, in their play. They got a lead, albeit very unconventionally, as you see here. Great Britain, far less so. They are keeping themselves business, eye on the ball. Emotion doesn't need to come into it. They are staying professional, and they need to keep the throttle wide open and finish this series tidily. That's what they're going to need to do, because it got a little bit out of hand earlier today when Hungary did force them to a 4th game. But of course, it was the second of that series that they took, and Britain weren't allowing them that on this occasion.
I love that pass from Noah, where that second touch is lucky because he gets bumped back into it on his flip. So then it kind of hits the back of the car. He then gets bumped back into it, and just on that rotation, it happens to just go whoop, and just whips it up just a little bit more, gives then the scoring player a little bit more time. But you're completely right. The professionalism from GB right now, they're not shouting. They're not going crazy. They're thinking, this is the job that needs to be done. And they are doing that job brilliantly. Hungary, their performance has been stellar. They, I think, are looking like they are. I'm very happy that they've got themselves a podium spot, because they have been fantastic so far. Best of 5s though, mate.
Indeed.
Reverse sweeps happen. It is not impossible by any means.
It is not yet decided which podium spot that will be. Hungary needing to win 3 individual 5-minute games, as that one very dubiously...
How many minutes?
Rolled across... That's 5 across the goal line. Hungary do keep their clean sheet intact for now, but it hasn't been in mint condition for too long this series. Meshin looking like he's not in the game. I imagine we may have a request for pause. There could be tech issues.
It's a fun one for the admins.
It is fun, isn't it? But
I always like this. Yeah, I always enjoy seeing, there's a player sitting on the floor. The other team might not have noticed yet, because they're just playing, they're doing their own thing. And then it's like, ooh, what do you do with that goal?
When do you think the meta advances so far in Rocket League when it comes to mind games that players pretend to DC to throw the opponents off so that they take more time with their attack, and then suddenly they start moving again?
I personally think that will never happen, Tylacto. I think there's a lot of integrity, and no players would ever dare do that. Not in this country, not in North America either. And they wouldn't stick with an old cable by any chance either, and have that disconnect to world.
Controller, no possibility. Not at all. Great Britain won't be worried one bit. They won't have a lot to say, I imagine. Tadpole, I mean, when he walks behind the team, you can hear the mastermind music playing. He'll be pretty chill, just keeping things as they are. But
That's what it should be. It's a 4th voice. It's keeping them in check.
But Hungary, there'll be a lot of talking going on there. You see the smiles from Great Britain, as indeed things are going exactly to plan. The blueprint laid is succeeding. It didn't succeed against the Netherlands, but they are looking for a chance to make those adaptations. To do so, they've got to make it to tomorrow and eliminate this Hungary team, who you can see, yes, they're probably stressed on the inside, but they are absolutely loving this as an experience. And it's what really having esports at the European Games allows them. What an opportunity and an experience it has been for them already.
I mean, something that I love about any international competition, this extends in, like, whenever I watch football. I don't watch club football that much. I love watching international football, which I know puts me in, like, a lot of people who are like, wait, you think international's better than club?
I don't judge, Stumpy. In fact, I think I can get behind that.
I love it, because I'm like, I look at, like, England, and I'm like, okay, they are all English brilliant players. I'm like, they're coming up, you can't buy them. You can't be thinking, okay, I've just got more money, therefore my team's better. You have to foster it. And you have to then have, as you know very well, these university leagues and have to feed into it in esports as well, a lot like these academy clubs and you know, clubs in those countries. They can all feed into these ecosystems and make better players. I love international competition so much. And then the fact that then you've got Hungary who are then competing. We don't get many Hungarian players in the RLCS. They're all French nowadays.
Indeed. I mean, it's kind of testament really to Negsy and his career as Breezy will put it in. I mean, truly the waves parted here. The Hungarian defense, 3 blue Phoenix, all fall like confetti, and Breezy just collects his present.
Noah there doing the absolute best textbook example of you don't need to touch the ball to throw off your opponent. He just flew in the way. If he gets a touch, cool. If he doesn't, he stood on his job because then they need to correct to see if he does then get that touch. Issue is, 3 of them went.
Yeah, that is the issue when you're rotating back simultaneously, and in a similar way for Hungary, all 3 of them felt like it was their job to cover the top of the box, and while understandably you see Nowasaki going up to take the shot, it's red alert, it's DEFCON 5, they all go. Well, they all went right past it, as you saw, and there's work to be done for Hungary, who trail again in a 3rd game consecutively. Still over 3 minutes, though, to be played, and there's a chance here for Negsy, who soft pulls out of the shot just a little bit, fearing putting the ball over the bar, and it could have been the difference. It ends up getting saved as Meshin acquires the flip reset, but Breezy, he's very familiar with those, and he reads the play perfectly.
I mean, getting the reset literally earlier to win the game as well. Noah, in that instance, finding Flame in the midfield now. Breezy rising like a firework and doesn't get anything too explosive from it on that chance. First 90 seconds of game number 3 has elapsed. GB currently leading by 2 if you've only just tuned in. But Hungary have looked scary. They've kept it to 1-goal games each time, and only just narrowly missing out on our first on-broadcast overtime as well, with a 0-second goal from Breezy. So Hungary have absolutely held their own. That shot, unfortunately, is going wide of the open net from the pinch.
Didn't think an overtime was going to be top of the early Christmas wish list, but here we are, the 1-0 scoreline. Noah on the British backboard with a long, booming clear, but it's nicely clipped off the sideball by Negsy to bring his teammate Master into the play, only for a demo and whiff to open up the space that he gets back and covers for anyway. And now Negsy not back on the ball for long because Nowasaki immediately just driving through the defense. He just couldn't quite chipping away. It just, I worried it was going to crumble for a second.
There were so many shots coming in. I would have loved for that just deftest little touch. Hungary to look at it and be like, oh, that's going in, lads. That's going in. But instead, just wide of the net. Breezy with a touch from the corner. Master, what a recovery, getting bumped by Breezy and still instead gets that defense. But look at the conveyor belt of shark's teeth that Great Britain have become. Every touch looking devastating or leading to devastation.
It's a very fast-moving conveyor belt. Worryingly so for Hungary. They do get an interception, only to dunk themselves in the midfield. So there goes Negsy having to contest as well, but it's not on his terms. It is Britain ruling at the negotiating table, I should say, here for once, as Negsy get the ball in the midfield. He gets it underneath one, but he's got no boost, he's got no resources, and he's denied the one in the corner, only for the ball to spill out central, back to Britain again.
I like Breezy there going for a long shot too. Just wants to send it straight back into the other half and make sure that the other team are thinking, on Hungary's side, we can't do this, lads. We can't keep committing. And Breezy shoots on the net that Flame has opened up wide. Mars with a loose touch in the center. Breezy with a dunk, and Flame sends a wreckage to the graveyard. Hungary down by 2. Great Britain lead as we head into the final 90 seconds.
And I hope there's bunk beds in the graveyard, because that was Flame's second in the space of about 20 seconds. Now 2 to the good. Hungary probably with a better chance, trying to stop a ghost going through customs, because it suddenly turned into 3.
Brilliant from Noah too. Round 1 reset, sends it central. Master has no chance as Breezy touches it mid. 3-0. Looking to be a bit of a romp in this final game. And bear in mind how, you know, the final game for Great Britain went previously as well versus Hungary.
Very similarly.
5-1. They were close versus them, and then they were like, oh no, we are sick. Oh, lads, we forgot. We are sick, actually. We should probably just score a lot more goals.
That might have been their exact words. It may not have been. We will not know. But I do know that Hungary, the desperation stage of the grief, is coming back into play once again on match point, this time elimination point with a minute to find 3 goals. Definitely a rare, lesser spotted comeback that you don't see very often. They're going to have to try and pull it off. They've got the ball down in the orange zone where they need it, but Breezy just taking control and forcing a commit, an unfavorable one for Master, who has to put the ball back into the corner, which is where the time continues to tick down.
Either we're seeing GB now just go for every single ball, throw what you can, throw off Hungary. Don't play normally, because then that's how they've been pushing you a little bit in these games too. Go crazy, get as many weird, awkward touches and have them be completely unsettled. That's a good chance for Hungary though. Instead, it falls back down to the defense to do their dirty work. A triple miss going in from GB. Yet more blocks on that line. Final 20 seconds. Hungary, they need a miracle. Very slim chance of this going to be coming through. Meshing it in the corner, sends it towards Noah, who again finds another player. Breezy securing the 4th.
Breezy adding another goal to his collection. A victory lap here in the lower finals. Almost certainly, in fact, certainly gonna confine Hungary to the bronze, as Britain looking and saying, I got another one in me. A 3rd time they will play the Netherlands. This time it'll be for gold tomorrow.
GB, I feel like I'm looking at the meme where they get up, they've been beaten up by Netherlands a few times, and they say, I can do this all day. They are ready to come back at them. Hungary, congratulations on your bronze medal here at the European Games Esports Championships here in Katowice. Our grand final tomorrow will be the triple-headed rematch between the Netherlands and Great Britain.
An improved Great Britain it was too. Far cleaner than earlier. They had the Hoover out and they were cleaning up on the field. Unfortunately, Hungary, a close contest the first 2 games, but again, it just got away from them. But what an experience and what a chance. They swung, and while they ultimately missed narrowly, they are certainly glad to have been here, and that is the opportunity they got, and that is why we are here to watch. What really is Sweep City.
And also, you can see just how calm they are, just standing around making sure, look, lads, that was all part of it. That's how we do it. I think that being humbled by the Netherlands again, and that's a good sign for them. They're thinking, okay, we need to think a lot more. Breezy earlier, clearly far too confident. It's fine to be confident, but yeah, that potentially a little bit misplaced in this instance. They are going to be having big conversations when they get back to the hotel.
Absolutely. It is another day in the office for Great Britain if their office involves a trip to Katowice. They certainly will have enjoyed thus far, but will only truly feel like it has the cherry on top if they go all the way to winning that best of 7 coming up tomorrow against the Netherlands, where, of course, the Dutchmen will have a game's advantage.
Yeah, I mean, a best of 7, the fact that we're going to be seeing, you need to then take 4 games in total, but the 1 game advantage for Netherlands could be huge. They've already done, as Cole said earlier, a quarter of the work.
Indeed.
Easy. That's what you've done. You get that 1 game advantage. GB are going to need to win 4 over a team that have beaten them 2-0 so far. Very early prediction. I'm sure you're on the desk tomorrow anyway,
well,
not that much, but...
Prediction, maybe not from me. I want to talk about having talked to the Dutch team, the Netherlands lads. They're saying, the goal isn't to win anymore. The goal is to not give GB any games.
Games.
It's certainly confidence. It's good they've got a goal. Everyone says talk about setting targets. That's quite the target in a grand final. The worrying thing is that they've shown that they are kind of capable of it.
They are. We're not going to be able to talk to the Netherlands right now, of course, because they're going to be somewhere else sunning it up. It's lovely here at the moment in Poland. Instead, we're going to be heading over to the stage with KP having a nice little interview.
Thank you, lads. Yes, I am joined on the stage by the one and only Tadpole from Team GB. First of all, congrats, but I've got to ask an important question here. Was this all just a ploy to get the British flag up as much as possible on the scoreboard?
I wish I could say yes, but I'll be honest, I don't enjoy lower brackets. So, yeah, obviously good that we could come down to the lower bracket, get the win that we needed to, and, yeah, excited for tomorrow.
And, talk to me a little bit about how today went, right? Like, obviously, you would have been focused on this series, but as a coach, did you have the bandwidth to dissect already in your mind what went wrong earlier against the Netherlands?
I think Netherlands for us, it's a difficult one because it's 2/3 of a team we know with an extra player thrown in. It's been difficult to really gauge them. It's been difficult to read them. They've had our number the last 2 series, and I think for us, dropping to the lower bracket, it was about making sure we win the series we expect to win, set up the final against Netherlands. Anything can happen on the day tomorrow, and we'll see what happens.
Well, speaking of having numbers, let's talk about this series here, the Hungary series. Cleanest performance, I would argue here. Did you feel like the team really is hitting that flow now? Is this their peak?
I think the boys, to lose the series we did and have to go straight into a team, Hungary 3-0'd Sweden in the lower bracket, they're going to have momentum. For us, it was about staying professional, staying composed. The boys did that superbly, and yeah, definitely one of our better series, and hopefully we can take that into tomorrow.
Well, we have a saying, we Brits, don't we? Third time's a charm. Is it going to be here as well?
I think we'll see tomorrow afternoon when we're studying celebrating, so more than confident, don't see any issues with the Netherlands, and we'll see what happens.
We'll have to see if they can do it. I mean, that's going to be it from the stage here. They're going to get prepped for tomorrow. Thank you, Tadpole. Pleasure, as always. Now we go across to the studio.
Beautiful performance there from Team GB. Congratulations are in order indeed. Commiserations in way of Team Hungary, though. I feel like the performance that we saw there from Team GB, Gregan, was pretty much, as you had said, expected, anticipated. I know you were hoping for maybe a Game 5, Cole, but unfortunately, they weren't able to make it happen.
Yeah, it didn't really look possible, did it? Game 1, I'd say Hungary started well. Game 2, they fought through, but Game 3, Team GB showed their quality in the end. I think GB were improving as things went on. I don't think Hungary were getting worse. But there were some beautiful goals in this series that we can see here. I mean, infield pass is always beautiful to watch, Gregan.
It got more tidy as it went along as well.
Yeah.
That was the big thing for me, is they started to feel a little bit more relaxed. I think once they got the nerves out of the way and started to settle back in, they remembered they are that much better than Hungary if they play at their best. There was a few concerns. The score lines in those earlier games did potentially show that Hungary could punish them for that misplay, but that goal there from Breezy.
We loved that.
That was the pinnacle of today, I think, the strongest bit of mechanics we've seen so far. Some unlucky goals. But, I think overall we saw a lot more control there from GB, and I think they're really going to be thinking now about tomorrow and how they're going to suss out their opposition there.
I can't believe we were literally 0 seconds away from the elusive overtime that we've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yet to see one.
Tomorrow in the grand final?
I promise to any viewers, overtimes are great. They're really cool. They're really exciting.
This is where we get the longest overtime in Rocket.
We deserve it. We deserve that.
Yeah.
And we deserve a Game 7 tomorrow as well for the grand finals.
Oh, yeah, I'm super excited for that one. But, fellas, you mentioned Breezy in particular. In that final game that we had there just a moment ago, absolutely popped off 4 goals to his name as well. I feel like for Team GB, it's very much a case of once you get the ball rolling, pun intended,
nice.
and you get that momentum, there's pretty much no stopping them as well. So I know that we had mentioned it, we saw it in the very first series of the day as well. Do we think this is just the Team GB meta?
I think we needed to see Breezy be more on the ball. What we saw against Netherlands, he was trying to be disruptive off the ball, and that puts a lot of pressure on Flame to then try and muster up some mechanics. And realistically, Flame is the weak link of the team when it comes to mechanical plays. We saw him do a little bit of it earlier on, but in that game there, we saw how much better Breezy was on the ball. He actually did a Breezy flick at one point, which was very nice.
Straight away after each other as well. He's suddenly got a taste for his own move. Breezy's invented a mechanic called the Breezy flick, and he busted that out a couple of times. So he's having fun, right?
Similar to sort of gymnastics, where we have moves named after the people who kind of pioneered them or popularized them.
But what makes it the Breezy flick?
So he does. I'm going to try and do this with my hands.
No, reenact it with your body.
I can't.
Yeah, Breezy, do a backflip, Gregan.
I'm not going to be doing that right here. But yeah, you can see the bracket there. A lot of 3-0s, which is quite typical once the game starts going out of favor for a player, for a team, they will start to fall behind, and that's where 3-0s can be likely. But we've had a lot of close games. Even though the results overall have been 3-0s, there have been some 1-goal games in there that could have led it to go towards that Game 5, and hopefully the grand final goes all the way to the 7th.
It's been a little bit of a sweep throughout all of our games today. We only had one game, and that was the Hungary versus GB matchup at the very start of the day that ended up closing out as a 3-1. Heading into grand finals, though, Fellas, best of 7. Cole,
Yeah.
talk to me. How are you feeling about this one? Of course, Netherlands having 1 game advantage as well.
Well, as a proud Dutch person now, I'm very confident that my team, the Netherlands, are definitely going to be winning this one.
You can't just be Dutch because your hair's orange and therefore you like Netherlands. That's not how it works.
I'm pretty sure that is how it works, but I'm very confident the Netherlands can take this one. I'm not sure I fully agree with their confidence that they're going to try and limit Team GB to 0 games, which is what Talacto was saying. They were saying behind the scenes earlier. Maybe a little bit too cocky there, but they did get 3 games in a row earlier in the best of 5, so if they win 3 games in a row in the best of 7, because they already have that game advantage of being in the upper bracket, they'll do it. So
yeah, one thing I was a little bit disappointed to hear in the interview, but it might work in their favor tomorrow with the bit of time to prepare. Tadpole spoke about not really knowing how to play against this team when they've switched in temper, and that's the only difference, right?
Yeah.
They're still playing good Rocket League. You've got to be able to beat good Rocket League, and what I saw was a little bit of trying something too much, like overdoing things, overthinking with what we say about Breezy. So I'd like to see them just play good Rocket League, like we said, have fun, just forget about like a big game plan, just go out there and play good Rocket League, because that's ultimately what's going to beat a team like Tho, Mike Boy and Temper, who aren't used to playing together.
I would love to hear from the 2 of you what your highlight of today has been so far. Go on.
Good question. I think that 0-second Breezy goal. In game number 1.
That was going to be mine.
Useful mechanical play at 0 seconds as well. The game not ending till the ball hits the floor always makes things much more exciting. Also getting to commentate alongside this fella.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, that was nice.
No one really cares about us. They want to know what the Rocket League moment was. For me, the Rocket League moment would probably be that 0-second Breezy goal. That was really impressive. No, honestly, that was unbelievable. That was genuinely unbelievable.
Taking with me?
And yeah, talking with Cole at some points.
That was all right, I guess. Fellas, thank you both so much for joining me here today. Coming on up, though, we're going to be moving things over to the eFootball side of things. We're going to be starting off with the women's tournament, followed by the eFootball Open as well. From myself, 0-second Breezy goal, of course.
Yeah, I know. It was well remembered. I forgot about that. That's crazy.
For a moment, I actually thought you forgot. I was like, wait a second. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Thank you both so much for joining me. Huge shout out to our fantastic casters as well. But after this break, as I did mention, we're going to be back with eFootball, where Mr. Adam Savage, the man, the myth, the legend himself, will be taking you through all the action. We'll see you soon.
Selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector.
really want for attention. Shine a light through a prism full spectrum. Pull the curtains back, you're my dimension. Lay back and just forget the See where I come from, people never make it out. I'm a 5-star brain in a 2-star town. And I'ma give it back when I have enough money in my hands. Enough for the friends and the fam, and I owe it all to Yahweh. Lord knows that I couldn't do it my way. Almost bought a ticket for the fast lane. Now I'm hopping on a flight to the Everglades to forget the pressure.
Don't tell me what I gotta do. Understand that I'm the truth. I ain't really got a lot to lose. That's why I fuck with you. Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, but it's alright. So walking tight, say the lightning, like how you move. I would swim across the ocean to hold on to you. I don't know where you've been, throw it out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity, feel the energy. Give me vibrations, been a long time without you. Don't be blue without you. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations, happiness all around you. Happy now that I found you. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations, give me vibrations. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations, give me vibrations. Half of me was always missing, wishing to be yours. Hit me like some kind of vision, never been so sure. I don't know where you've been, throw it out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity, feel the energy. Give me vibrations, been a long
you need. Let it take all you get, my love, 'cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me. I fell for you, I took the fall, I gave my heart every single time. I know the truth, I see your heart. You know I'm just some simple guy. It's funny how you finally feel like yourself when you finally let someone in and give you some help. It's funny how you finally feel like yourself when you finally let someone in and give you some help. Hey, yeah, gotta get what you want, gotta get what you need. Better take all you get, my love, 'cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me. I know you're wrong, I feel the pain. You think I'm just some simple guy. I know the truth, I see your heart. You only have selfish desires. Every little thing that you ask, I will give to you. You know you never ask me twice. I've been keeping tabs on the things that I give for you. I think it's time you paid the price. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me. I just need to keep my space. You just need to find your way. All your things is at my place. I'm gonna throw them out today. I just need to keep my space. You just need to find your way. All the tears you throw my way, I don't wanna see your face. No more, 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 no, yeah. Gotta get what you want, Always in my life, but it's alright. Brainstorm, lightning in my mind, but it's alright. Don't tell me what I gotta do. Understand that I'm the truth. I ain't really got a lot to lose. That's why I fuck with you.
Now I'm not really one for attention. Shine a light through a prism full spectrum. Pull the curtains back, you in my dimension. Lay back and just forget the from. People never make it out. I'm a 5-star brain in a 2-star town, and I'ma give it back when I have enough money in my hands, enough for the friends and the fam, and I owe it all to Yahweh. Lord knows that I couldn't do it my way. Almost bought a ticket for the fast lane. Now I'm hopping on a flight to the Everglades to forget the pressure.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, but it's alright.
Dzień dobry, hello, and welcome to the European Games Esports Championships 2023. It's great to have you here live from Katowice, Poland. I'm half Polish myself. I feel like I'm home right now. My name is Adam Savage. Great to have you joining us here. We are in for a golden treat this weekend. We kicked off this morning with Rocket League, and now we move into eFootball first. eFootball Women's, followed by eFootball Open later on today, where up to 28 nations take part in the eFootball Open, but eFootball Women's had 8. And we're going to see how that culminates very, very shortly. It's not just me that I'm joined by my almighty teammates as well here, Neo and D-Man. We have captain and top goal scorer. I'll let you guys figure out exactly who's who here. But we're in for a treat here. I mean, first and foremost, Neo, we are here in Poland for all these different nations coming together to compete. For our viewing pleasure, this is fantastic.
Yeah, Lee, you can be captain. I'll be top goal scorer. I'll take that one all day.
Yeah, well, I'm the old experienced man. I'll
Okay,
take
I see that.
Father and son duo.
Father and son
We've had it all.
exactly.
We've had it all.
It's exciting now, isn't it? I mean, what a pleasure. And, you know, there's a lot on the line here. It's not only kind of, you know, your personal stakes. It's, you know, national pride, right? It means a lot to be representing your country. And I think on this sort of stage, in this sort of environment, it's kind of a melting pot of all this talent. It's amazing to be here. Amazing to be a part of it as well.
It certainly is.
Yeah, and for a lot of these players, this may be the first time that they've actually traveled to an off-site event. Obviously, you know, we're in the post-COVID era. There was a lot of tournaments where you were just online, as simple as that.
Yeah,
so we are here in Poland. It's fantastic to see.
One thing that tends to unite the world as well is the beautiful game of soccer or football. You can see here Rocket League we've had here for the eFootball Open and eFootball Women as well here. So you can get a sense as well in the air here, the players being here on the site. Well, we're feeling they're literally just next door to us here. Everyone is just really excited to be part of this competition.
Absolutely, and it's really cool for us as well, getting to kind of culminate with them a little bit, talk about what's their tactics, what's their strats coming into us, how they're feeling, right? You don't get that as much. And, you know, as you were saying, we've had a lot of events online. We're just kind of coming out of it now, and to be having these abilities to have a little conversation at dinner. How are you feeling? How was yesterday? How was the groups?
Yeah.
All of that means a lot, right? And then going in towards what is the knockouts now makes it all the more exciting.
It does. D-Man, we can see on screen here, eFootball Women here, the different teams taking place, different nations represented here. Some real big ones here, obviously familiar countries, but some fantastic competitors as well.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, we had Italy, Belgium both topping their groups overall. They absolutely dominated as well. So we've got some real strong performers here. There's no doubt about it. You know, some standouts, I think it's safe to say. So it's going to be a tough old competition in these brackets. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, we want to see goals, obviously, as well. Goals.
I think we're going to get goals.
We're going to get goals. I mean, we'll go through the breakdown of everything very soon for you in terms of what happened yesterday and the lead up to today. But we want to see that entertainment for everybody at home, for us as well. We love to see a lot of the goals go in, and I think we're going to see exactly that over the course of the next 2 days.
Yeah, we've had some very high-scoring group games, right? And of course, those are all off stream. So now coming in towards where it's the knockouts, double alien bracket coming through, right? So you do start to feel a little bit of that pressure. And we'll take a look through the bit of the former, right? As we said, double elimination bracket coming through, but off the back of the groups, top 2 from each group coming through. So we get the best of the best, essentially.
Yeah, we really do. Format here is what you can see on screen right now. D-Man, obviously finals and grand final to come here, but best of threes. You need 2 basically to go through to the next.
It was best of
It
twos.
was.
as a
It
group.
was.
Yeah. All difference mattered in the groups. It doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't.
We're in straight up best of 3 double elim shootout. So you could win 5-0 in one game and then lose 1-0 in the other, and you're still tied at 1-1. It doesn't matter. There is no aggregate score, which obviously you'd get in traditional football, the home and away legs. So this is just straight up best of 3 matches. And as you say, double elimination. We're going to have an upper bracket. We're going to have a lower bracket. There's a second chance. You don't get that in real life football, but there's a second chance.
That is true. You don't get that, but here you do. Let's talk about actually, I forget, there's obviously a lot of viewers out there as well who are veterans, have watched a lot of eFootball, but you may be brand new to the game as well in terms of the fundamentals that make the build-up of this thing as well. Let's just walk through the settings as well here of what actually the game modes are going to be like here for our players too, and what's going to happen going into this. Walk us through here now.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, right, it's going to be a complete level playing field, right? You can pick your whatever team you want, but the settings, the stats, all going to be exactly the same.
Balanced, yeah.
Exactly.
You're not picking one player that's just like because they're taller and faster.
Exactly.
Like that, which you will often get if it's not balanced. The people will have their favorites of like the quicker winger or maybe the big striker or something like that they can get the balls into. It is all stat balanced, everything in there. 10-minute games, so 5-minute and a half. You know, obviously not a 90-minute game. We're not going to sit here for the whole 90 minutes real live time. We'd end up with like 100+ goals, I think, if we did that.
We'd be here to the actual next
We
Euros,
would
the
actually.
actual next Euros. In speaking of in terms of our teams as well here, I mean, they are in this environment. They know that the best of the best are really here competing. How do you feel? We're going to look at the groups now in a second too, but how do you feel they're feeling going into this too? In terms, because we mentioned that medals aspect too. Yeah. There's bragging rights too, but you want to be the nation on top.
It means a lot, right? Because we're coming towards the end of the eFootball season, actually. This is one of the last events, the kind of official events coming through. So this is the perfect way to end the year, basically, on a real high note. And then when you look forward towards when players are going to be signing for teams going into towards next season, the contracts are up. This is a really good kind of opportunity for you to showcase what you're all about. This is a perfect time to be like, right, who's going to sign me? I've just won gold at the Esports Championships in Katowice. Who's going to be the one to pick me up going forward? So I think it's a really important time. And we look about consistency across the board from the groups in towards the knockouts. You've got to find that form early doors. I think nowadays, or it's coming in towards today, all the pressure's gone and the nerves have gone of the, getting that first game out of the way. I always think it's that's the big one, right? Getting the opening game out of the way, get the nerves settled. Yeah. Now they're feeling okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we should talk about meta as well if you're brand new to eFootball, what is the current meta, do you think, as well as D-Man? What do you think our players are going to have to do here to ensure themselves going through to that grand final?
I mean, score goals. It's going to be like the straightforward thing. Obviously, tactics aside, each individual player may have their own tactic, whichever they prefer. It tends to sort of switch between the 4-2-3-1s, the 4-4-2s, flat 4-4-2. I'm not going to say the rest of that comes out of the film. It's a very well-known English film. Or 4-3-3s, whatever they prefer. It's generally going to be down to what that player prefers, what sort of style, what sort of players they're like. It is stat balanced, but it's unbelievable how you still have in your head, I need to have this player in my team. Yeah. Even though it's like, it doesn't matter, but you've still got like that superstition, I guess, is what you could probably say, maybe superstition that you have to have that sort of set player. But yeah, I mean, obviously goals is the name of the game at the end of the day. You've got to score those goals. Some of these players have scored incredible amounts of goals throughout the group stage. You can see it right here. Look at the goal difference. Look 25 scored, 2 against for Italy. 39 scored with 5 against for Great Britain. They really did dominate. I mean, you have to look at the points, 30 and 25 towards 7 and 3. It was very one-sided group stage, certainly for Italy and Great Britain in the first group. The same story can be told in Group B as well. I mean, it's a similar story. There's some very strong candidates here that have a real chance at winning. Some more experienced than the others. Like, obviously, we look at Italy, Belgium and Ireland, sorry. Very different story here now. Yes. Very, very tight between Ireland and Hungary. We literally went down to the last game.
Absolutely. It was goal difference, right? And that's the big thing. I mean, there was a world in which Hungary were going to make it through instead of Ireland. It all came down to the tiniest goal difference. 3 goals is what made it up, right? And they were going to see like a completely different bracket coming through with Hungary playing instead of Ireland. So fine margins. We've had kind of different storylines coming through. Dominance from the likes of Italy, right? Who have looked unbelievable. Whacking goals left, right, and centre. GB looked amazing as well, right? 39 goals in the groups. 6 games played is, it's no easy feat, to say the least. But then you look towards the likes of Ireland, who essentially squeaked by the goal difference, the finest of margins.
And those last games, Ireland lost 5-2 to Belgium in that last game. So it was something like, ooh. And now Hungary won 5-1. So it was an 8-goal swing in that last game. So, just a goal or two more. Bear in mind, it's obviously there's the best two. So it definitely could have easily swung, and we could have had Hungary here instead of Ireland. But Ireland are there.
They've made
first ever LAN event. This is great to see.
This is really exciting. Actually, let's take a look at the bracket and exactly how this is going to pan out over the course of things. Obviously, you've seen the groups here. This is how things look on our table right now. You can see Italy, Ireland, that first matchup, followed by Belgium, Great Britain later on here. The two winners going head-to-head in that next round. The others moving down to that lower bracket here. I mean, Neo as well. You look at this, the table now. We are down to just the last 4 teams here, the last 4 countries represented. It's really important getting through to this next round, because at least you have that other chance in that lower bracket final later on, if that's what happens to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even that first game, right, Italy versus Ireland, on paper, it's very heavily weighted over towards Italy. I mean, when you look towards the way in which they made it through the group, Georgia had an unbelievable performance. With the games they played, 1-9, drew 3, lost none, right? So that already consistency at a very high level, where for Ireland, it wasn't exactly as, 1-5, drew 1, lost 6. So on paper, it looks very favorable towards Italy. But that's the good thing for Ireland. If things go south and it's not the best opening game, there's this lower bracket. You can make that lower bracket. We all talk about the kind of the fabled lower bracket runs coming through, the storylines that we love.
We love that story.
About.
The lower bracket's
It happens all the time.
It does. It really does.
And I got to say as well, when you go in towards the lower bracket, some people really find their form there when the pressure's actually on in that sense. You've got a little bit of leniency, a little bit of breathing room when you're in these opening games. When you drop into the lower bracket, I know it's an overused sentiment, the age-old anecdote, but diamonds are made under pressure. And a lot of players really do look amazing in that lower bracket.
We've got a coal mine just down the road.
Exactly.
Right
I knew one of you were busted out at some point.
Pull it out. He has to get in there. We're literally on top of cold territory. But to carry on with the games, obviously Belgium versus Great Britain is a very tight game. Obviously Belgium topped their group, 30 points, didn't drop a game. You saw the goal difference there, absolutely smashed it. Great Britain, you got a Commonwealth gold winner in MZ. So it's a real big crunch game, that one. I really couldn't call it, which way that's going to go. That's going to be a very interesting series, the best of 3.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see here. We love the entertainment. We love it. And you guys at home, I'm sure, as well. I can't wait to see it unfold. This is exactly how the schedule looks for you going into the rest of the day here. You can see first up, our very first match, as mentioned, is Italy versus Ireland. Followed a bit later on, Belgium versus Great Britain. We mentioned best of 3 here as well. And then later on, we'll have our final 2 matchups in eFootball Women. And then later on, obviously, eFootball Open, which is a whole other story we'll get to later on here. But that is the schedule. So kind of feels as well, obviously, it's been European Games here as well. We get to kind of the Euros and talk about football regularly. But obviously, people tuning in for their particular countries, kind of rooting on their favourites. When we talk about homework that our players have done here, obviously they've gotten there, they've scored the goals, they've ensured themselves into this position here in this next round. In terms of homework, other competitors and studying their game as well, how much do you think that the balance is between the two here of kind of like studying their other opponents as opposed to working on their own game?
Yeah, I think there's kind of 2 different mindsets around it. A lot of players do like to counter-strike and really look into the intricacies around how players like to play, whether they control the tempo, dictate the pace of a game, or whether they play a little bit more of a relaxed, kind of sit-back style. I personally kind of prefer when players focus on themselves. I think you can really get in your own head when you're too focused on, okay, they've done this little thing, so I've got to try and counter with this. Just focus on yourself, right? I think you're going to find the strength in your own game style. There's a reason you got here, right? There's a reason you've made it to the knockout. It's on yourself, right? You don't really have a lot of time to prep in the groups because it's game after game. There's barely any break in between, right? I think that's what they've got to focus on, themselves. Look towards what you can perfect in your own game style rather than counter-striking your opponent too heavily. I can understand little bits here and there, little things that you know is a bit of a trick up their sleeve, but generally, focusing on yourself, I think you're always going to find a lot more strength and you're looking into the deep intricacies of your opponent.
Same way.
I think I could have said it better, really. I mean, you just absolutely nailed it. I just want to say, thank you very much to the European Games for actually inviting 3 Englishmen on the desk. Because I know in a post-Brexit era, I'm surprised we're actually here, to be honest. It's we got invited. Obviously, we have the Commonwealth Games, obviously, which, as I say, MZ1. This is full European affair. So obviously, some people might be looking as like, why are they not here? It's because they're European games. So some nations, obviously, not in Europe, may have very strong players, but obviously can't compete here. But it's all about the gold medals. It's not often, you get events that are partnered with Olympic Games. I mean, they're literally taking part. The Olympic Games are going on. There's archery, there's shooting, there's all sorts of events. We were watching the other day, England got absolutely slaughtered in the fencing
by Italy.
By Italy. So
that might carry over today. We don't know. That may later in the competition.
Well, I just hope they don't get fencing on the stage.
I'm prepared for that. That would be awkward.
Let's not go that way. That'd be a little awkward for KP on the stage as well. They're going to smoke him out as they with the stage as it is. But yeah, I mean, obviously these players are all prepared. It's like some of them have been in this big environment, as we say. MZ winning the Commonwealth Games just was it a year ago? It was a year ago in Birmingham, right? Obviously picking the gold medal. So you've got that big experience coming in. Some of them haven't, as I say, like some people just have not been on stage. They're on a big stage. They've got lights on them. Like it's all well and good talking about your game and how you play your game. You've got to try and lock your mind out of that. The fact that you've got the stage lights, the cameras, the effects, everything that's around you, that'll all completely put you out of your mindset. You have to really try and get in. You'll probably see them maybe with earphones in. They've probably got music playing or something in there just to try and get their rhythm going effectively in the game.
Yeah, we've heard over the last kind of couple of days here, you know, goals are scored, everyone in the room jumps up and goes wild. I mean, we've heard that. I mean, and looking your opponent in the eye as well, actually being here in person as well, now, makes a big difference when they're literally sat across from you.
Yeah, mind games is a huge thing, right? I think that's one of those things that can really affect a player. If you get a goal down, you start to get a little bit tilted. It can actually really affect you in towards the game itself. And I think that's one of those big things that we look towards, especially on the stage environment, because they're sitting next to each other. The second a goal goes off, you know, they've got the coaches, the managers going wild, getting a bit of noise going. That's going to get in your head if you're playing. So that's what you do see, like you mentioned, with the earphones in, blocking it all out. It's a completely different environment from your bedroom at home, right, where you're sitting in what is your comfort space, a space that you know so well, to a stage environment in front of people as well. It's a whole different environment when you're looking up, you're seeing eyes watching you, people really studying you. It can be a completely different kind of scenario, and it can actually get into your head.
And you know, the reason we mention it is because we've seen it at tournaments. Like I've been around long enough that you'll have your online warriors effectively that are absolutely slaughtering people, and they'll get onto an event and they just, for whatever reason, the nerves that get the better of them, you know, they just can't settle. They're maybe not sat in the right chair, the right height, the desk height, something like that. Just all sorts of these small things can completely put you off. Maybe you haven't brought your controller with you. Some of them, I don't know whether they're allowed their own controller, but obviously if you use a new controller, they're using PlayStations on the stage, if you use a new controller, those hands can be a little stiffer and maybe you're used to on your thing, and that can just, all those tiny little things, you know, you wanted to do just a small walk and ended up sprinting off in the direction. You're like, what's going on? And just the smallest little details can really throw you out.
Yeah, the captain has seen it all. That's your new nickname now.
There we go.
He manages for captain across the board here.
Got the hand warmers.
Yeah, the whole half-time oranges. Yeah. He's got it all. He's
I literally heard the British coach saying, you know, I was trying to get the bananas for the Rocket League players. Like they were trying to get the bananas. So there's all these little things that can just offset.
That seems good for the brain.
It really is. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
Don't get cramping up in Rocket League.
That's the last thing you need. We start to turn our attention as well to that first matchup as well, which I think is really important to kind of focus on, is exactly how it's going to pan out, because two players here, both, I mean, you have that kind of that next winners bracket final on the horizon. You want to make sure you qualify for that. We've seen lots of goals. Will there be a kind of like an aggressive nature to play here? Do you think it's going to be slightly more kind of passive and see how things play out, or do you think it's whatever's worked in those preliminary group stages, take it through into the next matchup? We can see on the screen who will be competing at the next matchup. So Georgia versus Glitched. I'm excited, lads. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at kind of how Georgia played in the groups. Dominant, right? I think controlling the tempo, a lot of goals scored as well, compared to Glitched, who, like we said, only
let 2 goals in as well.
Yeah,
that is
monstrous.
And bearing in mind that was against MZ as well in that group, so only letting 2 goals in, that's pretty huge. And you can see the scores, those 2 goals did come from MZ. Everybody else was just swept aside.
Ukraine, 8-0, 6-0.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, one interesting thing as well, we've talked about, well, what could potentially happen in the next round where Great Britain do go against Italy in that winners bracket. You can see here how tight those games are, 2-1 and 1-1.
Yeah.
Fine margins, literally 1 goal, the difference in those 2 games.
Absolutely. And there's also a world in which we've seen it before, where if you know you're kind of better than the vast majority of your group, you actually do save a couple of straps under the belt for when it really does matter in these knockout kind of situations. But the big thing when we look towards these opening games is making them as smooth and as quick as possible. You want to have the shortest day possible, so you don't really get that mental fatigue coming through in towards the, you know, the longer parts of the day, in towards tomorrow as well. You want to save as much of your energy and conserve it for it's the best of 5s tomorrow. They're a completely different ball game, very long, can really weigh on the mental, and that's the big thing. Make today as smooth as possible. A couple of 2-0s, get them out the way, have a nice, relaxed day.
It could also be tricky in the groups when you have games like that. Like you say, you go from a 6-0 to a 1-1 to an 8-0. Like you have to be prepared for like that harder opponent instead of just being used to dominating. You can see how close it was here, obviously, for Glitch. Glitch absolutely fantastic story. Bless her coming here, obviously a grandparent's dying recently, so she's like, a grand was all excited for her. She knew she was coming to Poland, and bless her, she died last week. So Glitz is coming here, obviously, with that heavy heart, effectively, but really looking forward to it. Had the blessing of her grandparents, which, you know, in the esports world, I mean, obviously, when we grew up, you know, if you were telling your grandparents you were going to play a computer game tournament in Poland, they'd be like, "What? What are you on about?" Nowadays, it's way more accepted. You know, parents have grown up. I'm old enough, you know. I got my son here.
I love that.
Old enough to allow my boys to play.
The academy player who's risen the ranks, finally has made the first team. Love to see it. Love to see it.
But yeah, I mean, it's obviously a great story. Clearly, massive underdog. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, Georgia's coming into this one, absolutely bossed the group, and you know, against a tough player like MZ, to come out on top in that group shows that really they are going to be a strong competitor.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, we saw the difference with the goals there as well. The games, loads of goals, you know, a lot more, I guess, kind of closer as well. Yeah. Interestingly, that kind of experience when you have to grind out those results, it can put you in that kind of mindset where you know that you are biting in the bit, ready to rock and roll, and you've been there, you've done it, and you know that everything. I mean, Glitch will know full well what is coming their way with Georgia right around the corner there as well. So it'd be exciting to see how that has galvanized them into this next game.
Yeah, I was talking about earlier how you aren't really, I hope they don't counter that too much, but actually there's a real strong world in which, because Glitch knows on paper how strong Georgia is, you know, throughout the group's dominant, so many goals scored, so few goals scored against, they might kind of tempt them into a little bit more of a counter-attacking style of play, sit back, you know, kind of take in the pressure and really trying to bank on mistakes because of Georgia's play style, you know, dictating the pace. They control the game so well that they're so difficult to break down if you're playing a traditional style of e-football. So that can maybe tempt you into a little bit more of a counter-attacking style and hope to bank on mistakes. But then again, Georgia's made very few mistakes so far, so it's easier said than done.
I do just want to touch on a point that we didn't actually mention at the top of the show, and I'm talking about teams. They're not going to be playing as Belgium and Ireland. That's not going to be happening. They're probably going to be playing as maybe Bayern Munich or whatever their favorite team is, whatever they prefer. They can play with anyone. It could be, I don't know, Croydon FC versus Wrexham, but there's still going to be star balance.
I'd love to see that.
It'll be down to what they prefer, because they can't play with the national teams in this current setup.
Okay, but teams are balanced, and it's going to be
absolutely balanced. It doesn't matter.
Balanced. It's going to be it's going to be a spicy affair.
So for the commentators, they're going to be wishing that it's someone they know.
Exactly. Well, I think we're almost ready for that first matchup here. We're looking forward to it. Killer Pigeon is standing by with our competitors as we dive into our first semi-final. Over to you, my friend.
Welcome one and all back to the European Games Esports Championship. And the day has already been underway. That's right, we say farewell to Rocket League, and we'll see them tomorrow. But now we need to move into our next tournament. It's time to kick off with eFootball. And well, this one should be a fun one. You see, opening up, we've got a team that dominated the group stage. In fact, I think had the highest score. They looked unstoppable. She is a force to be reckoned with. Join me, one and all, in welcoming the stage, the one, the only, the representative for Team Italy. It is, of course, Georgia. Now, Georgia, definitely looking like a favorite to many people, but I'm not one to back away from an underdog story. And on the other side, we've got a rookie. It's her first event, but I'm confident that they can do phenomenally well. Please, representing Team Ireland, join me in welcoming to the stage, the one, the only, it is, of course, Glitched. eFootball's only just getting started today, folks. It could be a long one, so buckle yourselves in. But to bring you the entertainment as we get ready for kickoff, let's head across to Tyler and John.
Yes, thank you so much, KP. Tyler joining me, of course, on the casting booth for the first two games of the day. I am so excited, Tyler, to be here. European games, to say the least. You know, we've seen some of the competitors do it on the Commonwealth level at the same time, but now this is really the next step up in some of these players' careers.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's always great to see kind of new competition come out, because certainly some of these countries are a little bit more established when it comes down to it within eFootball. Others, of course, have competed in other titles. Later on, we'll see MZ. She said before the tournament that she was maybe not the biggest in eFootball, but has certainly competed across FIFA as well, has done some stuff in first-person shooters as well, and I think just having that competitive edge is always great to see, and especially something just being someone that's into football. I think you can always pick up a game like eFootball and perform well if you know the basis of the game.
No, definitely, 100%. And look, we're going to kick things off today with Belgium versus Ireland. Not too sure that's a game we'd probably see in the real world of football too much. But either way, look, we're talking about two teams that, you know, very, very sort of on each side of the coin, right? We have Belgium, who's come through a very, very dominant performance, unbeaten in the groups. And then on the other side, you've got Ireland, who have literally just clinched it with I think like a last minute goal difference or something like that by like +3 or +2. So we're talking about Italy, not Belgium. But yeah, we're talking about two teams that, yes, they have got potential to give a very, very tough, evenly matched up game. But if you're a stats man, you know, I know sometimes you like to live by the rule book. You've got to think that coming into this, Italy and Georgia is definitely the favorite, right?
Yeah, I think so, certainly, and we did get a couple of insights earlier whilst the desk was still happening. We had one of the point of views already up and had the chance to kind of look at the teams being set up, and obviously in eFootball, a lot of players usually do go for teams like Bayern, or you see a Barcelona there as well a lot of the time. From what I've seen just now, we'll see Georgia starts with AC Milan, and on the other side, Glitch will be with Bayern, and of course, players just about getting ready now. I think, well, that's me up there on the big screen. They're finally playing on the stage, and we're just moments away from jumping into it and getting into our first matchup here. And I was just about to say, we were just hyping up that one of the players is going to use Bayern here, and that's not what it is. Because, yeah, a little bit of a curveball there, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think if you was to ask me to put my life savings on one team that might not be picked in a semi-final game when it comes to an important stage, it would be definitely Udon, right?
I think it might have been a wrong selection.
Yes.
So yeah, obviously you haven't seen that just yet. We hadn't actually gone into it, I think. So they've gone back into the lobby now, and they're probably going to reset that. I'd be very, very surprised if it's not going to be Bayern against AC Milan. All around, I would have loved to see them being able to represent their home countries in it, but of course it is going to then also be balanced across the board, usually in eFootball, and it's still always awesome to see international clubs come out. You're able to represent those. Obviously, later on the open side, we'll have players that are actually signed to the big clubs. They've played the biggest competitions in the leagues, and with that, we'll have to see. And if you are just joining us, of course, Rocket League is done for the day. We'll have that grand final tomorrow, and we are just about away from jumping into the first game of the women's competition here for eFootball, and it will be Bayern again.
Yeah, we've just had it pop up on our screen. I was like, okay, cool. I don't have to pull a Danny Rose and Google some of the players' names for once or twice. But no, yes, we are going to see the side of Italy representing strong through onto the game as well. AC Milan for Georgia. And on the other side of things, you can see here, Bayern München for the side of Ireland, of course, being represented by Glitch. Couple stats coming into the game, and of course, Italy, like we mentioned, unbeaten in groups. 25 goals scored, just the 2 conceded. Now, you know, you can't lose a game of eFootball. You can't lose a game of football in general if you don't concede many goals, right? And so the fact that you've only conceded 2 goals across, I think it was, 9 games of competitions throughout the groups or something silly like that, that is safe to say that Georgia definitely knows how to keep the defense locked down. But on the other side of things, Ireland went through on that goal difference. Like I mentioned, you know, 17 scored, 18 conceded. And it's their first competition in eFootball to represent your country. And, you know, I've got a few Irish friends as well, and we all know how sort of like patriotic and, you know, how super serious Ireland is when it comes to representing their country. So this is a big bit of weight on Glitch's shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of expected it with the difference in experience. Some players coming through qualifiers, others literally just being selected by their delegations. And then obviously you are dropped into a group. It is just 4 players a group on the women's competition side, just 2 groups in that. So the chances were pretty high of you actually moving in to those playoffs. And at the same time, you already mentioned it, a difference of 3 goals. And that literally just happened on the final matches. So that was down to the wire all the way. And looking forward to seeing what we'll bring to the server now, as the game is now hopefully just about as we're loading in and ready to finally see some football. And yes, obviously, like, we've been here a couple days already. We saw some of the competition kicking off on Thursday already whilst we were checking out the venue and seeing how everything was set up. And I felt the energy with the players was great. They were all just hyped to be there, hyped to get into their games, and we are now finally underway.
Yeah, if you just joined us, we are here for the European Games Esports Championships. Semi-finals underway between Italy and Ireland. Italy kicking from left to right, Ireland from right to left. Italy represented by AC Milan, Bayern Munich for the side of Ireland. And already early on here, Tyler, a little bit of early pressure from the side of Milan, forcing their first corner.
Yeah, and set piece is always going to be dangerous, obviously. Not even that many players forward, we do have to say, for Milan. For Georgia here, tries to go to the edge of the box, doesn't really work out, and that's always your chance for a counter-attack if you're glitched in that position. The passing, though, working out quite well and getting into a decent position around the edge of the box, but it's always just trying to pull those defenders out very compact. We saw that in the setup already, that Glitch is going to bring exactly that sort of style to the game. It's just a big clearance on, trying to keep the game away from the goal. However, now it's sort of opened up space in defense, but good defending to come back. And now maybe time to counter. Not going to come through the defense just yet.
Yeah, I think if there's one person that's not going to be getting in behind quick and fast, that's going to be Thomas Müller. I think maybe 5 or 6 years ago, it might have been a different story, but so far, so good from each side. Some early Milan pressure down the left-hand side. Ball whipped in. That's going to be catch in practice, though. However, for Jan Sommer, such a well-respected goalkeeper, both in the real game and throughout the whole sort of football and esports industry. Super solid, super reliable is the Swissman. But either way, though, ball is turned straight back over, fortunately, though, for the side of Bayern. That pass is a little bit loose, but, you know, one thing we talk about while playing eFootball all the different times is, I mean, I guess football in general is the different patterns of play, the different styles of play, right? You know, some people prefer to sit back and hit them with counter-attack. Some people prefer a fast build-up, a little bit of tiki-taka. What style of eFootball do you like to watch, Tyler? What's your favourite?
To be honest, I think, especially within football in the game, it's been very focused towards kind of the center of the pitch. There's not too much action going on around the wings, and I think if you're playing a team like Bayern, that should generally be the way that you move. However, right now, the counter-attacking play is generally what I prefer around the different titles as well. However, right now, not quite working out here for Georgia just yet. I feel like she's been more accurate, though, and the team's been strong in that. Most of the action has been happening within Bayern defending, so Glitch still getting those blocks in, and then it's all about just long clearances for them. And that hasn't really worked out for them just yet, I feel like, because then those through passes haven't been coming through.
Yeah, and I think you made a great point, especially when it comes to eFootball. We see a lot of the build-up go through the center of the pitch, and then maybe the ball here is whipped out to the left-hand side, and you might see that final cross in the final third come into play. But, you know, if you compare it to the other esports titles we have, which is a little bit more traditionally fast build-up, and the passage of play is a little bit more tiki-taka-esque. So we'll have to wait and see. Tournament is obviously still early doors, even though we are in the semi-finals. This is a best of 3. Like I think I heard Lee mention earlier on the desk, no aggregate scoreline, no away goal rule, just pure 90 minutes of football. Or I say 90 minutes, maybe 10 minutes of football either way.
Yeah, so it's 5 minutes per half, obviously, and then also if it is tied after that, we don't actually go to extra time. I think it is straight to penalties, if I saw that correctly in the rule book. First little chance here to actually hit the post. And the upright is going to steer it away from the goal. Another corner to come. And you can see in the possession chart just there, 63 to 37. It's been very, very one-sided in that. And Georgia, I think, is going to be looking for a little bit more off the back of this corner. Certainly trying to get players into the center of the pitch this time. Shorter, try to head it on. And Glitch, great stuff there to get that head on first. And now get the ball clear, have a little bit of free space, and maybe even look for a long ball over towards the right-hand side. Doesn't quite manage to do so, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think what we've sort of seen already from the way Georgia is going to be set up to try and take this game to Glitched is it's very center focused, and then they try to put the ball out wide to the likes of Coman or I think she might be playing Nabry as well. But the ball's whipped in, straight shot straight at the keeper down the throat of Jan Sommer. That's to be beaten away for a corner. But when you've got a target man like Thomas Müller, for example, on the side of Bayern, you would be thinking they're the ones that are going a little bit more direct, but it's not. It's actually Georgia on the side of AC Milan who's trying to whip that ball into the center of the box. But corner here, though, for the side of AC Milan. Just waiting to see whether or not the ball is going to be whipped into the near post or if it's sent slightly deeper.
Yeah, obviously it is from the opposite side this time, and it's yet again going to be Jan Sommer to try and get that ball away. However, not good enough. Corner towards the cross towards the back post isn't going to be coming through, and in the end, I think we'll see a goal kick here for Glitch, and sending their players up the pitch here, looking to go towards the left-hand side. That should work out for them. They do lose the heading duel in midfield. However, straight back into their own defensive lineup and somehow find a pass straight through the center of the pitch and not able to come back into it. However, now there's space opened up for Georgia. Good block towards that side. We'll see yet another corner. And obviously, virtually half an hour gone in this game already. It's been more or less one-way traffic, and even the passes reflect exactly what we've been talking about. I think within like the virtual football scene, being below 80%, usually you don't see that too much.
Yeah, I think, you know, it usually get...
Oh, and it's a penalty!
I think that's a late challenge, and it is. The ref points to the spot. It was a late tackle from the centre-back of the Bayern team.
And that might be one of the most difficult parts if you have Jan Sommer in goal, because he's one of the smallest goalkeepers around, obviously within the top clubs. We'll have to see. Georgia will be stepping up with Giroud, looking towards the left-hand side. Great save for Glitch there, and in the end, we will stay level in this game from now on. And it's already becoming a great best-of-3 here, just within the first game of the series.
I'm calling it. We're seeing 3 penalty shootouts. I can tell already neither of these two players are going to budge a yard. But you mentioned, you know, Jan Sommer, usually one of the smallest goalkeepers when it comes to the world of football. So sometimes reaching those far corners for the penalties. But I think it was Georgia who elected to go slightly down the middle. And usually that's a great way to take a penalty. And if the keeper just stands still, then he stands still and guesses right. But the ball is a bit over the top, trying to get again, though. Thomas Müller's not the player you want to be trying to slide in behind. Ball does now fall to Gnabry. Is dropped back.
Good idea.
Over towards Müller, out wide. Ball does try to get played across into the final third, but easily intercepted by the side of AC Milan. And now it's the Italians that go on the counter-attack.
Yeah, we're just minutes away in game from going into the halftime break, so we might just see one further attack here for Glitch. And I hope that they take a little bit of time to consider what just happened in this first half, as we do get another attack here. Final one, probably. Jan Sommer to pluck a ball from the air. However, I think one thing that they need to consider right now as we will head into that break is to maybe calm down a little bit. They've been trying to force the ball forward a little bit too fast, losing balls because of it. And then in the end, made life a lot easier, I think, for Georgia.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Georgia as well needs to kind of just take a little bit of a chill pill and relax ever so slightly, because in that situation, what we're seeing a lot of the time is, like I said, she's building the play up very, very well through the middle of the pitch. The ball's then played out wide, and obviously when you've got a tall man like Olivier Giroud, one of the best headers in world football in terms of being a goal poacher, I completely understand why you're trying to whip the ball into the box. But even in that situation there, you had Rafael Leao just running through on goal. All it takes was a cute ball inside as a reverse pass, and he's not going to miss one-on-one with the goalkeeper, is the AC Milan forward. But we can see here a few changes coming into play. A bit of a reshuffle for the formation, and I like this. I do like this a lot from Glitch. I think, you know, they've kind of been aware that the wide men, the wide play from the side of AC Milan are being brought into the game, so they are going to shuffle Kingsley Coman and Musiala just into a more traditional right midfield or right winger position, and I think that will then relieve a lot of the pressure off the likes of Pavard and Davies at the back.
Yeah, and the bigger problem has just been that those defenders haven't really had a chance to come up those wings, just simply due to the fact that they've always gone that quick, that the Milan defense has already been in place, and pretty much nothing happened from there on out. However, right now, already losing the ball early on into the second half. Of course, if you are just joining us, we're now into the women's competition of the European Games Esports Championship, and already Georgia coming up that left-hand side, crossing towards the center, just about getting there with the defender is Glitched to get that ball away, but this should surely be the first goal, and somehow doesn't manage to score. Great to bring the keeper out, immediately just going for that initial save, get the ball as far away from your own goal as possible. And right now the next build-up happening for Georgia. Good to bring Gravenberg back to get into that defensive stance. And now trying to get into attacking, but just not been happening here for Glitch.
There's 2 warnings now. The side of AC Milan have given Bayern. You'd like to think third time's a charm, third time's lucky. You're not going to see the likes of Olivier Giroud or Rafael Leao sort of give up another sniff in and around the Bayern goal, and it's wave after wave of pressure. I want to say here, Tyler, I'm not sure if you agree with me, but it looks like a slight change of tactics as Giroud through. Does smash the ball wide of the left-hand post, but it does look like almost that Georgia's made a slight tweak in the way the team's set up. It almost looks like Milan is starting to push a little bit higher up the pitch and try and control the game a little bit more so than what they did in the first half. And already, I think you can see in the first 10 minutes here of the second half, it seems to be playing very, very well.
Well, yeah, straight into chances, but that might just open up space in behind. However, still those passes not been accurate enough, trying to rush up the pitch a little bit too much for my liking. Longer ball now from Georgia as well. Doesn't come through here either, but even there, trying to get that ball down is always going to be difficult, especially towards the middle of the pitch. And now the shot and the first goal that we'll see of the playoffs. And it will be Giroud to score. And just heaps of space as well. Those players not actually going for the ball, but just staying back. And that might be down to individual player instructions as well. And having that support there. So certainly now the most important part is just to get back into the game and not let this go on for a bit too long, because I feel like Georgia might just run away from here on up.
Yeah, and I'm taking a little look at the sort of stamina stats as well, and it looks like for Glitched, they've really ran Musiala and Coman into the ground, and I think Musiala is going to be brought into a more central attacking midfield position. But you know, one thing I don't often like too much is when a player does go 1-0 down, an instant change of formation and an instant change, because it can really disrupt the flow, especially when you've seen the way that, you know, Georgia has come out into this game with a little bit more of a higher press. I don't mind the fact now that the likes of Sane are going to be brought in, trying to exploit that pace potentially as well when in those gaps opened up that you did mention. But I think for the side of Ireland, Glitched here, obviously playing Bayern, I don't want it to get a bit too desperate too early on. There's still a long time to go. There's still 30-odd minutes left in the game. But let's just talk about the goal quickly as well. What fantastic playing. If there's one player in world football that you could thread the ball into their feet and say, just hold the ball up and create something in the penalty box, I think Olivier Giroud, the Frenchman, is one of those players that come into mind. So strong with his back to goal, twists and turns, gets it onto that favoured right foot and just smashes it home past the goalkeeper.
And let's be honest as well, we have seen this coming. Obviously, with the group stage that Georgia played for Italy, it's been tremendous with the amount of goals that she's been able to score there. And in comparison, of course, for Ireland, Glitch only scored 17. That's the least amount by any player that's in the playoffs here, and that by quite a decent margin as well. Everybody else is sort of around the same. Obviously, MZ, I don't know, she scored 39 goals in the group stage. It's just incredible. But yeah, goal scoring machine there. Did concede a bunch as well, so it's not like that makes it any easier there. However, it's all about this response now. And who knows, if Georgia can get a quick second, then it might just be game one done all around. A good clearance there. And yet again, I feel like if they would just go for passes out towards the wings rather than always just clearing it as far as they can possibly go, they can maybe hold on to possession a little bit longer, and now you can get into that build-up play. And maybe you carry the ball a little bit longer, lucky to actually have that pass come through, but already Georgia coming back, trying to get back into their own game. However, decent defending this time out from Glitch to get players into position.
And I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Tyler, to be totally honest with you. I think it all seems a little bit panicked and rushed from Glitched, right? Yes, cool, I completely understand that you're under pressure. You've got an amazingly talented player like Georgia just flooding wave after wave of attack, but sometimes you just need to say to yourself, okay, look, I'm here for a reason. I'm in the semi-finals, but it could be 2-0. Great save from Summer in the one-on-one, and usually you'd back your house, you'd put your wife, your dog, and your kids on Rafael Leao to score in a one-on-one there, but fantastic stop from the Bayern goalkeeper.
And that's just about where you see the changes in tactics come through. You have 3 at the back, and then all of a sudden, 3-4 attackers coming your way, and then that makes life really, really difficult, because you have to choose, where is he going to go? And all of a sudden, you have a free shot on goal, and that's just always one of the dangers of having 3 at the back. Obviously, you want to come forward a little bit stronger, but that's just not really been happening, especially with them widening their stance all throughout, and then not trying to take advantage of that, not trying to go for those wing players.
I would say, though, it looks like almost already that, yes, it's only been sort of 5 or 6 minutes since the changes are made, but I think for the side of Ireland, Glitch, it does look a little bit more like they have got some sort of hold over the game switch since switching to what I think was like a 4-4-1-1, give or take. We've put in Sane out wide again. But either way, the ball is whipped into the box, flipped on at the near post. Giroud's there. What a save from Jan Sommer. Claws it out of the top left. The ball drops. It's a double save again. How on earth have AC Milan not took the lead here? Jan Sommer, we might look back at that on the analyst desk later on. How big of a double save could that be?
Yeah, another corner going to be coming up, very shifted over towards the back post. They'll be running in now, but no advantage taken of that strategy. And now the ball comes in. Decent clearance here in first instance, but we've seen that really Georgia hadn't been able to take advantage of that. The passing accuracy has gone up. I'm actually surprised that the game's going as there's a second ball on the pitch, but we'll just ignore that as it despawns. And defending this time out. I mean, lucky that the margin is just 1 goal for right now. It's difficult enough to try and get back into it anyways. And right now, Georgia yet again tackle. It would have been an attacking foul either way. The advantage was given by the referee. But with 15 virtual minutes, John, there's not a whole lot of time to go back into. We do see another pause.
And I think if you're AC Milan here and you're Georgia, you are saying to yourself, how on earth am I not at least 2 or 3-0 up in this game?
Yeah.
And if you're glitched though, yes, okay, cool, you're 1-0 down, but guess what? It means Georgia, she's not feeling too clinical today. They're not taking their chances. 9 times out of 10, you know, you would back Georgia, a player this quality, you know. We're talking about someone who's only conceded 2 goals and scored 25, you know. Usually very, very clinical in the final third. How big a price could they pay later on this evening? But either way, that's a bit of a rushed from Glitched, and again the composure right from the side of Ireland is just not there. And I think I make this sort of double-digit corners now the side of AC Milan are going to go into, and with 10 minutes or just over 10 minutes left on our clock, you'd like to think here a goal could seal it. Ball whipped in, headed away though, does drop to the edge of the box, but it does drop to a Bayern Munich
How did they get away with that? Somehow stealing the ball back, and however, it will be Glitched to actually come out on top. Can they counter is the bigger question. We've talked about stamina being a problem, however, just subbed in. And doesn't quite work out there as Gnabry was the one that subbed in and doesn't really get the pace to it. Losing the ball here. Again, a little bit of a rushed counter-attack on the side of Glitched. And right now, immediately onto it is Georgia. It should be 2-0. Shifts it over and can't even go for the sweaty finish.
Oh, Georgia, you got to take your chances.
Yeah, it's offside by inches. But either way, they weren't able to actually get that shot on target anyways.
Well, if this is setting us up anything for what the remainder of this best of 3 might look like, someone get the talent manager and have a defibrillator on standby, because I don't think our hearts are going to be able to take so many missed chances, to say the least. But here come the side of Bayern Munich. They know that they've only got 5 minutes left to get themselves back into this first of the best of 1 series, but the ball is going to be nicked away, slid out wide. Here is Rafael Leao one-on-one with the final defender, but that's poor.
Not like that, and still Glitch wasn't able to steal the ball back as she went for a sliding tackle. Didn't expect that ball to be basically gifted to them, and now the cross can come in. It's 2-on-2 in the box. And Glitch just about coming out on top to actually win possession here. Can they counter? Final minute of regular time has already wrapped up now. 3 minutes added on top to see what they can do. Can we finally see a proper chance on goal on this right-hand side? Doesn't look like it. As yet again, Georgia coming away with it. A minute still to go, and John, I don't think it's going to be enough for Ireland to have any sort of fight back into it. Tries to shift up the sideline, but look how buzzing Georgia is with basically, what, 7 players on that right-hand side just trying to contest possession.
It has to go forward, Tyler. It has to go forward. They've not got a lot of time to work with, but you can't give the ball straight to the feet. Got to win the second header. The second ball is won, though, by the side of Bayern. Ball slipped through.
Wait.
One-on-one. Slide the ball in. Surely no. Fantastic last-ditch tackle from the centre-back.
Decent attempt, but just not to be. And from the reaction there from Georgia as well, obviously she's just won. It's a 1-0 win for her. She's up in the best of 3 now, but it's not exactly confidence from her just yet. I mean, she's not exactly pumping it out that she just got a win. She's still very much down to it.
And I think
her coach will have some input here.
I think that's probably due to the fact, right, that Georgia knows they've missed many, many chances there. That game could have been wrapped up 3 or 4-0 sort of by the 60th, 70th minute of the game. And, you know, imagine you saw Glitch go through one-on-one there at the end. And I think if, you know, that ball was probably played into the likes of someone like Kingsley Coman or Serge Gnabry instead of the likes of Thomas Muller's feet, you know, in behind, I think you probably would have maybe had that result in a different situation. But I think, you know, both players, I think they've kind of realized the huge amount of pressure that they've got on their shoulders. They know exactly that there's still a long way to go in this game. We have still got at least one more match to play. There are going to be no changes in terms of actual teams that they're going to be brought out. I think it's the same starting 11s across the board as well for the second game. The coaches getting their final instructions into the players, because of course, you know, untraditionally, you can say from a real game of football where a manager can stand on the side of the pitch and give constant instructions out, you know, the coaches aren't allowed to do that in a game of e-football, sorry. They have to only be allowed to do it, I think, during half-time or during any sort of pause in the actual game at the end of the game. So vital words going to be coming through from both sides of the coaching staff. But here are the replays, and that was the early chance missed, of course, by Georgia, and then the second chance missed as well a few moments later. And then, you know, you sort of saw the second or third one being missed, and you thought, oh, okay, it's got this kind of game written all over it, right, until the ball hit the back of the net.
Yeah, and it's literally just using those chances. You've already been building up a lot. There hasn't really been a lot coming out of Glitch. And even this one should have been an absolute bomb, but Glitch was good enough to actually bring their goalkeeper out, get that block in. It was all good from there on out. This was the double, triple, quadruple chance, and just didn't come through either. Led to another corner. But it has just been very, very tough. Just one goal in that first one. All around, I'm just hoping that they can calm the game down a little bit. They've now kind of felt each other out, how the game style is going to go. And now it's just trying to see, okay, can they adapt their own game to maybe not rush as much, keep calmer, and then move from there.
Well, I'm taking a look at my second monitor here and looking at the teams that they seem to be setting up. And we are actually going to see a few shifts in both formation as well as personnel in terms of the players to the starting 11. You're going to be Tonali, you could say formerly now of AC Milan, obviously made that real-life move to Newcastle by the seams of it. It's going to be brought into the centre of the park. I think Bakayoko has also been brought in as well. I don't think they both started the last game. You've got a more 4-2-1-3 or a 4-3-3, really, you can say, with a more of an advanced attacking midfielder of Brahim Diaz. But on the side of Bayern Munich, though, it looks like they are going to be starting Serge Gnabry out on the right-hand side with Telwyn Muller more as a sort of, I'm looking at this now, it's a 3-4-1-2, really, right? With two fullbacks, it looks like it's going to be Gnabry and Coman acting as sort of the wing backs as such. But I don't know if both Gnabry and Coman have, one, got the work ethic to do that, and two, got the stamina really to do it.
Yeah, I'm still surprised about seeing Tel there. Obviously, like, they're brought down to a similar level. At the same time, like, Bayern did have that struggle during the regular season this time, that you literally don't have a full-on striker in that traditional role. So it's sort of been tough for them, and I think that's why I was so surprised at seeing it all around during the competition. But obviously, still around the top flights, and we'll have to see what this second game is going to hold. Still in our opening games of these playoffs of the eFootball women's competition at the European Games Esports Championship here in Katowice. And straight away, Georgia getting that first little bit of possession, which this time, I think, I was just about to say, doing a better job at trying to cover off those passes and getting back into it, but then kind of got game bugged and losing possession because of it. But the cross just leads to nothing in the first 3 minutes. Are going to come down 2-0 for either player. This is also adaptation. Usually push their team further up the pitch, now brought them close, and then going for that gap in between to try and place that ball, but it's also just not worked out for them.
Yeah, and I think especially the way that AC Milan have set up as well in that more sort of 4-2-3-1 formation, that I think you can sort of play in behind the lines of that midfield three as such, because especially when you've got one of those midfield three playing a slightly more further attacking role, those natural gaps and lines for you to break do open up a lot easier than other occasions. But if you have just joined us already, it's Italy versus Ireland. Italy kicking from left to right, being played in game by AC Milan. Ireland is going to be the side of Bayern München.
I was just going to say, if they lose the ball there, then it could just be a straight run towards goal. It will be a goal kick. And quite easily taken then for Glitch. Doesn't even wait to go into the separate camera, just straight up the pitch, looking towards that left-hand side. The header does work out this time out, but then you have two defenders straight there. It is a foul. It's sort of a weak foul to actually be given, in that we're not going to see a replay of it, but it was...
I would certainly be having words with the referee if that was me playing the game, to say the least.
It's not like you can complain on the virtual football side, but right now here, Kimmich, always a traditional kick taker for Bayern, goes straight down the center, and that just gifted away, unfortunately. And that's sort of what we were highlighting in that first game as well. It was just that the accuracy was missing. Sometimes just, it almost seems like some of the situations were misclicks Just not what they were actually wanted to go for. Finally, a through ball just
does not have the pace there with Thomas Müller, and that's exactly what we said during the start of game one as well. That is not the player that you want to send down the line.
I think if I could give one piece of advice right now from just studying the style of play that it seems like Glitch wants to play with this Bayern team, I think if you're asking me, I think you're putting Serge Gnabry into that more forward role and then putting Leroy Sané on the right-hand side, because every single time that ball is whipped in behind, look, if Glitch and the side of Bayern were going more direct, I would completely understand sort of keeping Thomas Müller in there for the hold-up play and obviously the height, you know, with his heading ability. But I think something's got to change in the way that the team's set up, because the amount of times that they could have got in behind this AC Milan team, if they had that additional pace on someone like Sané or like Gnabry, or even, you know, Kingsley Coman can play in that forward striker role, I think it could be slightly different in some of the chances that we see Glitch take up. But now, ball is shuffled out to the left-hand side. It's getting hard, whipped hard and low into the penalty area. That's going to be easily cleared away, though, but only to the feet of Kingsley Coman. And again, there we go, that exact same situation. Ball's played in behind, and look, you're not going to beat even the likes of Bakayoko in centre midfield or any of the centre-backs from the side of AC Milan, because they're just so strong and so powerful that, unfortunately, you know, this Bayern front line just don't seem to be getting the luck of the draw lately. But this is where they can cause damage. Twists and turns from Kingsley Coman, but again, so easily intercepted by the AC Milan.
Yeah, and there's that through ball that we've been waiting for. Big save
for Sommer, and the immediate clearance here could maybe open things up with Jamal Musiala, but yet again rushed. Even though you're not in really any pressure, there's no players around the 5-meter circle, and still you go for that immediate pass up the side. There's a defender there to stop you immediately, and all of a sudden Georgia kind of back in control. They go for clearances themselves, and then Glitch not expecting the players to actually rush forward immediately and steal that ball back away as they try to drop it back with that heel. However, next chance here to come through. Good defending, good for Upamecano to come across the pitch and get that defending in, and the shot, just no danger from it afterwards.
It's been really good so far, though, from Milan. You've got to say 60% possession to 40%. I mean, I don't think that's sort of an unusual statistic that we would see in any sort of e-football game, especially when you've got one team who likes to get the ball on the floor and play some good one-touch, interchangeable football. But I think for the side of Bayern, you've got to do something to get a bit of a foothold and grab the game by the scruff of its neck, because the chances are, although they've not started to open up and come just yet, for this Italian squad, they are going to come. We saw it in the first game, right? You know, first shot, second shot might not have gone in, but when the third, fourth and fifth chance come and knock in, they do usually squeeze through the front door, but not the front post that time, as Jan Sommer so far has got a candidate for man of the match here. How many times have we seen him beat the ball away from the goal in such an important situation?
Yeah, and very unlucky for Glitch to actually concede a corner on that situation, and obviously you're always going to be looking for Giroud towards the center here. A lot of action actually happening from Jojo, where she's trying to go for the front post and trying to head it on towards the back.
Similar situation here, and not able to get it towards the back post just yet. It was very, very tight, but not working out in the end.
And 66 to 50% completed passes is way off what we're used to, even in comparison to the first game of this series. Good block there. Yet again, just immediately going forwards. This time it actually works out just about, but then trying to push towards the inside just generally doesn't work. Cross coming in towards the penalty post, this time cleared away. And maybe this is your time for a counter-attack. And it would have been offside, as Tell was caught by a decent margin.
Things just don't seem to be clicking for Glitch right now. I think you know, when you're getting so heavily dominated in a game, it can be really hard to get anything going momentum-wise in terms of your actual attack, because you're so used to just sitting back and soaking up the pressure that when you do get the ball, you're sort of just button bashing at times, right, to just try and get hold of the ball and tackle. Then you end up just keep giving the ball away so cheaply in possession. But again, here comes the side of AC Milan. It is going to be intercepted, though, by Leroy Sané. Bit of a tough tackle in the centre of the park there. Does trickle its way through to the AC Milan goalkeeper, who in turns gets the play restarted very, very quickly. Knockdown is going to be won by Giroud. Giroud slips it inside to Rafael Leao. The ball does thread through, and here's Leao, just strays offside. Would love to see that one again, and oh, that is just a few inches, millimeters even, before the AC Milan Weidman could have strided through on goal. But again, these chances from the side of AC Milan, they're starting slowly but surely to be knocking on that door.
Yeah, now a little bit of space for Glitch. Does get that ball through around the right side, but just can't find Musiala. It's a little bit too long. Probably could have gone further down the pitch and then gotten for a late cross. Doesn't work out that time. However, they do get possession back in midfield. Lose it immediately again. And now with just about a minute to go before we head into half-time once more. I still feel like Georgia probably should have had 1 or even 2 goals by now here in the second game of the series. The cheeky back heel doesn't work out, and that should be game for the first half, and it will be. So yeah, I'd say similar situations as we saw in game 1. Just, yeah, trying to rush, not accurate on passing. Has been lucky that Georgia also just has not been finding the space themselves. And yeah, I'm just not sure. I think it's less things to change with tactics and more just calming the game down, maybe changing that in tactics. Don't go for the counterattack. Go for a slower build-up if that's more along your lines.
And I think that's something we sort of, quite see normally in why Bayern Munich in the real world of football is such a good team. Sometimes their passage of build-up play and just keeping the ball and sort of draining teams from energy and possession of just constantly shifting and moving the ball around and then springing that trap when the opportunity to go forward is there is something they do so well. But yeah, I think this is almost like a carbon copy, really, of the first game so far, right? We got to 0-0 at half-time, and it looked like Georgia was very, very comfortable the majority of the time. The chances were starting to open up. I think, 4 shots, 2 on target for Georgia, and just a 1 shot on target for the Irish side. I think that speaks volumes, right? Stats don't lie in a game of football, even though we have seen Leicester City's title-winning season, 30% possession winning the league. As a Spurs fan, I have that lived on in my memory for very, very long. But we are going to head into the second half now, but this is where the pressure really starts to mount on Glitch, because if they lose this game, they're knocked down into the losers bracket, right, straight away. So not a lot of time to work with here, really, for this Bayern Munich side.
Exactly, but at least it is double limbs. You do get another chance potentially against Great Britain or against Belgium. However, for right now, the chance for Glitch to maybe finally get into an attack position is blocked just about in the last instance, and now the counter-attack is on, and you can immediately see that it almost felt like AC Milan do have a little bit more pace. They do, of course, have the taller players as well. Sure, you can have balanced team sheets in relation to the total stats, but individual acclaims are still going to be there, and certainly height is a massive, massive benefit for those players then. And this time, the build-up not as accurate from Georgia. And maybe now the chance for Glitch to find their way through. But yet again, same thing that we've highlighted time and time again. The passing lanes have been shut down by Georgia, and just no coming through for the moment.
Yeah, the discipline on the 2 AC Milan centre midfielders have been fantastic. He's going to stray just offside there, though, unfortunately. But yeah, I've got to say huge props to both Tonali and Bakayoko so far for the side of AC Milan. They've been really, really solid. 2 players that are so comfortable doing that sweeper job of just sitting in there and doing the dirty work, closing those passing lanes, like I said, and it makes it really tough for the likes of Leroy Sané, Kingsley Coman and Muller to get into the game, because those passing opportunities are just shut down and sniffed out almost instantaneously. But another wave of Milan attack is going to be broken up, though. Now the ball at the feet of the Bayern Munich side, out wide to Kingsley Coman. Switch of play over towards Muller. The knockdown is going to be one, but unfortunately just out of reach of his strike partner. Now the ball falls to Rafael Leao, twisting and turning. The tricky Weidman from the Italian side, almost putting Leroy Sané in a dance battle here, as the ball is going to be whipped into the box towards the near post. Giroud challenges, but the ball is headed away eventually. Tonali, though, instantly wins it back. Ball at the feet of the AC Milan side. A screamer from long range, and I think that was potentially Theo Hernandez, if I'm correct. The right back taking a bit of a snapshot from distance, or it might have actually been Tonali. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that a pause has come in. There's something that's got to change on this Bayern Munich side straight away. There is going to be the same like-for-like change, though. Sané for Gnabry out wide. AC Milan, they are, I mean, I can't see, a player the caliber, the likes of Georgia, sniffing and giving away 1 or 2 more opportunities in front of goal. That goal is going to come eventually, Tyler.
Yeah, I think it is literally just moments away from happening, and it's sort of unfortunate because I would have loved to see a goal come out from Glitch. I'm not really surprised too much that we might just see one of those games where it will just be very, very tight margins throughout. That's what we expect from playoffs especially. But yeah, certainly right now, these changes could work wonders. Yeah, I'm actually surprised, of course, Sadio Mane has had a difficult time in the real club worlds. Wouldn't put him into that sort of position. He could be towards the wings as well. He was obviously plagued by injury and then wasn't really able to find his strides within that real Bayern side. So
yeah, and he's a player as well that could also go straight down the middle and use his pace in behind. I mean, like, you're talking about, you could have a front three of, you know, Kingsley Coman, Leroy Sané, Serge Gnabry, and Sadio Mane if you wanted to, and if you want to just play all-out, fast-paced, aggressive attacks in behind, which is something that the side of Bayern are doing. You know, that's what is exactly the way that Glitched is playing. So that's why I'm surprised those kind of changes haven't come out sooner. But here we go, though. Can something change now? Sadio Mane is going to get his first touch. Is going to slide the ball in. There was so many times that Serge Gnabry, Leroy Sané on the right-hand side of midfield was just screaming for the ball. Was through one-on-one with the keeper, if so.
And then that's that. You lose the ball. Immediately, Georgia goes up the pitch. Glitch wins it back, and just it felt like button mashing just to kind of get that ball back into position. Loses it because of it. Is lucky in defense to get it back as quickly as they do, but then not able to release the passes. The defending is there for Georgia. Now left behind is Upamecano. He's not exactly the quickest player at that. De Ligt kind of gets left in the dust, and I feel like a shot would have been the stronger option here. Jan Sommer coming to pick the ball up, and with 20 minutes still on our virtual clock, this game could quickly be going to a penalty shootout if one of these two players does not score. But Georgia certainly seems to be in that driving seat right now. Through ball coming forward, doesn't reach Baptiste Tell, and with it, it's a back and forth clearance game. And De Ligt goes for the touchline.
Ball is out of play, just cleared away anywhere from the Dutchman. 15 virtual minutes on the clock. Like you said, one thing to mention though, Tyler, you mentioned it earlier on at the start of the broadcast, straight to pens, no extra time needed as well. However, there could be a slight mental advantage for Glitch though, because if you cast your mind back to the first game here, we saw Georgia miss a penalty within the first 20 minutes of this game starting. So that's a big, huge talking point. Another slight shuffle of formation. I think I've just seen Sadio Mane be put into a more advanced attacking midfielder role as well. We do see Divock Origi, though, replace Olivier Giroud. So the former Merseyside man is going to come on and stretch his legs for a bit of a run out. We see, I think, Bakayoko also replaced as well. But here come the Italians. The ball slipped inside. A first-time pass tries to get the attacking player of AC Milan through. But then again, that's the patience. That's the calm, cool, collected nature that we spoke about, that this Bayern team just don't have. You put your foot on the ball, and then you release the pass, and your players through one-on-one on goal. And I think small, minor mistakes like that are something that just seem to be costing Glitched here. And, I mean, you know, in a game like this, stakes so high, you can't afford to keep making those mistakes. I probably would have liked to see a reverse through ball go into the feet of Divock Origi there, but nevertheless, though, the ball does find its feet towards the Bayern side. Kingsley Coman, what can he do? Surely you should be slipping the ball in there for Tell running through on goal. And I don't know, Tyler, these decisions that these two players are making in the final third have really got me scratching my head.
Yeah, it's sort of tough right now, but great anticipation as well from Georgia. I think it's not just maybe not waiting to release those passes. Sometimes it is just great anticipation by Georgia. She's read her opponent really, really well. And right now, the clearance yet again on for Glitched. Tries to go towards the center, but then, yeah, trying hard to stay in possession. And this is now a chance to maybe get back on the counter. You can see multiple players being pulled back, and somehow Georgia is going to be coming out on top, does have the pace, just go for goal. As yet again, just too close to Jan Sommer. The header hits the uprights, and no way.
Georgia surely should have had the lead now. Great little interception there by Glitch, and regular time has been wrapped up now. Usually we do see just a tad bit of extra time. It's going to be a minute here. Can we see Glitch force a third game? No, not just yet. We might just be going to pens after all. Surely that minute has come and gone. Somehow the virtual ref is going to keep us going. That is it. 0-0 after 90 here in game 2 of the best of 3.
And I think some of the players, they look wrecked in these shots after the game. And if I remember the rulebook correctly, we do go straight to pens.
I think we do, yeah. I think we go straight to pens. I'm not 100% sure. It looks like they could be gearing up for extra time, though.
Yeah, usually you would just select your players then.
I might be slightly confused. But hey, listen, if I'm going to get to commentate 30 minutes of eFootball, or maybe an extra four virtual minutes, should I say, I'm completely fine for it. But let's take a little look. The Goretzka is going to be brought into centre of midfield. Kimmich still there, the captain of the Bayern side, but running relatively low on stamina. Pavard's been run absolutely into the ground as well. Choupo-Moting now brought into the attack as well. And I'm just trying to really think, I feel like Bayern, they've tried to play the long game, it didn't work. They've now tried to put the pacey wingers and the pacey attackers to go in behind, and that has seen a little bit more success. But I think it's just still lacking that little bit of final quality in the final third. That is the difference between these two players at the moment. But, well, we are heading into extra time. Apologies for the confusion. Yeah. Why hire us, right? Who would have thought it? We don't even know what we're talking about, apparently, Tyler. But either way, though, it is going to be Milan kicking from left to right once again. Divock Origi through on goal to Gnarly. I think has just put the ball wide. Miles offside anyway, it didn't really matter. But nevertheless, though, you've got to say, you would have been banking yourself on the central midfielder to finish that
that's
off.
Rough. Davies losing possession there for Glitch, and now another chance for Georgia to get into it. See, I do wonder right now, is it extra time? Is it golden goal? Are we going to see pens after all? Are we going to infinite extra time throughout? We'll have to see. Either way, at the moment, Georgia certainly back into possession, loses it there, and maybe find the chance for Glitch to come through on one of these counter-attacks. Just about not able to bring Choupo-Moting through and find that pass. Goretzka on the opposite side from where he's set is just going to get a ball that goes all the way through, back to the goalkeeper. And now, chance for Georgia to get it further up the pitch once more. Upamecano not able to win that duel. To Lich, though, great little tackle, and waste possession.
Ball back in the feet, though, of the AC Milan side. A great switch of play out to the left-hand side. That's going to be a through ball threaded, but unfortunately, De Ligt, a former Juve man, so accustomed, of course, to the way that this AC Milan side will play, faced up against them many a times in the Serie A during his Juventus days. Comes there to step in at the nick of time. Cannot win the header that time, though. The knockdown is going to be one, and this is where the pace in behind is going to be AC Milan. One-on-one! How have you put it wide? How have you put it wide? Rafael Leao, one of the most highly rated wingers in the world of football, in a one-on-one to potentially seal your spot in the grand final of the European Games Esports Championships 2023, representing your own country of Italy. How have you put it wide, Tyler? That could be a huge talking point in this series.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. And another shot may be given to Georgia. So many Bayern players in the centre for Glitch here for Ireland, but that's going to be it for the first half of the extra time here. And oh boy. Yeah, the big thing is obviously, like, from this game, you do go into the upper bracket finals first. If you win that, then you go into the best of 5 grand finals that will be played tomorrow morning. And obviously there, if you come from the upper bracket, that's going to give you a 1-0 advantage. Yeah. And that might just be massive.
That's massive. I mean, you literally only have to win 2 games, right? In the best of 5 at the end. So you can afford to have basically one throwaway game, and you basically put yourself into a best of 3 at the end of the day. But nevertheless, though, how big a chance has gone a wandering for the AC Milan side? Rafael Leao. You got to say, I watched you break my heart as a Spurs fan in the Champions League a few months ago, but looks like he's not so well versed in front of goal.
You know what I think is going to be the most difficult part here? Obviously, the change now, Hernandez going to come in to replace Pavard, but at the same time, the other defenders, they are knackered. Oh, yeah. So if you do somehow come in, you might not even have to find that final pass to get a sweaty shot on goal, because you will just outpace those players. You can maybe just go for a little bit longer distance shots rather than trying to nudge it out until the final instance.
I mean, especially on the side of AC Milan as well, you're looking at the likes of De Ligt, for example, who's absolutely run himself into the ground. Yeah. And you've got someone like Divock Origi and Rebic who have just come on. They're fresh legs, right? They're going to be, although they're not the quickest in the game in general, but they're still going to have more than enough pace to get himself through. I think the ref has blown for a slight foul on Alphonso Davies here, so it is going to be buy-in to have a chance to go long and put the ball into the box, tries to be sneaky and slip the ball across the center of the pitch. That switch of play isn't going to come off though. The ball is eventually going to drop and be put in behind. The header is going to be one, drops to the feet of AC Milan once again, but fantastic work there from Alphonso Davies, showing why he is such a highly rated right back. The Canadian, so good at going forward, but also can do the dirty work going back as well. But 66% pass completion rate for the side of AC Milan. Fantastic stuff from them.
Great movement on the throw, and all of a sudden through towards goal. It's just about getting that strike perfectly right. And this time again, Jan Sommer there to stop it before it gets too crucial. And with 10 virtual minutes still to go, I think we've kind of been thinking about how this one's going to go, and we were saying pen straight from the get-go. However, maybe we can see Game 3 being pushed by Glitch if they're actually able to make it through. No, just not yet. With Georgia on the opposite side. Her passing not as accurate this time out. Still able to try to stay in possession. Surprised that that doesn't get called for a foul in comparison to what we've seen throughout this series thus far. Oh, decent passing here. Can they find a way through? Just don't have the pace, unfortunately, there.
Even in the later stages of the game, when you'd back the freshly legs attacker to get in behind, it just doesn't seem to come off, but the ball threaded through to the out. Huge first touch, Jan Sommer. What an important save, beats the ball away. Now the ball falls to Rebic into the bottom left-hand corner. And with 50 seconds left on the clock, have Italy just booked their spot in the upper bracket final. You're asked, you're questioned, how many chances is it going to take? Can they do it inside of the 90? Will it go to pens? And in the final 50 seconds, the Italians might have just broke the Irish's hearts.
But first of all, you go straight down the center of pitch, try to get that shot on, doesn't work out. Somehow, you're able to get that ball back, and you just go for that diagonal pass, and obviously 3 defenders out of position, and you're always going to score. You need to score in that situation, and literally in the nick of time. And that pretty much will seal it, I think, with 2 separate 1-0 wins. We'll have to see what sort of extra time we might just get still in this one. And somehow they still have another substitution left over. 2, actually. And yeah, why not use those at some stage before the last minute? But a good attempt to try and take some extra time off. 1 minute added on top. You could have just gone the sneaky way down to the corner flag. And they will win possession here. Knock it up the pitch! And imagine that! If that would have gone in, that would have been the ultimate disrespect towards the end of it. Final whistle blown, 2-0 in our first best of 3 here. And I'd like to say pretty much a little bit as we expected. I think we expected Georgia to be slightly stronger, does have a little bit more experience within competitions as well. And Glitch was quite obviously saying, yeah, well, it is her first eFootball competition and they're not that experienced with it. An insane Group B finish, of course. However, they're not going to be quite out yet. It is going to go down to the lower bracket first.
Well, I'm taking a little look at the game stats right now. 60% possession for the side of AC Milan, 12 shots, 7 on target, just at a 2-1 of Bayern München as well. So I think you can definitely say that probably the one key point was probably experience just showed.
Yeah.
Keeping yourself in a positive mental state when, you know, Georgia quite easily could have lost their mental state so quickly, because how many times we saw them, you know, in the first half have 3 or 4 one-on-one shots get saved or tip around the corner, or I think Jan Sommer made about 8 double or triple saves there throughout that whole series. So I do want to give credit where credit is due, though, because I think Glitch played very, very well, and you would not have thought that, you know, they came into this with a -3 goal difference. Because you would have thought that, you know, when you come with a negative goal difference, that the defense might be a little bit leaky. Yes, okay, there were chances there for Georgia, and she did fluff her lines a little bit. But you got to say, Glitch did keep herself in the game.
And it might just be one for the phrase book, but it is literally just down to nuances.
Yeah.
And those nuances do make a big difference in the big picture around this game. It's literally just trying to see what they can do to continue. But as far as I know, we do have an interview on the stage, so let's head on over to KP.
Thank you, lads. What a nail-biter of a way to finish that one on the stage, of course, with Georgia and her coach, Venom. First of all, Georgia, congratulations on the game. My first thought here is, looking at this game, we had some interesting back and forth play in game 1. Did you feel like you were forcing Ireland to always play to your game strategy?
No, we just stick to our game plan. We keep it simple and just try to not concede any action and to try to score ours.
And speaking of scoring, you know, the group stage was crazy for you guys. Really big score lines, but here much lower. Do you think that's because the skill level increased, or was it maybe a kind of nerves on the stage type feeling here?
Not really. In our opinion, it's just maybe that we had to adapt to our new environment, of course, because playing in a group stage, it could be simple, but it was not that much a difference.
All right, final question. It's got to be asked. Up next, we're going to have Belgium versus Great Britain. Have you got a preference there, or is there someone you expect to take it? And are you a little bit worried about either?
Not really. We don't have any preference. We already played in the group stage with Great Britain, so we know a bit our play style. We are curious to watch also the Belgium one and may the best win.
And the best win indeed. Well, definitely confidence that we've seen throughout this tournament so far from Italy. Thank you for talking to us. But now we go across the desk.
Thanks very much, KP, there with Georgia, our victor. Now, the European Games, I expected big things. With the exception of goals, that had everything. That was incredible. We are bouncing around here, getting so excited there. I want to call as well. We definitely need a highlight reel for Jan Sommer there in that last. I mean, what was incredible goalkeeper display there, but a fantastic victory. Well earned. Sad there as well for Glitch, right with 1 minute, 50 seconds left on the clock there. Yeah. But Neo, what an incredible semi-final that was. Only 2 goals scored across the two legs there, but brilliant to watch.
And that's the big thing. When we look at this, we're going to come back to what was actually, for Italy, that's the first time they've really been tested. I mean, we had the games against GB, which Italy were able to kind of show their prowess against, but Glitch really pushed Italy and Georgia the entire way there. I mean, like we were saying, we were expecting penalties in that second game. It could have gone to a third decider to see who was going to take the series. Overall, that's probably the hardest game Italy's had the whole tournament so far.
I mean, 119th minute goal with 4 penalties. We were sat here like, this could go penalties. We could have a game 3. And honestly, almost felt deserved. I mean, Glitch did some great defensive work. There's no, you talked about it at the start of the day. It's got to be a counter-attacking football. It's exactly what she tried to go for, and it almost paid off. There was a couple of times, really, it just felt like that last pass wasn't quite there. Yeah. You know, the defender was sort of alongside, so never was going to get the shot away. Or maybe sometimes the through ball sort of made it through, expecting the defender to get there, and it had already turned and was ready to try and walk backwards. And yet it could have been actually a straight through ball, and there was just a few little nuances, tiny little things. But from a defensive standpoint, obviously you talked about Sommer, but you know, overall, brilliant job. Absolutely brilliant job. Yes, in terms of stats, probably it was like 11, 12 shots to 2. And that was the story of the game, but why not? You're coming up against a player that's just gone 25-2 in their groups, absolutely smashed it. But to sit there and hit 21 shots to 2, that tells the story. But honestly, it was a great job from Glitch, and whoever is going to face her in lower bracket, that's going to be a tough opponent. It's not a one-sided match that we were expecting, based on what had happened throughout the group stages.
We saw Glitch trying to adapt at all times to Georgia's play style as well, kind of changing up formations, subs back and forth here and there. And you're right, that final ball
went wide, was compact at the start, then it went wide, and it actually, I think it almost actually kept Georgia guessing of like, well, hang on a minute, I need to now suddenly defend against the counter. Tried to just play her own game, but there was a lot of options coming at her, and that was great to see. You know, the fact that Glitch was thinking about it, it's tactically like, what can I do? How can I now break out? I've defended, I've held on for 119 minutes in the end there. How can I get a goal? And there was a couple of chances.
And I was going to say that as well. We obviously saw defending that the final ball from Glitch wasn't quite there. When it came down to the nitty-gritty of shots, we saw there that Georgia did have that great opportunity. I think it was a 1v1, and just put it wide past the post. Was that a moment that we kind of saw that they could have capitalized and didn't? You can see actually the group, the bracket, how it stands right now as well. With Italy, despite the misses we mentioned there, Georgia does go through that 119th minute winner there in that second game in the best of 3 there. goes to the next round, and we must start to look and turn our attentions towards Belgium and Great Britain. I mean, we caught up with MZ, actually, you and I, just a moment ago there, feeling confident to go past Belgium and straight into that head-to-head, that revenge match against Italy in the competition. But this is going to be really exciting to see here as well, because Belgium did very well in their group, obviously, as well. And now we have a fantastic second game to look forward to as well.
Absolutely, right. We were speaking to MZ, and they were saying, you know, this is confident. We're just going to brush past Belgium, get the rematch against Italy. And that's the confidence you really want to see coming into what is, on paper, an extremely even game. Belgium were brilliant in the groups. A lot of goals scored by them, and actually very good at dictating the kind of their play style in the groups against other teams, right? And this is something that MZ, who is so experienced of in this kind of distinction, is really going to be looking towards herself when it comes towards the stage, right? We already spoke about the kind of the Commonwealth Gold. They've got a lot of experience in this industry, right? This is where now on stage, they're going to come in towards their own.
Yeah, and obviously, from, as you say, Miss Vanessa coming into this one as the top of the group, didn't drop a game, didn't drop, absolutely smashing goals in. So, going to be coming into this one very confident. I feel that this is, as much as we were going to say, I feel this would be the closer game of the two. I don't know if I can say that anymore after 2-1-0, 119th minute winner. But I think we're going to be seeing a lot more goals from this game. I'm going to put myself out on the limb there and say we're definitely seeing more goals from this one. This is going to be a bit of a firecracker.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, obviously, goalkeeping display was sublime in the first matchup there. But as I said, goals I'm sure will happen. I mean, will MZ and Miss Vanessa be watching that last game as well, potentially as well, and seeing that Georgia didn't have an easy ride, as potentially that was what everyone thought was going to happen. Do you think that will have affected things at all, or do you think that'll just be, it wouldn't be considered right now?
Well, yeah, exactly. I think for now that, you know, you're not really looking towards the future, right? You're really focused on the present, especially with a team as strong as Belgium. Right? We saw how Miss Vanessa dominated the groups, and that's going to be a very important thing for GB going forward. But when we spoke to MZ individually, and we saw kind of how she played in the groups, it's very high pressure, very high scoring.
Something we should look at, obviously, we just saw, how well Ireland defended. You know, Miss Vanessa won 4-2, 5-2.
Yeah.
So shipped 9 goals in those 2 matches. We just saw Georgia struggle to get 2 goals past. MZ's coming into this one after losing to, obviously, Georgia in the groups. You know, Miss Vanessa has just decimated Ireland in the group stage. While they're coming into this one incredibly confident, and we're not with a 14-whatever Ukraine and another 10-0.
Yeah. That's bonkers.
Those two Italy games were incredibly close. While I love the fact they're coming into this one really confident, they have to respect their opponent again, because they have done very well in the groups. They're a strong competitor.
You've got 2 sides to the sword here, right? You've got where Belgium we're looking at them as a defensive masterclass, right? As we saw kind of throughout the groups, very, very strong. And if we were kind of comparing the results against Ireland and whatnot and how they were able to get goals, we're expecting a bit of a kind of a more attacking side from them. But the GB, the highest goal scored throughout the groups, plus 39 goal difference over 6 games. It's a ridiculous feat.
It's the classic, right? When you have a league going on, it's like, well, we beat them and they beat them, so therefore we beat this other team, right? That's how it works, and not how it works. Obviously, it's going to be a very impactful game, I think, in terms of what we see. Georgia now safe in that upper bracket, safe with a medal.
Yeah, that's a great
bronze
point.
is a minimum now for Italy, which is fantastic here. Obviously, it is all about the medals. So already got that one in the bank. It's a case of who's going to be there. Oof.
Yeah,
I couldn't even call it. I got to be honest. I would love to say Great Britain. Obviously, we're all in
biased.
People, so there is a bit of bias there. But I think we have to be very respectful of Belgium. They're clearly strong competitors that are coming into this.
Yeah, if you've just joined us, obviously this European Games, I mean, medals are up for grabs. Tomorrow we have our grand final where we'll see who kind of gold and silver is distributed to different players. But you mentioned as well, like that kind of like lower bracket to that matchup is going to be really interesting to see unfold, because Glitch is not an easy matchup. Whoever kind of like loses this next matchup, whether it be Belgium or Great Britain, it's going to be tough to get back into the competition again, because you've got someone ready and waiting to really challenge to get back into a medal position.
Absolutely, and we were kind of saying on paper that for Italy was meant to be one of the easier games, and for Georgia that must have been such a frustrating game. You constantly have so many opportunities, but Glitch was so difficult to break down, and that was the big thing. 2 goals across 2 games for what is meant to be one of the most highest scoring player within this entire tournament, one of on paper the best. 9 wins, 3 draws, 0 losses in the groups for Georgia and Italy in Group A. It shows how strong Glitch actually is. So whoever drops into the lower bracket, they've not got an easy feat at all. It's going to be an absolute kind of bloodbath coming through that lower bracket to try and see who makes it to the grand finals.
It's going to be a bloodbath. You set it up there. I love that. Speaking of which, we have our players standing by. Miss Vanessa and MZ are ready and waiting with KP as we look forward to our next semi-final.
Thank you, Desk. Absolute pleasure to be here for the second upper bracket. Of course, whoever wins here, not going to be out, but you want to be going quick into that day number 2, right? You want to be giving yourself that shot to be qualified. We'll have to see who's going to get off to a good start here, because the first series may have been a bit dry on the goals, but I have a feeling that this one may be different, because the first person I'm going to welcome to the stage, undefeated in the group stage, looks unstoppable. Representing Belgium, it is the one, it is the only. Join me in welcoming the stage, Vanessa. Now, Vanessa, they had a great performance, but on the other side, they may have quite the opponent. You see, this opponent, although they didn't have the clean run through the group stage, they did have a ridiculous amount of goals, and I am biting at the bit to see if they can follow through here and give us an amazing series. Representing Great Britain, it is my pleasure to introduce to the stage, EGE. Now, just a reminder, this is an upper bracket, so no elimination on the line, but why would you make it hard on yourself? I think they're going to make it hard on each other, though. I'm expecting at least 4, 5, maybe 6 goals, bare minimum. But to take you through the action, we go across to our casters, Tyler and John.
Yeah, high expectations there from Killer Pigeon already, and I think we have the same there. And obviously, it is playoffs. Anything can happen is the bigger thing, I think. And at the same time, EGE, we have to talk about it. It's like 39 goals scored in a group stage in what was it? 8 games? 7 games?
Yeah, I
6
think
games.
it's
6 games.
Yeah, six
It's
games.
like, how? It's like some of those scorelines, like 14-1, 10-0. We saw the one game against Montenegro on Thursday, and we're like, yeah, it's like 30 minutes in, 4-0. All right. Keep on going. We'll have to see if she can actually replicate that now on the stage. It's definitely a different environment. With all the lights on, with all the seating there, a couple people in the crowd, I'm sure that Team GP will be supporting as best as they can.
Yeah, well, of course, a game of football requires 2 teams as well. So on the other side of things, we have got Miss Vanessa from Belgium. And look, when we were sort of talking in the break, it was one of those situations where it was like, this is a semi-final game. This should be the gold medal match. Like, these are 2 players who are ridiculously stacked with accolades across sort of the football genre of esports. Miss Vanessa, of course, competes over in FIFA. She represents as well, to mention, you know, the nation of Belgium, the Belgium FA, as an official FIFA player. So translating those skills now over to eFootball, you know, it is, although the game styles and the pattern of plays are very, very different in terms of the way the game works, you know, that's a big thing to have on your back. Now representing Belgium on eFootball as well for the side of the European Games. Unbeaten in groups, of course, for Belgium as well. 24 goals scored. Recently just coming off the back of the Fame Her boot camp, I think finishing in 3rd or 4th spot, I think, in that as well. So we know Miss Vanessa, like, definitely can do this in terms of on a land stage and in an important situation. But you look on the other side of things, EGE. I mean, when we were talking when we were talking to them at the start of the show, it was like, how should we describe you? And they were just like, just loud and proud. Like, that's literally what it is. And I think that bit of personality and that added bit of flavor that EGE gives, you know, to just her everyday persona, or their everyday persona, sorry, it is something that translates into the game of eFootball as well. A lot of personality, a lot of flair on the pitch at the same time as well. And we're talking about a Commonwealth gold medalist. We're talking about someone who has only lost once in this competition to Italy, looking to try and get their revenge later on in the day. Scored 39 goals, conceded 4. This game is going to be one that I think lives on for a very, very long time in the history books of eFootball.
Yeah, and final adjustments being made on the side of Miss Vanessa right now with their coach, and just trying to get the final setting of the team right. On the other side, EGE, she was just dancing in their chair and obviously playing with the cameras as well, knowing that she's going to be on the stream, and I think quite enjoying that as well. And just ready to get into... I think they might be able to hear us over there.
Maybe. I loved how relaxed EGE was as well throughout the whole day. We sort of saw them just walking around the player area and just pop popped their head in and just gave us a little bit of like, what's up? Like, how are we doing today? So yeah, we're looking really forward to this. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw Bayern versus Bayern. I think those are the two teams that both these players have been rocking throughout the competition. I mean, in the warm-up lobby, I think I saw one of them play in Newcastle, but I don't think we're gonna get Kieran Trippier bombing up and down the right-hand side, unfortunately, in this one.
I think that might have just been a little bit of bait to get us settled. However, I think we are now finally ready to head into the game. And with that, yet again, I think this is gonna be the one. I do agree with the desk. Give us some goals. Give us a little bit of back and forth. See those passes come through as well. And yet again, it is gonna be coming down to maybe even just daily form. How do you get into the day-to-day? At least it's not like Rocket League where like you have to get up at like 8:30. Might have had a rough night out yesterday. We know that some of the Rocket League players have been enjoying Katowice as well. And with that now, it will be Bayern against Bayern.
I think some of the Rocket League casters have been enjoying Katowice as well, but so slightly. I know us eFootball lot have as well. But either way, let's jump on into this. Bayern versus Bayern. Belgium kicking from left to right in the home strip, the away strip of the all-white for the team of Great Britain. We've got Miss Vanessa from the Red Devils taking on MZ from the side of Great Britain. This one is going to have goals galore, fireworks, you name it. Hopefully it lives up to expectations, and already it's Belgium on the front foot.
Yeah, obviously trying to get into attacking play already. However, immediately trying to kind of feel out the wing, definitely being contested there, going backwards, and immediately, I don't want to say this too far, but I feel like this is going to be on a different level of eFootball in comparison to the first game. It came down to nuances there, missing some easy passes, being very stressed at times, but here already you see minor adjustments straight away. Pass backwards from MZ to not be rushed by the chasing player, and in the end now, trying to build up slowly, trying to use the wings as well, and the skill moves are there to try and beat your opposite number. However, just as strong for Miss Vanessa. Great interception in midfield. That's going to go back and forth in those.
And I think already in the first 10 minutes, you can sort of see, you know, with no disrespect meant across the board, the caliber of players that these two people are. Immediately in a different game, when that ball went over the top, you would have seen a long ball go back the other way. But MZ, nice, cool, collected, just chests it back to the goalkeeper and says, okay, let's get the ball on the floor and let's play some football. Speaking of playing football, some tiki-taka stuff going on for the front line of the home side. Does get intercepted though. Ball shifts out wide to Leroy Sané. That's going to be intercepted in the middle of the pitch though by Joshua Kimmich. It's going to be switched out wide. Fantastic first touch in. It's going to be Sadio Mane onto the right foot. Tries to slot it in the bottom right-hand corner, but that's going to be catching practice for Jan Sommer. And already, the early stages, the early signs are there that there are going to be chances in this game, Tyler, to say the least.
Yeah, usually the shot from that sort of distance doesn't really bring too much. The power wasn't really behind it, so it seemed like it was a rather easy save there for Jan Sommer and for MZ here for Team GB. However, immediately then, of course, trying to start their own game down that left-hand side, feeling it out. Good piece of defending by Miss Vanessa to bring her Bayern side over to that side, shift the space, make it very, very tight. And however, MZ quick to bring it forward once more, does lose possession, but it's the secondary player control as well, trying to then, of course, team up on whoever has the ball. It can be so important, as it is back with Miss Vanessa. Great anticipation. And we're hyping this game up to be one of those high-scoring ones. We'll have to see how long it'll take for the first bigger chances. MZ tried to go for that through ball, but it is still very compact in the center of defense for Miss Vanessa.
Yeah, I can't wait for us to build this up. You know, Adam and the boys from the desk just popped their head in before the start of the game in the break and was like, can't wait for this one. It's going to be amazing. This has got stinky 0-0 3 games written all over it, hasn't it? It's usually the way in football, so let's not get our hopes up too much. But no, when you talk about the caliber and the experience that they've got on the stage between them, it's safe to say that I think, you know, I think it's going to go all 3 games, to be totally honest with you. It wouldn't surprise me if it has many bumps in the roads and twists and turns on the roller coaster throughout the 90 minutes, or I don't know, the combined 260 minutes, I think, if my maths are correct there, not too sure. But early stages, an early yellow card as well for Goretzka. So that's going to be a big booking to pick up, especially for MZ, because MZ's a player that they love to play in the center of the park. They love the twist and turns of the still moves also. So to have a player on the other side, especially the centre midfielder, booked early on, you know, inside the first 30 minutes of the game, that's going to be big for MZ.
Yeah, not really too surprised that she's playing around with Davies on the edge of the box, and then elects to go with Gravenberg. Now the chip forwards does not quite work out for them, and Miss Vanessa does go for a quick throw. I always like the throws over the far kicks because they're so much more accurate as well in trying to get where you want to go.
Just got the added pace about it, I think, right, with the throws. Usually sometimes the ball gets caught up and hung up in the air slightly when you try to play that long ball forward. So, you know, nice, fast, and listen, hey, I watched Hilario Gomez for about 4 years, right, at Spurs, so I know what a long throw can do to a team. But either way, though, a very, very even stalemate so far. I think a couple chances for both squads. Nothing clear cut, though. As I say, that fantastic one-touch play onto the right foot. Sadio Mane slips as he dives the shot. Ball back into the box. Sane headed away eventually by De Ligt. That's the first big chance of the game, and it goes to the side of Britain.
Yeah, and very unfortunate for MZ, of course, having Sadio in the centre there on the sort of second tertiary chance. However, keeps on going and just about misses out, and that's finally where the chances come into the fold. As this game now finally alive, does not quite work out, but you can see the possession charts 50-50. It's pretty much a coin toss at the moment, or just about as good as it can be. But yeah, Sadio just a little bit too short to actually go for a header. In real life, he does have a decent jump to him, I do have to say. But still, the back heel there a little bit too artsy to try and beat the holding mids there for MZ. Good piece of skill. Sadio again, the ball blocked. And an easy save for Sommer. No injury time this time out in the first half. We go straight to the half-time pause here. 0-0. I want to say MZ has had the better shot at this game thus far.
Yeah, I think the stats reflect that slightly, you know, the 2% difference in possession, but I think it's more so the shots and the difference in probably possession in the final third that slightly swings this over towards MZ's favour. But yeah, nevertheless, though, look, again, I think he hit the nail on the head with calling it a bit of a coin flip match so far. There's nothing really to separate the two players, but it's going to be MZ who gets us back underway. And other than that sort of Sadio Mane chance that we saw about 10 minutes or so ago in the game, not really been too much, you know, clear-cut chances in that final third and around the goal mouth. But listen, there's a lot of eFootball left to play here in this series, and no doubt more chances will come, and it's going to be the side of Great Britain, though. On the attack, ball into the box is going to be strayed just offside, though, so we will see Belgium get us back underway with a free kick inside their own penalty box.
Yeah, Kimmich offside by quite a bit in that situation, so pretty straightforward. Saw it as it happened, and with that now, I want to see a little bit more of the build-up from Miss Vanessa. Great into their own Sadio Mane. I think if that pass would have come through, it would have been offside as well. However, Jan Sommer quick to get to it, and no chance for Belgium to keep on going from it. Obviously still in the red from right to left right now. Miss Vanessa not able to beat that defense of MZ just yet. Long clearance out towards the left-hand side, just about able to keep it inside the pitch. So now this possession string could be so much more important. Coming forward, trying to find that quick back and forth passing, always trying to work those triangles as well, as you know from your sort of youth football. Great movement there to pull the goalkeeper over with Serge Gnabry and Sadio Mane in a deadly position to score the first here for MZ, and that is going to put Great Britain up 1-0, and immediately we see Miss Vanessa going into the pause menu and seeing if she can adapt somehow.
I don't want to say I've just fist bumped after GB have scored their first goal, but I may or may not have. I can't confirm or deny it. But no, great passage of play for MZ. Shifts the ball out to the right-hand side, squares the ball across, and if there's one player you want in that situation as a goal poacher around 6-7 yards out, it is going to be Sadio Mane. Slides in, finds the back of the net, and now that puts a little bit of pressure on the Belgian side.
I mean, it was the obvious right thing to do to cover the front post, especially if Gnabry is going to be there, and it was a split-second decision. Do you go for that shot? Do you go for the pass towards the inside? Mane had plenty of space, and unfortunately, there, Miss Vanessa not able to, I mean, how are you supposed to get so many controls at the same time to try and cover that off? But yeah, I think it's been coming. Certainly been on the boards for a little now, and it's finally come through. 1-0 in this game, but remember, both of these players have scored so many goals throughout the groups and haven't really conceded that many either.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm just taking a quick look to see how many goals the Belgium side have actually conceded in the game. And, you know, that's only the 6th goal that we've seen Miss Vanessa actually concede. So, you know, that's another big talking point. We could see Miss Vanessa here easily concede, you know, more goals in the playoff stages than in the group stages. Ball ripped to the back post, beautifully brought down, and a fantastic finish from the left-hand side. Ball brought down on the left-hand side, shifts onto his right foot, and from that yard out, Tell screens the ball past the outstretched Jan Sommer.
And if there's ever a time to score a goal, it is exactly that. Pretty much the next attack that happens, you come from making a couple of changes in the pause, you jump straight back into it, first attack going forward, and I think this has now opened up this game, and maybe there's more to come. John, I hope that there's more to come in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I was watching this game in the green room with the rest of the analysts, because this has got a very interesting affair set up, to say the least, and that's what some of the best, you know, sort of esports athletes and players can do in the world of eFootball. When you go 1-0 down and the pressure's on your shoulders, how do you answer back? Do you crumble into your shell, or do you stay to what you know? We saw Miss Vanessa make a few changes. She shifted a few things up and gets herself straight back into this game, and already I don't think MZ's too happy in the manner which they conceded that goal, but through again, fantastic play. It's going to be Kingsley Coleman steaming his way through on goal, hits the post. The inside of the upright keeps MZ in this game, and that's a big let off for the side of Great Britain. Miss Vanessa really getting a foothold in this game now.
Yeah, and this game has suddenly become alive. Both players able to create chances here. And navigating their way through midfield. A bit of a mistake there. MZ passing backwards. Miss Vanessa, great anticipation to get their player in between. However, leads to nothing. And MZ can now try to counterattack once more. 20 virtual minutes still to go. That's not a whole lot of time with 5-minute halves, of course, here in eFootball.
And I'm looking at the way the two sides are set up here, Tyler. And they're complete polar opposites for the way that Glitch set up earlier on in Bayern, right? One thing is, we said constantly that the slow pace of Müller in behind, he just doesn't have the legs anymore to get in behind, right? I would love to see someone like this. Sadio Mane, snapshot from the penalty spot, beaten away from Jan Sommer. And that's the exact reason why I want to see someone like Sadio Mane there, or Kingsley Coleman, or Leroy Sané, Serge Gnabry, because the quick shot, change of body movements to get in behind is a perfect situation to find yourself in.
And that's one of those things where I would have loved to see the actual replay not be skipped by the players, because it's so nice getting those passes through, somehow navigating into a spot where they can get it properly, and all of a sudden you're there, you can get that shot on goal. And unfortunately this time again, Jan Sommer able to block things towards the right hand post. So now the time for substitutions. I'll have to see what that will bring. Certainly more possession, I feel like, on the side of Belgium here for Miss Vanessa towards the second half, but we'll have to see how that transitions into this game. Subs now coming through, corner kick ready to come towards the front post. And Miss Vanessa supposed to get that clearance on. Good block here towards the center now. And João Cancelo able to finally get that clearance on. All right, skip the beat for a second.
I was about to say, my heart was in my mouth for way too long there, Tyler. Fantastic interchange of foot. Sadio Mane onto the right foot. Just gets nicked away by Goretzka at the nick of time. Now the counter-attack's on, though, for the side of Belgium. Ball in behind. It doesn't matter holding your hands up. Tell is very much onside, but the fullback is there to intercept. Now the ball's at the feet of the side of Great Britain. A bit of a harsh foul there, I think, given away for the side of Belgium. Mazraoui just slightly getting lunged into. But again, 52% possession, 48 for the side of...
Oh, no way.
Ball straight through. Oh, you can't let this happen. It's Mane again. A fantastic save from Jan Sommer. Someone put this man in a photograph, because he is worth framing right now.
And I saw MZ set that up, and I was like, no way, is she actually going to go for that? As it would have shifted the game immediately then. However, we've seen how quickly Miss Vanessa can react, and that's it!
What a goal!
2-1! And I love the fact that we are able to jump over to the stage and see MZ react to that situation.
What an absolute blinder of a pass from MZ. The ball gets brought down in the center of midfield, but just hang on a second here because the ball instantly goes straight down the other end. It's going to be Mane can't get the ball released, however, but fantastic composure. I think it might have been Joshua Kimmich, or no, it was Mazraoui with the ball over the top, and a fantastic finish, I believe, from Serge Gnabry to scream it into the top left-hand corner. And in the final 5 minutes, could Ems have just put themselves 1-0 up in this best-of-3 series? But there's still time. Fantastic ball in behind and just offside. I think just scraping offside. I would love to see this.
It was actually a decent amount. It wasn't even that tight of a margin, so that might just be enough. Obviously, time slowed down while we're in these free kick situations. Gets that clearance in and gets the bounce off of the defender, and MZ now might just be on for another one. Tries to slow it down, loses balance there. And 5 minutes added on top. This could be plenty for Miss Vanessa to get back in, or for MZ to even re-extend in this one. Cheeky back heel. But now straight back into play here for MZ. She does have a little bit of space to work with. Dispossessed by Davies into Gravenberg now, down the left-hand side into Matisse Tell. As now they keep on going forwards. Great header. An even better clearance to get that ball out, and immediately looking for the sidelines, not trying to go forward, as that timing just about didn't work out for them.
Very, very edgy and cagey, to say the least. Final few seconds left here. Can Belgium muster up one last
Surely
opportunity?
it's 1-0 for MZ in the best-of-3 series. Immediate thumbs up over towards Miss Vanessa, but what a first game of this series. And of course, remember, just because you might lose this series, even if it, in my opinion, should go all 3 games, you're not going to be out. It's double elim.
Exactly.
Would then drop down. But I think the way that Miss Vanessa's been playing right now, she should have really, really good chances in that next game, considering, obviously, they face each other in that group as well.
Yeah, and this here is the first loss, technically, in a game as well for the side of Belgium.
Yeah.
Right? Miss Vanessa, she come into this playoffs bracket completely unbeaten, full of confidence, 5 goals only conceded. That's what, 30% of her overall goals she's conceded in group stages have now been conceded on top in the playoff. But let's take a little look at this highlight package that we've got going on. This was the earliest chance, I think. Bit of a poor, weak shot, really, from Sadio Mane at the edge of the box, but this here was really, really beautiful. I thought this was going to be the first goal of the game because it then falls to Leroy Sané, who just can't get the ball back in time to the outstretched Joshua Kimmich. But that first goal was obviously not the vital one, because we actually saw MZ pick it up early on. It was slid across the pitch, easy tap-ins from Sadio Mane, but straight afterwards, go down the other end here, and you can see instantaneously answered back by Miss Vanessa.
Yeah, basically just down the right-hand side, a little bit overstretched by MZ, and then the whole defense is off balance. Everyone's trying to chase, and Miss Vanessa was able to use that so well to get into that position. Further on, just minutes later, big screamer inside of the post, didn't go in, and it probably should have, and that would have set for a different game all around. Obviously, MZ, more and more chances from them as well. Great saves from Miss Vanessa, but it was this chip forwards, and then the top left-hand corner. Not a whole lot that you can do in that situation.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me that there's a big smile on MZ's face after the scoop over the top from Leroy Sané, and the timing as well on the finish had to be spot on, because in those situations you can quite easily scuff the ball and it goes out, or it just p-rolls along the floor. You can see there though, Miss Vanessa getting a bit of words of encouragement on board from the coach, sort of pointing at the screen, is there any tactical changes? But I don't think there's really too much that either player needs to change. I think it just comes down to keeping yourself nice and composed, and then okay Ems, calm down. Calm down, we're here all day, all right? We've got a lot of e-football to play. But either way, I think it does come down to really, taking those final chances. I think that's what it comes down to. I think we saw, Ems got real two clear-cut chances in the whole game, maybe 3, the one with Mane that he didn't take. the two that they did take, they scored. And I think Miss Vanessa, there was, 3 or 4 chances where, we talk about hitting the post and the team going down the other end and scoring. That's exactly what happens. There was a few that they keep a beat away. So I don't think there's no need for panic stations just yet from either player.
Yeah, so we are now ready to head into game 2 of this best of 3 series. Obviously here, our second game of the playoffs here in the upper brackets. MC's just so excited to just get back into the game, get back into the action. And thumbs up for both players to start into the second one. And of course, it'll be Bayern against Bayern.
I wish I had these two players' level of composure. It's safe to say I would have been through quite a few controllers by now for the amount of chances that I would have hit the post or missed. But either way, though, let's get back into things. The second game of our best of 3 here. Belgium again in the home strip. Kicking from left to right, that's going to be Miss Vanessa. On the other side of things, representing Great Britain is going to be MZ in the away white strip, kicking from right to left. Both being played on Bayern München as well, so not too much in terms of the difference in teams. But early on here already, MZ slips it inside to the feet of Mane. The skipped through ball again. Ball does fall though to Leroy Sané, twisted and turning, trying to get it back onto that one to the left foot. The ball falls.
It was
Fantastic save from Sommer once again, and already this is early pressure here from the side of GB.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was really on about, because Gravenberg was just walking away from that ball casually, as it probably should have been his to try and finish. Tries to go on for it a little bit later, but then already out of position. So yeah, another chance here now for Miss Vanessa to build things up from the start. Missed pass here, an immediate reaction from MZ. Back into Gravenberg, tries to get it. Double passing into Sadio Mane, but not going to happen. 10 minutes into this game already, a massive chance for MZ to put Team GB back up into the lead here in game 2. Is already just won in the first game. It's Vanessa streams past with Matthias Tell. And yet again, the build-up wasn't even that crazy. It was pretty straightforward. Just getting into that shooting position, taking that chance, just about didn't work out. So now MZ can try to come the other way. Again, Miss Vanessa winning the ball early on and not really pushing too many players forward as well in tactics, keeping a lot of players back.
Chances galore so far inside the first 15 minutes of this second match in the best of 3, but you got to say the clearer cut chance is definitely in favor of the GB side. Can the side of Belgium though get themselves back into this one? Of course, 1-0 down in the series, trying to force that third game if possible. If MZ is to win this, they advance through to play Italy in that redemption arc rematch. In the upper finals, twist turns. The ball hits flush in the face of Matthias de Ligt. How big a block is that going to be? Because guess what? They're going to go straight down the other end of the pitch. Ball gets played out wide. Does get intercepted by Cancelo.
Somehow skips through. Cancelo is going to try and win possession back, however. And now the inside pass towards Gravenberg is going to be intercepted once more. So, yeah, kind of back and forth interceptions. Open up space here towards the goal. And just about stolen away in last instance by Alphonso Davies, who had shifted towards the inside, and now the counter-attack is on for Miss Vanessa. Choupo-Moting not exactly want to go for a sprinting duel. Does have a little bit of extra space down the right-hand side, but cross towards the center a little bit too early. That will give Ems the chance to slow this game down, but she is going to go for the straight counter-attack down the left-hand side. Great movement on the ball, but is going to be dispossessed by a strong Cancelo. And Miss Vanessa, yet again, this game pretty much going from end to end, full attack mode for both teams.
Yeah, I'm just taking a little look at, the mini pitch. I nearly said mini map for a second there. That's my inner FPS coming out of me. But it does look both teams are sort of playing that man marking, going sort of man for man at the moment in the center of the pitch. So it is going to be very difficult to carve out a few opportunities and find the gaps in the middle to try and thread that eye of the needle pass through. Ball whipped in though, goes towards the near post. That's going to be easy collection for Jan Sommer. And I think so far, MZ does look like they are carving out the better opportunities. And as I say that, the side of GB are going to come forward. A bit of a lackluster pass though in the middle. Does get recovered though by Goretzka. João Cancelo is going to try and slip the ball in if possible, just unfortunately out of the stretch leg of Leroy Sané. And this is sort of what we get sometimes, right, Tyler? When we have two teams that are playing the exact same mirror matchup, it's really hard to counter the teams because you're playing literally against yourself, right? You know the strengths, you know the weaknesses, so it can be really, really hard to try and sort of conjure up any sort of tactical masterclass, you could say, to try and get the upper edge.
Yeah, still already more chances early on in this game in comparison to the first game of the series. Kimmich trying to come forward, straight to the face of Gravenberch there. Sané now towards the inside. Kimmich back heel somehow comes through. Brilliant passing here. Just not able to thread the needle. How does that even work? MZ, that's not a goal you're supposed to score, and you know it as well. Obviously, the build-up was great, but what a cheeky finish towards the end with Sadio Mane. Very unfortunate there for Miss Vanessa that she's not just able to knock that ball forward.
And that's one thing that sometimes these more overconfident players who don't mind playing inside their own penalty area can get caught up on, right? One simple mistake like that, you can't give the likes of Sadio Mane an absolute sniff of air, let alone a sniff of a football right outside the goal line, right? Because it's only going to result in one thing, and that's the back of the net rippling itself off. So, bit of a costly mistake there potentially from Miss Vanessa, but Ems will take that every day. But it doesn't matter because once again, Vanessa comes steaming through. João Cancelo. No! My Lord, MC, what are you doing? Oh, Lord, oh, Lord.
And no, give me MZ's reaction.
Oh, my.
Oh, what a stinker in the end.
I hope they don't have to cast the cam reaction because we have both just fallen to our knees. Oh, Jan Sommer tries to clear the ball if possible. It ricochets off the chest of Matthias de Ligt. And sometimes, Tyler, you just don't need to buy luck because luck is made. And Miss Vanessa has got herself right back in this game and potentially right back in this series before the start of the second half.
What a first half to forget. I mean, literally, the goal that MZ scored was like, yeah, come on. What a mess up there from the AI defender almost, that they weren't able to get that ball away. And then MZ comes up and shoots her own defender in the face and concedes the goal because of it. Let's see what this second half's going to hold as we don't waste any time whatsoever. And MZ's there to be back in front. Oh!
Do you know what? I think Ems would be a little bit disappointed that the first shot doesn't go in because it was an absolute rocket of an outside left-hand foot from Sadio Mane, but the ball ricochets off the inside of the upright, lands coolly at the feet, I believe, of either Kingsley Coman or Serge Gnabry. I think it's Gnabry, and they just slot the ball into the back of the net. So you could say that justice has been restored ever so slightly, and the balance is well and truly back in favour of MZ. So, ball now at the feet of the home side, currently trading this game 2-1 in the series 1-0. The loser, like we've mentioned, of course, does drop down into the lower bracket. The winner advances to face Georgia and the side of the Italians. So it's not done and dusted just yet. Your tournament hopes and dreams aren't shattered into a million pieces. There is still one more game and series to keep yourself alive and kicking in the European Games Esports Championships, but you can't be making mistakes like this. Fortunately, though, it was MZ who currently leads 2-1 and 1-0 on the series. That made it the twist and turns, though, into the penalty box. Oh, a great challenge. Any later, though, that could have resulted in the referee pointing to the spot. Ball whipped in! The header glanced on by Choupo-Moting. Well, sorry, by Tel, I believe. Well, it was Choupo-Moting. Just heads wide of the left-hand side post. But Miss Vanessa, the pressure slowly starting to build up onto MZ now.
Yeah, absolutely loving what we're seeing here. Absolute scenes in the second opening game of our playoffs. Of course, if you do lose here, still got another chance. No worries. You can drop down to the lower bracket, progress all the way through. But at least for the moment, that would put MZ and Georgia in that upper bracket final. If you do win that one, then all of a sudden you've got a 1-0 advantage in the best of 5 tomorrow. And that is massive all throughout. Virtual 30 minutes still to be played in this one, however. And right now it would be a 2-0 in both opening games. Cross towards the center, not quite working out this time, however, for MZ. She stays in possession. Shot from distance blocked yet again, but gets that ball gifted back. Chip forward. Doesn't work out, but somehow Kimmich gets it back. Inside post, rebound, and it's there once again for MZ. Second time that she basically scores a carbon copy of the previous one.
I know the goalposts are painted white, all right? But that doesn't mean the goalpost needs to favour the team in the white strip, all right? I feel like MZ's playing with 13 players right now with the crossbar and post involved, because it doesn't look like they even need the players on the pitch. They're just playing 1-2s, pinging it off the crossbar every 2 seconds.
Thing is now, you have a 2-goal advantage. It's not a whole lot of time remaining in game. And that's really the point where you do have to consider, if you're on the other side, if you're Miss Vanessa right now, maybe go for sort of an all-out attacking mode, because what have you got to lose? It's not like you have another game to recover to.
Exactly, but this is only going to play into MZ's favour, though.
Yeah, exactly.
M's a player that they absolutely love playing on the counter-attack. We've seen it twice now. The 2 goals that, you know, MZ has scored. Yes, okay, they've ricocheted off the post, and a little bit of fortunate luck has fallen their way. But now the side of Belgium, they have to go forward. Miss Vanessa has to attack.
And as long as we have the stats up right now, 9-5 for MZ, 3-0, so 3 shots, 0 of those actually hitting the target. Passing was round about the same, which is kind of reflective of the game that we've seen. But in this second game of the series, M's certainly getting those chances in. And they've been so strong to score as well. Obviously now have scored 4 goals in this game, because she scored the goal for Miss Vanessa as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that counts for the goals scored.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, just imagine that everyone's just pinging own goals in every 2 seconds. But look, slight change. Luis Hernandez is going to be brought in for João Cancelo. Daley Blind also brought in for Joshua Kimmich. And Musiala also is going to replace Gravenbach. But either way, though, here comes the side of Belgium. Slipped inside. Fantastic last-ditch tackle, though, from the left back, from the side of Great Britain. Now the ball at the feet of João Cancelo's tried to switch the play and go a little bit more direct for Sadio Mane. But if you're MZ here, surely you're just keeping the ball. You've got to try and frustrate the side of Belgium, because you know Miss Vanessa only needs 1 or 2 more chances, and she gets herself straight back into this one.
Yeah, still great anticipation to intercept that previous one, immediately going for the long ball again, but the ricochet works out for them. And in the end, Musiala is dispossessed, and the throw-in comes the way of Miss Vanessa. And right now, obviously, if you are just joining us, it is MZ that's up 1-0, but she is currently playing from left to right in the white kit here for Bayern. However, great bit of defending to come backward, win that ball, as Miss Vanessa was trying to come forward. The long ball actually works out in favor here of MZ. And now keeping possession for a little bit longer. Daley Blind actually to win possession back for Miss Vanessa.
15 minutes remain on the clock. 15 minutes separates the side of Great Britain advancing into that upper final for that revenge arc story, potentially setting up a clash against the Italians, who are the only side to have defeated MZ and the squad of Great Britain so far in this competition. But with just 10 minutes remaining, it's really up to the side of Belgium. There's not a lot of time, even if you carve out one opportunity and score. By the time the celebrations have run down and the skips go through, you're looking at maybe 5 or 6 minutes in-game time. And if that's not a lot of real time when you do the math conversion. But either way, though, one thing we know about the Red Devils and the side of Miss Vanessa is they will chip away until the very end. 1 chance is all it takes. I nearly fell into a old school 90s disco song for a second there, Tyler, but nevertheless, MZ now charging her way forward, is going to slide the ball in. Ball shifts out to Leroy Sané, can't cut it back. Delit is there.
Yeah, but the pace of Davies comes out, rushing down the left-hand side, at least stops Miss Vanessa from going for an immediately counter here.
Might have been offside, very tight margins there, but it seems to be on. And MZ still dispossessed. Chance for Miss Vanessa.
It is going to be extremely tight, John. Literally 6 minutes on the virtual clock, and 2 goals to score just to go to extra time. Just don't think it's possible here in this one. Great through pass, just as I say that!
That's the chance.
Not able to get that ball on goal. I think we might have just seen an early decision here.
That was the chance, I think, that Vanessa needed to bury. And immediately, I think you can see straight away some fresh legs going to be brought on for MZ, and immediately going to replace, the whole backline almost. I think it's going to be Pavard's going to probably be brought in potentially as well to tighten up the defense, or I think it's Missouri, if I'm correct. Potentially, no, I think it's Luis Hernandez who's been brought into the backline also. So 2 chances on the side, 2 changes, for Great Britain to try and tighten up that backline and get that clock ticked down slightly further. Not a lot of time, though, for the side of Belgium to get back into this one, and especially when MZ's got the ball at their feet. You've got to think too little, too late probably here, Tyler. Ball gets threaded through, intercepted by De Ligt. And if you're the side of Belgium, if you're Miss Vanessa, you've got to go forward, you've got to score, and you've got to do it sooner rather than later, because there's only 1 in-game minute left on the clock. And I think we can comfortably say that Great Britain and Miss MZ, not Miss MZ, sorry, Miss Vanessa, unfortunately, is going to fall to the lower bracket, and MZ from Great Britain are going to advance through to the uppers.
Yeah, I'd say it is pretty much going to be over here. 1 final minute, and we know who's going to be competing in the upper bracket. Obviously, the lower bracket game is going to be played as well in parallel, and we'll have to see who's actually going to be that final player into the finals. However, for right now, MZ winning it 2-0 in the series. I think a good win in a game that we anticipated to be very, very tight, and maybe even to go all 3 in this series. Big hugs afterwards from the 2 of them, though. And I think a couple of laughs can be had. A couple of crazy goals, certainly, in that back and forth. And it was still very, very enjoyable to see, even though MZ was certainly had the upper hand in this duel.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the game that, someone like MZ needed off the back of that Italian defeat earlier on in the group stages. That's going to do the world of good for their confidence. And, for someone like Miss Vanessa, I don't think that's going to really rattle the confidence too much. We talk about someone who, on, you could say, the dark side of football esports, has been in very tough situations in the world of FIFA before, and eFootball as well, and has managed to bounce back in tight spots. So I don't think Vanessa will be too worried about it. Have still got the lower bracket game, and I think if you look at the way that the Irish side from Glitch played earlier on, I think Vanessa would back themselves in that game to advance back into what would be the lower final. So I think all in all the result was correct, but I don't think either player would be too worried about the result that came out of it.
And I think that's what we said prior to this series as well, was literally that these 2 should probably be our final as well. And it is looking very, very like that. MZ might then have the advantage going, but let's hear from probably MZ, as she just won that game. She's with Killer Pigeon.
Thank you, lads. Great casting there, as always. MZ, I'm joined by her on the stage. She's down at Great Britain, making their way through to the upper bracket finals. First of all, congrats. Tell me how you feel on this one, because you looked like you were having fun.
Yeah, I mean, I love playing on a stage. I'm a musician, I'm a creator, I'm a performing arts kid, so being on stage is just extra energy and extra hype, and obviously wearing the GB shirt is extra pressure, but extra hype.
I'm just happy that you're making sure that it doesn't end up being just one Brit me on the stage. You're keeping it fresh. Now, let's talk about the games a little bit. Gotta say, game 1, we really felt like you were coming out swinging quite early on. What was your favorite goal? Because for me, that second goal, it was a beauty.
Can we count the own goal? Because that was...
We're going to get to that.
That was something special. No, the second one, I tried to take the net off. I was like, get away. And yeah, that second goal has to be goal of the tournament. Challenge, beat that goal.
I mean, it's a hard one to beat. Now we can talk about game 2. I didn't want to do you dirty, but you've led into it, so we'll talk about it a little bit. Your plays were pretty on point. So on point, it looked like you were the only one who could get past your own defense.
That's the story of the group stages as well. No offense, Italy. Sorry. Yeah. PES, eFootball, it happens. And when it happens, it's comical. And as long as you sort of recenter and go again, it doesn't, it's fine. It's fine.
Now, speaking of things that could happen still, we're going to see more of you later today. You had some good scores here, but compared to the group stage, not your high score, are you still hoping to crack double digits on the main stage?
Yeah, obviously.
Of course.
Well, we play Italy next, and she's super, her defense is amazing, and it's really hard to break down, so I'll try.
That's what we can ask. Well, speaking of breakdowns, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, MC, but I'm going to let you, get a little bit of rest quickly, because it's time to break down the series, The Desk.
Yes, MC. Yes, Great Britain. Sorry, I should be biased there, but it's fantastic work there. What a character. Love hearing from MC there. I mean, that I think it was Sane's kind of curved, scooped pass into half volley finish. Come on.
That's the thing. MZ actually meant that goal.
Exactly.
It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a rebound. Actually went for the overhead through ball pass.
Incredible.
And smashed it into the top corner. It was a banger. Absolute banger.
Yeah.
And then obviously the own goal was quite hilarious.
Funny.
In the second game.
Entertaining. And that's what we're here for.
Booted it straight to the chest. Yeah. Right in there. It was,
what a matchup. I mean, the tiki-taka football we saw there as well. The quick movement, the speed, the passing. Very different flair, feeling to the first match we saw today. But what a great matchup. Belgium versus GB there, and two great competitors.
Yeah, absolutely right. When we look towards that first game in comparison to the second game, that final third was always pretty rough when we looked towards kind of the Ireland-Italy game. This time was on point. The attacking was brilliant. It was kind of a mindset of fight fire with fire. Both were very high pressing, pushing towards getting as many goals as possible, right? Where it was a little bit more of a setback approach in the Ireland-Italy game. So that was really good to see. And we kind of really saw the attacking prowess of both of them coming through. It was a really good game. I think, yeah, like we mentioned, Belgium dropping in towards the lower bracket. While it's tough to drop down, it was such a good game. And they know how well they played that they now have the ability, in my eyes, to make that lower bracket run.
Well, we should mention that they've already beaten Ireland 4-2 and 5-2. So
yes,
it's like they got the victories in the belt. Obviously, it was so probably quite confident to that one. Obviously, for the upper bracket, MZ versus Georgia. Just mentioned on the stage, revenge.
Yeah.
Things obviously happened in the group stage. We didn't get to see it. I was watching some of it. It was all happening just behind us.
Yeah.
We managed to watch some of that. That was on, what was that, Wednesday, wasn't it, those games?
Lots
I think.
has happened this
Thursday, I'm not too sure. Thursday those matches were played out for the women's on the first day. But obviously, what was it, 2-1 and 1-1 overall, I think, the two games. So clearly a revenge match, which I can't wait to see.
I genuinely, I know you guys are watching at home, can't wait as well here. It's all to play for. We have two great matchups coming your way very, very shortly, and we talked about it. We're going to get ourselves Italy versus Great Britain. It's going to be fantastic, as well as Belgium versus Ireland. Do not go anywhere. A quick short break from us, then we are right back here at the European Games Esports Championships. Do not go anywhere. Loads more eFootball Women's coming your way right after this.
What you want, what you need. Gotta take all you get, my love, cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, cause it really don't matter to me. I fell for you, I took the fall. I gave my heart every single time. I know the truth, I see your heart. You know I'm just some simple guy. Funny how you finally feel like yourself when you finally let someone in and give you some help. It's funny how you finally feel like yourself when you finally let someone in and give you some help. Hey, yeah. Gotta get what you want, gotta get what you need. Better take all you get, my love, cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, cause it really don't matter to me. You're wrong, I feel the pain. You think I'm just some simple guy. I know the truth, I see your heart. You only have selfish desires. Every little thing that you ask, I will give to you. You know you never asked me twice. I've been keeping tabs on the things that I did for you. I think it's time you paid the price. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, cause it really don't matter to me. Every little thing you want, every little thing you need. Keep it all for yourself, my love, cause it really don't matter to me. I just need to keep my space. You just need to find your way. All your things is at my place. I'm gonna throw them out today. I just need to keep my space. You just need to find your way. All the tears you throw my way, I don't wanna see your face. No more, 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 Gotta get what you want, gotta get what you need. Better take all you get, my love, cause you know it don't come for free. Every little thing you want,
Welcome back to the European Games Esports Championships 2023. Right now, it is eFootball Women's, and I'm joined now by the almighty Tyler and John. Hey, guys, clapping you in. Let's go. They're back on the desk now. I mean, you can both say this, Tyler, that you have casted action at the European Games. It's officially on the CV, I mean, what a great accolade that is.
Yeah, it's been really, really good fun here with the women's competition, I think. To be honest, I was sort of iffy because sometimes it's not always to the highest level, but we've really seen both games be very, very competitive, and I hope that continues exactly that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, look, from now on, ultimate bragging rights in my whole family tree, right? Like, anytime. So I was like, yeah, but I've done this in my
Grandma's
career.
on the phone.
I'm like,
yeah.
Look, quite literally in the break.
I saw it. literally gave you a ring to say, good job. I love it.
But no, yeah, look, it's been a great event so far, and it's only going to get more wild, right? We've seen two fantastic series. We're now building up to the upper bracket final side of the women's eFootball, and I think it's a real coin toss. Like, we don't know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't expect to see a lot of things that have happened we didn't expect to see, and I'm sure there's going to be lots more to look forward to looking forward as well here. You can see on screen right now, you have your brackets as it stands here in eFootball Women's. We can go all the way through. It started this week with 8 different countries represented. Now we are down to 4. We can see that we have our winners bracket, Italy versus GB coming up your way very shortly here with Georgia versus EMSI, which is going to be a fantastic matchup. Whatever happens in that match, the lower bracket, the loser of that match goes to the lower bracket, facing off against either Belgium or Ireland in that lower bracket matchup coming your way very soon as well. And tomorrow, of course, our grand final. It's going to be really exciting to see this, actually, because obviously we have competitors here. We talked about the rematch, the revenge match. We looked at those group stages earlier on here as well, Tyler, who were really exciting because we saw 2 teams so dominant, that being Italy and Great Britain, who scored so many goals, were so dominant in their group, and now going head-to-head again in those really tight matches, the 2-1, 1-1, and now it's all to play for.
Yeah, that's the thing, really. It's those two. Yes, they scored a lot of goals, but not in the games against each other. It was very, very tight margins. Obviously, Italy were the only one that actually came out on top of any of those games. And obviously, in those ties, you're going to lose some points in those. But yeah, it was very, very strong all throughout. And yeah, interesting to see what we get to see continuing.
We can see here some of the stats from the last game as well here, John. We have Miss Vanessa versus MZ. Obviously, Miss Vanessa will see later on competing against Glitched in that lower bracket matchup. But, you know, possession-wise, incredibly tight between these two competitors.
Yeah, and I think it's something that me and Tyler said throughout the broadcast, that we expected this one to be a slightly more closer and cagey affair compared to what we saw between the Italy-Ireland game earlier on, just because of the actual caliber of the two players initially. But I think the stats somewhat tell the story of the game. I think MZ did just come with a little bit more confidence. You know, they looked very, very comfortable no matter what sort of situation they found themselves in. 17 shots to 5 is like, that's a big, big difference when it comes to a game of football, even if we're talking a more traditional sense, right? So yeah, I'm interested to see how EMS now goes into the upper bracket final, how, you know, the likes of Glitched and Vanessa react in the lower bracket final. We still got a lot of eFootball to come, so you never know, right?
Yeah, we've got masses of eFootball, and that's great. We've got the eFootball Open coming our way later on as well. But I mean, this next matchup as well, I mean, we look at the stats we saw on screen there, passing very similar in that last game as well. And obviously, shots are what counts. You need to attack the goal, and I think that's where maybe Glitched fell short in the very first matchup we saw earlier on. Not enough shots, but that could be because of Georgia's absolutely unbelievable defensive work. And against MZ, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and I think that's something where maybe MZ's playstyle is going to make it a little bit easier as well, just because the fact that she tried to make the pitch so much wider in comparison. It's really something where it was tough because, I mean, she just tried to force the center every single time, and that just doesn't really work out in a game like eFootball.
Yeah, and I think sort of we speak often in eFootball terms and in footballing terms about, you know, or sorry, in boxing terms, like styles make fights, right? But I think this sort of style make football matches at the same time as well. I think we've got two players who play very, very different styles of eFootball, but very similar at the same time. They both like to go forward when they have the chances, but they also like to sit and soak up the pressure at the same time as well. So I really think it will come down to who takes the lead in this game in sort of whatever match we're playing, if it's first, second, or third. I think it could be a real kicker for the duration of the rest of the series.
Interesting. Well, I'm getting news that we are ready to rock and roll. We have that matchup coming your way right now. Georgia versus MZ. Who will it be? Who do you think is going to go through all the way to the final? Can't wait to see what happens next. But for now, it's over to Neo and to D-Man as we jump into our best of 3. Let's do this thing.
But anyway, there we go. Now I'm here. Yes, we're straight into it. Nao, get the game underway.
Absolutely.
The players were ready so quick. They were straight in game. We were like, wow, okay, these are good to go. It is a grudge match. It's an absolute grudge match. Let's just give you the round about what's going on here. Italy playing as AC Milan. They are in the red and black of AC Milan. FC Bayern for Great Britain, obviously playing in the white. Makes it very easy. Great Britain in the white. That's what we like to see.
Easy stuff, right, of course. And this is, as we mentioned, it's a bit of a grudge match. They played it in the groups. The results were extremely tight as well. But having had a conversation with MZ, this is what they're looking towards. They're looking towards this rematch, looking to prove when it matters most in the knockouts that they're here to play. Trying to, as best they can, overcome those results. Hang on a second.
That was a lucky deflection. I thought it was going to break straight through. And, obviously talking about deflections, the reason I mentioned, obviously MZ had that big deflection. This is a real chance, though, but the defender's there. I'm still never confident anymore after that deflection from the goalkeeper.
It was comical. It has to be said. It was a brilliant own goal.
That's a ball. That is a ball. If you can knock it on, should be able to get the run on it. The defender's just coming across, but we're already seeing how quick this game is to break away in comparison to what we've already seen. Now we can see Italy once again building up. Giorgio doing wonders. Managed to just about scrape through with a 119th minute goal against Ireland to take it 2-0 overall. But we just saw there is a lot of goals from MZ.
Yes.
There was a lot of goals from Italy in the groups. These both faced each other there. It was Italy that came out on top, 2-1 and 1-1. We'll see how it works out in this best of three.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on the clock in extra time to win out the game against Ireland. So can Italy do a little bit more of a better attacking prowess into the box, but cut out there by Grevin Birch. And of course, already now starting to try and go for a counter. Quick interception and denied at the final post there. But already starting to see the attacking prowess on both these two sides, though. And that's the thing they kind of favour themselves in.
Yeah, there's a lot of interceptions right now at the moment.
Yes.
The pass percentage is probably not the strongest because both players just... I think it feels like they're urgent to get that first goal. They want to get that opener. You saw MZ, obviously, in the interview, discussing it. That's been gifted back. Surely a chance. Rolls it on for Sané. Almost got a little too greedy. The deflection's gone back away, though. Should get the ball across. Again, another shot. They're just rattling off. It's going to be a corner.
This is scrappy, but in the best sort of ways. Attacking is unbelievable so far. But by the skin of their teeth, Italy just staying alive right now. Corner coming through. And Kimmich going to try and whip this one in, looking towards that front post, it seems. One posted up there. Might go for a bit of a short play. Will be exactly the case. Was going to go out for a goal kick. Not exactly the right execution, but I like the idea.
It's one of those corners that, as you're a fan at the ground, you'll be like, what was that?
Exactly.
Using more choice words, I would suspect.
Yes.
That is a great ball, though, through. Let's not guarantee what Leo can do. We've seen him miss a couple, and this time he got flustered by the defenders. You can see Sommer, who was absolutely magnificent so far, by the way, for everyone that's used Bayern, has been a God's gift, no doubt about it. Ball through. Not going to go anywhere. Rattled off defender. Well, seemed a little unfair. I was going to say, didn't actually catch the ball, caught the player instead. And finally, we see a first free kick of the game.
And I wonder what this kind of game is going to be like for Italy coming through, because it was a frustrating first game against Ireland. While, yes, 2 1-0 wins to take the series, it wasn't exactly the easiest of wins by any means. Rafael Leo goes for a short pass, going to be coming through, cut out by Upamecano. And a long ball towards Kimmich. And a good start on a counter-attack here as well if they want. But the tempo slowed down a lot here by MZ. Picked up a little bit, looking out wide as well. Picked up by Gnabry. And looking to filter it back through. It's a much more slower tempo. We see the long balls coming through for AC Milan.
A very different play style, as you mentioned. Like obviously in the upper brackets, the first round against Ireland. You know, when you're up against a player that is going to sit counter-defensive, sit with 5 at the back, obviously will always play very different. This is more of a full attack versus full attack. I'm trying to think of a comparison, a fair comparison. Probably Liverpool City is probably the best I can think of, or Arsenal versus Liverpool or something like that.
Yeah.
It's probably a fair comparison. But this is looking like a through ball. I mean, Leo's on his own. This is the problem with Leo. When you're that quick, when you're that good.
No support.
You got no support. You get there too quick.
Especially Giroud, of all people. He's definitely not getting up there.
He's definitely not going to keep up with you. I mean, obviously, the stat balance players, they're all about 85, I think, 86,
Yes.
85 stat squashed, I think is the correct phrase, because some of these are squashed, a lot of them are drawn up. We'll see at the moment, though. MZ in the white for Great Britain, looking to try and get a hold of this. Definitely got a bit scrappy, and I can't believe 40 minutes have already passed already.
I know.
Massive open space for Leo to run on this. Is he going to go for the shot? Tries to find it. It's the overhead kick into the goal. Absolute style. MZ threw down and said, can you do better than that? Well, I think we just saw it.
We were talking about goal of the tournament with MZ's previous scoop through ball into the box, and that might just rival it. That is a monstrous overhead kick. Just like real life, Giroud won the goals left, right, and centre. The best highlight reel player there is in the world of football right now. That is monstrous. And what a way to kickstart and open this game as well. We said it started a bit of a cagey affair. Well, that's really broken the ice.
Oh, there's a through ball. It's cut out nicely, but there's still players in numbers. Good ball through. Doesn't fall kindly, though, for MZ. And Italy will clear the lines. It's a throw-in.
I mean, we're seeing already two completely different styles of play here. When we look towards Italy, it's very reliant on long through balls to a player like Rafael Leo and crosses coming in. They're trying to use the height of a player like Giroud and that kind of crossing mentality, where for MZ, it's small passing play. Through ball comes through, but offside by quite the margin. Getting into the final moments of this first half as well. Like we mentioned, 45 minutes already up, and it has been a very quick first half here in this series.
Yeah, a lot going on. A lot of action, but it will be half-time. Olivier Giroud for Italy. Not something you'd say too often, but the AC Milan boy has scored himself. I can't really call him a boy anymore. He's a bit of an old man these days. Has got himself a goal. Let's see what is going to happen. Is there going to be any tactical change? Will they be going more attacking? Obviously, unlike another game out there. The opponent can exactly see what you're going to be doing at the moment. Both still using that 4-2-1-3 as expected. Cancelo just gone back on loan in real life, actually.
Yeah.
Just returned back to City, but still obviously with Bayern here in the game. And as Tyler, the man that literally commentates for FC Bayern in real life, will attest, one of probably the most technically gifted right backs in the Bundesliga. No doubt about it. Yeah, like in all the Bundesliga. It's a big loss for the Bundesliga, but that was an absolute shot and a big save coming out once again.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Mane so far. We kind of spoke about MZ and this is small, intricate passing play is the play style of them, but so far we haven't really seen it pull off in the way they would hope. Joshua Kimmich here on the corner, looking to whip this one in. Once again, it looks like it's going to be this short play here. There's an idea by MZ. We haven't seen the execution pull off. And once again, more of the same. And this time, the quick counter is on.
Oh, the breaks there, though. Got the players forward. Oh, but such a lackluster play. Such a lackluster pass and a counter-attack move. Didn't really go the way he wanted it, though. That got a little lucky, and I tell you what, Sané's actually managed to wrestle it back, but I think he just ran it off the pitch. As you can see, pass completions, they're not great. 68 and 60%. A lot of interceptions have been made. Both players reading the game very well.
Absolutely. Giroud, very good at hold-up play. This time, though, it doesn't really have the support
commentator's
there.
curse right there, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Very good hold-up play, gets tackled.
More than instantaneously. Offside, though, coming through. So a reset coming here for Great Britain. We haven't seen MZ control the game as they usually do. So, and this is a big kind of test, because we spoke throughout the groups. This was a big rivalry, though, a very close game. Italy just had the number over Great Britain, actually going 9 wins, 3 draws, 0 losses throughout the groups. And MZ looking to break that curse against Italy here now in the upper bracket.
Yeah. Well, they just mentioned on the stage how good Italy are at defending. Giorgi,
absolutely,
certainly a solid defender, which is why we saw it as just a 1-1 and a 2-1. But let's be clear, he did score in both those games, but that is a second. Now easily slotting that one home, unlike we saw against Ireland. This time, Italy break that duck, get the second goal. And this is looking like Italy now in control.
Yeah, brilliant build-up play there as well. Cool, calm, collected, and make that final pass absolutely perfectly. Cushion header, Rafael Leia, side foot, bottom right-hand corner, nothing the keeper can do. We've praised Jan Sommer all throughout today. There's no chance of getting there, and there could be more on here as well. Another header coming through, but cut out over Meccano, and now picked up looking for a counter-attack of their own. And Leroy Sané got a fair decent amount of pace about him himself.
Well, we'll see. He's lost out on the
scrappy
wing, as Alphonso Davies. So both of them really trying to get forward. You can see, obviously, what MZ's trying to get that ball, trying to get commit and forward. But, oh, that's a lucky deflection. Could work out, but just gives the ball back. That's not what I was expecting. And this means, well, slow. I was about to say a slow build-up play. It was a foul. Judged off the ball on Gravenberch there, Bakayoko. So, free kick chance. Will MZ do anything with this one? Expect a short pass and maybe a bit of a set play. You can see the man in the middle maybe ping it off, get the triangle going. Yeah. That could be what they go for. Instead, it's a direct ball, easily read by the defender.
Now once again, we've spoken about counter-attacking. Drude will pick it up, looking for that pass. No one really in support, so has to go out wide. Again, intricate passing. We spoke, is a real sublime play. That is Great Britain's specialty, but not here. Long ball coming through. And a good pick up by Jan Sommer. That's the Sommer we've seen throughout the earlier games so far today. And it's quick interception. A bit of scrappy passing here from GB.
Off the backside of Diaz there, but it's all good. Got away with it. No player near him. This time trying to work it through, but stepped in. Tries to get the ball to Kimmich. That's gone through again. Delict just about stepping in time, but you can see the pressure continues to build. I think that may have been offside. It is a goal. Let's have a double check. I felt that was offside, but it's been given. Leo, that's got to be really close, I feel. Let's have another look. Oh, it's absolutely given. 3-0.
Absolutely.
I'm almost certain that was offside.
Well, start coming through. Italy playing fantastically right now. And MZ actually in a lot of trouble because, you know, opening game of this series, this is really going to start to get to their heads, right? I mean, we're looking at what is hopefully going to be a 3-game series for them. And right now, really struggling to break down. We've spoken about how for Italy, defensive specialists. We spoke about that Ireland game. They were tough when it came towards the attacking side. They're really struggling to get that final goal to come through. Only do back-to-back 1-0s, but the defense was brilliant for Italy in their opening game. Now, though, the attack is unbelievable.
In a best-of-3 situation like we have here, goal difference doesn't count. So
exactly.
This is the time when you like this, you think, okay, maybe I should try something to see how it works for the next game. If I pull it, which is what we saw, obviously we saw width coming out from MZ there, just moving everything out wide, seeing if they got that counter that maybe can stretch the Italian defense, see if that works out. That's what we're seeing here. We can see Gnabry out on the wing, trying to swing something in, maybe try and make some of those plays work. Almost won the header there, and if they had, that would have been a great chance for Great Britain to get one back, but as it is, the counter's on. The player on the right, I'm not too sure if there's a clear way in. You can see there is people arriving in the box, almost scrambled it through. It isn't clear yet, though. Another ball through. Oh, it's actually gone too far, too heavy, and that could have been a fourth.
Yeah, Rebic on the right-hand side just couldn't quite get there in time. Very close to being Italy dominating this first game here. Really setting the tempo early in towards this series that they are not here to play anymore. Back out to Rebic on the right-hand side. Early ball, really just under hit quite considerably there and intercepted pretty quickly.
Yeah, Giroud stood with his hand on his hips, looking at him. What, you expect me to run? This does not happen. This does not happen. Really.
Space.
I know. I mean, obviously, this is down to obviously the fact that MZ has tried to adjust and see what can work and maybe try and open up those wings. But as you say, it has left some big pockets of space now in the Great Britain defences, and now it's going to be easily shepherded out and punted clear. The 86th minute, this game pretty much in the bag. What do we think MZ could adjust here to make this work? Because it was close, it was tight to begin with, but I don't remember that many shots.
Oh, agreed. And I think actually we've kind of seen, you know, from the get-go, Italy very, very wide in their play style. We were talking about them looking towards the wings, looking towards the likes of Rebic, looking to Rafael Leao, right? And that's been a big thing for Italy, and it's been very successful because there's been those pockets of space. But for MZ, for Great Britain, it's been playing through the middle. Intricate passes, small little triangle plays, the kind of tiki-taka style that was made famous by the likes of Pep and Barcelona, Man City, etc. It's not been working, hence why the change towards a wide style of play now is actually starting to find a little bit more success. But still, in that final third, not finding what they're needing, shots on target.
Oh, and this is looking like one big counter could work, but again, intercepted. Pass completion is definitely a lot lower than both these players expected. They are really reading the game well in terms of interceptions. It's not been a case of poor passing, it's been well-read interceptions. But 3-0, the first game, a double for Leo, and Italy will take themselves the first in this best of three. Confident play, considering the match that we just saw MZ have, of course, against Belgium. One that we thought was going to be close actually ended up being very much a gulf in class. But now Italy have themselves that cushion lead. It is a best of three. Forget the 3-0. We're back to 0-0. None of that goal difference matters.
Sure.
But this is going to be hard.
It's going to be a tough clawback for MZ getting back into it. And I don't think it started in the ideal way, right? For your opening goal to concede to be a miraculous overhead kick, it's going to get into your head, right? They've just, you know, MZ's just been on stage talking about, right, match me. I've just scored arguably the goal of the tournament. And then instantly the first goal against you is arguably a better goal, right? That gets into your head. And I think that was kind of what we saw. The play style that MZ is so used to doing and so used to kind of dominating other teams with, which is dictating the pace, controlling the tempo, and actually controlling possession, really did not phase Italy at all. They were more than happy to give up possession. We run through some of these goals now as well. Really, really well played from Italy. They were so good at finding these pockets in behind the GB defense.
Yeah, I mean, the opener was a simple deal, one and done. But as you can see, the majority of shots all came that way. That being the very easy goal. These are not all the same 3 goals, I assure you.
Yeah. But we saw that play style actually for Italy. It's one of those age-old sayings of, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Over towards that left-hand side, give it to Rafael Leao. The pace alone would create a lot of opportunities for Italy, and they may as well use that to their advantage. Get Giroud in the middle as well. Target man of everybody, kind of everybody's knowledge. We know how big that guy is. Not exactly a pace merchant, but my God, he's pretty good when he gets in towards the box himself. And as we saw with that opening goal, MZ, I think the expectation for me at the very least, coming towards game number 2 is going to be from the get-go a much wider style of play. They looked better. They looked better in terms of their attacking prowess when they were in that wider style of play that they had in the kind of the last 20 minutes.
I would say there was some big openings there. That was my worry, which is maybe why we see, you can see they've started off actually relatively contained, not too wide. That 4-3-1-2, Leo through. Oh my God! I thought I was going to see the goal. Sommer smashing into the defender again there. But I mean, the through ball. You got to wonder why did he not go for the shot instead of the pass? As Leo there, but this is a real chance now. Sané, bags of space, players to work with, one in the middle, could try and cut it back early. Oh, the little nudge from behind was what put unsettled Sané there. Perfectly done from Giorgio to just stop that run dead.
That's brilliant. That's so unfortunate as well, though, for Great Britain. It was the right idea. They had all the space in the world, and all it took was one step forward from the defender, make them uncomfortable, put them on the weak foot. And just like that, all over in a flash. Italy were under a bit of pressure there, and now it's all back to a level playing field once again.
You can see the width already that Great Britain are using. Sommer just patting that one down, just a wild attempt. We did see one of those at the end of the Ireland game as well, if you remember. They actually almost went in, almost a complete banger.
Shot of nearly quite literally the final shot of the game, in fact. Out towards the wide. As Bakayoko will pick it up with a little bit of an intricate passing there. 1-2's Rafael Leao, cut out by Upamecano. Over towards Kimmich, looking for that left-hand side, but cut out. We spoke about interceptions being very, very kind of integral to Italy's playstyle in that opening game.
Look at the offside, though. That's the second in as many minutes. It's been clearly the 2 wing play that MZ is trying here, really trying to walk that tight line of the offside trap. Good ball through, should be shepherded out easily. Back to Sommer, clears it down the wing, looking for Sané. Alphonso Davies bags a pace on that left wing. Kimmich will find the ball through. That's a poor pass though in the midfield and cuts out read well. So first real step, I would say, of possession here coming out of MMZ. Chance to break wide, gets immediately pressured on the ball, shrugged off, gets a bit lucky with the pass back there, but unfortunately doesn't find the through ball they were looking for.
It's already looking better for Great Britain though. We're seeing what we spoke about, them controlling the tempo, the possession. It's just those final passes which are getting cut short. Fake shot coming through as well.
Gotta go wide.
Yeah.
Had to go wide there. Didn't read the position. And now this is where the danger comes. You know, we've seen Giroud, we've seen Leo bursting through down that wing, looking for the play in the middle, just go straight for the shot, and Sommer's there.
It's audacious. I like the idea. Unfortunately, the execution not quite there. So, Italy still in this deadlock in this second game. We're at the better of the chances compared to Great Britain. In the corner here to kickstart things. Tonali to whip it in. Now a Newcastle man. In fact, just signed as of a couple of days ago, but of course still AC Milan here. I know, not a bit of pocket change there for AC Milan.
Absolutely. Chance to clear out, not going to happen. Straight back down their throats, but bags of Bayern players, aka Great Britain, if only. If only some of these players were playing for Britain. As it is, Mane will try and flick it through, not going to work out. Big ball searching, found the wing. Not going to be finding the person they're looking for. Long through balls. That's kind of been what has kind of worked out for Italy, in fairness. It's almost the counterplay at the moment from Milan.
It feels like as well, MZ's taking a little bit more of a proactive kind of approach in terms of denying the space of Rafael Leo. We've seen kind of him get a lot, close down a lot quicker. Essentially, there's a gap opening on that right-hand side. Serge Gnabry will pick it up, trying to get round his man and will. Theo Hernandez struggling to keep up with the pace, trying to get a foot in with a cross, nearly making its way out and cut out. Tonali will drive back up the other way. And we spoke about Rafael Leo. We spoke about a through ball coming through to Giroud. He hasn't got the pace and he hasn't got the support.
No, and he may... Oh, a yellow.
Okay, is that an earlier challenge?
No, it was... Was it handball? I actually have no idea on that one. There we go. Alphonso Davies booked. Don't even know why, but there we go. It is a free kick for Italy. I don't think we're going to get a look at the replay of it as well. I tell you what.
You can go from here.
Might be going for it. Tonali got it in on his locker, but it's going to be a short one, and it's cut out by Alphonso Davies. What can they do with this? The counter's on. The chance. Kimmich looking for the pass. Goes wide to Gravenberch. Gravenberch got nowhere to go. Just bundles into Theo Hernandez. And in the end, it will be AC Milan that will play it straight back. Italy with a chance cut out by the defence.
Yeah, that first touch is really starting to hurt Rafael Leo now. Really getting cut out more or less instantaneously. We spoke about that approach by MZ has shifted and changed to put him under a lot more pressure early. Get on that first touch, don't give him the space. And speaking of, Serge Gnabry's got bags of it and goes for an early pass, costing the possession, back over towards Italy, and now they can break themselves.
Definitely an open game now as we stretch into the tail end of the first half. Picked up by the keeper, rolled out Jan Sommer. Really made a name for himself as the number one there with Neuer's injury at Bayern. Now Sané, loose ball again. It just feels like, you know, just doing that one extra pass too many. I'm guilty of doing it myself too many times. Big banging shot from Giroud, straight down the throat of the keeper though. And now the counter chance. You can see skips it, Gravenberch, but oh my word, loses out to Tamari, who should be an England player by now.
One of the best centre-backs England's got right now and doesn't get enough opportunities for the national squad. Tamori is a ridiculous talent, speaking of.
We got Harry Maguire, mate.
It's true.
What do you mean? What do you
Man
mean?
himself.
The man that Man United are trying to pay to people to have right now. But yeah, either way, this is looking like we're going to be approaching half-time at a deadlock unless MZ could do something here. Just a minute to play. Cancelo's going to get on the end of it, tries to cut it back. The player's there, the shot is blocked, the defender clears, and it's half-time, 0-0.
It's a much more cagey affair in this first half compared to what was a very open game, especially after that first goal went in that first game. That game really opened up. Pass completion has been a big worry for me from both sides, really struggling, especially in that final third. We've spoken about the individuals like Serge Gnabry, Rafael Leo on those left-hand sides struggling to get those crosses off, but here could be one. Serge Gnabry looking to whip it in, and a lovely slide tackle to cut it out for a corner.
No nonsense, no nonsense. 62% possession there for MZ. What can they do with it? That's the question. Corner kick. We haven't seen too many successful corners so far. Tries to play it short in that near post. Not going to happen. Italy reading that all day, every day. Ball coming back though. There's lots of players forward, but there's also lots of defenders, and that's cut out. Now Milan to try and drive it forward. That should get cut out by the defender, but Giroud is there. He's a big man. Hard to shrug off the ball. Jan Sommer hoofing it down the middle, straight into the head of MZ. Now down the wing, there's a runner. Oh, you could see what the plan was, but it was well read once again by Giorgio.
Drew picked up, looking for a ball over the top, not going to quite make it. Cut out though. That's not the place you want to be losing it. Now back out to the wing, may I say, and Serge Gnabry does have a little bit of support. Going back through the middle, we spoke about this being the play style of MZ. These small passes, this
nice. That was nice.
style, back heel coming through, looking to go back in towards middle, cut out, and will be scooped up and looking to go quick.
Yeah, and this is where MZ's been caught out. It's always been the counter-attack that's caught off guard at the moment, but that ball well read, and that not so well read. Sommer, a bit of a wild clearance there, but it will be Italy once again on the attack. What can they do? Leo's been the man that's created everything so far for the Italians in the AC Milan shirts at the moment, but Sané has managed to win the battle but loses the war, it seems. In the end, the flick ball through. Where are we going with this one? Upamecano's been done. De Ligt's looking to try and get in the front of it. Not going to happen. Blocks it out. Should be a corner, but no, Upamecano's there to clear it.
Just going to hoof it as well, get it out of there. Serge Gnabry wins out the head there, but goes right back into danger. Scooped up, picked up by Brahim Diaz, looking to try and whip it in. Giroud trying to get in the back post, but it's not quite making it towards, if I'm right in saying, Rebic on that right-hand side. And now a counter is absolutely on, but Serge Gnabry cut out. It's back and forth, it's scrappy, and no one really taking control of this game so far.
Chance in the middle, but the back heel is just not what you needed at that time. You need to just calm things down a little. Possession actually started to swing the way a little more of AC Milan, aka Italy.
Yeah, but look at those stats, and 60 to 40% right now. But what we started to see is a bit of a change in how Italy are approaching this. They're starting to push a lot more bodies forward. We saw then, in terms of that counter-attack, 4 or 5 bodies getting in towards that box for the cross. That's where they're really going to start to put the pressure on towards MZ and Great Britain. And actually look at the changes coming through. Choupo-Moting coming on. They're going to get rid of Serge Gnabry out on the wide and bring him in towards the middle. So they no longer have got that wide wing player. It's a double striker and then a right wing, or left wing even.
See how it works out. Bakayoko off as well for Benacer.
Hello.
That's a big open chance for Leo. Has to be a goal for Italy. Tries to take the time. And in the end, it cost them. It bought all the time that Jan Sommer needed. The defenders were closing it down, and it made it far more pressured than it needed to be.
That's a panic. That's an overcomplication of what should have been a very simple opening goal here in this game. It has still been this cagey affair we've spoken about, but that should have been breaking the deadlock, and it's not. Big ball coming through.
You've always got to be scared when Giroud's in the box. It's going to fall kindly, but it gets cleared out by the defender in the end. Now Musiala just on the pitch, fresh legs, looking for that through ball. Finds it to Mane. The runner's in the middle, looking to see where he can go with this one. Choupo-Moting just on the pitch, back to Mane. Mane for MZ, looking for somebody in the box, but it's not going to happen. Oh, he's managed to win it back. Open chance for a pass, has to cut it back, but he goes straight to the defender's legs.
That's much better. Those fresh legs are really starting to help Bayern Munich, and of course, well, Great Britain. A long ball coming through now as well. Not looking for any of this in terms of the quick ones. And it's still on, looking for the shot. A lot of cutouts coming through, and now a long ball, but no one up there to collect it. So it all goes back to a reset. As De Ligt looking to play out from the back. Long ball, out to the wing. Picked up by Choupo-Moting. That's a bad place to lose it. Now the counter's on.
Poor control, but got away with it there. Now promoting to Cancelo. Goretzka looking like he's dead on his feet in the midfield there. The muscle-bound warrior that he is looking a little pressured. That was a foul. A push in the back.
A couple of changes needed, I think, for AC Milan. I think they themselves, for Italy, a couple of more fresh legs on the pitch. They're starting to struggle in terms of winning those fights in the midfield, and it's costing them. Ball to no one. Straight picked up. Moting will collect. Actually got a bit of space outside. Hasn't really got the pace, and Tonali will cut him out in towards the middle. Divock Origi loves a late goal, but it's not going to be the case here. The pass cut out, and now back at the other side, Koeman got a bit of space.
Space, but a poor pass straight across the middle. Only ever going to go into a crowd of players. I'll tell you what, the defenders for Great Britain are absolutely done. De Ligt has got nothing left. Upamecano's got nothing left, and this could start to cost them. As you talk about, a bit of fresh legs, maybe we'll turn it. Not quite the case here, but the ball, in the end, just put straight into the side netting. But that, I feel, may be where the difference is. As you say, you know, get that through ball, test those defenders. Maybe, if anything, you might want to absorb the play a little bit and draw MZ towards you, because Italy, with that one-game advantage at the moment, are looking for extra time here. 5 minutes to go. The ball through. No. Cut out by the defender once and twice as they try to clear the lines, but it's coming straight back at them.
Yep. On the right-hand side, looking towards the middle, over the top. Not going to be successful. Collected header. Intercepted again. Kalulu really doing a good job there in towards that right centre-back position. Collected in the middle by Goretzka as he goes back out wide. The final third pass by MZ has been a real struggle. And once again, the back heel cut out. It's scrappy. And it still isn't really finding its form. But now, a bit of pace to work with. Mane over towards Koeman. He's got space. Looking for the shot. Goes in the middle. It's cut out.
I mean, it's a tricky position because the angle was definitely tight for a shot, but the counter is absolutely on here. Now, the champ man that scored 2 in the first. Oh, he's pulled it wide. Oh, my word. A real chance for Italy in the dying moments of the game to just steal the way into the final.
And that's where, you know, that lactic acid build-up really does get you. He is tired. Leao has been running all game. And it's cost them in that final shot. That was a needed goal for Italy. As we now heading towards extra time here. From what was a very open first game, 3-0, pretty damn comfortable for Italy. This one, much harder. Trying to break that deadlock has been more or less an impossible task. Take a look at some of those stats as well.
Still no shots. Still no shots from MZ.
Yeah.
Not a single shot, despite the possession. I mean, obviously 59% now was, what, 63, I think, in the first.
Yes.
So, yeah, not a single shot still. So, really struggling.
Fresh legs needed for both sides here.
I mean, they mentioned it in the interview, the fact that Italy are very good at defending.
Yes.
And that's really been the problem. Once to find that space, there's through balls not working, the wing play not working, really running out of ideas, if anything, here.
Yeah.
And it's being counter-attacked, and that's where the shots are all coming from at the moment. So, we go again. 15 minutes of extra time in both halves before we reach a penalty shootout. It's a chance already for Italy, looking to get it through, almost bundled past. It wasn't exactly a strong shot, but it was almost an accurate one there.
They're the ones that can just sneak in towards that back post. Not to be this time. Now, big kick coming through as well. Already messing around with it there. Tonali will intercept, looking towards middle. Origi picks up, scooped up, kept it until he's intercepted. Hang on a second, it's a mess in front of the box of Great Britain, but just bundled away. And now they're looking for a quick one.
The runner wasn't quite right. The defender was blocking it off. Now there's chance, there's support, there's numbers. They're Kane, though. Again, Tonali steps up. The defense is there. And Italy have been an absolute rock at the back so far. And not a single shot still coming the way for Great Britain.
Yeah.
Despite the possession, despite the chances, still unable to really test the keeper's hands. Now may be a chance.
I've been loving the pressure as well by Italy up the pitch as well. They're not letting MZ play out from the back, and that's something she did all throughout the groups and made her so difficult to play against. And look at this, Leao out on towards that left-hand side. Got a bit of space to work with, looking for a deep cross as well. Origi's there, header, cut out. De Ligt rises above it, but struggling to get rid of it. You don't want to be messing around with it there.
Oh no, it's hit Origi. It hit Origi, the shot away. And Origi just got in the way. It's not clear yet, though. There's still 5 players here for Italy. The ball in the box once again and scrambled in the end by Kingsley Coman out of the defence. An absolute panic moment for Great Britain.
This has been some seriously scrappy play just outside of the box. Across, picked up, defence not quite clear, but just about. Boxed out of there as well. I mean, right now, Italy, it must get so frustrating, getting so close but so far. That final pass, a final shot not quite coming off. And the first half of extra time concluded. Possession starting to get a little bit more even as well. We're at 1.63% over towards Great Britain. Now just down to in the 50s.
Very tight game. Remember, the first of the series went the way of Italy with a 3-0 victory. One more goal would be enough for Italy to be through into the finals. That'll be played tomorrow, the grand finals, the best of 5 as well. And obviously, you're looking at minimum silver medal here.
Yes.
At the European Games. Fantastic stuff so far from the eFootball Women's. We have the eFootball Open as well later today. That is a massive through ball. Was it offside? I'm not sure. It's just a dribbled across the box, so you've got to do more with it, I feel, in that position, because there was a real chance there. The ball's still not lost, though. Now it is.
Trying to go long here. Cut out and scooped up by Davies here on the left-hand side. Bags of pace for him, but not for a long ball of his own. And will be intercepted more or less immediately. There is some fresh legs come on, both sides making substitutions. And the dying embers here of this second game. Absolutely needed. Emzi looking for a goal to push us to a third and final game. Will it be the case? Oh, coming through, and this might be the opportunity, and there's the goal! Great Britain break the deadlock in what could be the final moment of our second game, and a third could be looming.
The first shot of the game in the 112th minute goes into the top corner from Great Britain. It has been a tough slog. There might be another one here. Got to get past the defenders. A little 1-2 goes out wide. In the end, the deflection is there. This should be Great Britain's ball, and they will manage to get back to it. Can they do with it here? Got players arriving. Oh, and that could be deadly. You've got to be careful. The counter-attack option is still available for Italy. They have nothing to lose here. The little quick give and go there as the referee gives a quick ball through. A chance. Origi, the man in the box, goes down, but nothing given.
It feels like the floodgates are really open now. I think Emzi just trying to stay alive at these moments, you know, waste as much time. 3 minutes left on the clock until the 120 is done and dusted to push us to that third game. Italy, it has been such a frustrating game. Dominated in terms of the shots. Emzi, 1 shot, 1 goal. Talk about being clinical. And now wasting time. You've got to respect it. Absolutely needed. This is looking like it's going to go to that third. There's probably 1 more opportunity. 0 minutes out of time. So it should be all she wrote, and it will be the case. We're going to a decider, third and final. First time we've seen as well Italy lose a game this entire tournament.
Well, only the 3rd goal they've let in the entire tournament as well. So incredible stats. In the end, 2 shots. I tell a lie. 2 shots.
What a game. What a game. I think this is now, I guess for Emzi as well, a real sigh of relief. Couldn't do it in the groups, couldn't do it in opening game of the series, but now pick their moment to really push it towards that decider. The question being, of course, with 1 game left, what's the play style going to be? It was a very open game for Italy, but a very struggled, cagey one in game 2.
Absolutely. So the player's going to take a small breather between the games, and I don't blame them because, my word, that one tested them to the limits. And as you can see, after what was a 120-minute epic, some real close chances. Through ball, you can see the man on the wing there absolutely would have been through. But overall, I mean, let's look at the positives and the negatives. For Great Britain, in the end, they got the goal in the end.
Yes.
But they had the majority of possession throughout. They just struggled to find out how to break down that defense, and it really seems to be an absolute brick wall. For Italy, aka AC Milan, aka Georgia, she clearly has a plan of counter-attacking here.
Yeah,
it is, and that is absolutely causing so many problems for MZ right now. It's definitely causing some serious issues, struggling to unlock that play, unlock the door.
Yes.
Is that enough? Is that little confidence? Because let's not forget that scissor kick in the first game was kind of like a slap almost in the face to say, can you score better? Yes, I can. And my opening goal. That was I think the confidence was knocked a little bit there.
Exactly. This is the thing. There's two polar opposite play styles here, right? You've got MZ, who, like we've spoken about, it's very possession-based. It's all about the intricate passes. It's all about kind of that tiki-taka style of play. It's slow build-up, but it's methodical in terms of the approach. Doesn't always come off in the final third, but you can understand the idea there. Where you look towards Italy, it's kind of just the raw fundamentals.
That's a full Gegan press. It's
exactly.
Like straight in there,
One, trying to get out towards the wing, trying to, as desperately as they can, use the gaps and the pace that is built up by this very kind of centralized style that MZ's setting up, leaves lots of space in the wings for the likes of, Rebic got a bit of pace about him, and we know Rafael Leo extremely quick, which is what was the reason behind
Probably should have had more goals, actually,
exactly.
to be fair, the amount of times we've seen him through. And obviously with using Giroud in the middle, it's been working well for Italy. It's definitely something they can probably look towards. I'm very interested to see, because when we looked at all the tactical changes, we didn't see Italy make any movement.
No.
But from England's side, we saw obviously pushing out the wing play, trying the wing play, trying the separate play, tried early on in the second match to go very much push the offside. Trap wasn't quite working for them, tried to pull it back. So MZ really trying everything they can think of to try and unlock this Italian defense, which has finally happened. Although I would say the goal was kind of like almost the route one through the middle.
Exactly. Well, we saw right in the kind of the dying embers at the kind of the turn of the half in towards extra time. MZ went for a diamond formation up top. One striker, two centre forwards, and a cam with a CDM, leaving Goretzka as the CDM just to kind of keep a little bit of a gap between the buffer of the defense, I guess you could call it. So it's really interesting how they changed, because MZ went from playing a very wide formation to try and open up the game, then realizing they're going to get a lot of their opportunities right through the middle. We take a look at some of these head-to-head stats as well off the back of a game number 2. Like we mentioned, it was a very cagey affair for the vast majority of that game. And look through some of these stats as well. 55% possession over towards MZ, which is exactly how they like to play the game. Minimal shots so far across the two games. Only 2 shots in that previous game, 6 overall. So a lot of shots for Italy, but just hasn't quite got the conversion.
And you can see the pass. Obviously, the pass rate's there. MZ's managed to get the pass through. And possession, I would say, is mainly swung from probably that second game, because in the first game it definitely wasn't that high. I mean, okay, they're back in it. You reset. You're back to effectively 0-0. One game wins everything is the real problem here now. For MZ, how do they look at this? How do they approach it in terms of, okay, this worked kind of, but I mean, what's the clear mentality that they will come into this one? Because the whole time Italy have just been counter-attacking.
Absolutely. Well, the big thing for MZ, it's going to be a huge sigh of relief. Georgia's beatable, because no one's been able to beat her yet. This has been the story throughout the entire group. She went 9 wins, 3 draws, 0 losses. In towards the Ireland game, 2-0, clean, comfortable 1-0s. I say comfortable, it wasn't exactly comfortable, but clean 2-0 nonetheless with those 1-0 victories. So for MZ, you can see, starting to get hyped, but starting to get a little bit of energy. It shows Italy are beatable, and that for them is going to be confidence.
Yeah,
so I think it's, once again, there's something we spoke about on the desk. It's playing your playstyle rather than kind of trying to go into the intricacies of counter-stratting. I think when you look towards this, on this sort of stage, there's no point. Go back to what worked. They've just played through the middle for MZ, controlling the tempo, controlling the possession. Stick with it, because that's where they're going to find success.
They've also come from a very confident display against Belgium.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they swept aside, especially the second game was a 4-1 victory. Coming into this one was definitely, I think, a wake-up call.
Absolutely.
But I would also say for Italy, the chances didn't really go her way in the second game. Whereas if you think of the first game, obviously, outside of the amazing shot, the space was opening up. There were some deflections that went their way. They managed to get away with it. So that's what I feel we're going to be. The difference in this game is like, are those that little rub of the green that you sometimes need, that look effectively.
Exactly.
Italy starting things off in the colours of AC Milan, with the AC Milan players as well. Great Britain playing as FC Bayern München in the white. And they are Now all tied, as you can see at the top of the screen, in this best of series 1-1.
Great interception to kickstart things there as well. It was nearly a lovely through ball for Italy. And speaking of through balls, Mane will scoop one up over towards Gravenberch, back towards Mane, goes for a long shot, intercepted and blocked out.
Does that count as a shot stat?
Yeah, well, edge of the 18-yard, probably not at that stage.
I mean, it was a shot in anger, so I think we're taking it up to get them on the phone and see what they count as the stats for that one. Thor chance, looking for Leo maybe, not going to happen. It should get read in the end by the defender. Upamecano, though, had to burst some serious energy, and that's really been, for me, was the telling sign when I was looking at Great Britain's defences.
Yeah.
Both Upamecano and De Ligt were both absolutely done by the end of the first half. How they managed to get away with it throughout, I don't know.
Yes.
Little cheeky flick there, I like that. He's going to try and spread it wide here. Into Leon Goretzka, looking for a runner. Let's see where we can go with this one. Great Britain trying to slowly build the attack, build those possession stats. Player in the middle, not really the flick they're looking for. They've got lucky with the deflection, though, and that was what I was talking about. That little rub of the green, the deflection, the defender got the ball, lost it instantly in the box, and you can't give space like that in a perfect shooting position.
Yeah, Joshua Kimmich, lovely finish there. Knocked down, cushioning towards the feet. Side foot, bottom right corner. Never missing those from about 12 yards out on that penalty spot. Brilliant stuff coming through. And now Italy, kick-start, game number 3, the decider on the back foot. Not exactly what they were looking for after being flawless in the same group.
I mean, you say never missing those.
You do.
I know what the Bayern Munich versus Köln game was in the last game of the season that they ended up drawing 1-1. Absolutely missed one of those. So anyway, nonetheless, Bayern won the league. So good through ball though, down the wing. Sadio Mane. Where's he going with this one? He's got support arriving. Alphonso Davies is there. He's actually got past him, finds his man, tries to square it into the box. The header might come through. Almost got the return ball as well. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for the pass back. In the end, though, it falls, well, back their way. That's a through ball. There's a real chance here. Gnabry straight into the keeper.
Across there, still got the ball. And still got an opportunity, but it's a wayward shot. Already, though, one thing to mention for me was starting to see more of an impact from Mane. In these opening 2 games, really struggled, playing as a kind of a solo striker role for the likes of Great Britain. It's been tough. And speaking of Mane, nearly getting a toe to it right there, but cut out by Tomori. He was long towards Leo, scooped up by Diaz, back towards Leo, but it's cut out with a trailing foot. It is once again looking for those long balls out towards the wings for Italy. Leo actually being man-marked now.
Play on given, foul. Back in the half of Milan. Not going to happen. Italy up against it at the moment. There's a runner on the wing, but it's never going to make it there. Kimmich, though, could try and spread it through. Goes for the no-look pass there to Mane. Mane bangs it in the bottom of the net. It's 2-0 for Great Britain. This is such a turnaround from what we've seen so far.
MZ is on fire now. Absolutely loving life in the service. Sadio Mane, just as we were spoken about, for the first time getting involved in this game in towards match number 3. And MZ alongside Mane making it a 2-0 start. Italy really under pressure now. Stay alive here. This is a real struggle. And MZ still just dictating, controlling this game. Italy cannot get a breather.
Momentum-based player, no doubt about it for MZ. And those goals absolutely giving the confidence they required. Now, clearance coming their way. Cancelo puts it out wide. Gnabry bags the space, tries to lay it forward for Gravenberch. Hasn't got the legs to try and match that short pass he was given there, but it will be picked up in the midfield. And we were talking about the rub at the green at the moment. Every single rebound seems to be going the way of Great Britain.
Yeah, absolutely everything. Picked up by Goretzka, looking to go forward as well in towards Giroud. Quick through ball, and it will sneak through, but offside. Right idea, unlucky on the execution. Just a couple of steps in front of that line, and it could have been a different story. 2-0, possession stats favouring Great Britain as well. So far in this first half, it's been a one-sided affair. Italy desperately needs to change their fate.
Yeah, absolutely. The counter-attack, you've got to forget it now, really. I mean, the counter-attack's not going to work when you're 2-0 down. You need to try and go hunting for some of those goals, and that actually may play into MZ's favour. We'll see, because the wing play has been preferable for Italy, trying to get that through ball into Giroud, but it's not going to happen. Ball gifted back to them, though. Maybe that's the little look that they need. MZ will work it forward for Great Britain. Down the wing, bags of space for Sané. He's got runners on the wingers as well, but can't manage to get to them. Alphonso Davies just behind. Woodward maybe try and use them. Cuts inside instead, finds the space. Little through ball, open shot. Oh, side footage straight to the keeper.
Audacious from Kimmich there, and it will not come off. Spoke about this route one. Giroud will scoop it up. A tall man, the talisman up top for AC Milan, but unfortunately not able to do anything for Italy this time. It's been a real struggle, and you've spoken about it. That counter-attacking play, it's really going to struggle to find its legs, unless, I say that, as Leo might be about to find it, and it will. Goal on the board for Italy, and they're right back in this one, in the dying embers of the first half.
Absolutely the perfect time, just before half-time. Get yourself back in the game. Give yourself that chance. You don't need to make any drastic changes now. You've got to be thinking, okay, I don't need to switch players on the wings, etc., which you may well have done at halftime at 2-0 down. Start to get that desperation mode. But look at the difference. Look at the difference. A single shot for Italy compared to 6 now for Great Britain. Total role reversal from the second match.
Absolutely. I think Italy are really struggling. I mean, Georgia, who throughout the groups are so solid from the opening game against Ireland, really on top of it. Really struggling to find that form. Now, we're looking at this game, and currently Great Britain in a leading position to look in towards that grand final and have a bit of time before to see who their opponent will line up to be. Time to prepare, time to rest and recover. So, 2-1 is the scoreline heading in towards the second half. Game number 3, ladies and gents. This is a best of 3, so winner of this will decide it. Who goes to the grand final, who drops into the lower bracket to come up against the winner of Belgium versus Ireland.
Yeah, that's obviously been going on at the same time as this. No idea on the result, because just like you guys watching at home, we've been here the whole time. And at the moment, Italy up against it somewhat unexpectedly, I would say, after really looking to rule the match over the last 2 games. Despite the 1-0 defeat in the second matchup, they definitely had the lion's share of the chances. So now Italy looking to do something here, maybe try and get that counter play. I mean, it theoretically could come back into play here for them. But that's a good ball, only flicked on though. No real power in the header.
Lovely triangle plays coming through there from Great Britain, you know, out towards that left-hand side on the wing. A lot of that tiki-taka that we've spoken about.
Seem to just have everything in the midfield. They seem to have the players there. I don't know what MZ has adjusted, or whether maybe even Italy have adjusted, but they seem to always have the man in the right place when the ball falls loose.
Yeah, I think Goretzka's really sitting a little bit too far deep, and because of it, he's not getting in towards those fights in the middle. Look at Tonali as well. He's had those moments of struggle out towards the wing. Sane scooped up, got the support as well. In through the middle, Mane quick towards Kimmich, looking to go for the 1-2s, but cut out.
Surely.
Not there, surely not.
Oh
What
my
save.
word! That I tell you what, that could be huge. A gilt-edged chance gifted to you, effectively a penalty shot really at the keeper. Could have made it 3-1. 60 minutes pounced in this game. Great Britain with the corner. We've seen some pretty lackluster corners so far. That's the inside post flick on they were looking for, but no player there to really challenge the keeper. And now a chance at a counter, immediately cut out.
Yeah, scooped up. And you know, the likes of Great Britain, they've got all the time in the world to work with as well. They'd love that cushion of a 2-goal lead, but even still, hang on, long ball coming through. De Ligt will get onto the end of it, and Anthony Davies can scoop it up on the left-hand side.
Full power straight down the middle. I'm not sure about that. I've got to be honest, that's a confident play, but you know it's going to be coming back at you. I'd prefer to maybe play it out of the corner rather than trying to hump it forward. Up a Meccano, out of position. That's a real problem. But Gravenberch is back there. I think it was Kimmich actually, sorry, maybe the challenge. But Italy starting to put a little bit more pressure on here, I feel. You can see it, feel it brewing effectively for Great Britain. Through ball, maybe chance, no. Just stolen off the foot, but again lost out. These are the chances you've got to be so careful about. In the end, just a hoof clearance back to the halfway line.
That momentum really starts to feel like it's swinging, and there's where it could be coming to fruition. Leo picked up, looking for the middle, scooped out of it by Delict, and looking to once again try and make his way out towards that left-hand side. It's messy, and GB have got to get it out of here. They're stuck in their own third now.
You feel that third comfort goal that could have come may well be needed at the moment. Davis finds the ball in the middle. Mane should be able to collect it and will. Now, space on the right wing. Finds it. Gnabry bags the space. Had time. In the end, decides to turn inside with it. And he immediately runs into the defenders. Delict should be able to get that all day, every day, as he passes it back to Sommer.
Not long left in this game as well. We just passed the 75-minute mark.
Oh, that was risky.
Oh my God. Talk about playing a hospital pass. That was very much so along those lines.
Stevie Gerrard, are you there or what? Looking for the back pass. Doesn't happen though. Delict in the end running the defender off the ball. Now finds a opening on the wing, but wasn't taken. Coming straight back at them again. And when you start to run the defenders out like that, I get a little bit scared, Great Britain.
GB starting to just hoof it as well, Great Britain.
Yeah, well, that's traditional GB style, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hoof it!
Hoofing it up. It's a way to waste a bit of time, but at the same time, it's risky because it's inviting pressure onto you consistently.
Free kick, Italy.
We're starting to see for Italy, time and time again, getting these opportunities to start running back at Great Britain. You're going for a deep free kick.
Here we go.
Doing so, changes will come through. What's the plan for GB? Are they going to bring on a couple more defenders, a couple more central defensive midfielders, just try and essentially park that bus? And that seems to be exactly what they're going to go for. A little bit more of a laid-back, sit-back approach, get some of those,
five at the back.
It's a classic strategy. It's exactly the right thing to do now. Exactly what Pep would do in this situation. Park them up, get those CDMs just sitting right in front of the defense, soak up the pressure, see out the game.
WWPD. What would Pep do?
What would Pep do?
Exactly.
And you can see actually bringing the kind of the wingers back. Serge Gnabry now sitting into a little bit more of a central midfielder position.
Really strangling that midfield as well, by the looks of it. Dali Blind coming in there, obviously. No longer, just been released. By Bayern. I mean, not too surprising. Obviously, it was his final season, so it was almost the farewell season, effectively, in terms of competitiveness. But here we are.
That GB are going to build up there as well. This is going to be difficult.
This is about as traditional as Britain gets, honestly. In terms of like, what do we do with 10 minutes to go? We just all get back and defend, and then we just try and absorb it, and everybody in Great Britain holds their breath as every time a shot comes in. Let's see what can happen from this one. And if you're going to play that way, if you're going to go tactically that way, you have to play it careful with your passes. And that's not the case. It's going to give Italy their chances here. What can they do in the final 10 minutes? Well, firstly, they need to get the ball through. We talked about that big wall in the midfield. That ball almost finding its way through. Italy just having the time removed from them. Every time these little bits of play, these little bits of interceptions come out for Great Britain, they don't have the chance, and the time is ticking.
Yeah, 88th minute, not long left in this game. More or less 2 minutes plus extra time left on the clock, and that won't be very much either. It's only been a couple of goals. Let's see. Long ball coming through. GB just trying to cut down this clock as much as possible, and Italy starting to get frustrated as expected. Leo will pick it up, goes for the through ball, cut out there brilliantly, and a hoof right back up the midfield again. Great Britain are just soaking up this pressure.
Big chance.
That's not the time to lose it. Origi loves a late goal, but it's cut out by Delict. And
That's
just
it.
like that, Great Britain advance to the grand finals. And Italy, for the first time, in fact, losing a series.
Wow, I almost thought that was a goal for Italy. Tonali, you could see, Origi, you saw the power bar build up, but literally the foot was swinging to the ball, and that almost certainly would have been an absolute nailed-on chance at goal, but it is Great Britain that are through to the finals. MZ victorious, and shows the mental fortitude to come from that 3-0 defeat in game one, have the reset, come back in extra time, take that 1-0 win, and in the end, a 2-1 win in this second matchup. Huge upper bracket finals, there's no doubt about it. Grand finalist will beat Great Britain, who will be joining them.
And the big thing as well, you look towards the group stage, right? 2-1 towards Italy, 1-1, right? So we're looking at those kind of score lines, and we're talking about how this is a revenge arc coming through for MZ and for Great Britain, now in towards the grand finals, a Commonwealth gold medalist as well. So used to the stage, used to this environment, and showing the experience where it matters most, even going 3-0 down on an opening game, and to mentally reset going in towards the second game, then going in towards a third game, and the pressure's really on. That shows experience and a wealth of it. MZ's played fantastically there, and actually thoroughly deserved to make it in towards the final. The adjustments and the adaptations towards Italy to take that victory, absolutely deserved.
Huge result, no doubt about it. That means Great Britain have got themselves a silver medal guaranteed. Could they go that one step further and go gold? It means, of course, we're going to be falling down to the lower brackets. We're going to go over to the desk, to the stage to hear what could be another entertaining interview from MZ.
Well, I hope so. She's got to follow up on the entertainment of that match. MZ, once again, congratulations. What a performance coming out in this series. You were able to do it. The Italian turtle was cracked.
Yes! Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, done. Done.
All right, we're going to break this down from game one because we've got to go there. The sore spot of the series, right? Definitely looked like Italy was on top of their game. You talked to me a little bit about, the frustrating defensive play style. What was your mindset in that first game?
I went 1-0 down. In my head, I reset it back to 0-0. I went 2-0 down, back to 0-0, 3-0 down, back to 0-0, and then I lost. But I kind of just went, it's 0-0. So, I knew if I just won, or at least drew the next one, I could go again. And I thought I knew, it's been, our whole group stages against Italy has been so close that I knew it was going to be a tight game either way, and that game just got away from me, so I just erased it from my memory.
Now, speaking of 0-0, that was the story for most of that second game, but 112th minute goal to cinch it up. Talk to me about the morale levels after that one, because you look like you were on a high.
I mean, that was my first win against Italy in 6 games, so yeah, last minute winner, is there anything sweeter than a last minute winner? I mean, you could win 10-0, I guess, in normal time, but where's the drama? Where's the excitement?
I've got to keep it close, right? And then, of course, we get into the third game. And this one, I mean, the first half, especially from you, MZ, you were on fire. That high must have continued. Did you feel it was a combo meal of you being on point and maybe Italy off? Or did you just feel it was all MZ, baby?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know what Italy were doing. I just focused on what I could do, what I was doing. Early shots, nice finishes, bit of skill here and there, and just... the players were, everything was working, everything was on point and going in, so I just kept going, and then they got one back, and I was like, okay, recenter, let's go again. No more.
Now, you're already a gold medalist, right? The Commonwealths. I imagine tomorrow, silver or gold is not going to be good enough. It has to be the gold, right?
I want platinum. Is there one better than gold? Can we go higher?
Can you maybe melt them both together?
No, because I feel like all 4 girls that have made it, I mean, all the girls in the competition deserve taking part, so I wouldn't want to, melt silver away and take them both. But, if I can get one that's just slightly better than gold, yeah, please.
Maybe if we go on a win streak here. I mean, you're definitely on a gold winning track at this rate. Congrats, MZ. Go enjoy the victory. We head across the desk.
To the pub.
Cowabunga, MZ. Cowabunga. That was amazing. Do you know what? By the power of Olivier Giroud's chiseled jawline, we knew we'd be in a treat of some sorts in that matchup, and we certainly got it. I mean, what an incredible performance from MZ there, going through to the grand finals tomorrow. But GG's there to Georgia. I mean, amazing competition there. Still in the competition. We've got a match coming your way very, very soon here on EA Football Women's. But it went the distance we expected it to. It was tight, and it was a fantastic finish.
Yeah, and I think we sort of expected it to go across all 3 games, but the fact that you go 3-0 down in the first game, she pretty much just said, yeah, I'm just going to stick to it and going to act like nothing just happened and just continue and reset. That's exactly the mindset you need. And, able to do it, able to come back into the next game. Last minute winner, what a way to do it.
I mean, we speak in football terms, it's a tale of 2 halves. It was sort of a tale of 3 different matches, right? The first game in the best of 3, very, very comfortable from the Italian front of Georgia, a very one-sided affair. The second game had it all, 119th or 18th minute winner, I think it was. And then in game number 3, a clinical real start to the game. And I think it was sort of the way that first half went. MZ had put themselves in a great spot to just see the rest of the game out. And I think the stats sort of reflect that, you know, the 54% possession, 3 goals scored. Okay, cool. You technically lost in terms of goals scored, but you've somehow gone through. So it gives you that whole point of, right, that stats don't always win games. It comes down to the actual gameplay itself.
Yeah, it goes to show as well that we see the stats on the screen, just how close these two are when it comes to a head-to-head there. We see that an incredible winners kind of bracket final there. Could be a grand final tomorrow as well. I mean, that could be coming your way here on the European Games Esports Championships. We'll take a look at the bracket now and see exactly, catch you up as well, if you want to know exactly how today's panned out and see how things currently stand. You can see that Italy are 2-0 earlier on today, Tyler, and it was a great start to this. They were the last 4 in the competition, and as we can see, it's really filling out now.
Yeah, and I was sort of surprised because obviously, I mean, we knew that Georgia played a tremendous group stage as well, but certainly in that game wasn't 100% sure on how she's actually going to perform going forward, was able to win. And it looked really competitive in that first game, and thought, well, maybe she's just going to move on to the grand final. Either way, it is double elim, so she's going to get another chance. And obviously, we were not watching that game, but kind of keeping up to date on what is happening between Belgium and Ireland. And yeah, a little bit of frustration there, obviously, from Glitched. But I think, as expected, it is going to be Miss Vanessa in that decider game.
I mean, Miss Vanessa are a fantastic competitor as well, and Glitch, brilliant having them in the competition. But I think the first game was 3-0, I think, actually, in that first one. So we believe Belgium could do very well in this competition after a great last couple of days. And John, looking at this next one as well, this matchup again now against Italy, this is going to be fantastic.
As bad as it sounds, I think I'm almost more interested in watching this game than whoever's in the grand final tomorrow, because I think the way both girls set up are fantastic. They have a very, very similar style of play. They like to keep the ball. They like to sort of drain the other team of possession and really move it around, especially in the middle of the park. So I'm really excited to see who comes out of it with the higher mental fatigue, because it's something I think Neo spoke about on the desk. The first thing of the day was, as the day goes on and these games get sort of closer and closer, and we go into the final stages of a best of 3 and later on in the day, coming off the back of a disappointing win, you know, for example, the likes of Georgia, who was so close to reaching that upper final, how big of a mental task is that going to be to overcome, right? But we can see the matchup here, Vanessa versus Georgia. This is going to be a game that has absolute firecrackers, to say the least.
Yeah, I think we saw there as well that there's competitors here, like you mentioned with Georgia, who goes into that position where you are moments away from a penalty shootout, which could get you through into that grand final. It's kind of taken away from you. It knocks the wind out your sails a little bit there as well, because you're flying at that point, 3-0 in the first matchup. But Miss Vanessa, after watching earlier on today as well, will want that opportunity to prove themselves against Georgia here and reach that far. Obviously, we saw there was a rematch in the last matchup there with England versus Italy, or the Great Britain versus Italy, should I say? But no, I have no doubt Miss Vanessa wants that rematch themselves against MZ in the final.
Yeah, and I think one thing as well is that both of them have been very, very focused on just kind of seeing what they can do before the game, after the games, between the games as well. They've been very communicative with their coaches, always just looking into stats as well and how they can change things up. And that might be something that grounds you a little bit.
Okay, dare I say predictions before we go to the casters here. Belgium or Italy? Tyler, kick us off.
I'm going to say Belgium.
Belgium. John?
I've got to go Italy then, don't I?
Okay, and I'm going to go both, because everyone's amazing. Okay, we're going to head over to our casters right now as we kick off our lower bracket final. Who will face MZ in the grand finals tomorrow? It is all about Belgium versus Italy. It's over to D-Man and to Naya.
Thank you very much, Adam and the desk. This one is very spicy, D-Man, right? We're looking at this, and we're looking at two kind of the most prolific players in this entire tournament in terms of goals, right? They both top the group. Exactly. Top of Group A, top of Group B coming through, and both at the exact same scoreline. 9 wins, 3 draws, 0 losses. This, as a lower bracket game, honestly, could not get any better. And who's going to be joining Great Britain in the grand final? We spoke about it. We said MZ, the revenge arc completed. And now Italy looking for a little bit of revenge of their own tomorrow, potentially.
Well, they both lost to MZ. That's the only person that has beaten both players. And as MZ said on the stage, it's like that was the first win over in 6 games or something like that. So clearly, obviously, it was a big build-up. However, as the desk just mentioned, it is a similar type of play style that both of these tend to play here. I would say Belgium probably a bit more attacking.
I agree.
Than Italy, but Italy sort of very much on the counter. In the last matchup, we may see something different here, of course, after that defeat. You know, it's a lot of pressure on these players. Obviously, bronze medal already in the books for one of them, but they're going to want to go further. They want to get to that grand final, both representing their countries. Some of them literally, both of them actually, I think, are actually signed up to their countries as well, not just for this tournament, but actually to their football associations, which is huge in itself, of course. Yeah, obviously we're going to be seeing AC Milan versus Bayern this time around, once again. However, I suspect we might see different kit colors.
Yes. Because I assume the Red Devils might play in red. We will find out. Big thing, of course, there's kind of two different storylines coming through in terms of morale and kind of mentality. You know, Belgium have just come off the back of a pretty comfortable 2-0 in the series over Ireland, where you look over towards that game we've obviously just seen it with GB in Italy, and it was a pretty, I guess you could say, annoying loss for Italy, because starting 3-0 up in the opening game and then to go on to be a reverse sweep is always going to be pretty tilting. So that's something for me where we're going to look at this and how can Italy mentally reset? How will Georgia be able to kind of forget the past, immediately go back into kind of a better mindset, essentially, going in towards the game here against Belgium? But it's just about to get on the way. Thumbs up across the board as well as we're about to kickstart this one. It smiles all around, but the second the game starts, serious faces get locked in. How do you expect this one to go? We've seen the Des make the predictions. What are yours feeling like? Where are you?
I really don't know, honestly, because I got to say Italy. I mean, I got to assume Italy, based on obviously the closeness of the match versus MZ. Sure. That's really the only thing we've got to go off. Both obviously had incredible performances in their groups, but obviously Belgium were kind of almost swept aside a little bit in the knockout stage against MZ, whereas obviously much closer, I would say, for Italy. And obviously, you know, the fact is that they came into extra time matching that. Just switching the camera so we got a better view. There we go. Whatever the player prefers, they are allowed. We ourselves have a better view as well.
Absolutely.
As Adam continues his awesome desk hosting duties, just providing nourishment. But here we go. So as I did allude to, Italy are playing in the white this time around as Milan, whereas Belgium are playing in the black kit. It's the third kit, I believe, of Bayern.
The black with the red kind of enhancements, let's say, out towards that wing as well. Picked up by Tell, looking for a little bit of space for a cross. Goes deep, a little bit too deep as well, and scooped out of it. And
I think that's one of the cases, you know, when to hold it down just a little too long. You're like, I wanted that play in the middle. Oh, it's gone too long. It's gone too far. Chance here, though. That's a good through ball. He actually could have gone back out wide, I feel, there. Had the extra layover, the runner was there. But now we see the counter chance. And this is something that, obviously, Italy were doing non-stop against MZ. Sitting back, sitting defense, going for those big counters, using the power of Leo on that wing to great effect to set up Giroud.
So, going for that long ball, trying to, as best they can, activate Leo out there. He will scoop it up. A lot of pressure, a lot of bodies around him, intercepted more or less immediately there by Thomas Muller, playing a little bit more of a more defensive role than he usually does. And a little bit of a slower build-up here by Belgium as well, playing out the back. Mane on towards that left-hand side, got bags of space to work with, and bags of pace, of course, in his locker. Oh. Not the greatest place to be losing it there as well. It's scrappy and it's hoofed out of there. Wants nothing to do with it.
I do love English colloquialisms with hoofed. It's as if literally an elephant has booted it.
Exactly.
Hoofed it. Actually, a horse, I guess you could say. I don't think hoofs go on elephants unless they're really big hoofs. Either way, doesn't matter. Shot blocked, and the defender just powers it away into Jan Sommers. Caring, loving arms on the ground there.
Keep moting out towards Mane. Again, so much space to work with. We're going to play it back in towards the middle. Looking towards that right-hand side, but it's under a lot of pressure. Covered out and taken abruptly by Muller. He gets it out towards that wing. Looking at Rafael Leo as well, who's trying as best he can. He's been given no time and space out towards that left-hand side, and that's going to be a big thing for them. That's a bad place to lose it. Keeper comes out, but Jan Sommer, a leading hand, denies the opening goal.
You got to score those.
You have to.
You have to score those, as they would say on the broadcasts. Oh my word, that is an absolute gift horse for Italy that has not gone in. No pressure at all, complete blunder. Giroud clean through, not going to be the case, so got to be careful that doesn't dwell in the back of her mind, though. Has a shot in anger, effectively, from outside the box. And now a real, I would say, gilt-edged chance gifted. And now Belgium have got to be looking at it and thinking, okay, that was my one real blunder.
Yeah. We're looking at this as well, right? And we're saying, you know, if this game is going to go south for Milan, that's the kind of opportunity he's going to look back on. Like, they've only had score there. They've only had broke the deadlock there. But still, could do it right here, right now, out towards the wing. Brahim Diaz trying to whip it in. Corner. Big interception, as you mentioned. A corner to come through. It's been a pretty exciting, electric first 30 minutes here. Still pretty cagey. We yet to get an opening goal. Breaking that deadlock is really going to open things up.
Pressure definitely brewing from Italy. Ball swung in, inside post, near post, header clearance there. The keeper didn't get to it, but the defender did. And now a counter chance from Belgium, perhaps. He could go wide, finds the space. Out to Müller. Thomas Müller, not someone I expected on the right wing, but he has been an absolute legend for Bayern in the past. Hasn't maybe got the legs these days, but when we are stat squashed and balanced, it doesn't matter. He's like a young child once again down that wing. The 18-year-old Müller looking to work it through. Mane looks across. Who's he got arriving? No one. Gravenberch was there, but the defender blocked it out.
A little bit too much there, overcomplicating that situation. Layup goes long. Should be intercepted there by Davies, and it will be exactly the case. We're picked up by Tonale, who goes down the middle. Giroud picking up himself, looking to go into the right-hand side. A cushioned header intercepted there. Gravenberch will pick it up, and he will absolutely get rid of that one. Make sure there's no rookie errors as seen earlier. Still struggling to get out of their own half here. This is a big problem for Belgium. They're under a lot of pressure. And just a lingering foot there by João Cancelo will keep them alive in this game. All the pressure has been on the shoulders so far of Belgium, and they're struggling to stay alive right now.
Looking for anyone in the middle to arrive. It is just so far ahead of the play there, Müller. In the end, it will be cleared. Ooh, nearly gifted away. Has been gifted away. Choupo-Moting not going to be able to get anything from that one, though. Counter-attack chances continue. We know that Italy are strong with those counters. It's got to be always in the back of the mind, I feel, for Belgium. As once again, the ball goes through. Leo's there. Leo's broke through. Free chance. Oh, straight at the keeper. Wow. Had to just roll it almost to the side there. But well played to Belgium to actually run the keeper off the line, read the situation, know that really it was the only chance she had to try and keep the goals as the scoreline even. I can't even speak anymore.
You know, for a moment there, it looked harder to miss, but Jan Sommer's having an absolute masterclass. 2 humongous saves to keep Belgium alive. We've spoken already. We saw the earlier game, and now in towards the first half here of our first match in this lower bracket final, and how important Jan Sommer has been single-handedly keeping teams alive. Let's see. Meccano will try and get it out on towards that right-hand side. And we look towards what can Belgium do, as they've really struggled when it comes towards the final third. They've been under a lot of pressure from Italy. And this is what we said about what Italy can do in terms of their attack. They're so proficient.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a tight game, though, between the two. I don't think we expected anything less, did we?
Exactly.
Both players top their groups. They have been through the ringer, though. That is Great Britain in the grand finals. Who will fight them? Could be quite incredible, really. We could have Great Britain in the finals of, well, we do have, there's no doubt about it. We do have Great Britain in the finals of both Rocket League and the eFootball Women's. Incredible performance for Great Britain. We don't normally have this. This is why I mentioned it, because we're normally rubbish in these spots.
True. Didn't make out the groups in the Open, though, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately not. To be honest, the Open competition is incredibly stacked.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm not too surprising in terms of the top 4 that are there. We'll get to that That is coming up actually after this series plays out, because the grand finals for this will be tomorrow. Keep your eyes peeled for that one. And of course, we're going to be stacking them back to back to back. Rocket League into eFootball Women's, into the eFootball Open Grand Finals. Best of 5s tomorrow. But this is a best of 3, as you can see on your screen. Big bold letters at the top of the screen, kind of give it away. It is mean that there's a real chance, though, for Italy. Coming through the middle again, just shepherded out by the actually defensive midfielder in the end. They blocked it.
Still waiting for somebody to break this deadlock. Potentially, this is where it could be. Giroud trying to go for a quick pass there, but cut out, and now space to work with. Choupo-Moting trying to go long towards Mane. Clearly just had the idea. Giroud up top, the target man will try and cushion it down. An interception. Leo, it's a perfect place for it. Tonali, he himself intercepted. Really isn't that much space for Bayern Munich and Belgium as a whole to work with.
Yeah, very much a bit of a dead game at the moment, sort of dying off in that midfield. Yes. Nobody's able to get a pass even into the final third, let alone have a shot. It's very much been a battle in the midfield as Brahimi tries to bring it forward, looks across, tries to maybe stretch it a little wider than they are playing. Both teams playing very, very much in the middle of the park. Nobody really stretching it wide at all here, using the full length of the pitch. Maybe we're going to see it now, though, as Mane tries to beat the man. He has got ahead of Bakayoko, gets into the middle, and you can see Choupo-Moting starting to swing a leg at it, but it was never really going to get past that defender.
No, not at all. In towards the middle, through the legs as well. Oh, just cut out right on the back get. Bakayoko will collect and move it up towards that pitch. Rebic on the right-hand side had a lot of space and now creates even more for himself as he tries to go down the wing. It's a messy one. Still keeps hold of the ball, though. It's an interesting way of doing so. Giroud, 1-2 with Leo, going for a goal here. Surely, surely. And there's the deadlock broken in what could be the final moment. Italy with Rafael Leo on that left-hand side, the 1-2 passing with Giroud, and that finally breaks the deadlock we've spoken about.
And I love that. They see the drag back, expecting the Belgian player to bring the goalkeeper, to shift it, to move it, to do whatever. Obviously, when they're in the same situation before, charge down with the keeper, and that's exactly what he was waiting for it to get out of position. Really had to thread the needle because the defender very nearly got a foot to it, actually, to be able to block that shot. I'm not too sure whether they'd been able to deflect it or whether it would just gone net regardless, but either way, absolutely fantastic goal to come out there. Well worked. It's been coming. It's been coming. You can see, obviously, that little midfield battle. It only took just a little bit of play to just spread a little bit wider than they were playing. Both teams were playing very enclosed in that midfield. But now with the deadlock broken, it's down to see what Belgium can answer.
And a goal akin to the way Great Britain play as well, Emzy. We've spoken about that kind of tiki-taka style of play, those kind of small triangle passes, something which Italy have kind of adapted from that previous loss in the game earlier and taken it towards their own game and utilised very successfully. That is a bad mistake out towards Leo. He's onside as well. This could be another opportunity, and that is a crucial error. Of all the ways to lose the ball, that is so costly. In a matter of moments, it's back-to-back goals, and the floodgates are absolutely open, Demon.
Yeah, you can't do that. It's like, I mean, obviously, I would say the goal doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It looks like it was going to be a lost game anyway, but still, all hopes of maybe a comeback disappeared there. But, you know, we still had, well, we had 20 minutes left, so it was possible, as we heard from MZ on the stage there, you know, once the goals go in, you've got to reset your mind back to 0-0. Keep sticking 0-0. Sure. I've still got a chance. I've still got a chance. Keep telling yourself that, because anybody that has played eFootball, anybody that has played anything of this level knows the absolute utter frustration it can bring. It is a big mental battle. It's not all about the skill on your controller. Yes, obviously, being able to click the buttons at the right time and the right place and being able to read the game, read the situation, read the opponent. But my word, this game can test you. Test your frustrations to the limit.
Exactly. It's all about mentally resetting, and unfortunately, I just think for Belgium, they were caught asleep at the wheel there just a little bit, and it's really cost them. Now going 2-0 down, it really does feel like a lost cause in towards this game, and it looks towards maybe, like we spoken about in that earlier game with GB against Italy, about just testing what's working, then going in towards the second game. Great Britain pulled off a reverse sweep. There's nothing out of the cards that Belgium could do exactly the same here, something that Italy, as we know, are potentially prone to, let's say. But at 87 minutes left in, well, played out in this game, let's say, there is unfortunately not enough time in my eyes to get 2 goals to push it towards extra time.
Never say never. I've been there before. I don't want to jinx anything, but as it is, Italy are looking like they are going to be taking the first in the series, this best of 3. Booking maybe their first foot, perhaps a little bit of a shoelace into the grand finals against MZ. For Belgium, I feel it's maybe a bit of a reset. Now, if you think back to what we saw in the upper bracket finals when MZ was in this situation, they basically looked at it and thought, okay, I'm going to use this little bit of time now to maybe figure out what I can do, what I can change. Maybe, as they mentioned, reset your mind. That's when we saw they started to go wider. They started to play different, just trying different things to see what worked against Giorgio here for Italy, to see how to break that deadlock. Very similar statistics, if I'm honest, to the game 1 against Great Britain in terms of 7 shots to 1. You know, we saw from MZ really struggling to get those shots away. And talking about the defense that Italy have, you know, as much as we talk about the counter-attacking play, there wasn't a great deal of counter-attacking. There was at the start. It was more a midfield battle. Yeah, that's what that was. And I feel that we saw it. The goal came, you went wide. The goal came from going wide. You know, you're trying to play it through the middle. Both teams have absolute stacks. What a clearance, by the way, on the goal line there from that corner.
One thing to talk about as well, we spoke about it very early towards the game, that crucial error by Belgium, which nearly cost them that opening goal. Jan Sommer kind of keeping them in it. In the end, it didn't mean anything, but that could have really changed the tempo of the game. And we spoke about, 2 goals in 2 minutes. The floodgates opened immediately. And this is what is eFootball, essentially. Once one goes in, they can really start to roll in, because you look towards Belgium, the second you go 1-0 down, while goal difference is not really anything that it really has to be on kind of the forefront of your mind by any means, because it's not a problem really in towards these knockouts. Going 1-0 down, you're forced to change your play, so you're forced to play a little bit more on the side of attacking. So the question then being now, what's the changes going to be like for Belgium going forward? They played, in the first 2/3 really well. The defense was fantastic for the most part, apart from those 2 errors, and the midfield was doing okay. That final third for me was a big problem. They really struggled to get that crucial pass off. Their forwards couldn't really find the space that they were kind of hoping towards. And we're looking towards some of these individuals like Mane with buckets of pace, Choupo-Moting playing up top, couldn't really get any freedom or any space to work with. So now how do Belgium change things up to give them more opportunities?
You guys at home can't see this, but we can see what the players are doing, which is fantastic for us, because we can see the little adjustments they're making there. So Tell is being used up front for Belgium. You're playing as FC Bayern. I'm trying to think who's playing as Bayern from. I was like, hang on a minute. Okay.
I guess a little bit.
You've got to bear with us, guys. We've got to work through a country name, a team name, and a player name, and try and match them all up in one. It would be a lot easier if we had the nations,
absolutely,
obviously of the team. But here we are at the European Games with potentially one game away from the grand finals for Italy to have a rematch against Great Britain. They are awaiting those grand finals, best of 5 grand finals that will be played out tomorrow to see who will be the gold medalists. But the question is right now, can Belgium, the Red Devils, come back as they play once again as FC Bayern München? They are obviously playing as the FCB in the top right-hand corner, Milan for Italy in the white.
Great Britain got the revenge over Italy, of course. Italy winning out their group, but Great Britain, when it mattered most in the knockouts, got their revenge. Italy now wanting a taste of that revenge. You know, it's a dish best served cold, as they say. So Italy would love to have that one served up on a platter. Of course, they've got the first one out the way. One more game in their favour, and they will be joining Great Britain in the grand finals tomorrow, which is the best of 5. But we've still got Belgium to take down. There's plenty of opportunities here. FC Bayern, of course, in the black and red strip. AC Milan in the white.
And if I think back to how MZ for Great Britain managed to beat Italy, the battle was the midfield. They were winning. They were getting the deflections. They were getting the ball. Every time it was passed through the middle, they had a player there. It was, oh, my word. You can't get... Wow, that just pinged off his head. That could have gone anywhere. You can't get away with doing that. A back heel in the box. You're almost asking for a goal. And nearly a wonder goal coming out from Bohemian. Wow.
That was nearly very worrying. You can already see a little bit of pressure, a little bit of nerves. Rookie mistakes starting to come through for a very experienced player there from Belgium. This is not exactly the start they were looking for. We've spoken about already multiple times these kind of cagey affairs. That's where those little minute errors can multitude and work together.
Well, MZ just dropping by on the commentary booth. She's ready and waiting to see who's going to face. Is it going to be Italy or is it going to be Belgium? Italy currently 1 game up at the moment. Could be a rematch again. Don't think they really care about it, really, honestly. They managed to take victory over both so far in the upper bracket and the upper bracket finals. Both fall in the way of Great Britain. The question is, who can match them? Currently, Italy picking up that first game 2-0, and at the moment, Belgium, well, struggling to retain possession, it feels like here.
Yeah, struggling to get their own half at the moment as well, comfortably. But just as I say, this Mane will pick it up. Intercepted. Kalulu on the right-hand side. Tries his best to get it through the middle. Pass coming through. We've spoken about how in the final third, Belgium have really struggled to get that pass coming through. And it's starting to show already here in towards our second game.
Absolutely, real big chance. Just needed almost the through ball, not the direct pass there. That's what we were looking for. Wasn't going to quite work out for them, though. And now Italy. Rebic, we've seen him setting things up for Giroud earlier on. Well, that's pinged off the defender straight to the keeper. And once again, Jan Sommer is there to save the day. The young prodigy, Musiala, trying to set things up. That, again, has gone back down the throats of Belgium. And it seems to be a bit of a recurring theme here. They're struggling to get out their own half.
Spoken about it. This is that pressure that Italy can just continue to build upon you. Brahim Diaz, quick footwork. And Giroud up top, who gets cut out there. Really well played by De Ligt, but at the same time, we've already spoken about they just cannot seem to get out their own half. The pressure is building. At some point, it's going to boil over. It's going to crack. And this is something that Italy can do so well. They can control a game and completely dictate it to their tempo.
Question is, though, now, is there a diamond being formed?
Is there a diamond being formed?
With that pressure.
Are they made under pressure? We're in a coal mining city in Katowice. It's the perfect place for it.
I tell you what, if they start picking diamonds out of there, I think every building here is getting knocked down. It does. At the moment, though, it's a great ball in and out of nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Belgium finally play it down the wing, swing one in, and of all people to score, Tell is there. A young lad, been put up front for Bayern.
Brilliant. What a way to do it as well. Down that left-hand side, cross comes over in towards that back side of the post, and top right corner, nothing the keeper could have done. Perfect play. And now Italy, for the first time in essentially this entire series, on the back foot. And it's an unfamiliar feeling, but can Belgium capitalize on it? Can they push to make this a 3-match affair?
There's another chance here. It's just bounced their way, and Musiala with a little chance. We've seen him score some absolute wonder goals in the Bundesliga over the season, but that may be a counter. Now, as we go out to Leo, he's got Brahim Diaz with him, puts it in the middle for Giroud! Oh, Sommer just tips it over.
He's a guardian, the goalkeeper. This man is unbreakable at times. Jan Sommer has had a brilliant display across every game he's been in so far. And another crucial save coming through. It's a sigh of relief for Belgium. But the pressure absolutely still on until it's bundled away towards that right-hand side. Tell trying to go for a little bit of a 1-2 there. Will get the space, but the interception comes. And the dying embers here of this first half. The last opportunity probably for Belgium as they go out wide. Sane will pick it up, looking at the wings, goes back in towards the middle. Musiala goes wide. An interception should decide things here in this first half. Tell with the 1 goal picked up by Belgium. Italy, questions upon them of how they bring this one back in their favour.
Well, I mean, I've got a feeling if we're going to look at the stats, you're going to see it's pretty much been Italy all the way there. 53% possession, 6 shots compared to 2. Very much in Italy's favour, but they find themselves 1-0 down to Belgium from one of the very few crosses we've seen today. But Who would have thought spreading it wide as opposed to running through 7 players in the middle actually worked? Amazing, absolute tactical genius somewhere in the background there, I feel. But let's see if this one continues that way, because there's a good counter here. Mane, just can't quite get past his man.
Yeah, caught on the shoulder there. And just slows him down for a second. Choupo-Moting trying to go back in towards Mane, but intercepted. And it's given Rebic an opportunity. Space on towards that right-hand side, but unfortunately, Giroud's pass not effective, and it bundles over towards Rafael Leao, but he can't quite get the shot off. Ball still in the favour of Italy. But now just crowded out there by Belgium. A sigh of relief as they look towards a counter-attack, but once again, similar to what we saw in game number 1, struggling to get out of their own half, and they look back in towards the middle. Giroud intercepted. This is already starting to be quite the interesting, quite the, faster pace start towards the second half.
Ball flicked in, looking for that header. Maybe seeing if they can do exactly what Belgium did a moment ago. Lots of space. I like the fact that Belgium are starting to stretch the game a lot more here. Going wide, starting to look for those big, long through balls. But if it doesn't work out, you need to have players there to cut it out, and that's exactly what they do. Just calm it down. Use your back man. Try and play back to the right back. Try and draw it forward. Use your triangles effectively. Try and get some of that passes in space. You don't need to go for the direct ball right now.
Absolutely. Bakayoko back towards Dior. Over towards Rebic. 1-2 passing play here. Could open up a little bit of a space, but an interception coming through, and an absolutely crucial one there from Belgium. Out towards that right-hand side is Tell, the goal scorer, who collects but is intercepted by Tomori, Englishman. We've spoken about him, and he should get his England opportunities more and more as the seasons go on. A very talented player there for AC Milan.
You'd think getting to the Champions League semi-final would maybe do something, get you noticed, but apparently not.
On a Southgate's books.
Stick with a guy that doesn't even play for his main team. Yeah, Italy currently leading the series 1-0, but we could see that evened up in a moment. And I tell you what, mentality that could harm Italy, because it would be similar storylines to what they just had against Great Britain. But now we see them winning the ball back. Let's see where they can go forward. Flicking it through, trying to find Giroud in the middle. Not going to happen, but it's opened up a bag of space. That ball really pushed wide to Mane. He's beaten his man. What a beautiful turn. Drops the shoulder. Tries to flick it into the middle. A bit elaborate maybe, but has still managed to get away with it though. Musiala finds into Tell. Choupo-Moting holding it up, gets the shot away, but it was only ever going goal into the goalkeeper's hands.
Yeah, collected there by Magnan. Still, pressure is on. An interception in a less than adequate position there. Scooped up. Tell, the goal scorer, back towards Choupo-Moting. The man has been all over the block when played for some pretty decent teams in his time, to be fair to him, including Stoke.
Yeah, it's a crazy story, Choupo-Moting, there's no doubt about it. His path to Bayern. Musiala, the young wonder kid, with a little short pass to Tell in all fairness. Leao has been the go-to guy for Italy, but this time it's gone to Rebic. Oh, the deflection, surely. Oh, he's put it over.
Oh, you cannot be scoffing those sort of shots. Rebic, it's a great opportunity, and maybe himself should have scored it, but it barrels out towards the outside of the box. You've got to be finishing those. Goalkeeper's still on the floor. Defenders are all over the place. There's gaps opened up, and you've got to capitalize on those sort of opportunities, because they'll cost you.
9 shots to 3, and you know what? We go back to the start of the game when that gilt edge chance fell to Italy. There's been some big chances here for Italy to take this game, put it to bed, but it continues to be in Belgium's favour as they lead 1-0 in the final 15 minutes of the match.
Absolute sigh of relief. Belgium as well. My God, that really looked a little bit on the side of uncomfortable. Towards the middle, picked up there, on that left-hand side. Goes for a bit of an audacious through ball, and it's intercepted more or less.
Il numero 27, il numero 30, il numero 90.
Chance maybe to build. That's a good ball out to Mane. Looking now the final 10 minutes. Now Belgium going to hang on to this 1-0 lead. It's a good through ball chance. It has to be Choupo-Moting. Buries it for Belgium. We're going to a game 3.
Italy, they've been prone to these reverse sweeps as we saw against Great Britain. Emzi was able to pull one off after going 3-0 down and then dominating in those final 2 games. And Italy now, pressure starting to get on. Belgium are pushing it towards a third and final game unless something miraculous can happen here. But it's looking unlikely. 84 minutes gone, 5 minutes plus extra time left on the clock, and surely, Lee, it's just not enough.
You know, if we were to ask MZ who they prefer to play, I know they kind of avoided the question and said, I've beaten them both.
Yeah.
But it's got to be Belgium. I think they would much prefer to play Belgium than Italy. Italy clearly defensively incredibly strong, no doubt about it. In terms of goals, both have got bags of goals. You don't think so? You don't think you'd rather face Belgium than Italy? Yeah. 100%. Italy defends so well. 9 shots to 3 right now, despite the fact Belgium are leading with those 3 shots. It's incredible, really. You know, Italy, no doubt about it, Georgia has been incredibly strong, but this game 3 has to be a mental reset.
Absolutely.
They've got to be careful they don't fall into this pitfall of like, I was leading against Great Britain,
yes,
and I let it slide. I was leading against Belgium, and we're here again.
Exactly, it's worrying, right? We're seeing the exact same thing happen now as what we saw in the previous game against Great Britain, and this is now starting to get worrying. It maybe shows about how Italy's playstyle can start to be adapted to. Great Britain and MZ did a fantastic job doing exactly that, adapting to what is Italy's style of play, these wide positions they go for, these long through balls over the top, looking at essentially a crossing style of play, trying to activate Giroud as a target man. And Belgium done a fantastic job in towards this game. While they didn't have many shots, they were clinical when they did, and that's the important thing. I think Italy will be kicking themselves with the amount of opportunities they didn't convert, right? They should have scored themselves at least 2.
Yeah, absolutely. This is also, we should talk about, you know, the mental training that you talked about at the start of the show. You know, we're now into what is what are we in, the 6th game, maybe, I think, for Italy. Yeah. Maybe the 4th, I think, for Belgium. So, you know, in terms of that, some incredible chances throughout this game, as you can see in the highlights. Real big openers, I would say, but what a great cross header. We haven't seen too many of them, in fairness. Real big chance for Italy once again as well, but just didn't quite go their way. Massive save from the AI goalkeeper Jan Sommer there.
Oh yeah, that was incredible, right? Especially considering that, you know, down the other end of the pitch, we just seen Bayern Munich score a header in exactly the same fashion, and then Jan Sommer pulls off a save. That's the difference there. Those small, intricate things coming through. And we spoke about that opportunity that just came up, right? When it bundled and barreled out towards the outside of the box, and it skies over the bar. Those small mistakes, so costly as we head towards what is our 3rd and final match. Of course, best of 3, ladies and gents. So winner of this guarantees at the very least a silver medal, but has the opportunity for a gold medal and being our victor here tomorrow in the best of 5 against Great Britain. And, well, loser, it's not all sorrow. You get a bronze medal. You take those all day.
Absolutely. We are live, if you're wondering where we are. We're live in the MCK in Katowice, obviously same venue of the fabled IEM Katowice that happens obviously earlier on in the year. It's, you know, the same location right next door to the Spodek. There's a lot going on here in terms of in Poland itself, obviously with the European Games going on, you know, the Olympics events all across as well. Literally mountain bikes on the roof right now as we speak, which is always a little bonkers and crazy, but that's the, you know, that's what's been happening. I absolutely love this city. It has cool. I've been coming here since, I think, 2011, I think it was maybe my first visit, 2012, somewhere around there. It's incredible to see how the city has developed over those years, how it's grown. And because obviously I'm getting, you know, a couple of visits a year. Every time I come, I'm like, oh, where's that building come from? Some new building here. So the area has developed really well and really nicely. It's starting to really look nice, this city, in terms of like how it's developing. And obviously, I think that literally the slogan is obviously the host city, Katowice for a change. And it absolutely is a city that is changing. It is starting to look really nice.
It's becoming a real hub for esports as well.
Yeah,
it's awesome
definitely.
to see. I mean, there's so many events now starting to crop up in Katowice, and it's so good at hosting them as well. We've spoken about kind of the fabled IEM Katowice, but the Spodek and kind of the areas around it are so good in terms terms of the facilities, as we've been well treated with so far. But we're on the way in towards our third and final game here, and it starts with an over-the-top ball. Mane got an opening opportunity, but a leading foot just denies it. Well, quick start for Belgium, and it's still on. The cross comes in, and it's just pipped away there right in front of the post.
Took a little too long to find their feet. Italy with a chance here, playing in the white once again as Milan. And Belgium, of course, in the black. Third kit of FC Bayern München at the moment, though. Italy looking to try and capitalise on an early start, perhaps, here, but there was an easy cross. And the keeper was always going to clear that one out. Wow, confident header back there from Mane to Alphonso Davies. Ball falls to Italy, and it's just clipped off the back heels of the defender. I don't think he really knew anything about it, honestly. Now the ball's still not cleared. Big muscle header onto De Ligt there. Finally will get the ball clear to Choupo-Moting, but this is far from clear at the moment. Italy putting piles of pressure on him in the opening 10 minutes.
Out all the way. Big cross coming in, deep post as well. Unable to be pulled off there. Mane will scoop it up. He has got space to work with, but not many opportunities to get those passes off. Not a lot of support. And speaking of support, is open and wide, cut out there by De Ligt. Musiala will scoop up. On towards Tell, the goal scorer, the opening goal scorer for Belgium in that previous game. And he's got bags of space, bags of pace on towards the wing. But this pace pass will be cut out, and it allows, actually, for Italy on the counter-attack. You know they love to go wide.
Absolutely. It's something that's been working well with Leao. Driving it wide. That's a foul. Free kick opportunity here. Probably just going to be played short by Italy. I can't imagine they're going to try for some fancy set piece. We'll see. Are they going to bring a player close? May actually try and go for a bit of a header here. Let's see. In swinger, out swinger. Where are we going? Goes close. Flicks in again. A double header near post corner. Oh, the audacity.
And look who it is again to keep Belgium alive and kicking. Jan Sommer, this man is unstoppable. What a save. Again, top right corner. Just denying that one going in. Top left, may I say, I guess, from where they're facing. Corner. It's gnarly to take. Whipping in, looking in close as well. Looking for maybe a 1-2. Set up. Oh, my God. Jan Sommer again. Close corner at the post.
Oh, flick back. Oh. How did he get ahead of the defender? We will never know. But it is Italy that break the deadlock early.
Rafael Leao, little toe poke, close corner, and nothing. We'll just speak about how Jan Sommer has been unbreakable at times, and he just couldn't quite keep up. Little toe poke in towards that bottom left-hand side, and he just couldn't get down to it. And there's the opener for Italy. And for them, off the back of what was a really rough game number 2, a massive sigh of relief to just get that opener out the way.
Oh, absolutely. The confidence that could brew. Got to be careful you don't give one straight back here, though, as Belgium look to try and build in it. Tell down the wing. Manages to keep possession, just about muscled off in the end, but unfairly it seems. And now we're going to have the reverse here. Free kick chance for Belgium, I believe.
Yeah.
And let's see what they can do.
They go short here. Are they going to go for a whip in towards the back post? Got a bit of height on them. And Bayern Munich squad will be Bonderal, Cancelo, back out towards Gravenberch, intercepted. Looking to go wide. Look at the space that Leo's got, the goal scorer. Oh, tries to a bit of trickery. Not going to pull off.
Yeah, and actually could put them in trouble. Upamecano throwing one into the box. Who'd have thought? An in-swinger coming out from the big centre-back, but this time it hasn't worked out for him. Now it means he's out of position. Luckily, De Ligt is there once again to clean up, and Choupo-Moting in the end will be muscled off the ball. Belgium got a lot to do here, I feel, but they are keeping that pressure on. That's all they can do.
A couple of passes coming through. Bakayoko will collect. Out towards Diaz. Got space in towards the middle as well. A misplaced pass. Back out towards Kimmich. We've already spoken about how Tell's impressed us so far. The youngster, Musiala as well alongside him. Right centre mid for him. Just couldn't quite keep hold of that ball. It gets away from him. And that's been the case for this last kind of 10 minutes of play so far. It's been back and forth. A lot of mistakes, a lot of misplaced passes. And it's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable.
Belgium have to get something going earlier here, just for, if anything, for confidence sake. Chance there. He's definitely onside.
Yeah.
Looking to Mane. Where's he going with it? Plays it in! Oh, defender blocks. Defender blocks. Tell almost getting himself another. It's gone for a corner.
Right in saying as well, that was just a leg from Cancelo. Leaves it lurking. and it just about gets that one out of play. Corner, deep corner coming through. Keep going to come out as well. And a big punch will
Straight punch,
get coming
though.
out of it.
Not convinced, I've got to be honest. Let's see what it can do. Manages to work it back through.
Gonna go long. I don't mind that. Get rid of the pressure.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, definitely. Fine for Italy. It was more for Belgium. The Cypher there, hoping we could see something more come from it with so many players stacked forward. Belgium chasing this game now. Got to be careful they don't stretch themselves a little too wide as Italy look to counter. They know they can do it. Now, Mane has really been the creator, I think it's safe to say, for Belgium so far. But now Italy looking to try and work something. They've lost out. Alphonso Davies, look at that. Look at the players making a run. Oh, the through ball tried to set the long ping off, but it's not going to happen. Quickly read well by Italy.
Leo towards the outside as well, trying to get around his man. Now Cancelo. Too much experience from him there. Takes it quite easily. Misplaced pass from Brahim Diaz. Well, but actually Belgium back on the attack, and there's space for Mane to work with. The defence pushed too far forward, surely, and it is the equaliser coming through. What a finish. Choupo-Moting will tie this game right back up, and now Belgium are right back in it.
Brilliant play, honestly. The through ball, as soon as you saw that defender miss, you knew there was a real chance there. Just that little step forward. Oh, but a real... Oh, let's not give them one straight back here from the kickoff. Let's make sure things calm down. Belgium back in it, all square. 1-1 in the series, 1-1 in the game. Half-time is upon us. Oh, my word. We could be going the distance here. In terms of statistics, it is very close between Italy and Belgium. Italy set themselves to stall out early, but Belgium have been grinding that result back, and they deserve that goal to come at last.
Yeah, for anyone who's, ever played Sunday League, the big thing your coach says, you're most susceptible to a goal after you've just scored. It's always a time where you're open to, you're caught napping, caught a little bit of sleep. That was nearly the case there as well. Thankfully, not to be. Couple of changes made there. Substitution, Origi on, Giroud off. So going for a little bit more of the pace. Origi not bad in the air himself, to be fair. So got the best of both worlds. And speaking of, here he is, Origi on the ball, trying to kickstart something, out towards the wing, going inside, quick shot to the deflection, nearly testing Sommer. But he will pick it up, and he goes long with a throw, very long indeed.
Yeah, absolutely smashing one up the field. Musiala out to Gravenberch, looking to try and thread it through back for Mane. Not going to happen. Comes off the heels of Gravenberch, but now we see Italy start to stretch their legs a little bit there. God, a little lucky. In the end, plays it back to the keeper, heading straight back at them. Can they turn and shoot? Tried, but the defender blocks.
Leo will collect it. Doesn't really know what to do. He couldn't go out towards that winger. As the right back had him covered. And speaking of, will be collected once again. Long ball, intercepted immediately. It's a bad place to lose it. Could put under a lot of pressure, but thankfully they're able to kind of bundle the bodies together and create a brick wall.
Kimmich plays it wide, tells there, waiting for support in the middle, finds it, spreads the pitch. Gravenberch forward, looking for the man in the middle, almost found him as well. Really, Belgium, honestly, really stretching the play. I've been more and more impressed here as they go looking for those goals. Again, it gets cut out by Belgium, but that was a poor pass from Gravenberch, and it gives Italy a real counter chance here.
Nutmeg going through as well, so Diaz will keep hold of it. Can't quite get past Davies though. Origi out towards Zayas, but not quite coming off. A bit scrappy in the midfield right now. These passes aren't really going where they want to. Playing long, it doesn't seem to be working out. Just as I say that, Tello collects, and that pass will give an opportunity for Italy as they go long.
Belgium continuing to search for something. Maybe the wing is where it's been provided so far. That not going to get through. I don't really know where that was going, in all honesty. Italy, though, find Leo. Diaz, back to Leo. This has been the partnership that's worked. Tries to get the cut back to... Ooh, almost fell kindly to them. Really never should have. But now the counter chance. They committed men forward here, Italy. But the speed of the counter-attack is not really there. It does find Musiala, who's very tied in that middle, unable to thread that pass, and that ball's going well out.
Yeah. as we hit the kind of 67-minute mark, where, normally around the 70th minute, substitutions come through, and this is exactly what we're going to see. I think so needed. A lot of these players starting to get very tired. Musiala had nothing left in the tank. He was absolutely running on fumes. So a big kind of necessary change to come through, and a lot of options. Kingsley Coman is actually one of the really important ones. I mean, bags of pace, very, very good out on towards those wings, can play through the middle as well if you want to. So for Belgium, opportunities for them, and well, same of course can be said for Italy and AC Milan. Those changes just about getting locked in. I think Italy just confirming theirs to get back underway. I think they're very needed now as we get towards what the dying embers of match number 3 of this best of 3. These changes are so needed, and it's actually a defensive change for Italy. So they're trying to kind of bulk up as best they can, keep the stamina on a high note. So those long balls don't test them too much.
Well, in terms of possession, it was very much in favour of Italy, as expected. They are starting to drive forward. That ball never really going to get past Davies, and it may be an opener that they needed here. Looking for the counter ball. Not going to happen. Muller was certainly a key operator in that second match. Oh, that's a massive opening for Origi. Can go wide to Leo. Tries to pull it back. Not quite going to work out. We saw that pull-back goal that Italy were used in the first match in the series. Unfortunately, the defenders were there to save the blushes of Belgium. And now they're looking to see nobody in support at all there on the wing, having to play it back through the middle.
Over the top, not going to come off to any sort of success there. Theo Hernandez will collect back to Manyan and up the pitch towards that left-hand side. An interception in a less than adequate position. Space for Mane to work with, and a foot comes through. It's a really important one as well, but still the ball is far from safe.
Yeah, Goretzka was there to try and help out, but not quick enough. And now Krunic trying to swing something in. A big wild leg! Oh my word! Out of nowhere, real big chance there for Italy. But who was there to save the day? It was Jan Sommer once again.
Of course, the hero, as it has been so many times for Belgium. 80 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes plus a couple extra left in the 90. We might need more extra time, might be on the cards, and it couldn't be a better way to decide it in the third match of this best of 3. Corner. It's taken here by Tonali. Gonna go short as well. Quick one coming in towards the middle. And scooped up out of it. Choupo-Moting, that could have been dangerous. It drops in towards what is the danger zone. Just about barreled away.
Oh, you saw the counter chance, but it was blocked well by Italy. Maybe caught Belgium napping, but no. They managed to save it once again. Now got to slow things down. Wait for the support. That's a risky pass. There's never really going to pay off. You really want to get a safer pass, I think, in all honesty.
Yeah.
That's what they may well have found.
Heavy touch. Really cost them. Really cost them. Sali still got it, though. Until Krunic back in towards the middle. Besides waiting, and trying to find Origi through. He will intercept it in a dangerous position, and he brings the keeper out, but off the line. If I'm right in saying, was that open Meccano? Keeps Belgium alive off the line. Jan Sommer comes forward, nearly cost them the game in what is the final moments here.
Completely off his line. If it wasn't for Upper Meccano, just waiting, blocking that shot. And Italy denied here in the dying moments of the game. What have Belgium got back? Can they try and steal it maybe? Ball doesn't fall kindly for them. And now Italy on the counter with just a minute to go in extra time here before we were to go once again into another 30 minutes of extra time. Tell swings it in. Mane not gonna get the ball past the keeper there. And it is going once again to extra time in this third game of the series. Italy have been pressuring, but Belgium hold on.
Yeah, what a game we're being treated to as well, going the distance in our third and final match. Take a look at those stats as well. And possession, a little bit over towards that of Belgium, ever so slightly. But it's been a very, very even affair, very back and forth. It all comes down to what essentially has been the story of today, the final third.
I honestly think that there's a possible hate building for Jan Sommer from Giorgio, because 9 shots, 7 on target, and only one of them so far has found it into the net. definitely been the main nemesis of the day.
And the one time he makes a mistake, who's there? Upamecano to bail him out.
Absolutely,
I mean, just when she thought she got past him, he finds a way from the grave to put his spirit in towards Upamecano on the line there. It's brilliant. In towards extra time, an extra 30 minutes, and potentially and some. We're yet to go towards penalties. We saw Italy in that opening game against Ireland, 119th minute, find that winner. Looking for exactly the same here. That's a long ball. That's a great ball as well. Cushioned down towards the likes of Kingsley Coman. Thinking about going from distance, but panics and just isn't able to get it off in time.
Cut out, though. Still coming back their way. Chance here for Belgium. No support at the moment, though, for Kingsley Coman in the middle. Didn't have anyone left or right available. Now Italy try and work some magic. Divock Origi. Not going to go anywhere with that one. Unfortunately, backs the space here for Gnabry on the wing. And it does look like Belgium have decided to start spreading it much, much wider. Look at this. They've got 4 players forward. It's gone straight to Mane! Oh, it's hit the woodwork! The rebound stopped by the defender. And Belgium cannot buy themselves a beer here.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Just when you're thinking they're going to break what has been a cagey game for such a long time since it was evened up. Just like that off the woodwork. So unfortunate at the final mark as well. And now, at the other end of the pitch, it could be under a little bit of pressure. Intercepted. It's Coman all cushion ahead of down, but the interception comes through on the other side. Out towards the wings. Look at the space Serge Gnabry's got, and he's waiting for support.
Gets the width, gets what's he need. Thomas Muller. Oh, I think that was...
a cross gone wild.
Yeah, definitely a wild one. There's no doubt about that. Not what they were looking for, Belgium. Once again, Muller to Kimmich, spreads it wide to Gnabry, works it back in, maybe inside, gets a second bite at the cherry, doesn't work either. Defender there, and actually muscles them off, but that is the end of the first half of extra time. Definitely more from Belgium this time around. Couple of shots, and oh so close.
Yeah.
Italy, as you mentioned, they've been in this situation twice. They've won one, lost one in extra time. Nobody has gone to penalties just yet. 15 minutes will decide it.
Yeah, wiping a bit of sweat off the brow as well with that shot from Mane that hits the bar. So fortunate to still be at a level standpoint right now. At the end of the pitch, though, hang on a second. This could be an opportunity for them. Intercepted. Messi, that's a bad place to lose it.
Yeah, you don't want to see that on the edge of the box, that's for sure. But now there's a counter chance. They've committed men forward. Maybe it was a ruse all along. I don't think so, though. But we are going to go wide. Mane there, plays it back to Alphonso Davies. This is what we should be seeing along that wing play into Goretzka. Goretzka does get muscled off the ball. I don't think I've ever seen anyone muscle Goretzka off the ball. The man's like Hulk. But either way, does lose out. Alphonso Davies. Oh, he's gone a little too forward, committed too much. Origi swings one in for Leo. Hasn't happened. I think it's a corner.
Yeah, Jan Sommer not tested there, but a little bit nervy. I'm right in saying, yeah, I think this is a corner to come up here. No, not in fact. Leo just ran over the bar. Look at the shots as well. 10 shots for Italy. Still can't find that goal to break the deadlock that has been locked in for such a long time. Trying to make it to Origi, cut out. He himself leaves his foot trailing, and it will actually get the ball back in their favour. Rebic on the wing. A step too far, a touch too big. Costs them the possession.
Time is running out now. 116th minute. Mane's managed to win it back into Goretzka. Goretzka tries to play it forward. Thomas Muller gets on to the end of it. Mane was there, but now the counter chance. Final dying minutes. They managed to get to Origi. Origi to Leo. Leo's been the hero for Italy so many times, but it was cut out once again by Cancelo. There's not really much time left. They have to get the ball forward in towards the half. Tries to get it over the top. Kingsley Coman blocked out. I think we're going to penalties, ladies and gentlemen, to decide the silver medal position. And the loser will end up with the bronze.
It couldn't be more even. It quite literally couldn't be at more of a deadlock. 1-1 at the end of 120 minutes after extra time. We head towards penalties momentarily. We looked at those possession stats as well. They are in favour of Belgium, but it wasn't enough for them to lock in a victory in their favour. So now it's all about just deciding what is the order of the penalties to be taken, and then we get underway. We've spoken time and time again about Jan Sommer's proficiency for whoever picks FC Bayern Munich. Of course, Belgium, we're looking towards him to try as they might take these pens and meet Great Britain in the grand finals tomorrow. That is a best of 5 tomorrow. Loser of this, it's a bronze medal. So it's not all doom and gloom, but of course you want to be going towards that grand final. First penalty to be taken here
for Italy. Step it up, easy. Easy, Italy with the opener.
Cool, calm, collected. And Munich, Serge Gnabry to step up here for Belgium.
On with the low power. Oh, it was an easy save. It was simply a guess. 50-50. Do you go left or right? I mean, you could go down the middle, I guess, but 33, 33, 33. There you go. I'll give you that one instead. Italy, though, hold themselves the lead. Jan Sommer has been the hero throughout the game, but that is going to be a dirty penalty.
We absolutely love to see a cheeky chip as Italy go 2-0 up. There's the response to come through as well here.
Top right.
Top right, looking like it. Save comes through. 2 goals for Italy, 2 misses for Belgium. And things are starting to get nervy. As Italy step up here, Jan Sommer, we've spoken about calling upon him as a hero. He has to now find his form. A big step up and a big run up. And a very, very easy goal. 3-0 up, and it might be done here, Lee.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jan Sommer, and obviously for Belgium, just guessed it the wrong direction for, obviously,
well, the power.
For Italy, they've guessed the right direction this time, straight down the middle, saving Belgium for now. But this, for the winner, for Italy to go through to the grand finals and face Great Britain. Where will they go? Left, right, middle, up, down. It's a low-driven ball in the end, and Italy will go through 4-1 on penalties. They will be facing a not-so-impressed MZ in the grand finals. Kind of wanted Belgium.
Yeah, the rematch again. We've spoken about how MZ got her revenge arc over her group mate, I guess you could say, of Italy coming through, and was able to do it in towards the upper bracket. Now we look towards the grand final, and it's all about can Italy themselves get a sweet taste of that revenge. What a game, though, and what a decider. Match number 3, third and final, and it goes all the way to penalties. But unfortunately, Jan Sommer, who's been a delight to watch throughout this tournament, just couldn't quite do it when it came towards the penalties, unfortunately. But we do have the interview ready and waiting over on the stage. So we're going to throw it over towards Killer Pigeon as we get the thoughts over from Italy.
All right, thank you very much, lads. Great casting as always. I am, of course, joined by the Italian representation here, of course, Georgia, and Venom, coach, back again. First of all, congratulations on making the finals. I think we're going to start off by breaking down these games. Game 1 took the win. Did it feel like a comfortable win, or did that set this feeling that this entire series was going to be super close?
No, because we learned the lesson from the match against Great Britain, where we win kind of easily, not the first match, and then we got back from them. They won with a comeback. So we always stayed focused, even after the second match loss. The key was stay mental, stay in mind. Also on the third match, no pressure and going to the lottery of penalties.
And you know, you say you learned a lot from the Great Britain match. Let's talk about that. Play style differences. Did you feel like you had to go back to the drawing boards and change your entire game strategy?
Not really on tactical side, on everything, because we can blame on our decision. It's just that the ball didn't want to get in, so maybe we just have to stay focused. It's more on a mental part than not on a play style.
And speaking of the mental part and resetting that, I think game 2, there was that critical moment. There was a complete brawl in the box. Did you feel like if that goal had gone in, this could easily have been a 2-0? Because it felt like that was maybe the turning point. How did you reset mentally from that point?
Yeah, no. The fact is that once we conceded the second goal, we said, okay, match is over. Even if it was 85, let's reset and go for the next one.
Okay, well, final thoughts here. Tomorrow, you face off against Great Britain again. Have you got any words of warning for them?
Yeah, now it's a classic. We faced each other 7 times already. Tomorrow, hopefully, it will be other 3, 4, 5, who knows. And as Georgia said, today was a day, yesterday was a day, tomorrow will be another, so we'll see what happens.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing what's happened. Congratulations again. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, but it's time to head back across to the desk.
Thank you very much, KP. Fantastic day hearing from Georgia. Goes through tomorrow to face EMZI in the grand finals. Again, they go head-to-head. This is going to be fantastic. As mentioned, lots of times across this competition, they have done that. And then finally, we get the very final best of 5 to determine who will be the gold medalist in this competition. I must make sure to say as well, Miss Vanessa walks away with a bronze medal. Valiant effort. Here that Miss Vanessa feeling slightly poorly over the last few days, but brilliant stuff all around. Penalty shootout, though, that's how things are decided here, Tyler. So close there, but we have got ourselves a very meaty final. It's going to be fantastic to see. But let's just take a minute here to talk about Belgium in general, Miss Vanessa. Fantastic stuff, reigning this competition, and has gone to the lower bracket and done unbelievably well.
Yeah, I mean, let's just start things off, of course. 9 wins, 3 draws in the group stage. Very, very strong in that. And was able to transition that. She was just on the road before this event as well. She was down in Zurich for that FIFA event that we talked about at the top of the show. And it's literally just bouncing between events. It's difficult. I think we know it as well, that sometimes when you are on the road, it's difficult to stay on top of your health. And yeah, still here in the brackets, what a run.
What a run. I mean, John, looking at this as well, the brackets, we can see we have ourselves a grand final in the European Games, fellas. This is massive.
It is. It's a huge step forward for sort of, traditional sports and esports becoming one as well, right? I mean, I'm really excited to see that. I say rematch, the rematch of a rematch, which was once a rematch that then became a rematch, which is
quite the saga.
Yeah, it's quite the saga. Yeah, I think, and
a mouthful.
Yeah, I'm excited nevertheless. Look, we saw Italy come out on top in the group stages, GB come out on top when it mattered in the playoffs, and now Italy are going to be going into that grand final with a lot of confidence off the back of, yes, it was a poorly Vanessa to say the least, but coming from that lower bracket, the pressure's on EMZI to say the least, I think.
I wouldn't even agree with you, because of course EMZI goes into that grand final with a 1-0 lead already in her corner. She's going to have that advantage, and that's always going to be the difficult part. I think it's always difficult to gauge how much that is going to get you, because in the end, I mean, let's face it, you win, 2 games and the day is done. And that's your gold medal if you so want. But it's easier said than done.
I know. We're talking about medals here as well, like gold and silver medals. This is huge. To walk away as a gold. I mean, silver medalist is fantastic, but gold medalist as well. There's an opportunity here, John. I think tomorrow as well, when it comes down to it, our 2 competitors are going to have to grind it out, because we know how close these previous games, particularly the group stage games, have been so extraordinarily close. We could have the same thing happen in that grand final, and to stretch it out a best of 5 as well. I mean, it's going to be difficult. I mean, both competitors really have to do everything they possibly can tactically, strategically, to get over the finish line, take that medal home. And I think with EMZI as well, having the Commonwealth victory under their belt as well, I mean, wanting to make back-to-back victories with gold medals, that'll be something.
Yeah, I think that's it's a key talking point as well. There's one player who's been in this exact situation, okay, not on a European level, on the Commonwealth level, but EMZI's been here. They know exactly how to handle this situation. I would probably say more so than Georgia, who's come into this, for the first time in this sort of stature. So I'm really interested to see if that experience does sort of, play dividend and reign through for EMZI. But I think we've seen throughout the playoffs and throughout the group stages that Georgia can hang here, and very, very deservedly so, is in this exact situation. But, I thought she hit the interview, the nail on the head in terms of saying, the group stages was one day, the playoffs today are a different day, and when we wake up tomorrow on what I like to call Championship Sunday, on the final day of the event, anything can happen. You wake up
one of these players might go home and slam their hand in the shower door, for example. Or
Don't
something.
say that, John.
Okay,
Don't
maybe
say
let's not
that.
say that. I've got production in my ear screaming, John, what are you talking about? Shut up, don't say that. But that's the kind of situation that could happen realistically, you know. So we'll have to wait and see for tomorrow. But nevertheless, one thing I can guarantee people at home is we're going to have a fantastic day of eFootball once again.
We really do. Yeah, we've had a brilliant day thus far with eFootball Women's, but we do have eFootball the Open coming your way right after this, kicking off our bracket from the get-go. We will definitely see that grand final tomorrow for eFootball Women's with Italy versus Great Britain, which is going to be something you do not want to miss. But for now, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to kickstart our brackets with eFootball Open as mentioned, and it is going to be absolutely unreal. Lots of competitors biting at the bits to get out there and prove they can go all the way to gold. Do not miss it. We'll see you back here after a short break in just a bit. Hello there and welcome back to the European Games Esports Championships 2023, live at you from Katowice, Poland. My name's Adam Savage. Great to be here desk hosting what has been a fantastic day thus far. We had Rocket League this morning with Jazz and the team. We just had ourselves eFootball Women's, and now it's time for eFootball Open, where it's still all to play for. And after 28 nations represented, originally started this competition in the eFootball Open, it's down to the last 8. Guys, it's great to have you here. I am joined by my almighty teammates once again. Here we have Tyler and John. Now, earlier on in the competition, in the day, we said that Lee was the captain. I think Nao is kind of like the top goal scorer. You can have your own. I can let you allocate your own role. Tyler, starting with you. What's your role in this competition? On the broadcasting, of course.
I don't know.
Okay.
I want to say that I bring maybe some of the real football to our virtual football competition.
Okay.
But I mean, it's not like I didn't start in like the virtual esport or the virtual sports scene. So I mean, yeah.
Okay. John, anything?
I mean, listen, when I played football, I was a cam, so I'm the creative maestro.
Our central attacking midfielder, right?
One thing we can go for you is what you said, I think, on Thursday, that you also do coach football.
I'm a professional.
There you go.
Okay,
So I mean, that's literally your expert.
I'm literally the manager. Yeah.
And the trickster.
I've worked for Tottenham Hotspur, Fulham, the lot. All right, Premier League experience. I can carry on if you want me to.
Unbelievable. I mean, chaps, we've had a fantastic day thus far. I guess we're kind of resetting ourselves in a way here. Obviously, being at the European Games, this is, I mean, such a great accolade for us as all being here in Poland for this. Obviously, the last few days we've seen our competitors going head-to-head, trying to get themselves into a position to actually contest for a medal, which tomorrow have our grand finals, and we'll break it all down for you if you just joined us here as well, which you may have done so. I'm not watching anything else today thus far. Don't worry, we've got you covered. What's going on your way? You can see on screen here, Rocket League was how things started on earlier on today, back this morning, followed by the eFootball Women we just had, and of course eFootball Open, which is happening right now as well. Now, we talked earlier about to the team about how this is a prolific event for our competitors to be here in this competition. We've kind of felt it, the energy in the room, the electricity as well. Tyler, what's it been like for you thus far?
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting just to see how the different levels of competition kind of come through. Some countries obviously had qualifiers to see who they're actually going to send to the Open or even to the women's competition. Others just said, okay, well, we don't really have that many competitors and we might just have 1 or 2 and just send one of those 2. And yeah, I think it's just been really interesting to see the results from the group stage. Obviously, there it was really, really tough. We'll get into it a little bit more because it was really tough to make it into the playoffs, considering we're down to 4 teams. We started back on Wednesday, I think, the Open competition, or on Thursday. And to filter from that many teams down to now just 4, it's been really, really difficult.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen here is all the teams competing in this competition here, and some big countries represented from the continent here, John.
Yeah. I mean, and one thing that, 9 out of 10 of these countries are very passionate about sport and very patriotic about their countries doing well when they compete in the likes of the Olympics, the Commonwealth Games, the European Games, for example. So it's a big accolade not only for us but for the players, like you mentioned, to come into something on such a global scale, right? To say, hey, I played eFootball for my country. I mean, that's something big that not a lot of people can say that they've done in their careers. So, no, I definitely think that it's going to be a big thing for a lot of these players to make sure that they do as well as possible for the countries that they represent.
That's a really good point, actually. I mean, again, obviously we're celebrating the European Games, and athletes of all different sports are across this, but esports are represented is really poignant, I think, as well. Interesting to see as well our format of our competition for you, to catch you guys up to speed as well. Tyler, obviously, you can see here, group stage, we had 4 groups of 7 players, best of 2 matches, the best 3 advancing from that group into the brackets. And we start to make our way through the rest of the competition now into quarterfinals.
Yeah, and the best part is, like, top 3 of each group make it into a bracket, but that's not the playoffs just yet. Like, that's still kind of your play-in to get to this stage. So, I mean, we had some of the games happening this morning because it kind of ran late yesterday with a lot of the games going the full distance in the groups. And with that, it was sort of difficult to gauge, okay, who's actually going to make it into the playoffs? And for that one player, for those 2 players that made it from those 2 groups, it makes it more difficult because obviously you've then played some games this morning, had to wait around, didn't get to sleep in, and then now also have to play in the playoffs.
Yes, indeed. And you can see on the screen again, highlighted how things stand with the top 3 teams. There's Spain, Turkey, and Italy there. We saw lots of goals earlier on today, and we've seen lots in this competition thus far, right?
That was the group of death. Because yeah, like
group of death.
Especially with Spain and Turkey there, it's literally those 2 players know each other so well because they both play for Bayern in the real world, or they did in the eFootball World Championships. So I mean, that's one part of it. And then on the other side, in the other groups, they were kind of split up a little bit more. But especially when you come in from like smaller countries that might not be as big in eFootball, and all of a sudden you have like Spanish, Turkish player that get to play in the biggest league that is available in eFootball, that might just be a tough shout for you.
It might be. Let's have a look at the second group as well here, Group B. John, Poland's topping this group.
Yeah, I think sort of similar to what Tyler just said. I think this was more of the comfortable group when you got drawn into it, especially for the likes of Poland, Bosnia and Ireland. Poland definitely the front runners, only losing one game out of their sort of 12 that they played, in a big goal difference indeed, with plus 25 goal difference, plus 19 goal difference for Bosnia. They picked up 24 points total. But then again, I mean, you look just under them with Kosovo, Belgium sitting at 17 points. If we talk about maybe 90th minute winners to get you the 3 points or to grab you a point here and there, although it does look like Poland, Bosnia and Ireland got out of their group a lot more comfortably, I think that Kosovo, Belgium, Sweden behind them, I think they'll be proud of the efforts that they made coming into this, because like Tyler mentioned, a lot of these players from the likes of Poland, Bosnia, etc., they play the game for quite literally a living when it comes to playing in the real world of eFootball in the actual esports scene.
Yeah, because you are going up against like the best that have been nominated by that country to compete and represent as well. So that the competition is fierce here. Another group we can see here with Armenia topping this one as well, Tyler.
Yeah, Hakobian making it through there. He, of course, had prior experience at the ISF Championships as well, and did, I think, make a decent run there, if I remember correctly. And that's still also something where sometimes you get to one of those events representing one country. You can then, of course, continue on with your run and saying, okay, well, I made that event, so why shouldn't I be the representative to go to the European Championship? And who knows, if there's going to be bigger competitions, why not continue on that run, especially if you make it towards the play-ins?
Exactly right. Yeah, you can see. I mean, you can see on the screen right now, San Marino sadly at the bottom of the table there, but you can start to see the goals, the difference there as well. I mean, some groups. I mean, we touched on this already, John. But with some groups being kind of more difficult than others in terms of like it being a lot tighter, perhaps going in trying to get those top 3 spots. You can see Serbia, the Netherlands, and Montenegro there in the top 3 spots, highlighted in green for you. Top 2 teams, Serbia and Netherlands there, John. 24 goal difference, both side by side there. I mean, that's extraordinary for the competition, which is as big as we've mentioned.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't surprise me that we see Serbia at the front runners of that group. I think everyone that is involved in eFootball knows how good a player Roxa is. Represents Arsenal at a club level. Surprisingly, he's actually used Chelsea quite a lot. So a bit of troll going on between them. But then again, though, in the real world of football, they seem to be best friends when it comes to doing transfers as clubs between London teams. But yeah, I mean, look, Serbia, Netherlands definitely comfortable in terms of finishing top 2. Montenegro and Luxembourg, though, only 3 points between putting yourself into 3rd spot and 4th spot. So on a different day, maybe again a goal goes a different way, and all of a sudden you picked up the 3 points. But no, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how Serbia perform, Roxa in particular, against the likes of Mestre, for example, from Spain, because we're talking about these players play each other on a regular basis in sort of the pro scene when it comes to the eFootballing world anyway, so they know each other inside out.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, we're more than aware that those are new viewers here who maybe not necessarily seen eFootball on this level before. I guess we talk about the kind of like the fundamentals and meta, if you will, of the game, why these players are pros, why they have come all this way and are competing for gold, silver and bronze. What is it about the meta? What do you think strategically, tactically, what is the main focal point right now is for players in terms of the way they set things up in their squads?
So I think one thing is pretty big is that compared to, of course, players playing in other football simulations as well, sometimes the passing isn't as one touch, isn't as quick as, for example, in FIFA. eFootball, you need to be settled a little bit more. And if your players get off balance, or if there is a cheeky tug and a push, then surely you can lose possession quite quickly. And we saw that in the women's competition a couple of times. And I still think that we maybe see a little bit more of a polished game from these guys because they play it pretty much on a salaried basis.
And obviously our teams are balanced as well, which is
yeah. I mean, that's a huge thing. I think if you look at the likes of Bayern, for example, sometimes Barca and Madrid with some real high-rated players, for example, if you're playing up against, the likes of like a Charlton Athletic or something like that, without the actual skill, the even-based skill matchmaking, I think is what it's called, it's going to be a very much one-sided affair. But the fact that everyone comes into this with the same stats, the same overall rating, I think it definitely helps, because then we kind of get to see who just the overall best player is when it comes to just pure raw game mechanics. And I think, Tyler made a great point touching on the likes of FIFA, for example, it's played a lot more faster pace. There's a lot more tiki-taka, one-touch football. But eFootball, I actually think it's more similar to the traditional game itself,
definitely.
because you have to know how to, receive the ball. If it's receiving on the back foot, on the front foot, making sure that the balance of the player is very much always at 100%. Otherwise, you get knocked off balance and you lose the ball relatively quickly. So that's why I think the skill ceiling is a little bit higher for eFootball players than it is compared to the other games that we have in the football and esports industry. But again, we're talking about players who play this game eFootball at a club level, at a salary basis level. So you're not going to see many mistakes coming out of the open, I don't think.
I would love to see Charlton Athletic use quite a gutsy play. I would love to see that here. But obviously, we're competing for medals here. Obviously, we have our bracket that you'll see very shortly as well, and exactly how things are going to set up and what kind of games are coming your way, which series we're going to have here. All best of threes, you can see kings off today with Spain versus Serbia, followed by Turkey versus the Netherlands. The two winners of which will go through to that next matchup, and the two losers of which go to the lower bracket. They'll compete, go head-to-head, and one will play the loser of that finals as well. It's really all to play for now. As mentioned, all those different countries, all those nations represented here. The last four are standing here, Tyler, and it is really all to play for. We mentioned medals earlier on. The eFootball women's was absolutely, it was wall-to-wall entertainment. It was so fast, frenetic. We saw some absolute defensive play, some goalkeeping heroics as well. We saw some kind of off-the-line clearances, some misses, some great goals. I mean, I'm thinking back to Emzi's goal earlier on with the kind of the flick of the outside of the foot and a half volley, top corner, top bins there, which was exceptional. What do you think is going to happen in particularly for these matchups? What do you think we're going to see from our players? What are they going to add and give to everybody at home?
I think mainly it'll just come down to seeing how nuances compare between the women's competition and now the Open, because as we said, I don't know how many times now, these guys are on a salaried level. They play the main league in the game, and I think they will just have a higher level in comparison. And at the same time, at the end, both can call each other's champions for whichever competition. And I just think that in general, I'm looking forward to seeing what the players can bring to the table, because I think just small things will make the difference in just play to play. It might just be a little bit more polished.
Okay. Because I think as well, we're going to see as well that, the best of the best, as mentioned, are going to be competing here. Let's talk about our first matchup then in particular here. Spain versus Serbia and how that is going to look. These two players going head to head here, John. What do you think will unfold in front of us here? Because we know it's so key that you get that kind of progression through to the next round. You have to go through the lower bracket, which is often a lot tougher, a lot grinding. Obviously, players have spent all the last few days, as mentioned, getting all this way, and you want to go through. But Mestre here, we actually walked past him yesterday looking confident in the street, kind of striding through. Some great results there. A bit of a battle actually against Turkey midway through that competition, through the kind of the group stages there. But, a lot of goals scored, not that many conceded outside of that Turkey loss. And that's what you need in this game. You need goals.
Look, we're talking about a player here who is signed to Bayern Munich on an actual contract to play eFootball to represent them. We talk about someone who has competed in the eFootball Pro Cup, someone that's finished top 3 at the eFootball European Championships for 2021, someone who's top 5 in the 3v3 World Finals when it comes to eFootball. We're talking about someone who, as accolades go and eFootball goes, this man knows how to play some eFootball, okay, no matter what game it is. And then on the other side of things, we've got Roxa from Serbia, who's had quite as equally a dominant performance throughout the group stages and into the playoff side of things as well. Someone who is signed to Arsenal, competed at the highest level as well. And I know this is a player that Tyler's been really itching to talk about, because ever since I asked him, hey Tyler, come into who do you think is going to win? And his immediate response was with Serbia. They know how to do business.
Well, the big thing is there that literally the only place where he lost any bigger goals, which was that 5-4 game against the Netherlands, is his teammates at Arsenal. So obviously they will know each other so well and have played so many games against each other. So obviously that's always going to be a game that goes the full distance, that has that very tiny itch to just see who actually wins.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Excited? Yes, come on, lads, I'm excited.
I just don't want to wait. I just want to jump straight into the action.
I'm glad you said that. Very apt, because it's ready to head over to the stage right now. We have Killer Putin standing by as we welcome our first semi-final in the eFootball Open. It is Serbia versus Spain. It is going to be electric, and you're in for a ride. Let's head over and see what he has in store for us.
Welcome back, folks, to the European Games Esports Championship. 2 of our games done for the day. Rocket League and eFootball Women's has rounded out. But we've still got to figure out one more grand final. That's right. By the end of the day, we'll have 3 set and ready to go tomorrow. We need to kick off with the eFootball Opens. And the first player to take to the stage, well, he represents a professional club. He's at the top of his game. He's unstoppable. He's the representative of Spain. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Team Spain. And well, I say Team Spain, and Mestra is a one-man show all to his own. But on the other side, a one-man army in his way. I mean, this person went undefeated in the group stage. They represent Serbia. Join me in welcoming the stage, Rockstar. Love the camaraderie. It's an interesting one as well, actually, because these two represent clashing clubs, Bayern and Arsenal alike. In fact, on the other side of the bracket, we also have the same clubs being represented. There's a possibility that we get into bloodbaths between one club and one other. But first of all, we get a good old classic clash as we hop over to the casters.
I'm not sure about clash. I mean, young and old, maybe? I don't know. Maybe this is
black and white in terms of the shirts.
That's
maybe?
true. That's true. We could go with that. I don't know. I'm not sure what clash is.
Yang.
Either way, yin and yang. That's better. That's better. We've got to get the curve. Anyway, it's Miguel Mestra coming into this one up against Roxa, 2 massive players in eFootball for many years, no doubt about it. These guys have delivered time and again. He's got Al Garcia in his corner as well. Yeah. In his pocket is come here. He's my former co-commentator when I was working the Euro 2022, 2021. It was the one that got delayed. It was a bit awkward. COVID happened, all that thing. But either way, lot of experience in both of the camps for these players. Obviously, yes. I would say Miguel Mestra coming into this probably as the number 1 of the 2. The FC Bayern man, very strong, but we cannot discount Roxa. No. The Serbian absolutely knows when to deliver. And this is, and let's not forget, both very confident players. Yeah. This is going to be very interesting to see how these guys set up the level. As you say, as the desk mentioned, they both know each other very well, which can often change things. We don't know what teams they're playing yet. We've got to assume that it's going to be Bayern and Arsenal. But Roxa was using Chelsea as I mentioned on the desk. I don't know whether they're going to stick with that. Stat balanced, everything is the same. It doesn't matter. You could use Croydon FC. It doesn't matter. I don't think they're in a game though, but probably find someone.
Yes.
Limit breaks.
Yeah, I mean the big thing talking about it, I've had over the last years a couple of conversations with Mestra and just talking about kind of how he's feeling, and basically the thoughts, the vibes in the camp are extremely confident. He's coming towards the tournament with the expectation of taking gold. And that's the mentality of these sort of elite players. But Rox will be exactly the same. He spoke about both of them, extremely confident. These are the type of guys you towards any tournament with an eFootball, they're the ones who are going to go deep. They're the ones going, quarterfinals, semifinals, and further, right? These are the elite players coming through for, eFootball. So the fact that we're seeing them meet so early in towards this bracket, in itself is really exciting. One of these 2 giants are going to drop in towards the lower bracket.
I'm interested to see what advantage you have of having a coach or a friend on side. Yes. Obviously, Rox was sat on his own, whereas Mestra's got Alcatia, former teammate at Barcelona, at Bayern Munich. Yeah. Now at Barcelona, experienced player, commentator, coach alongside him.
Whole 9 yards.
I don't know really whether Mestra needs any help, but he's there if there's any, you maybe just got to doubt.
Just in case.
Especially in between games, maybe you want to change something. Oh, hello. So, okay, so it is going to be Arsenal versus AC Milan, I think, here, actually.
Oh, Chelsea, no. Chelsea.
No, it is Chelsea. We are going Chelsea.
Milan.
Okay, so Chelsea, AC Milan. So Mestra playing as AC Milan, I guess. And I think we're seeing Roxa playing as Chelsea. It's who he's used throughout the group stages.
Yes. Interesting to see, actually, Mestra go over towards that AC Milan as well. He's been using a lot of the buy-in. Yeah. So interesting to see him changing when it comes towards the playoffs itself. Roxa sticking with what he's been confident with, which is that Chelsea, which he played throughout the groups. Obviously, he's a guy who represents Arsenal, or has in this season of eFootball. But
I guess one thing you got right with Chelsea is you got a lot of players to pick.
Yeah, exactly that.
Well, not anymore because they sold them all this year. But
If they call back their loanees, they got a like 4 squads worth. But no, going to be a really interesting game. These are two extremely confident players. The big thing we're looking towards as well is someone like Roxa and I guess on the other side, Mestra, how they differ without the lack of a coach for Roxa, right? You know, if morale gets rough, if he starts to get a little bit tilted, there's no one there to calm down.
Oh, Fofana through already. So let's just get the colours through to you. Obviously for Serbia, it's going to be playing as Chelsea in the blue, and for Spain, they are playing as AC Milan in the white colours. So obviously Serbia playing from left to right currently.
Let's see how this one plays out. We already, of course, having covered the women's side of things, have set up that grand final there of Great Britain taking on Italy. This one as well, a highly contested opening game. These are two of the elite players coming through from eFootball. On the other side as well, we've got Miguel Mestra's teammate as well, Muckahit, in that other side of the game. That's going to be very interesting against Netherlands later on.
Yeah, in Dominator, it's just as tough a game.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, you know, I kind of guessed the top 4, but outside of that, I could not tell you who's going to win this.
Yeah.
It's really a very interesting setup. Fofana for Serbia to Hernandez, straight through. Fofana, shot low, down early. Keeper there, though. We've seen how strong the Milan keeper can be throughout for Italy, as you mentioned in the women's tournament. That's a massive through ball, but well cut out by the defender.
Kante will soak up a lot of that pressure there. Big long ball coming over towards Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, but to more or less no avail. Long ball seems to be the key starter. It is a little bit of a deadlock start. No one really testing the waters all too much. Sterling out towards the wing, cut out pretty quickly. The setup's interesting towards the AC Milan side. We've seen a few different iterations of how you can kind of set this AC Milan side up, whether you play through the middle, you go and fly the wides. We spoke about Italy in the women's tournament, how they like to use the likes of Rafael Leo a lot. Go for crossover towards Giroud. Interesting to see how Spain will learn what Miguel Mestra's thinking of doing. He's someone who likes to control the game, play very high pressure, high tempo. Cross going to come through. Cleared away.
Not cleared well enough, though. Chance back to Fernando's. Enzo nearly smashing one in. Corner coming out. First corner of the game for Spain. For Serbia, even.
And here's Enzo Fernandez as well on the corner, looking like he wants to go in towards that middle, in the danger zone. Oh, and it's bundled in by it's an own goal.
I think that was an own goal.
It came off the defender.
Zachariah headed it, but it almost certainly came off the back of a defender. Let's have a quick look.
Number 28, I think that was.
You players.
If I'm right in saying number 28, whoever that is, it bonded off their chest, looking the wrong way. An own goal comes through. That's a bad start. Not exactly the start Miguel Mestra was hoping for. Serbia, 1-0 up for them off the back of an unforced error.
Oh, but there's a real chance straight away from the kickoff. Not going to happen. Thiago Silva, ever present for Chelsea, managing to shepherd it out, but it is Serbia that take the lead. Sterling tries to lay it down the wing. Aubameyang, no foul given. Defender clearly got the ball there.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Kate, over towards that right-hand side. A lot of pressure on him, 2 bodies just surrounding him. But somehow getting away to Fofana. Cross going to come through. It's unfortunately not quite adequate enough. But Kante gets a foot in to no avail. Deep down over towards that Chelsea defence. The backline looks like they're playing a bit of a 4 at the back, but a CDM of Kante playing box-to-box.
Yeah. So keeping and piling on that pressure early on here. Spain, no chance so far. 30 minutes gone almost in this game. Not really had a sniff of the goal mouth, let alone any shots.
Yeah, a lot of long balls, it seems so far from Spain, but to not a lot of avail. They're looking to try as best as they can to get over the top and get in behind, but already got the pace to do so. Speaking of long balls, Aubameyang trying to get on the end of that one from Sterling, but to, again, no avail.
Great use of the width so far by both players. Really trying to stretch the pitch. You can see possession pretty even between the two. 53% at the moment for Serbia. In the middle, that's going to get cut out by Ulabai. Ball through. Sterling misses it. It comes through in the end. Leo in the middle. Defender just nods it back to the keeper. Tight game so far.
Great idea. Unfortunately, the execution not quite there. The cushion header to Sterling, cut out. Speaking of being cut out as well, once again. Towards the mid, a little bit of an unforced error. Again, this has been kind of the problem here for Spain. A lot of these passes being slightly misplaced. Space on towards the left-hand side. Theo Hernandez going to go long, back post. Actually, just about going to make it. Kept in, but lost.
Absolutely. Sterling forward to absolutely no one. Just hoofs it forward. It's like real life.
Yeah, yeah.
No bias from the commentators here.
Yeah. There's no inkling of who we support.
Zakaria forward. Kante and Gole finding Sterling. Can he run? No, he can't. It's again cut out by the Spaniard. With really a lot of work to do here. We're approaching half-time. Something would be nice here, but it's going to be a throw for Chelsea, a.k.a. Serbia, a.k.a. Roxa, who's holding the one-goal lead so far.
You really haven't seen a lot. That's kind of the big talking point from Spain. No shots that have been of any kind of testing matter over towards Chelsea. So far, it's been a pretty kind of a cagey affair where I don't really feel like Chelsea are under too much pressure. Rox has been quite comfortably kind of slowly moving that ball up, as you can see now. And Fernandez, long ball over the top. Fafana was ready and waiting, but no one there. A long ball deep towards Koulibaly should be the end of this half.
We should point out, it obviously he's won the lead here for Roxa at half-time. We should point out, certainly for these players, they have all been heavily practicing 3v3 recently. Obviously, we've just had the championships last weekend where Manchester United came out on top, actually. Coming out on top in that one. It was the quarterfinals for Arsenal in that tournament. But as I say, obviously 3v3 play, very, very different. To one head-to-head, effectively. You are always passing the ball, a lot of team communication, but you are reliant on your teammates to be in the right position, right time, which they often are in that setup. So very different styles. So these guys, obviously, they have played through the groups, obviously, the last few days. Chance here. Mestra tries to bend one in, almost got the rebound back to him, but a little unlucky with that one. Now it's down to Roxa to try and play it out from the back, and it's a beautiful play as well so far. Aubameyang can't quite get past his man, though. And in the end, Miguel Mestra will hang on, but real good chance from him there. Good shot, just didn't get the deflector that he wanted.
Great bit of kind of flashy footwork coming through, but unfortunately, that final product wasn't quite there. Good opportunity, looking for exactly the same. Koulibaly this time, a brick wall, denying that space in behind. Kante will collect. CDM position looking long as well, and it can't quite creep through to Aubameyang.
Absolutely, Zakaria to Kante. Roxa working it through the middle, goes down the left. Sterling trying to use his pace, looking to see if he can line it back into Aubameyang. I think he wanted a bit more of a through ball there so he could run onto it instead of the square pass, but it's not the case. Now, Mestra, Mestra passed to absolutely no one. There seems to be a gulf in the middle at the moment for Mestra, and this is a real chance. Aubameyang for Roxa, not going to be in. Cleared out so far as what Sterling may be. No, unfair. Just shovels him in the back.
I get a yellow for that as well. Not going to be too much of an issue, but really, Aubameyang should be burying those. The fact that he isn't, somewhat problematic. Changes to be made here. Looks like Madueke is going to be changed out. Got the likes of Felix, Ziyech, all can be jumping on towards that right hand side. Kovacic as well, if they want to play a little bit more of a defensive formation. For 1-0 lead, for the likes of Roxa, could be leaning into a little bit more of a passive approach in how he sets up his team here. And that is the case. Enzo Fernandez, of course, a little more of an attacking midfielder, changed out for the CDM of Kovacic. Recently changed to Man City on a free, but a very, very experienced central defensive midfielder for Chelsea. So I think actually a good change as well. You know, you're looking at kind of the difference in kind of defensive ability. You'd probably have Kovacic, sit a little bit further back and just sitting in front of that defense.
Wasn't it 30 million?
Oh, was it? Oh, was it?
It was, yeah. I feel like it was. Reported figures.
All right.
Well, I guess we have to fact check that one. I don't really know. Let's see. So, yeah, Joao Felix on for Enzo Hernandez. It's a very expensive substitution, isn't it? It's, what, 120 million for, well, actually Felix came across for pretty cheap, actually, in fairness, but he used to be a £100 million player back in these Let's Go Madrid transfer originally. Koulibaly. Oh, he's lost it. That's a dangerous play. Surely you've got to take that. You cannot give a ball away like that to Miguel Mestre, to any player so far in the upper bracket. Easy equaliser.
Easiest goal of his life. Miguel Mestre counting his lucky stars, but that is a tilter for Roxa. You cannot be losing the ball there, right on the edge of the D. And he gets punished more or less immediately. Played by Miguel Mestre. You've got to take your opportunities. Roxa will be kicking themselves. This game was starting to look closed for him. It's now quite costly. Aubameyang will collect over towards Fofana as well, looking to go out wide again. Kovacic collecting, Sterling back as well. Big cross coming through, but Kante hasn't really got the height for it. Yeah, Felix scoops. Kante's there, and up trying close and personal. Surely that's offside. And it's looking like it'll be given 2-1. And Roxa answers right back.
I have no idea who was playing up. I did see a defender in there near the goalkeeper, but I thought that was sort of a running back rather than in there. What is that slide tackle? Holy moly. Oh, cuts in beautifully. Has to be, no. Zacharias steps in. The big Swiss man doing what he can. Joao Felix now trying to play it down the wing. Aubameyang not cut out there, but Roxa regaining that lead in a vital period. And Mestre, who was really given a gift, has to fight his way back into this one. Oh, clear. Is it going to be a corner?
Might be off. Yeah, offside. Nice idea.
A mile off.
Yeah. Just a couple of steps too far forward. Look at possession as well. 52% over towards Roxa and Chelsea in the team of Serbia. Extra 48% for Spain. Right now, though, skips past his man. Into feet, looking for more as well. Rafael Leao will collect, looking to go for a top right corner. Was it eyeing it up? Naming headlights. Saved.
Definitely ramping up this game, isn't it? Spain starting to get themselves into it, but it is Roxa for Serbia that holds the lead with 15 minutes to go. Fofana just shoving the player in the back. That's going to be a foul. Not really how you do a tackle on Tomori. All right, changes are afoot.
Kante's knackered. Not often you get to say that as well. But could be a change for him in towards that midfield position. Fofana going to come off as well for Mudryk, it seems, potentially. Or maybe Mount. Now Man United, man. Was looking like he might have come to Liverpool at one point, but changed at the dying embers. Yeah, straight off the brow for us Liverpool fans, it has to be said. Change is going to come through. You know, when we get towards these late stages of the game and stamina starts to run so low, it's really easy to get overwhelmed. There's long balls over the top. If your defenders are tired, if your deep-sitting midfielders are tired as well, they're going to really struggle to keep up with the pace of some of these players. We're looking at, you know, the likes of Sterling and Rafael Leao both playing on that left-hand side. If they can get in behind, it can cause a lot of issues.
Kai Havertz coming on, so
and Mudryk,
actual Arsenal player now coming onto the pitch for Chelsea. Indeed. Must be a German announcer. He's very much into that one. Kovacic tries to lay one forward for Felix. Not going to happen. Cuts out. Easy now for Spain as they try and play it through the middle. Real chance for Spain. He's got to try and play it back. He's gone a little too far. I think he wanted to square it, it looked like, and in the end it just was a shot blocked. You could see he was looking for the opportunities, what was open for him. Chelsea back forward in solid position.
Everton's slightly overcomplicated it as well. I mean, I think taking the shot at such a tight angle, really never going to pay off, but tries to cut back, looking for that deep side player on the back post, and unfortunately not to be. Kante moved now towards that slightly more defensive position, bringing Aubameyang back as well. The change of Loftus-Cheek was tempting. I think they are going to go for it as well. So actually a very defensive setup now for Roxa, just to try and see out this game. Got that one goal advantage, a 2-1 on the scoreline. Just soak up this pressure. Don't allow a player like Mestre to play through the middle. It's something he likes to do. These intricate passes through the middle. But it's such a a wall in front of him. 2 defensive midfielders, 2 central midfielders as well. Now with them sitting in front, there's just no chance. You can leave Kai Havertz up top if you want to go for a counter attack. But now it's about seeing out this game.
Did you see what Mestre had done there? I think he got 4 up front.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Absolutely gone for it. Why not? I mean, it is a best of 3. The goal difference does not carry over. It is now or never. Exactly. There is around about 10 minutes left of this game, so he really needs to try and see what we can do. We're still waiting for Miguel Mestre to do all his
Two
changes.
opportunities, right? If you think about it. That's all you've really got in kind of those 10 minutes. Changes a foot, 50% possession both sides as well.
So that was Roxa just, by the way, having a quick look at what the tactics, what Mestre had done. That's what he was quickly looking at there. So here we go. Spain with the corner, trailing 2-1. Swinged in, header, goal! First corner we see on the live stream, and it was all easy. Divock Origi, 2-2. The game is on.
He loves a late goal, Origi. Did it many a time for Liverpool. Brilliant there as well. Mestre, changes are made, an instant impact from the substitute. What you want to be seeing. All tied square now in what is the late stages here in our opening match. This game continues to deliver. Modric tracking back. Does Ruben Loftus-Cheek looking to go through the middle as well, but cut out by the right back. But back to him after a throw.
Well, it's been Chelsea that have led both times, aka Serbia. But now it seems the momentum has swung a little bit in Spain's favour. Although it should be fair, both goals have come from, well, what was a gift and a corner, so not too much from open play at the moment. Now we see what Mestre can do. Great ball through. Great little give and go there as he looks to try and cut back. Fofana reads it well. Serbia doing a grand defence. 86th minute and counting. There's a runner on the left. There's a runner on the right. He goes to Loftus-Cheek. Does get cut out in the end by Spain. And now they've committed men forward. What have they got back there? There's the Spaniard, Mestre looks for a through ball, finds it, the give and go. No, he actually went for the shot. I feel like it was a better option to go to Krunic there, but it didn't go for it. Now he's looking to try and turn it from the corner. Almost got lucky with it, Zakaria. Time is ticking, 5 minutes extra time.
Outright. Now Felix will collect. Long ball coming through as well. Kai Havertz trying to get on the end of it, but just cut out by the centre-back. And now probably the last opportunity here for Milan, trying to go down the wing. Collected in by Theo Hernandez, who's playing very forward for the defender. Ruben Loftus-Cheek will cut out. Modric collects, looking over the top as well, in behind. Kante just cut out there. It should be all she wrote.
Yeah, just boot it clear at the moment. 1 minute to go. If there's an attacking move for either team, it may just delay that clock a little bit. If they hold it in the midfield here, it won't be. It's going to go through to Havertz. Havertz can't get it. It's going to get clear. We're going to extra time.
The game, what a start here as well. You maybe got to say as well, at times Mestre looking a little bit fortunate, right? I think, you know, a couple of opportunities there. That goal given away to him. Roxa will be kicking himself. He should have closed out this game. And the fact that substitutions are made and instantaneously concedes to a Divock Origi header. Really a bit of a tilter. We spoke as well about for the likes of Roxa not having kind of a coach next to you, or just kind of you know, another opinion, another voice in your side to calm you down can really be you know, maybe quite important. Something that Mestre has alongside him.
Yeah, I can see. You can see he's conferring with Alex to see, so like, okay, maybe change this, maybe a little tweak here.
Yeah.
We obviously have the preference to see from a Serbia's point of view. That's what we can see. We can obviously check out what happens with AC Milan after it's made, which is what we'll see Roxa maybe have a look at. We don't want to give too much away, because I do feel that maybe they can hear us in the arena. So I don't want to give too much away in what sort of tactical changes they make, because it is a big part of the game. After all, obviously you can win or lose games in that. And not that, you know, I always feel that if a pro player is waiting on us to give stuff away, he's already got problems.
Absolutely agree. Pulisic, looking in for Havertz in behind. Just cuts out by deflection, up for a throw-in. No messing around there for Spain. In towards extra time, we're right back underway. 50% possession both ways. It's as even as it gets.
Serbia have led both times with the very early opener, and then the instant reply for the second goal. But now Miguel Mestre has more shots than the Serb. Maybe things are starting to turn here. Through ball opportunity, massive runner on the right. That's exactly where he's going. Divock Origi's got two already. Gets inside, does the defender, tries to flick it in for the header. Not able to get it. Felix tries to head it clear, but it's still coming straight back at them. And finally, Serbia will clear the lines.
Mestre's really coming to his own now as well. Really finding that form. A little bit of a slow starter. He's in control of this game right now in the early stages of extra time. On the ball coming through, Rafael Leo. Looking like he's fouled, but somehow keeps hold of it for a little bit. Intercepted. Speaking of, back heel, Origi lets it run for the legs, onto the right-hand side, looking for a shot here. And it's Origi up close. 2 goals for the substitute. And Miguel Mestre has turned it back.
It's the hat-trick, the hat-trick, the Divock Origi hat-trick. Who would have thought it? Right here, right now, and the Spaniard takes the lead for the first time in this game, and it was an absolute beauty of a goal. Really well worked. Now we're going down the ring. Divock Origi losing out to Fofana, but it is now all on Serbia. Here in extra time to try and draw this one back. We close in on the end of the first half of extra time. Can he find something into Havertz? No, just standing on the penalty spot, rigid. And it looks like we're going into the second half of extra time with the Spanish leading.
How important as well, Origi. Such impact from him. That great build-up play from Miguel Mestre. And like we've spoken about, Rock is going to be kicking himself. Serbia should have closed this game out in regulation. And a mistake cost them, and a corner as well, coming through off the back of their changes. And speaking of, we're going to see a couple more as well. Just try and get some fresh legs on the pitch. And you're looking towards AC Milan, and of course, that being Spain, how can they now survive? They've got the 1-goal advantage. They've got that ever so slight breathing room. And the onus is actually on Roxa to try and change this game. There's not long left in it. 15 minutes of in-game time, which realistically is just a couple in real time.
We should be clear that that really was the first open goal that's been scored actually so far, obviously with the corner, the set piece, and well, I guess you could say the first goal was open play, but it was kind of gifted.
Yeah, it's a loose term,
off a rebound, yeah. So we know Roxa has it in him. 15 minutes to go. We'll see what they do. You can see on your screen Miguel Mestre just choosing what to do, making sure, does he go defensive? Does he continue the attack?
In progress.
Veteran player alongside him. And now we'll see what they do. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
It's not what you want to see at the start. This is just a loose pass. But Serbia on the attack. Havertz into Felix. Felix to Kovacic. Where's he going to go with this one? Tries to flick it in. No one there. Loftus-Cheek can't get on the end of it. And now Spain trying to clear the lines and maybe get some sort of counter-attack. There's only Divock Origi available at the moment, so not a great deal. You can see Rebic has got absolutely nothing left. He has to bring it back and just look for a man, slow the clock down, and that's what he's doing.
Trying to, Modric will intercept out towards Felix. Felix looking back towards the middle. Kovacic intercepted himself, but he gets the tackle back. It's a foul. And that being said, a yellow card as well to follow suit. But at this late stage in the game, you don't really care. Like we said, the onus is on Serbia, on Roxa to make the difference here. Trailing by 1 and not a lot of time left in this game. Just 10 in-game minutes, let me say.
Just letting the clock run down. Doesn't even take it. Lets it do the auto pass. And now Spain in the driving seat here in this first of a best of 3, which looks to be incredibly competitive. There's no doubt about it. This looks like it could be an epic. 113 minutes gone. Spain on the attack. Real chance to finish it. Oh, the defender blocks. The defender blocks and saves 4-2. Can they get a counter off with 5 minutes to go? No. Instantly cut out by Spain and coming straight back at them. Chance from the wing. Rebic, is he just going to hold the ball up? Yes, he is. Looking to slow the play down. Goes back to Krunic. Not going to work out. And now Pulisic. Can he get the counter on?
Challenge. I respect it. He's out. Kier will happily take a yellow every day of the week just to deny that counter-attack. Get the defense back. Get the bodies behind the ball. The change he's taking is Zachariah going to take the free kick, and they might just go long here.
Bump it.
See if they can get it up. There's not a lot of time left in this. They're going to go long. Kai Havertz to receive. It's all guy, but he can't quite get the header. Koulibaly out towards Silva. Kovacic will collect as well, looking towards the back post, but the defenders are there, bailing it out of there. And now they've got all the space on towards the wing. Run it down, burn down the clock. Just a minute left in regulation.
Loftus-Cheek tries to get it back to Kovacic. He's got a chance to cross it in. Where's he going to pick it? Tries to pull back. Couple of minutes left. Into Mudryk. Not going to happen. Zachariah can't get there, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Spain will take the first leg. 3-2. Divock Origi hat-trick in the end. I didn't expect to say that, ladies and gentlemen, for AC Milan, a.k.a. Spain. And his best of 3. Miguel Mestre will take the first game, despite the fact he trailed both times to Roxa, a solid start from him, but a solid comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Migo Mestre, a little bit on the side of slow starting, let's say. It took a while for him to really kind of find this form and find this confidence, but my goal, when he started to get that playstyle on the way, brilliant. That own goal we spoke about, kind of these gifted chances to Roxa to really kickstart his campaign here, and he should have closed out in regulation. It should have been a 2-1 victory, but he allowed them back in. A Divock Origi header to tie things up. This goal here as well, that is where things started to go south. Rookie errors, minute mistakes that were, such a magnitude of a problem for them, but really well played. Has to be there for Migo Mestre. He never gave up.
It was played on the line, in the 6-yard box. That's what we thought it was offside. It was played on the line, literally almost. It must have been. It's just literally a shoulder blade.
Exactly.
Apart from one another, it was such a small difference there. But Roxa for Serbia, absolutely giving it all in the first leg. Now 1 game down though to Spain. Migo Mestre coming into this one as the favourite, obviously with that label, which is almost sometimes hard to carry.
It's not always it's actually sometimes more of a curse than a blessing. I think coming in with kind of the target on your back in a way. A lot of teams will be...
Depends what kind of player you are, I think, whether you can excel on that pressure.
Exactly.
Obviously sometimes a lot of players will really struggle under pressure, but obviously some
soak it in.
Some just soak it in and love that label, love that pressure.
He's such a confident player, Migo Mestre, as well, right? This is kind of the big thing we talk about in terms of kind of how much he believes in himself. This is the big thing we're talking about, and actually what really accelerates him. It seems like Roxa now has someone alongside him, potentially could help him out in closing out that game. Like we've spoken about, he really should have been a game up 2-1, but let that one slip. And actually, both those opening goals that were given towards Migo Mestre, the one outside the box, the corner as well, both shouldn't have gone their way.
Oh, Roxa's got a buddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully, can help him in terms of the morale, right? Sometimes, when you start to concede, your mental gets affected, right? And I think Roxa's someone who he did start to kind of look a bit doom and gloom. If they can kind of pick up that morale, keep him high and mighty, that's where they can start pushing this towards a game number 3. Teams are just being sorted out by both sides. Let's get back underway.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they go with here. Obviously, we can see the screen, we can see the players. Does look like there's a couple of player changes in there that I saw. Obviously, as we talk about, it really is individual preference. Yes, they are stat squash. There's still a little bit of difference in there by some of the players. Obviously, you can't just play goalkeeper up front. It's not going to work out. You're going to find his shooting's not that hot. He may well be still 85 rated, but there is differences.
Yeah.
So it's not like you can just throw any player anywhere. It has to be really in the right position still. But yeah, and that's at the moment what we're seeing from what we can see at least.
Interesting to see the hat-trick man, Divock Origi, not starting.
Benched.
Yeah, bench. Maybe super sub,
sub.
exactly. It's actually a Divock Origi specialist, as we are both Liverpool fans. But all too well about that fabled night.
Absolutely. Oh, not just that night. It's many nights.
Exactly.
Many nights against Everton and the like. But
a super sub specialist. So I don't mind that at all. Rafael Leo playing on top. Actually, very different to the setup that we were seeing earlier in the women's, right, where they're playing Rafael Leo as a wide winger, using his pace up and down that left-hand side to try and get crosses into Giroud. This time he's playing a little bit through the middle, trying to use his pace to get in behind the defenders, more in a central position. But we're back on the way, ladies and gents, of course. This time, Milan in that of course, Spain in the black and red strip, Chelsea in the white strip for Serbia.
So using James now on the right. So Aubameyang also moved in. Fofana quite far forward. Fofana actually into Kante of all people taking a header.
Smallest one, probably one of, if not the smallest man on the pitch.
Probably, yeah.
Not a bad effort either as well to kickstart things in the very early stages of game number 2. Very attacking here from Roxa early doors. Fofana makes some bounds, just get denied there by Brahim Diaz. He's going to recollect it through the middle as well. A lot of pace from him. Very good, very agile. Intercepted.
No nonsense from Conte there. Wins it back as well. Sterling looking to see who he's got. Sterling just runs into the defender in the end, waiting for Fofana to make a run. Didn't go anywhere. Now Brahim Diaz lays it through. Out to the right. Not going to happen. Koulibaly's there. Not for too long, mind you, but he's there.
True.
He's off as well. I think actually half this squad on the pitch right now is gone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Koulibaly going to, is it Al Hilal, if I'm right in saying?
I couldn't tell you what the club is.
I think it was 20, 25 mil, something along those lines.
Oh, James, big opening chance here. Falls back for him. Could he cut it back? Oh, look at that. I think it's Aubameyang that's literally wide open on a penalty spot. That's where he wanted to go to. Now corner chance for Serbia. Looking to swing it in. Not going to happen. We didn't mention, by the way, apologies, viewers at home. Serbia have switched. They are in the white kit now, and Milan are in the standard Milan colours, that is representing Spain for you at the moment.
Let's see. Theo Hernandez, of course, of that foul. A pretty lackluster clearance. Goes straight back towards Aubameyang. Reece James O'Clay looking to play it through the middle over the top to Enzo Fernandez. Intercepted and collected once again. Now Bakayoko can make his way through the middle out towards Messias on the right-hand side. Quick passing coming through here from Spain, but Reece James will intercept as he goes long towards Fofana.
Back to Kante, Aubameyang, Roxa working it through the middle at the moment. Tries to lift it in for Kante once again for the header. Probably wants somebody else there. Enzo goes down. Koulibaly should be able to win that header and does. Thiago Silva now out to Sterling. Runs straight into the player, but he's going to try and claim a foul regardless, but he goes for a throw.
So here for Spain. Just going to try and get this one off the pitch as soon as possible. We're messing around over here. Tio to Tamori. Tamori out towards that left-hand side. Theo Hernandez will collect. Going to go back. It's a little bit more of a methodical approach here by Spain, rather than that kind of, well, as I was going to say, the
no
fast
urgency.
long balls.
Yeah, there's no.
Exactly.
I mean, you're still at 0-0. You don't need to rush it. You don't need to go for those. I would say direct through balls, which he was kind of almost trying at the start of the last matchup. It didn't quite work out for him. Roxa was picking them off, and that was what was giving him the opportunities. This time, though, it's a ball into for Aubameyang. Cuts out. Reece James there. Tries to lay it back, but cut out easily by the Spaniard. Pressure, though, continues to retain as Roxa gets it through. Aubameyang header. Just cushioned save, really. I think he could have held it, but puts it out for a corner.
Maybe should have waited for it to come down to feet, taking it on the volley. It's a tough volley to say the least, but at the very least, they would have had a little more power. Cross coming through. Zakaria will collect as well towards Thiago Silva, but he's intercepted just as he goes to swing the leg. Fofana in the air, losing out to Leo, but it falls nicely over towards the Serbian man himself. So, Sterling will collect. Kante through over towards Fofana himself, trying to get past that at Tior, but can't quite do it. It's quite scrappy in front of the goal mouth of AC Milan. Of course, Miguel Mestre of Spain will collect it towards Diaz on the right-hand side. Hasn't really got that much support here. More as a media interceptor, had nowhere to go.
Yeah, Kante through ball easy for Enzo. Looking in the middle, tries to swing it in. Aubameyang was available, but the defender once again in the last, and again and again and again. He's constantly having to be called to duty at the moment as Spain finally look to try and get a counter here. Fofana is back there looking to block it off. Can't go anywhere with it. He's still managing to get the ball through somehow, some way. Tries to look to work it in. That should be easy for Koulibaly. And Enzo in the end will clear the danger.
Ryman collects to Sterling. Looking to go through the middle to Fofana. Intercepted. Now Benaker can make his way down the right-hand side. There's not a lot of people there. In towards the middle. Leo under pressure. And a shot blocked. Reece James out towards that right-hand side. Now trying to just hoof it away. Was nothing to do with it. Can't mess around with the ball there. Enzo Fernandez collects a bit of a freebie. Unforced error from Miguel Mestre. And often you get to say that. And Enzo Fernandez got bags of space to work with.
Yeah, interesting to see Mestre not choosing to pressure him, letting him choose that space, really choosing to just cover off the players rather than actually going to pressure him in that midfield. At the moment, it's been pretty much a deadlock here. Very much Roxa, though, for Serbia with the pressure. Sterling through to Fofana. Aubameyang in the middle. He's got runners coming in. Enzo was there. He falls back. Zakaria keeps possession. Stats building almost certainly for Roxa right now. Must be getting close to 65% possession, I should think.
Yeah.
And that's going to be just a small foul for Bakayoko. Chance here in the dying minutes of the first half for Chelsea, a.k.a. Serbia.
Not where you want to be giving away a free kick at all. Reece James is the one stepping over it. Does he go for goal? Does he go towards that back post for a cross? That is the question. It's looking like He's going to go short. Aubameyang collect, but it's a heavy touch, just like real life.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not known for his first touch. And that's really what caused the problem. So we are deadlocked. 0-0 in their second matchup. There it is, 60% stats, just the one shot either side as well. So very much a midfield battle between the two this time around. Clearly, Roxa was trying all sorts. A 3-1-4-2.
Yes.
That's a committal tactic if I ever saw one.
Very testy first half.
3-4, obviously, for Miguel Mestre as well. We'll see what he decides to change it to. As we mentioned about the players, obviously Divock Origi getting the hat-trick in the first game for Miguel Mestre. Maybe you'll bring him on for Leao, maybe put Leao out wide. We'll see where it works out. Obviously, we saw for the ladies, Leao working wonderfully.
Yeah, on the left-hand side. Yeah. But if you give him space, he will really cause a lot of problems. I wouldn't even mind that, right? For the likes of Miguel Mestre, putting Leao onto the left-hand side, bringing Origi in towards the middle. He's very good kind of with the ball at his feet, but also very good in the air as well. It makes him kind of so versatile compared to maybe the likes of your other strike options like Giroud, who a little bit kind of bumbly at times. He's a big bloke. He's a bit of a target man, but not exactly great getting in behind. Origi can kind of cover all the bases adequately, let's call it. James, long ball to him on the right-hand side. Aubameyang will collect as well. Cross on here. Keeper leaving it for the defender, but it still isn't out of danger just yet. Now it is. Brahim Diaz has all the time in the world to work with. He's going to continue to run forward.
Well, the box-to-box man's on. Mason Mount looking to try and block that one out. Sterling does find it. Fofana, can he knock it forward? He's got a defender pressuring him. It's going to be really tricky, and he puts it wide. Chooses to go left side. The right looked like it was begging for a shot, but instead he tried to choose to go near post.
Absolutely fluffs his lines there. That's got to be a goal. Serbia and Roxa will be absolutely kicking themselves. They have not taken the lead here in this game, especially in a game that they desperately need to. Being one match down already, that was a prime opportunity, especially in a game that they have controlled as well. Now, Leo, back post as well, nice touch. Looking to try and get it off, and it won't. A deflection just goes wide. A sigh of relief for Serbia. Spain nearly break the deadlock.
Corner for Spain. We saw him score one in the first game of the series, which drew it level actually at the time, 2-2. It was a much needed goal. Can this be the one that takes the lead? Looking to try and drill it in. Oh, the play was there. Took a swing at it. Keeper completely missed it as well. But in the end, it just flicks past both posts. And now Mason Mount for Serbia to try and draw it out. Aubameyang, the runner. Mount still there. Looking on the right side, tries to switch it. In the end, the defender will just play it back to the keeper. Safe.
Loving the kind of corner tactics as well from Miguel Mestre. But not quite enough. 57 minutes have gone and no one able to break this deadlock we've been speaking about. No one able to get that first goal. This could be an opportunity. Fofana over the top. But he just lets it run a little bit too far. Now another opportunity. Aubameyang up close. And he skies it. Again,
just underneath it. Underneath it, couldn't get ahead, couldn't get above it. Needed to jump and head it earlier. Just in the end, just sort of launched it up in the air and looped it over.
Here comes the changes. Very important. Possession being dominated here by the likes of Serbia, by Roxa. This is something that we've spoken about from the first half as well. But it's all well and good dominating the tempo, dominating the game in terms of possession. You've got to start finishing your dinner. You really should have had that goal earlier from the hands of Fofana. Puts it wide. And maybe even that one by Aubameyang as well. Another world, another player potentially. That could have been that opening goal they've been looking for.
You can see changes as well for
it's coming on.
The Spanish team as well. So 4 substitutes coming in for Spain. So pretty much all up front and all behind. Changing around. Looked like he'd gone to 4-2-2-2 as well, I think.
Yes.
I just saw there for Spain. So the changes coming through.
As predicted by us earlier as well, talking about the likes of putting Leao on the left-hand side, playing him as a little bit more of kind of that traditional winger role, and bringing Origi, the super sub, on towards the middle. Rebic will come on as well towards the right-hand side, a very good winger, a lot of pace in his side as well.
I remember there was a goal scored as soon as all those substitutes happened last time around. This time Roxa looking to try and see if he can work some magic. Mason Mount finds the through ball. Aubameyang, nobody available for him. Has to go back to Mount. A little 1-2, tries to flick it in. Looks like it would go out for a throw-in for Serbia.
In a dangerous position, this throw-in. If it was Rory to the lap, everyone would be shaking. Aubameyang. Intercepted. In another world, that could have gone another way. A penalty could have been potentially given there. Nice little face shot. That's around his man. Rafael Leo as well on the left-hand side. He has got the support of Origi. Misplaced pass, intercepted, and he himself will do the intercepting.
I mean, that looked like a handball night and day to me, but there we go. Not going to be given. Spain, though. Oh, just gets a toe on it. That slows the ball down there. Fofana, he's got the runner with him, but the defender steps in. Reece James looking to try and play it back down the wing, lumps it into the middle in the end, and that's just going to be headed easily back to the keeper. At the moment, with just 20 minutes to go, it's a tough one to call. Obviously, for Spain, they only need one goal and they're through to the upper bracket finals. For Roxa, playing as Chelsea for Serbia, he needs a goal to take it to a third and final leg. Ball in, easily cleared by Roxa. Now has to try and build some attack. Not really too many options. Fofana looking to maybe the right wing. Maybe tried to fool it there to Aubameyang, but it wasn't the case, and now the counter for Spain.
Great little 1-2 as well coming forward. Rebic will collect from the right-hand side, back towards Adley. But he's just suffocated there on that right-hand side. His Mount gets in the way. This is very interesting. A pause to come through in the late stages. We spoke about how important these substitutions have been. We yet to see the likes of Origi get into the game for AC Milan and Spain. Serbia and Chelsea trying to do some of his own. Reece James absolutely, running on fumes here. So going to bring Madueke on towards that right-hand side. They're just needing a bit of pace now, needing, honestly, just a bit of stamina. Everyone starts to really run out of gas.
More changes for Spain going through up front once again now. Yeah, put your drink down and get back in the game. It's wringing his hands quick. Serbia with the throw. Just 10 minutes to go in this game. Enzo off, lost the cheek on. Reece James off. Magic on. Mason Mount. Through ball. It's got to Aubameyang, but he's actually nudged it forward. Once again, poor first touch. And this time it is Spain that have control. Mason Mount keeping that pressure on. Nice work. Just pulling in that right back there. Drawing in the players. Tonali working his magic in the midfield. Adley. Didn't expect to see him on the pitch, but there we go. Krunic loses out to Koulibaly. And now with just 8 minutes to go, it looks like we may well have another extra time.
Yeah, a little bit of extra couple of minutes might be needed to decide this one. Ruben off the cheek, up towards Fofana, crossing towards the back post, on there. And Aubameyang just about escapes his man with the keeper. Ready and waiting, and AC Milan now just take a breather. Lumbering it down in towards that back right corner, maybe potentially playing to just see off in the 90 and reset going in towards extra time.
Divock Origi trying to keep the pressure on, chasing down those defenders. Nothing else coming from it though. Serbia, one last attack perhaps before that final whistle. Plays it out wide, cut out by Spain. 89th minute and counted as Teo looks to run it down the left side to Leo. Looking to get that return ball, but instead looking to maybe just keep hold of it and play for the whistle. Still just 2 minutes to go. Corner, throw-in, given. Oh no, it was a foul. It was a foul given.
He is pushing the back as well.
Yeah, I thought I saw the shove, but I didn't think he'd give it.
Oh, look at the space on the left-hand side here. Tonali will collect. A cross is on. And I think he goes for that first time. It doesn't quite come off. Unfortunately, the second time, he was smothered there by Madueke. So, with the throw-in coming through, change of person throwing it in. Yep. Teo Hernandez, left-hand side, back towards Tonali. Going for the deep cross as well, back post. Nobody there.
Nobody contesting, still got the ball though. Maybe to try and keep it alive before that final whistle. One last shot! Oh, tries the curler. Still keeps the ball alive. Now it will be full time. And we go extra time once again for Spain versus Serbia. This time around, all square, 0-0. 5 shots apiece. Possession looking pretty even. Spain definitely worked their way into it a little bit more in the second half, but overall, it's really a tough one to call.
Absolutely inseparable right now in terms of kind of a play style as well. Both going for these kind of long looping balls over the top, looking towards getting behind. unable to pull it off when it comes towards that final third, getting towards the 18-yard box. We haven't really seen, especially in that second half, too many opportunities, too many shots that were that testing of the keepers.
So, 15 minutes either half. We go once again. Miguel Mestre for Spain, playing as AC Milan. Up against Roxa, who we can see is just making a couple more changes here. Playing as Chelsea, representing Serbia here in the first of the upper bracket rounds. The difference is, of course, you win this matchup, you're guaranteed a medal.
Exactly.
You're guaranteed a medal. You are in the top 3 of the tournament. And obviously, to get a medal for your country is always an honor here at the European Games. Now, Spain trying a couple of things. They cut out the ball once again. Still just a slightly stray pass. And now it gives Serbia a chance to get that counter on. Pulisic, he's got a runner down the left. That's Aubameyang. He's got a player in the middle and a player on the right. It's cut out well, though, by the Spanish defender.
This game on a nice edge, right? It really feels like next goal is honestly going to take it. They have been inseparable, like we've spoken about. Theo Hernandez, left-hand side, he is really running out of energy. Maybe a sub might be needed at some point. Rafael Leo back towards him. Theo Hernandez will scoop it up again, looking to try and reset. Leo, quick pass towards Krunic, going back in towards Origi, trying to play this quick feet starter play. Rebic unable to get onto the end of that one. Origi will hunt it down.
I wanted the give and go, wasn't quite there. Oh, in the end, it's a foul. Yeah. So, just 100 minutes already. Only 5 minutes of this. The first half of extra time to go. Long ball through, finds João Felix, a chance to open shot. Actually, it's the defender. It's going to be another corner.
Corners are so dangerous as well. We've already seen from both of these two sides, these tactics. Try and find an opportunity. Chukwuemeka to take. Trying to deny up close to personal. Now Felix as well. Just pipped at the post there. Madueke will collect. An opportunity to shoot as well. Goes for the back heel. And maybe better options were available.
Wanted to get it through to Aubameyang. Didn't feel confident shooting with the defender. Not going to be the case. Fofana. Oh, chance for Spain to break here. Little risky on the clearance. And Krunic now for Spain trying to break down that wing. Not going to happen. It's actually a throw, I think, for Spain.
It is. Last opportunity of this half. Got to get it in now. Rebic looking for the cross. Cuts back. Running out of time. Running out of space. Running out of options. And that's the half concluded. One more half here in extra time before penalties needed. And it still remains the exact same sentiment here. These two sides inseparable. There is nothing between them.
No. Absolutely dead level in terms of goals, stats, shots. One shot different in the shots. If we want to get technical. Actually. Yeah, but I mean, AC Milan, aka Spain, leading this series. 3-2 in the first matchup in this best of 3. I think we're seeing the sheer quality at the top of the table here in eFootball for the Open Series. Thiago Silva for Roxa into João Felix. Lots of space at the moment for Serbia, but it's run off. Oh, no. Who's using the controller?
Who is using the controller? It's a great question. Hopefully, Roxa. I think, yeah, we're all good. Hopefully, momentarily, we'll get back underway in towards that one. We've all been there.
Okay.
But
plug it in, boys.
Plug it in. Do you know what, though? I don't think either of these two want to go to penalties. I don't think they want that risk. It's such a coin toss at times. Depends.
Okay. It's good to go. Getting the thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
We're all okay. But yeah, I don't think either of these two want to be heading towards penalties. And that is going to be a kind of the sort of the big talk point. They want to get done here and now. 12 minutes left, essentially, of in-game time, which, give or take, is about 1.5 minutes.
Giving the ball back there. In case you missed it when the controller happened. Mestre. Getting something going on here. Mestre put the ball out of play for him, so the clock wasn't running down. Well, it's still running down. We cannot see a damn thing. Yeah, it's... he's like, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
PlayStation, so I don't really know.
Something tells me that controller needs a wire.
I think it needs a wire.
Yeah, I think it's run out. I mean, honestly, it's been a long day of eFootball, to be fair, so I can understand why. And I guess Rocket League, I'm assuming they play on I don't know. I don't follow Rocket League. I'm assuming they play...
I'm looking here.
No, they definitely play on controller, but I don't know whether they play on PC or PS5.
Pretty sure it's PC.
Is it? There we go. Well, they wouldn't use PS5 controllers for that, I'm assuming. No,
I might be wrong.
Yeah.
It is available on both.
It is. I played it back on PS4.
It is.
Back in when it got released for free, when it first came out.
There you go.
They gave it out. But yeah, we're just waiting to fix this technical issue, the controller. I think it just needs a little bit of charge, to be perfectly honest. So hopefully we can get it back underway as soon as. But yeah.
He's saying the clock is running down. Please
the game
pause the damn game.
The game has gone live again. But they can't do anything about it. So hopefully, yeah, the clock's running down. I don't think either of these two sides want to be going to pens, is the other thing as well, because it is such a coin toss. And if you were to lose on pens, especially for Serbia, to drop into a lower bracket in that sort of fashion, it's rough.
Indeed. I do love the smooth jazz.
Smooth jazz, yeah.
I can't tell if I'm in a lift or if I'm just in like a chill club.
You know, it's like a hotel lobby kind of thing.
You got the pianists out there. I'd love to be able to play that. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want to put the multiple years required to get into it.
I can teach you. I've been playing all my life.
Have you?
Yeah,
there you go.
Like
but I'd love to be able to just rock up at a hotel lobby and just knock a couple of tunes out.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's been a while since I've played, but yeah, you know, I've been playing.
So you must have wide hands for it, right? Because it's the finger spread.
Honestly,
right?
you get like a little muscle here by your thumb, which is like really develops when you play piano. There you go. The more you know here.
The more you know.
Games. We do have a quick technical issue.
Piano. Yeah.
We're hopefully going to get the controller. I think it needs a little bit of charge. We've all been there. You're fumbling around looking for the cable at home. I've done that many a time.
So, I mean, I got to assume they got a cable on hand.
Yeah.
We saw in the women's, they were all using cables.
Yeah, it's USB. It's USB-C. Someone's phone. Everyone has a Samsung charger. Oh, USB micro. Yeah. Everyone has an old Samsung. Yeah, it'll be fine. You can charge it, plug it in. I'm sure it's one in my bag.
Other phone chargers
are available as well, but this is the first one that comes to mind. And it's most Androids.
Just double checking. There's no sponsor on there. We're good. We're okay. We can use that.
Yeah,
get your PlayStation Sony cable.
Yeah,
okay,
there we go. Well, I've been enjoying the commentating, of course, from myself, Nerkai, and Dima. It's been a good time so far. We've had a very, very highly kind of competitive women's tournament earlier.
Yeah.
A really interesting grand final tomorrow with Great Britain, of course, a little bit biased from us, taking on Italy in a rematch. They played each other in the groups, in the bracket, in the playoffs, I guess, and then now
with the 1-0 lead, right? Because obviously coming from that upper bracket, Great Britain. So that's tomorrow. Also, the Rocket League.
Of course.
Another rematch game.
Well.
Netherlands versus Great Britain in that one. Netherlands, though, coming in from the upper bracket for that one. They have a 1-game lead. That is a best of 7, if I'm not mistaken, for the Rocket League. Best of 5 for both eFootball matches. Who's going to be there for the eFootball Open? Well, at the moment, Roxa for Serbia, one game down against Miguel Mestre for Spain. We also have Indominator for the Netherlands coming up against Mukayet for Turkey. So,
that one's so hard to call.
Big games.
I mean, this one was really difficult to call, but that one is in towards the other side of the bracket, equally as difficult. I think Mukayet was another one who was up there in terms of one of the favorites, but same can be said for Indominator. I think all 4 of these guys, we could have maybe made the prediction that they were going to be the top 4, but from here on out, the predictions got the winner. No one really knows this is how competitive it is at this elite level. It's how close these guys are, as you can see by the game. You know, we're 115 minutes in towards extra time here at a 0-0, and looking like probably penalties are going to be on the line as well. So who knows, really? Hopefully we get the controller sorted ASAP is the expectation.
I mean, you surely can just swap controller.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we have a spare one.
I'm sure.
Unless it's the PlayStation that's having a problem, but
oh yeah, then who knows?
Well, now the time is really going fast, so I guess it's either going to get rematched.
Something. Oh, there's a bit of movement that you guys can't see.
Yeah, because that's because the control, because it's been plugged in, which is why it's suddenly going really fast. So we get either a rematch or we get straight to penalties.
Okay. Well,
or we go for a break, and when we come back, We'll find out. Oh, it's on a cliff edge, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you in a few.
attention. Shine a light through a prism full spectrum. Pull the curtains back, you in my dimension. Lay back and just forget the from. People never make it out. I'm a 5-star brain in a 2-star town, and I'ma give it back when I have enough money in my hands, enough for the friends and the fam, and I owe it all to Yahweh. Lord knows that I couldn't do it my way. Almost bought a ticket for the fast lane. Now I'm hopping on a flight to the Everglades to forget the pressure.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright. It's on lightning in my mind. It's alright.
Walking tight, say the lightning like how you move. I would swim across the ocean to hold on to you. I don't know where you've been, so right out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity. Feel the energy. Give me vibrations. Been a long time without you. Don't be blue without you. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations. Heaven is all around you. Happy now that I found you. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations. Give me vibrations. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations. Give me vibrations. Half of me was always missing, wishing to be yours. Oh, oh, oh. Hit me like some kind of vision, never been so sure. Oh, oh, oh. I don't know where you've been, throw it out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity. Feel the energy.
today. I just need to keep my space. You just need to find your way. All the tears you throw my way, I don't wanna see your face. No more, no more, no more, no more.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, back to, of course, what is a restart. We have to say, we hate to say it, but we had technical issues, and to make things fair, to make things kind of a level playing field, rather than where you can't really go into the 111th minute, you can't really just drop back in. So we're going to restart the entire game. Of course, it still is.
It was 0-0.
It was 0-0, exactly.
No.
It was going towards penalties anyway. So
I'd rather it go that way
exactly.
than have penalties.
Exactly. Penalties are a coin flip. I'd rather we play out the game. So we're going to be starting again in towards match 2. So it still is 1-0 towards Spain. It's not, we're not restart the whole series in towards match number 2. And I think this is kind of a good little kind of testing ground now, because we've had what was a very close affair, but a bit of a cagey one, nothing really happening within that entire game. It was looking like it was going towards pens. I'd rather restart it.
Change to PlayStation, sorted, done.
Yeah, hopefully no more issues, but no promises. But we could try.
Hopefully. Oh, no, cable's
plugged in. There we go. Now no one can connect. There we go. So changes to come through. I wonder whether there's going to be any changes from the offset off the back of what was a very close game. Yeah. With both teams actually struggling offensively, I wonder whether there's going to be any sort of changes.
We saw some different players being used this time around in the second matchup than we just saw in the first. Obviously, the first match, if you just joined us, hello to start with. Welcome to the European Games. We are covering Spain versus Serbia here. Spain won the first leg 3-2.
Yes.
In this best of 3. And, well, it was 0-0 with, what, about 110th match minute, as you say, in the game before a problem occurred. So, AC Milan, that's being played by Spain. They will be in the
black and red.
AC Milan colours, black and red. And Chelsea will be played by Serbia. That is Roxa as the Serbian, Miguel Mestre as the Spaniard. And we go again. We go again.
There we go. Let's get it.
Here we go.
Of course, like we mentioned, that previous game, both sides actually struggling when it came towards that final third. Defensively, both actually excellent. It was just that final pass, just within the 18-yard box, couldn't quite find those opportunities to really test the keeper. So it's going to like here, Fofana looking long towards Aubameyang, actually will collect it inside the 18-yard box, pushed outside, just smothered outside the box. And no shots come through. Back post Sterling, headed away for a corner. Corners are a scary moment for both of these two sides. They're both very good with their setups.
See what it can do. Reece James for Serbia, going to try and swing one in. We'll try to go near post once again. Not going to happen though. Cuts out. We have seen goals from the corners. Reece James not going to get there first, but he still manages to out-muscle the player. Loftus-Cheek as a starter this time, by the way. Has come in as a substitute a couple of times for Serbia. This time looking for that runner out wide. I think it's Mason Mount, isn't it, that's out there? No, it's not. It's Enzo. Slight difference in player. Thiago Silva should win that one back. And, oh, pressure and possession very much staying in the hands of Serbia in the opening 10 minutes here.
Yeah, we look towards Roxa as well from Serbia. He loves using James on that right-hand side, using the width, try and spread it, play out as much as he can. Going back through the middle for Fofana, as we've spoken about, just cut out there. Now there's a bit of space to work on the left-hand side, and actually got the pace to do so. If he goes wide into the back post, someone's waiting in towards the middle, and surely a goal, and it is. We got no goals for 110 minutes, and we kick-start a rematch of game number 2.
What a goal it was! Look at that long overhead through ball, squared across the box, and immediately a tap in there. Nothing the keeper could do, nothing the defenders could do. Brilliant goal from Spain there to set things a-rolling. Just as I'd mentioned, the fact that the opening 10 minutes have been dominated by Serbia, keeping that possession but doing nothing with it. This time might find Fofana, not able to get on the end of it.
Surely as well,
I think.
The floodgates start to open now, right? You're looking at the likes of Roxa and Serbia. He has to start pushing forward. He's already a game down. And exactly that, changes to be made more or less immediately. Pushing to a little bit more of an attacking route there. You saw kind of how he was looking for those longer balls over the top, is what the kind of the strategy has been set to come through. Serbia, they're a game down. Losing this match here means they drop into the lower bracket, and Spain move to the upper bracket final against the winner, of course, of our second game being played just after. So, Fernandez scoops up. Towards Loftus-Cheek, back in over the top as well. Aubameyang trying to get in behind, but to be just a little bit too much on it.
Just lingering on the keeper there, Oba. We saw earlier on in the eFootball women's tournament, goalkeeper clearance into the back of the defender, straight into the goal. Quite hilarious. They could laugh it off, luckily, because, you know, they were 3-1 up at the time, I think, weren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it might have been 2-1. I think it was 2-0. Yeah, it was the one goal, but ended up being 4-1, I believe, that game. So, a laughable moment, but could have been serious. Loftus-Cheek just outrunning Diaz there. Sorry, Bakayoko, it looked like, actually. Sterling through to Enzo. Enzo, through ball, not going to find its way to Aubameyang, and has kind of been lackluster up the front so far as Pierre not done a great deal. Sterling loses out. Thiago Silva a little out of position, has to win the possession and does. Gets it back to Zakaria. Enzo, left or right? Where's he going? Straight down the middle. Not going to happen. Right into Bakayoko.
It looks like now as well is a 3 at the back setup for Chelsea, with the wingers playing more, the fullbacks, I say, playing more as wing backs. And actually does leave the defensively a little bit exposed, but it's a necessity now. They've got to start pushing forward. They've got to level the playing field here. And actually, a good opportunity to do so. Aubameyang out wide, left-hand side, under pressure, gets in the middle. Loftus-Cheek going to try and go back on himself, but cut out. Kalulu to the right-hand side. Brahim Diaz has been brilliant tracking back, and a through ball to come forward as well. Leo will collect, looking for one of his own, and there's space now in behind. Could try and cut it across, but Wesley Fofana just gets there, but loses it in a less than adequate position.
Tries to square it, doesn't work out. And I'm not gonna lie, I do love the way Miguel Mestre plays in terms of when he does finally get that ball possession. It's such a fluid flowing method of passing, really attractive to watch, no doubt about it. Tries to draw it back, looking to lose the keeper's eye there, but kept his eyes on it. And now potential counter chance, trying to get things forward, but it's come straight back down at him. Trying to get that through ball, the tap in. Oh, he's got space. In the end, cuts into the defender. Maybe a step to the right would have worked out well, but it was well read by Roxa. Roxa now defending to stay in the upper bracket at the moment. Has to try and get something clear. Is 1 goal down with just a couple of minutes remaining in this first half.
You got Mestre starting to play, you know, exuding confidence now. Little side to side there, lovely skill move. Gefos 2, looking to try and get past the third, but Koulibaly takes out the keeper, and it is a brutal error to be making. The second error in 2 games for Serbia. Roxa is going to be kicking himself, the keeper, with an absolute blunder.
You hate to see that.
That's in the dying embers of the half as well.
Oh,
keeper's coming off.
Oh, man.
I think actually the fault was actually on Koulibaly there. He clashes into the keeper. You've got to leave the keeper to scoop up, but Koulibaly runs into him.
I think, without seeing the replay, it looked like he's like, from Rox's point of view, he was, okay, that's the back to the keeper's ball and switch the player.
Yes, yeah.
And then the AI is like,
clatter into it, follow it, run into it.
Just plows into the keeper and knocks the ball out of his hands, which obviously isn't a foul because he's his own player. So, yeah, that's...
Tilter, it really is. Good to see, though, that Rox now has some support, you know, behind him as someone kind of be in his ear, trying to lift the spirits. And he really does need to lift those spirits. It's 2-0 down. He's already a match down as well for Spain. Essentially 45 minutes away from booking their tickets to the upper bracket final.
Well, 2 goals to the good for Spain now. Serbia in the white with it all to do as they look to get things going here. And for Spain, well, we saw exactly what they do when they have the lead. Miguel Mestre, both veteran players, knows what it's all about, just delay things. And obviously the game is now going to open up a bit as well, which I feel may actually play into Mestre's hands with his fluid attacking style of play. I think it's going to be more direct this time from Serbia as Fofana does a bit of a disco dance and loses the ball. Gets it back to Aubameyang into Mason Mount. Oh, straight to the keeper.
It's unfortunate. Good movement to actually get the keeper over to the right-hand side. And Mount under pressure. Fluffs his lines ever so slightly. A corner here. Reece James to take.
Comes it in. Thiago Silva there. It falls to Koulibaly. Smashes it into the ground, actually, I think. It's obviously launched it over the...
Yeah, into Rose Ed. That did a fair distance. Koulibaly's trying to make up for his mistake of earlier as well.
Might have hit AZ. Like gone extra 26 rows over the top there.
Nice feet. Out to the right-hand side. Messiah's got some space, looking for a cross as well. Cuts back. Brilliant. Back post. And it's denied. Good effort here. Spain still putting on the pressure.
Absolutely. Putting on a bit of an attacking prowess show as well. Mason Mount for Serbia. Puts it forward to Fofana. Aubameyang. Oh, made the run. He may actually get it back, and he has. Got a little lucky with the bounce there. Havertz into Aubameyang. Cut out last minute by the defender. And now Spain with a chance to counter. Looking to see what they can do. Tries to get up to the out. He's got two players around him who just absolutely mugged him.
Yeah, smothered there. Nothing really he could do. Fofana collects it towards the middle. Nice tackle coming through from Tomori. Englishman collects to him. That does bring Diaz. There's space towards the right-hand side. The player cuts in, and in doing so, actually, now getting under a little bit of pressure. Out. Havertz looking towards the right-hand side. The space there as the fullbacks start to push up in support. And actually will use them. Reece James collects. Got acres of space to work with. And a back post cross to come through, but denied by the centre-back.
And cut out so far. Relatively clean defended from Miguel Mestre. Just teasing those through balls through. Has gifted it potentially with a chance here, though, for Serbia, but quickly wins it back. Yeah, tracks it back well. Reece James. Oh, Koulibaly misses that one. Gets through. Looking for Mestre. Oh, it's a weak pass in the end. Fofana cuts it out, smashes it into the back of the defender. Gets away with it though. Mason Mount. Look at the runner on the right there. Has actually run out of offside. Out of side. What English is that?
It's been a long day, mate. It's been a long day.
Off the pitch, offside, out of the position is the word I was after. Kind of a mix between the two. But either way, Spain holding their 2-0 lead with just 20 minutes to go now.
Time's ticking.
Starting to get a bit nervous for Serbia here as they trail. That's a good ball through. Kai Havertz can't beat his man. Muscles him off a little bit there. That ball should be collected by Reece James. Koulibaly in the end has to come to save the day, but it will be a Spanish throw.
Yeah, Koulibaly barreling in there. Out for a throw. Yellow card to be given for an earlier foul. MF plays advantage. Let's that one play on. Changes to be made. 73 minutes on the clock, so not a lot of time left for Rockstar and Serbia to make a difference here. It's looking like a couple will come on. Yeah, Felix coming in. Aubameyang being changed potentially. He has pretty low on the old stamina, running off fumes just a tad. But yeah, we look at this now and you look towards Rockstar and Serbia. He more or less has to get a goal now if he wants to push for a late goal to see them towards extra time. It's a ticking time bomb, which is not positive for him. And really, all Spain has to do is just sit back.
Indeed. Well, it only takes 2 minutes to score 2 goals. So
technically true. We saw it done earlier.
It's totally possible. You know, you can bang them in, quickly get that kick off, and away you go again. It's absolutely possible. So, with 20 minutes to go, there's still time. Well, Miguel Mestre, he's just going to be trying to hold on to this lead, play it out, maybe run the clock down a little bit.
Yeah.
As and when you can, especially when you have a throw in like this. There's certainly going to be no rush to take it. Just keep hold of that ball. It can sometimes be problematic if you try and keep hold of it a little too much. Fofana, just a little knock forward, surely. Chance to score. We talked about needing one now, and he's got it. How many times have we seen that 70-minute substitute change lead to a goal?
That's an unforced error as well. Spain under very little pressure. It's a misplaced pass, and Conte always there like a pit bull, very, nipping at the heels, just gets the mistake. So he's Fofana, one-on-one with the keeper this time, finishes his dinner, exactly what we're looking towards. Now actually pressure starts to flip. Momentum is starting to swing just a little bit, and you can see Rockstar Serbia, they know there's opportunity starting to arise. Spain have to answer back once again, get that 2-goal cushion.
Just 10 minutes to go here. Pressure. Fofana. Aubameyang to the right. Tries him. Doesn't work out. Fofana should cut that out. Kovacic finds Mason Mount. Coming on now. Joao Felix. Felix making the run, the overlap. Aubameyang now looking for someone. He needs support. He might be able to show a bit of fancy footwork. Conte actually looking to try and get the cut in the end. It has to go back to Reece James, but still Serbia with men forward. Kante back into Aubameyang. Kante wants to square it. Fofana's there, won't get to him. Kovacic coming in for the rebound, but now Spain have a chance to counter with just 5 minutes to go.
Flooding bodies forward as well, looking towards that right-hand side now. An overlap come through, and there it is. Rebic trying to get him behind. But Thiago Silva, the experienced man, just getting a foot out there to go back to the keeper. 86 minutes, time is really ticking. It's now or never for Serbia. They have to get this ball up. Mount through, looking to Fofana. Fofana's on as well, looking for the shots. Thiago just gets him in front of him.
Just cut out. Wins the header though. Felix is there, gets it to Mason Mount, but it was a sloppy run on it. Felix should keep that in, and he will. 89th minute now as we go to 2 minutes extra time. Serbia with a chance to stay in the upper bracket. It's a foul given at the moment though, so Serbia going to have a chance to launch one in here. Maybe, probably play it short actually. No, he is going to go long. Tries to play it down. Kante into the middle. Aubameyang backs the space. The defender steps in just in time. Clears it to the halfway line. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Spain will take it in 2. And they will go through to the upper bracket finals. Miguel Mestre representing the Spanish hopes once again here at the European Games with a successful win over Serbia.
Yeah. 2-1 in essentially what was 200 minutes of play, essentially. Yeah. Game prior, but it's a 2-0 for Miguel Mestre, and of course this is a man who we're expecting to see in the final, and now in towards the upper bracket. What a performance from him. Really, really well played, especially in towards that second crack at the second game from the get-go. In your face, really making Serbian Rockstar feeling a little bit uncomfortable. And while he had the consolation goal, he could never really get back in control. He couldn't take the game by kind of the scruff of its neck. Miguel Mestre dictates the pace, dictates the tempo. He really made Rockstar and Serbia feel uncomfortable. And now, of course, it means one of, a titan in that of Serbia dropping towards the lower bracket. It's a scary prospect for whoever's going to join them.
Yeah, Rockstar's going to be a tough opponent. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, if you think back to the start of these games, which was quite some time ago now, obviously he led both goals. If you think of Mestre's goals, first one came from a defensive error. Same could be said in this game as well. Defensive errors for both first opening goals. But also we had one from a corner. It wasn't until the third goal that came in that first matchup from open play. Rockstar absolutely looked good, had possession throughout. It just wasn't quite looking enough in that final third.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at this, I think the big storyline that we look at that game, it's actually just unforced errors. A lot of mistakes coming through from Serbia. Rockstar will look back at kind of the VOD of that game, and he's really going to be kicking himself. So he actually should have closed out game number 1 in 90 minutes and actually should have been a little bit more competitive in towards that second match. But we do have the interview ready with Miguel Mestre after what was an exhilarating second match. Check it out with KP.
Cheers, lads. Yes, I'm joined on stage by the representative of Spain, as of course, the one and only Mestre. Mestre, first of all, congratulations, my friend. Phenomenal performance. I think it'd be fair to say that this felt like a grand finals series of its own.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, all we are here, we can be in the grand final. And Rockstar, of course, is one of the title contenders. I'm really proud of the series I've done. Just keep focused, and now let's enjoy this exciting match, and then I'll try to do my best, of course, in the winners' finals.
Now, we got to talk about the series a little bit. Game 1 and Game 2, run 1, right? Like, I feel like when we watched that, it looked like some of the closest eFootball we've seen so far in this tournament. Did you feel the same way, that this was like a 49-51% matchup?
Yeah, of course, we know each other a lot. We've played plenty of games because we are opponents as well in eFootball Pro League. So yeah, of course it was 50-50, but this time it was for me. So just as I told you, now I'll try to be focused and don't disconcentrate and yeah, do my best.
Now, I think we got to talk about the technical reset, right? Like, unfortunately, it happens sometimes. Sometimes some people's minds, they kind of mentally reset a little bit better. Going into that second run of Game 2, did things feel very different to you? Did you feel like maybe you had a bigger edge?
Yeah, I think it was beneficial for me. I think I was better in the match, so I had confidence on myself, just believe in me and try to do my best as I did. I think it was beneficial for me, so I decided to play again the whole match, because if we went to the penalties, it was 50-50, so I prefer to lose on the pitch than just on penalties.
Still expecting to see Roxa in the finals?
Yeah, why not? I mean, we four are capable of going to a grand final. Of course, I prefer to play against my partner Mujahid. I hope him all the best, and let's see who I face.
Well, we're excited to get to that series. Thank you for talking to us. It's an absolute pleasure, but it's time to get over the desk to break down the series.
Thanks very much, KP. Fantastic work there from Mestra, going through to the winners bracket finals. A little later on, we'll find out exactly who that competitor against them will be soon. But Serbia and Roxa go to the lower bracket, still in the competition, mind you. But it was a serious series. We had ourselves that technical. I'm glad it was asked as well, that technical issue in the middle there, having to restart that second match, because going all the way to penalties is such a 50-50 split. You never know what's going to happen, do you, Tyler? But then we had that reset the second game, and Mestra ensuring, despite the fact that I did feel that Serbia were coming back into that second game towards the end there. The clock ran out, that was it, and Mestra goes through to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, the stats literally reflecting exactly what we saw on the server as well. 50-50 basically as far as that went. But one thing that we were kind of on about before we got back on just now was literally the fact, okay, they played that second game twice. And then, of course, for Roxa, that one mistake really, where he did set Mestra up to really win that game, because getting that second goal is going to put you so much further behind.
That's true. Just confirming as well for you at home, Roxa is not Peter Pan's shadow. He is an actual person. That's 100% a thing. But you can see the passes there as well. 287 a piece. Identical amount of passes. That's a fine margins here. 49 to 51% possession here as well. I mean, it was so evenly matched. And only a few goals, more shots coming from Mestra. Obviously, shots do depict goals most of the time. But just goes to show, despite the fact Mestra had a real confident kind of victory there overall, the Serbian put in an unbelievable effort.
Yeah, and I think sort of, Mestra kind of hit the nail on the head and said it himself that, I think the stats kind of reflect the fact that these players play each other in the Pro League, like, on a weekly basis when it comes to the real pro circuit of eFootball. So it doesn't surprise me that two players of such caliber are very evenly matched in terms of the stats. But I think, that main stat of shots on target just slightly favouring the Spaniard obviously gets him through that final line and puts himself into the upper bracket final. And now a lot of pressure goes onto Roxa's back.
Yeah. I think one big point there as well is during league play, it's not just all about, okay, how many times do you actually face him in that league play, but obviously you're going to be warming up for every match day. You're going to be practicing in the week. And sure, you might do that with your teammate, but a lot of the times you will have mates around the league. You will play against the others just to kind of practice as well, because if you just practice against your mates, not exactly going to be comparable to what you face in the real league. So we kind of know that from different competitions, that generally you do practice against the same players that you're going to be facing as well. So obviously it's not just knowing each other from league play, but also from the whole circuit around it.
Interesting. Well, Mestra is going to go through to the winners bracket, and we're going to see Roxa later on the lower bracket, as mentioned. However, we do have another matchup coming your way now, the next semi-final of the day, which is looking mighty interesting indeed as well. We have Turkey versus the Netherlands there, Mujahid versus Indominator. This is going to be really interesting because we heard there as well from Mestra. Looking forward to seeing if Turkey can go through and face off in the next round here, or will it be the Netherlands? Where do we currently sit, John? Where are we thinking this is going to go?
I mean, a quick point I think is quite interesting is both players in each semi-final game actually play for the same team. So we've got two players that represent Bayern in a Pro League level, and we've got two players that represent Arsenal. So in terms of what I'm expecting, kind of more of the same, to be totally honest with you. I think, it's going to be a very even matchup. They both play and practice against each other on a regular basis. You can see some of the results here for the Turkish side. Looked very, very, very comfortable the majority of the time. You could say not a shock 4-1 defeat and a 2-1 defeat there in the group stages, but we're talking about 9-2 wins, 5-0 wins. This is a player who can bag themselves a goal should they need to. And on the flip side, for Indominator and the Dutch side, this is a player who is fantastic at eFootball, right, Tyler?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, just one result as well, 14-2. To just score 14 goals within, 10 real-life minutes? That's a feat that you have to match
Not
first.
bad. Not bad.
I mean,
not bad.
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter against which of these
28 players I would have played, I probably would have lost in some sort of fashion like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just the pure confidence that these players have, the ability to do it not only at a pro league level, but to do it for your national level as well, and on a regional level such as the European Games. I'm really excited for this. And one thing we can almost guarantee is whoever's in the upper bracket final, whoever's in the losers bracket final, we're going to see at least 3 more banger games of eFootball here later on today.
Certainly are. I mean, talking about the team side of things as well, with Bayern and Arsenal, as mentioned, like teammates away from this, do you think that there's a lot that kind of comes with that in terms of like a collaborative element to each other as well, talking about how they should approach each game? Obviously, they're not in the same matchup as it stands, but I guess supporting in a way and kind of like having that, I guess teammate to a degree on the site that you can kind of bounce ideas off as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing is also like both teams or like both players had their teammates in their individual groups as well. So that's certainly something where maybe you're not going to be sitting down on the eve of saying, yeah, well, I know we're going to be playing group stage tomorrow against her. How do you want to address this?
We're all friends though. Could have happened, probably not. But
yeah, but like, you know that you're always going to try to, of course, put your competition first. And sure, you might be then, who knows who goes into the grand final for tomorrow, but maybe you'll ditch your local coach and say, come on, teammate, maybe come onto the stage and try to support them. So yeah, I think that surely there is going to be like some sort of feedback, but yet again, like we're out of the season now, the season's ended. Who knows how some of these contracts are going to go, how long they're going to stay with those squads, how long they might stay teammates. I think it's all kind of up in limbo, because especially like virtual football, generally it's only like years contracts.
Interesting. I was going to say with the Netherlands as well there, I was going to jump in Dominator there, we saw that a big goal margins as well, 14-2, we saw 9-2 I think as well. I mean, it looks like when the Netherlands have an opportunity to capitalize, they really makes a difference, just scoring as many as humanly possible to get through there, and when getting a control of a game will ensure that victory comes through. That's kind of a play style there.
Well, I think if you've got victories that are 14-2 and at 8-1, you know how to control a game of eFootball, and you're definitely lethal and clinical when it comes to being in front of goal. So I think, a player like Indominator, you just cannot give them a sniff of a chance. No matter what team they're going to be playing alongside in the actual game, whether it's going to be, Bayern, whether it might be Arsenal or whoever it is, you give them a sniff in front of goal and they're going to score.
All right, well, I'm sure we're in for many a goal indeed. It's all coming your way. The second semi-final is ready to rock and roll. It's Turkey versus the Netherlands. Who will go through and face Mestre in the winners bracket final? We'll have to wait and find out. It's all coming your way. Let's head back over to KP on the stage and see what's up.
Folks, it's about time for the second series to kick off. We just witnessed Bayern versus Arsenal, and we're going to get their teammates clashing, actually, to see who's going to go up against Mestre in that upper bracket finals. And now, this first player, a very talented lad, comes all the way from Turkey, got a lot of pride on the line, and a lot of skill on the controller. It is the one, it is the only Mucker hit. Ooh, and this one, folks, is going to be close, because on the other side, someone who had a pretty similar performance actually in the group stage, representing the Netherlands. It's in the name. Let's see if he's got it in the game. It's in Dominator. Now, when I said these two are close, I wasn't kidding, folks. When you look at their group stage performance, there was only 1 wins difference in favor of the Netherlands. I'm expecting a close series, and to bring you an entertainment match, I've got the wonderful voices of Neo and Demon.
Thank you, KP. You're too kind. You're absolutely too kind. This one's going to be really exciting. Like KP was mentioned at the desk talking about, we just had in the previous game Arsenal versus Bayern Munich, and we get it once again here.
Technically, it was Chelsea versus AC Milan.
Yeah, technically.
But the clubs they represent. Yes,
exactly.
They represent, yeah.
This one's going to be really good. I mean, when we were talking about who we expect to be the final 4, it was actually these 4. I know that sounds like, we didn't actually really put our names out there saying it, but the expectation. But to who wins the game, there we go. To who wins the game, that's the hard one. To make these calls now, when it gets towards the players, it feels nigh impossible. It can honestly swing either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, I would say probably Spain coming in as the #1 favorite, and they've now gone on to obviously reach that final. The question is who's going to reach in the upper bracket final to get there. Winner goes through to there, guaranteed a medal. Loser goes to the lower bracket and plays Roxa, which honestly I wouldn't want to face either at the moment because, well, I just get beat. It's as simple as that. But yeah, I mean, obviously two very experienced players once again, just like before. You know, very experienced, very talented players coming into this, sort of both taken part for their countries in previous tournaments. Obviously in the Euros when I covered that, they were both covering their tournaments as well. So, you know, these guys, I'm expecting a tough match. I know that somebody is using Bayern. I got to assume that's Moged.
Yes.
I got to assume.
Sticking with his club, unlike a lot of other people who...
And the others playing AC Milan. There we go.
Yeah.
So it's a Bayern AC Milan. So it's kind of what we've been expecting throughout the day.
Yeah.
In all honesty. If you just joined us, it is Stat Squash 85 standard. Obviously, you have got various individual abilities that make up that 85 skill rating average, but overall they are stat squashed and even across the board, which is why you'll see maybe a pacey Oliver Giroud.
Yes, exactly.
As opposed to the walking Oliver Giroud.
Which is what we're used to. Exactly. D-Man, what are thoughts coming through for you? I mean, these are two kind of superstars.
You're going to ask me who I think is going to win, aren't you?
Yeah, superstars in their own right.
I'm going to say Mukid.
Yeah,
I think we may actually have an all Bayern upper bracket finals.
Yeah.
We will find out, though. Obviously, Turkey coming into this one. Both Turkey and Spain came through from the Group A. Nobody from Group C actually made it through. It's all right, I had it covered. Nobody was going to score there. FC Bayern, by the way, playing in the red of Turkey there, obviously in their standard home kit, and for Netherlands is Milan in the white.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Netherlands. AC Milan don't have an orange kit, so they can't really be wielding one. Drew has to go for a through ball through the middle. Available there. As Kalulu will pick up out towards Tamori, looking towards that left-hand side. Through the middle, in fact, back out towards Leo now. We've spoken about him in terms of his pace and what he can bring to the team. Giroud, the target man, to Bakayoko, and Andes has got space to work with in towards the middle, but unfortunately, just snuffed away there. Right in front of the keeper, inside the six-shot box, and now they're going deep for the counter-attack.
Forcing Kalulu to drive it wide. You could see the support was there, the pressure was there. Thomas Muller can tell for Bayern, aka Turkey at the moment. Bakayoko will clear his lines here. We'll just play it back to the keeper. Just playing it safe.
Yeah.
Playing it safe. Don't want to be in a pressure situation. Beneke saw in the previous game picking up a yellow card. Doesn't matter. Doesn't carry through. He's fine. Oliver Giroud, the big target man, looking for a through ball. Finds Leo. Leo out wide to Hernandez. Theo Hernandez making the overlap. Ooh, put into a fresh air shot, kicking the heels of the defender. Turkey will get things clear.
So far, a couple of opportunities both ways. It kind of seems like Milan have kind of the prime one so far. Turkey, Bayern Munich, making their way forward. Mane, quick ball out. Tell will collect it, or Tell being a bit of a fan favourite for some of the teams picking Bayern Munich. And Mane, edge of the 18, will pick it up. Tell, right hand, and he will go towards that bottom right-hand corner. Manyan, the goalie for AC Milan, had no chance. It's a quick shot. We just praised and spoke about Tell as being a bit of a favourite for those picking Bayern Munich, and that is why. What a finish, and what a start for Turkey.
Pick that out the net. How to generate so much power from a standing still position is absolutely bizarre. Completely did the keeper as well. Excellent finish, and now we'll see what the reply can be. We just talked about Milan having a real good chance here. Maybe we will see that reply into the top corner from Giroud for the Netherlands. Indominator replies.
That is majestic. What a response. If you can do it, I can do one better. Lovely 1-2, sumptuous shot in towards the top left, and we've praised him all day. Jan Sommer had no chance. What a game of being treated to kickstart here.
Incredible stuff. So just as the first goes in, instant reply, and we are all square once again. Giroud actually ahead of play there and actually given offside, I think.
Yeah, offside. Linesman get up. Actually, quite considerably offside there.
I mean, he had to be, right? It's Giroud. He's not going to outpace the defenders.
Long ball. Looking here for Thomas Muller. In the air, rides above as well. Will be collected. Sadio Mane pressured and actually intercepted Giroud, hold up play from him, out to Banaka, out to Rafael Leo, who's got pace on towards the left-hand side, but cuts back, looking through the middle, and the space on the right-hand side, but Brahim Diaz just intercepted, back out towards Kalulu. They do recollect AC Milan, which is good, but they don't really know where to go from here.
Off the butt cheeks of the defender. Giroud back through. Oh, Leo with backs of space. It's actually fell kind into Diaz, and now he's actually fluffed it. You give him an absolute banger and he scores it, but it's an open goal like that. Fluffs his lines. And now a counter chance coming out from Turkey as they try to drive on forward. Goes through. Kalulu, oh, muscled off it in the end. And Kalulu should be able to clear his lines, but it's actually gone straight back. Mane out wide, looking to play it back to Gravenberch. Gravenberch into Kimmich. Kimmich looking to sidestep, does manage to find his way through. Tell just scored a banger a moment ago, but he can't get a second chance off. This time the defender's on him like a rash.
So, it's messy, it's scrappy, but Banaka will collect on the left-hand side. Rafael Leo as well, looking for support. A long ball towards Brahim Diaz, intercepted. Bayern Munich, but back to them quite considerably, well, instantaneously. Giroud, touchdown. Soft one as well as Leo collects on the left-hand side, looking for the cross here as well. Giroud, the target man, in the middle, but he goes low. Diaz can't quite get to it. Look at the space they've got here.
Absolutely. Tell. He's got Mane running with him. He's got to get past Kalulu. Kalulu. Strong stuff from him, Dominator there for the Netherlands to just muscle off the young lad. Clear it forward and set up what could be a potential counter here. Tries to play it down the wing. That's going to get cut out by the defender, though. Kimmich playing right back position here, it seems. Obviously, a man that could play just about any position on the park, actually, I think. In fairness, it probably has done at some point for Bayern, but right now, Netherlands looking to try and work their options. Chance down the wing. Just about played onside. He's found Leo completely open. Actually plays it back to Giroud. Probably had a better chance at scoring maybe, and in the end has passed to an offside position. Interesting choice there to play it back to Giroud. I think he was hoping that it would fall a bit squarer and he could just leather it into the box.
Unfortunately not to be. I like the idea though, you know, kind of that soft, deft touch to try and find the guy on the edge of the box. We've already seen a lot of these opportunities. Changes to be made here. Seems to be by Mukit over towards Turkey. So far, it's been a very entertaining game of eFootball as we come to the latter stages here of this first half. Long ball in towards Thomas Muller. He will actually win it in the air as well. Bakayoko beaten. Collected Tell, look for the through ball as well, but he just couldn't quite get it out from his feet as Kalulu steps in. Bakayoko, left-hand side. Rafael will collect. 1-2 with Theo Hernandez as well, looking to try and build up this play here and doing it quite pacily as well. Giroud, 1-2 as well. Brahim Diaz got some space. Just cut out by Matthias de Ligt, and that will be the end of the half. What a treat we've had here. 1-1 after 45 minutes.
Cracking first half. Shots don't really tell the story. It's been a pretty open game overall, honestly, between these two players. Expected nothing less. Some two fantastic goals for both players. So Turkey, 1 goal lead, quickly cancelled out by the Netherlands. And now we go again. I feel like these games are going to be just as even as we saw in Spain, Serbia, right? I feel like, you know, there is a potential for extra time in these games, almost certainly. Giroud going out wide. Leo, it's gone a little too far there. It's got Theo Hernandez back to support, but it's been muscled out by the defense.
The big thing is, in the comparison between this game and the Spain game against Serbia earlier, both of those were kind of defensive specialists in a way, very good in kind of the midfield and build-up play. These two, brilliant all-out attack, and this is their prime example of it. Mane trying to go inside towards Tell, but couldn't quite get the pass of Kalulu. So far been a star player here for AC Milan, and of course specifically that of the Netherlands as Theo Hernandez will collect. Looking outside toward the left-hand side. Rafael Leo's ready and waiting, looking for a cross as well. Giroud in the box, ready and waiting, but a corner is all that comes from it. Corners very dangerous, as we've already seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what he can do with this one. Playing it in, Bakayoko near post. Giroud! Oh, a standing save. Quick one coming out. We've seen it so many times from Jan Sommer all day long. Bakayoko wants the game forward for the Netherlands. Giroud to Diaz, not going to play through any further. And now Muller to clear things for Bayern, aka Turkey in this case. Hockey hit the player that represents the club as well in real life. Well, real life in eFootball, he doesn't actually play for them. That would be a whole different ball game.
Multi-talented
Cool
athlete. Diaz, right outside. Actually got space to work with. Beats his man as well. Gets inside. Looking for a cross there. Great interception coming through. And then they go long towards Marnie. He himself under a bit of pressure, and he's going to go very long towards Tel. Can't quite win in the air. Banaka will collect. Rafael Leo now trying to get the support as well. Great interception coming through from Joshua Kimmich. This is now a little bit scrappy in the midfield.
Yeah, definitely gone that way as just trying to find direct through ball. It's actually got to Giroud, but it's going to be easily muscled off. Get for the ball to Muller. On the ground now. Mane loses out. Diaz, no through ball options, has to keep the ball alive, recycle it through. Does manage to find the man in the middle, but it's quickly cut out once again by the defender. You do feel that something's building here, Leo. Oh, it's almost trickled through. I thought we were going to see one of those little toe pokes again. We saw earlier on out of nowhere, but this time the defender clears his lines. A little bit of pressure there. And the Netherlands going to be making changes. Turkey going to be making changes. We'll see what they both come out with.
Rebic looks like he's coming on for Brahim Diaz. I like that change. Very pacey. Question's been, of course, do we see the likes of a Origi coming on as well? Someone who's been a bit of a brilliant super sub at times in that previous game that we've spoken about. Look towards Bayern Munich as well. A couple of changes being made, actually 3 in fact, in the midfield for them. So a complete change up in terms of what they're going for. Bringing Kingsley Coman on as well for Thomas Muller, I guess, injecting the pace rather than maybe someone like Muller. Better at the likes of the finishing and the passing. Coman, get him out wide on the left-hand side, can really be a bit of a menace. So far, this has been a very, very entertaining game. It's the case of who's going to break this deadlock now. It's been locked at 1-1 for quite a while, and the game very close. Changes will be locked in momentarily. It still feels like the game is in the hands of Mukke and Turkey. Got a bit more of that possession, had a few more of those actual very dangerous chances, but we know that Netherlands like to play on the break, and they've actually been pretty damn close in these last 20. A lot of changes being made, in fact.
Yeah, Musiala coming on. This is the main change, I would say. Certainly Goretzka, big man. Let's see what Turkey can do. Netherlands once again pressure into Nali. Through Giroud. Not going to find its way past. There's 4 defenders all blocking the way.
Fernandez, loose ball. Will collect it. Messy pass, though. That's scooped up. Long ball towards Coman. It's no success as Theo Hernandez, he himself will collect. Tried to play out from the back, and actually, with success. Rebic now got space with the right-hand side towards Giroud. Not got the pace behind those old legs, though, unfortunately. Muscled off it.
Yeah, it should be cleared there in the middle. Not going anywhere. It's coming straight back up. Oh, when you give a ball away like that, it could cost you. Luckily for them, there wasn't too much support until, in the end, runs it into the defender. Giroud trying to play the target man right now as he gets himself forward. Beneke can't find him. And at the moment, Indominator struggling to break things down here for the Netherlands. Looking to work it. He's definitely been the man that's worked the most, I would say, in the second half. Trying to find a way through. Again, last minute defending. Just steps in. Kjaer for the Netherlands. Back to Giroud once again. Chance for the rebound. Striking. Giroud shrugged off the ball, and wow, a committal challenge in the box there. Had to land, had to get the ball, but it worked out once again. The counter may be on for Mukke.
Right hand side, João Cancelo will collect it. Scrappy pass, just about makes it to his target. Second time of asking, doesn't. Banaka leaving a foot out, will get in there. Giroud collecting as well, but out towards the left-hand side, unfortunately, to no avail. 82 minutes of time played out here, not a lot left in it. Extra time might be needed. These two sides, thanks to the moment, inseparable. No goals in the second half. It looks like it might continue to be the case. More might be needed, an extra 30.
Dead heat once again, you know, with extra time. We talked about it right at the start of the game, expecting it, and sure looks like he might be given. Just a couple of minutes left here. Is there a counter opportunity on now? Down that wing, Musiala for Turkey. looking to try and work things in. He's got a cut back. Oh, he gets the cut back. It's actually gone to the defender instead. Nobody there for Bayern to get forward. Just a couple of moments remaining before added time. Where can it go from here? Kingsley Coman maybe just trying to keep the ball alive for those final shot. In the end, the defender just charges him down, and Kjær should be able to lump it forward for Dominator. 1 minute to go. Not going to get it in the half. It's actually lost it. Danger play here. Could be a chance for a quick winner. Keeps the ball alive, gets it into the box. Has to try and play it back. Not going to happen. Tamori clears. It's going to be extra time.
These two sides been inseparable since, well, the 21st minute. Olivier Giroud tied this game up. We look at the stats, though, and they're very weighted over towards that AC Milan, which is spoken about. Over 60% possession, which is in itself pretty damn miraculous. And we're looking at this, and right now, Mukit does kind of feel like on the back foot a little bit. AC Milan have had kind of the prime opportunities, let's say, when it comes towards their attack. We're going to see a few more subs before we get underway in towards extra time. Another 30 minutes, 2 halves of 15 to the side, or of course, and potentially penalties as well. And it looks like we're going to see our favourite, Origi, coming on.
Got a hat-trick in the Spanish team, so maybe he can do something more here. Big Choupo-Moting coming on as well. I'm the same as you. It always bewilders me to see him on the pitch in the Champions League, etc. You know, when you remember him at Stoke.
It's somehow has in some way gone from, like, the likes of Stoke to, what was it, like PSG and Bayern.
Yeah.
He was in Barca for a little bit as well.
It's been a bizarre path.
It has.
It has been a bizarre path for Big Choupo-Moting, but right now maybe he can deliver for Turkey, playing as Bayern. Coman finds the ball through to Cancelo, tries to wiggle it through. Dest now coming on the pitch. That's going to go for a goal kick. And now Milan, aka the Netherlands, aka Dominator. Now on the attack. Benacer, oh, that's a massive ball through. Bags of space, but the defender quick to respond. Crowd actually looking for a foul, nothing coming from it though. And Tonali will keep things alive for the Netherlands. Through to Giroud. Might be able to shrug the defender off, try to just shift the ball and shimmy to see if he could send the defender the wrong way. But, well, the experienced player that is Mukit not going to fall for that.
Yeah. Giroud tries to use the old quick feet, something that Coman's very good at. 4 men around him. He's soaking the pressure and collects the foul as well. Yeah. Brilliant play from him in what will look like an unwinnable position, walking over a free kick in a very dangerous area. Something in which is very good for Bayern Munich. A lot of tall bodies in that team. Look for a header here. Could go short as well. The wall is only 1 man deep, so have space to work with. Going to be a long ball coming towards the box, back post. It just sails over. Goal kick.
Too hard, too heavy. Looking for maybe an in-swinger, and in the end, he went dead straight. Didn't get the kill that he was looking for. 5 minutes to go here in this extra time first half. That straight through to Giroud. Benacer, bags of space out on the wing. Didn't go to him in the end, trying to find his man. But now we see Big Choupo-Moting. Oh, he's lost the ball with his first touch, unfortunately. 4 minutes to go. Giroud through. Is it going to be enough here? Rebic to try and maybe square it, tries to go for goal instead. In the end, it was easily read by Upamecano, and Mukit saw exactly what was coming. Just a few minutes to go. Can he get the last shot?
Brilliant from Upamecano as well, just standing him up. Coman towards the right-hand side, goes for an audacious pass there towards Musiala, who's diving forward, but it's not to be on the right-hand side. Intercepted there, Goretzka. Now he's out to push forward himself, but not got enough time. Well. At the interval there in between the two halves. 1-1 is where we stand. Penalties are looming as well. We've always said about there, just a little bit of a coin flip. I don't think either side wants to be going towards them. Pressure really starting to get on, and a couple of changes coming through from Mukit as well.
Yeah, this is where you roll the dice.
Yeah.
What have you been keeping in store? Is there any sort of secret weapon you have? Any sort of superstition that you maybe have as a player? Like, this guy always delivers for me. Obviously, for Mukit, this is a team that he plays with day in, day out, all year long for his club. Represents FC Bayern in the Bundesliga. for eFootball. Ball down the left. Tonali back there to cover it once again. I feel he's almost playing as a defender at the moment, Tonali. Every time I see him, he's that far back. The defensive midfielder now at Newcastle, which is somewhat surprising, but a fantastic ball through. Chance here for the Netherlands, but shepherded out. And now we are running out of time right now. Just 10 minutes to go before penalties.
Absolutely, just a little bit too much there as well. Long ball. Expect to try and get him behind, but not to be. Benaka will collect. Something you spoke about as well, Tonali. It seems like he's playing that kind of box-to-box CDM role. Right? He's always involved in the attack, but always there to collect off the back of the centre-backs. Interesting to see as well, he can kind of build up from the back rather than kind of relying on the centre-backs to do kind of that passing motions. Foul committed. A long ball coming through as well. Musiala rises up, wins it. Unfortunately goes the wrong way. Kalulu, who was the star of that first half for AC Milan, out to Origi on the right-hand side. In towards the middle. Sayas will pick up. Looking for support. Doesn't really have a lot around it.
5 minutes to go. That's all we have. Time running out. Someone wants to score. Now is the time to maybe steal it. It's got to Benaka. He's way offside. Way offside. That through ball, though. Absolutely threaded. Okay. Last chance, last build-up, I would say, here for Turkey, with a chance to try and build something up. Not an ideal goal kick, but he does manage to keep possession. Gets it through. Musiala muscled off by Kier. Chance to go back up the other end. No, loses the ball. Dangerous, dangerous time to lose it with just 1 minute remaining here. Gets it through. Perhaps chance for Chopamurti. Oh, it's fallen loose. Oh, he's put it wide. Would you believe it? The young lad Tell wide once again, and that was probably the chance to steal the match in the dying moments.
Yeah,
and it feels like penalties are looming now.
He's the one who gave, you know, the opportunity as well. He scored that opener, and you're thinking surely now can close it as well. And that's it. Surely. Penalties required in match number 1, may I say, of our 4th game of the day in a row for us. Right? It's been a long one.
We're definitely getting the long ones.
Yeah, exactly. We've had the long haul ones. Technically speaking, 3 matches across all 3 with the kind of replay of the second match. Penalties underway by Munich. Let's take first.
So Turkey, penalty. Where's he going to go? Low and hard, maybe straight down the middle. Cheeky tried it, but Netherlands were ready and waited.
Great save on Manyan. Giroud to step up, the goal scorer for Netherlands. Their footer. Waiting for an opportunity to look in bottom right as well.
See where he goes. Oh, just about got a hand to it. Very close stuff there. Now for Turkey. The keeper this time tries to stand his ground again. I can understand that. It's that mind game, that mental edge you have in penalties. Does he go again? Does he go down the middle? Does he go left? Does he go right? Where are we going to go with this one? The Netherlands stepping up, maybe trying to go for this one with full beans. Oh, it hit his feet! He dived to the right, but it clacked his feet. I think if he'd have hit that low